Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence along the way? That's in about 45 minutes. In an hour and a half, we got Ship Talk, where Del, I'm sure, has got some good stuff, some really good stuff from this weekend because there was a lot of ship talking.
He told me that this is one of his best weeks he's ever had.
Del said that?
Yeah.
What, last week?
He texted that last night. He goes, I can't wait for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, that this is going to be.
I want you to tell me if this sounds like something Del would say.
Yeah.
He said, I can't wait for tomorrow's show. It can't come fast enough. I've got some great stuff. This is going to be a fun time, guys.
Yeah. No. I can't wait to see you guys again because, yeah. No, absolutely. I can see that.
Sounds like something you would say.
I'm kind of bummed. I wasn't on it. I'm usually on that whenever he's happy. He usually texts us all. But unfortunately, I wasn't on that one. Yeah. You two might have a tighter relationship.
We've got a couple different text strings, me, him, and some of his friends.
Some of his friends?
Yeah, we're all on together.
I'm pretty sure that's the dumbest thing you just said. Some of his friends. Yeah. So, okay, there's a lot of stuff to talk about. Which one you want first? The Cougs. That was a hell of a comeback and a hell of a game against Baylor to finish up the season. Not that they needed it; they'd still be a number one seed.
Yeah, but you don't want to lose that going into a tournament.
No. I mean, man, it's gonna be a tough tournament. I'll tell you what. And even if they don't, even if they don't now, if they go out in the first round, there's a question whether or not they'd be. But they're a number one seed.
Well, they'd be a 2 seed if they got in the first round, but they're not going out in the first round.
Right, they're not going out.
I mean, they probably. Well, I don't know. It depends on what happens.
Right,
but they open themselves up to be a 2 seed. I think they're a 1 seed as long as they get to the finals. But I don't know. You just never know. They lost a couple years back, and they've slipped out of the 1 seed, and we thought they were going to stay there too. So you never know.
And here's the thing: Auburn loses to A&M, and then Auburn loses at home to Alabama.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so that number 1 seed overall is probably Duke's. But did you see the stat? I got a stat here that is just ridiculous. That in the SEC, they have played. I'll find it. Okay, so we had. I'll find that one, but I don't want to say it. I don't want to mistalk before. We've got the Rockets winning big and just crushing, and the three.
You don't mention Amen Thompson.
Yeah, no,
that's not a great look.
That's a horrible thing. So the threesome of Adams, Şengün, and Jabari is really it's an ass kicker.
Did you hear what Ryan Hollins called it the other day? Monstars. Like from, and I thought that's a great, that's a great term. He goes, we got Monstars in there, and it really is like
that's really good.
That's a really big lineup. Now he's got triple bigs,
it's almost better than the Terror Twins when that was going on.
Nothing's better than
okay,
Terror
so
Twins.
I don't know. I'm torn on this one, but Ime's not supposed to love stats, not supposed to care about that crap. It's all about the team, and
felt like he was trying to get a triple double.
Well, he was trying to get him a triple double.
Yeah.
He's trying to get him a triple-double, and look what happens.
But that's just part of basketball. Like, there's nothing you can do. I've heard people were upset at Ime. I didn't see it online, but I heard it. And it's just like, dude, that happens. You guys would have celebrated a triple-double. What, you would have been against a triple-double? No, if you would have a triple-double, you would have celebrated. It's just part of basketball. It's just stuff happens like that. That's not on Ime. I've seen where Kyrie people in Dallas are mad because his workload has caused him to have an injury. And Kyrie came out and said, no, it's because I got pushed at an awkward angle. That's what caused me to have an injury. Well, I'm fine playing 38 minutes a game. I'm okay.
I don't know about playing in a 146 to 117 game.
You're talking about Amen?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's just like that could happen at any time.
It could happen at any time, but it happened at a time when he should have been on the bench.
Well, we don't know we're going to find out more today.
Yeah. Well, I think they're talking about 2 weeks.
Yeah. So the MRI was yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 weeks.
So, okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's
so,
fine. I mean, he and LeBron both got injured at the same time, basically. And LeBron, they were saying, this could be really bad. It's going to be like a week, week and a half. 2 weeks is way better than it could have been. Because when I had a similar injury, it was over 2 months.
Oh, here we go.
It was over 2 months.
So. When he had a similar ankle injury.
Now he did not have the stress on his ankle that I did on mine.
Yeah.
Or I rolled my
because
he rolled his out. He's pronated versus whatever that is.
Con-nated.
Yeah,
Pro versus con.
probably.
Right. But it's still there's something it didn't irk you even a little bit that he was in there and that at that time.
No, I mean, well, your initial
we always
thing
say,
is,
man,
well,
what are you doing in the game?
Your initial thing is that, yeah, but then I just take a step back and say, look, that's a basketball. I mean, I get it, but at the same time,
the other thing is it's garbage time with a lot of guys that aren't NBA, that aren't, shouldn't be on the floor, are on the floor, and
you're
stuff
not going to
happens.
run at the YMCA with a bunch of scrubs.
Well, no, but they're guys that don't play. They're guys that don't play.
Yeah, but
especially New Orleans, as bad as they are. Well, they play more than most because they're in a lot of blowouts.
Well, they got a lot of scrubs right
now. Yeah, right.
But look, he's going to be back. Had it been out for the year, I mean, I get it. He's just going to get a rest now.
Yeah. Well,
he's been playing a lot of minutes. He's getting a rest.
Yeah, I know, but those guys are playing hard because they never get in games. So you never know when they're going to hurt somebody because they're playing so hard because they never.
You really make it sound like these are the scrubs that you're playing against at the YMCA. You're like, oh my God, listen, I don't want this guy this guy's too dangerous when he guards me.
Listen, if you're a guy on New Orleans that's at the end of the bench, you are one step out of the NBA.
Yeah.
Because it's the worst team and you don't play. So, yeah, I mean, you're one step away. So you're trying your damnedest to
well, you know what this means more of, and this is a good thing. It's more Reed Shepherd. And Israel can watch more Reed Shepherd and maybe change his opinion on young.
See, I didn't want to see Amen though. I don't want to see Amen down. I don't want to see
Amen's
now an ankle. He'll
Amen's just going to rest and relax. And I my guess is he heals like a superhero.
Yeah, probably.
Do you know? I didn't know this. I don't know how I came across. I guess when I was searching for Amen information yesterday. Do you know what his, I guess, middle name is?
Amen's middle name?
Yeah.
No.
Have you seen Amen's actual name?
No.
Hold on. Let me pull it up for you.
Is it like Jaime Fairbears?
No. Well,
no.
I mean, in a way.
Here's
Amen's name. It's Amiz or Amez XLNC. Excellency. It's Amiz XLNC. It's capital letters XLNC. Amen Thompson. So it's Amiz Excellency
Thompson.
Nickname is Amen.
That's his nickname.
This is his name.
Amiz.
Have you ever seen that?
Excellency.
I had never seen that before.
No. Are you sure you're not on
How could I have
Centel basketball?
No, this is just Wikipedia.
Okay.
It's just standard Wikipedia.
Yeah.
And somehow I didn't name my kid Excellency.
Excellency. You should have. Yeah. Excellency is a pretty cool name. All right. It's better than a lot of Elon's kids.
His mom was hanging on. It actually reminded me of an Elon kid. But he's got what, not signs, but he's got little symbols that I don't I don't recognize these symbols.
And
Elon symbols.
Oh, Elon symbols. Yeah, I don't know what they are.
For his name.
Well, Elon recognizes because he's smart.
It's some kind of autistic thing.
Right.
I don't know.
All right. So the Cougs or Duke. Duke is probably going to be number one after back-to-back losses.
Yeah.
Duke is the number one overall seed
for now.
Okay. They played 180.
Well, Duke's going to cruise through their turn.
They played 180 conference games in the ACC. How many were against ranked teams?
I've seen this. It's unbelievable. It's like really low. Oh, conference games. It's none?
0.
Yeah, it's none.
The SEC had 144 contests. 43 of them were against ranked teams.
Alec is the one who told me this.
43 of them were ranked teams playing each other. How about that? That's how piss poor Duke's schedule. That's how piss poor the ACC is.
By the way,
I mean, it's unbelievable.
Auxerre's name is also Excellency.
Is it? Well, his middle name is Excellency.
Both of them are Excellency.
Yeah, good for them. Good for them. Well, they are. I mean, if you raise 2 NBA kids, you could call them excellent. Your Excellency too.
You're putting a lot of pressure on them, but
their first name should have been Your
Excellency.
Your Excellency.
Auxer.
That would be so sweet.
They are. I mean, Auxer is kind of the disappointment in the family. If I'm being honest.
I don't know. Detroit's pretty damn good.
9.6 points a game, 5 rebounds, 2.3 assists. Ugh, gross.
Yeah, but
3-point shooting, 21%. Like
since he got there, guess what? They're good.
PER, because these kids don't play.
Yeah.
They're out there trying to win every time they compete.
Yeah.
Their middle names are Excellency. They've got no choice.
Thank you. They got
As far as the Cougs are concerned, I mean, they're going to be where they're going to be. I'm right now. I'm just waiting for the tournament, and it's kind of been like that the whole year for me. This feels like the Astros, where you just okay, they're going to get. The Astros. That's like the Astros always going to the Final Four and playing in championship games.
Yeah.
And playing in World Series, but for the Cougs, it's almost like, all right, what does this look like headed into the season? Okay, now I just waiting to see it in the tournament. It looks the same way it usually looks to me.
Yeah.
So I just want to see it in the tournament. Now
I don't know.
It's a tougher conference to get through. There's nothing guaranteed about winning the conference, but it doesn't really matter that much anymore to me. Like if you're a 1 or 2 seed, who cares?
Yeah, or 3.
You got to fit. Yeah. One's going to play in theory. One's going to play 2 anyway. So who cares if you're 2 or 1?
Right, and you just get to wear the the white uniforms if you're the one. That's all. So we got the Rockets looking really good. The Cougs with a win, and then we had all the NFL news from this weekend.
The NFL news to me is crazy.
Yeah.
Like I've got, I don't have any update. I don't have any notifications on my phone, ESPN or news notifications, anything sports, except I have Underdog. And Underdog, I guess I have notifications turned on, and it tells me instantly about trades, and so or signings and all that. And I'm like, I don't even know where. I almost feel like we need to break it here because so much happened from Friday until today. Let's just break it because we've got huge mega extensions that we didn't expect. We've got trades that are going to shake up the draft, frankly, in Pittsburgh and potentially the Raiders, which could have an impact on people's thoughts on Shedeur Sanders, but may not because he's also Geno Smith is also a short-term guy. But there's a lot of things that happened this weekend in football. This is the most active I've seen it before free agency. And I think what's happened with these, I think we're going to see more and more of this because the contracts are getting so high, the trades. And then Josh Allen had a contract and I saw the contract number and all I could think of was, I don't know how the NFL is going to continue on. Like they're going to keep making their money. And all I could think of was, man, the fans people who go to games are about to get the living piss kicked out of them because the quarterback salaries are basically doubling within 5 years. They're going to double from 30 to 60 million.
Where they're getting most of their money though, for these higher salary caps is television money though.
Well,
yeah.
New television deals are a lot of them, but they're still going
now you got Netflix and you got Amazon and you got all of these deals that are really jacking up the salary cap.
The rates,
and you know what? You just got to decide what is your percentage. What is your threshold? What is your quarterback threshold for percentage?
I think the league's going to have to step in on that. The NBA has a max deal.
The
NBA players get paid a ton, but they have max deals.
Well, what they ought to do is have a separate quarterback. I've seen this.
Yeah.
You've got a separate quarterback category, and then you've got the rest of the team because the quarterback has taken up such a high percentage.
Well, it's huge news when Saquon Barkley signs an extension that almost makes him as highly paid as a guard.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
He gets 2 years. Here, you get 2 years. We don't want to overdo this. Here's your 2 years. But you'll almost make as much as Trey Smith, who got his ass kicked in the Super Bowl by your team. Like, that just doesn't make sense. It's just, and the only reason that's happening like that is because quarterback salaries are out of control and wide receivers now. I guess we can say defensive ends based on what we saw over the weekend.
Yeah. Crazy. Geno Smith goes to the Raiders. I guess Tom Brady doesn't love Shedeur.
Well, I mean, that also could be Geno plays short term as Shedeur's behind him.
Maybe.
I mean, because
there's no way they use the sixth pick on Shedeur.
I see. I never have thought that, but if that were the case now, you could see like Geno Smith. How old do you think Geno is? He's not ancient by NFL standards, but he's 34. Geno's 34 and will turn 35 during the season. He's not, he's not exactly, and he's not really a winning quarterback to the extent of his career hasn't just, he's a better version of Sam Darnold over his career, I guess. And he's certainly been in the league a lot longer. But does that preclude you from what it allows you to do is not take a quarterback in the subpar quarterback draft and allows you to wait till next year to look at that. If you're the Raiders, they got rid of Gardner Minshew. They got a new starter. They traded for Geno Smith. what it allows you to do now is you don't really don't have to draft a quarterback. Everyone like the Raiders have to. Shador's going there. If the Raiders have to have a quarterback, well now they don't.
Yeah.
And they don't have to draft. So if they really like him, they can draft Shador Sanders. They may trade back into the first round to get him. They may draft him in the second, but they could still get him. But also they could say, we don't like this quarterback draft, which most people don't. And if that's the case, now it lets you string it along another year and maybe even 2 years for what could be, 2 or 3 really good quarterbacks in that draft. So that's one. I had Matthew Golden going to the Pittsburgh Steelers in the first round in my mock draft. They traded for DK Metcalf yesterday.
Yep.
I'm not going to put Matthew Golden there the next time I do.
No.
Free agency always changes your mock draft, but now trades are starting to change my perception of where guys will go. So that was DK going to Pittsburgh takes it takes wide receiver. I think takes wide receiver off the board for Pittsburgh. So it's interesting. Houston, offensive line may be off the board for the Chicago Bears after their 2 offensive line trades that they made. The Pittsburgh Steelers took wide receiver off the board in the first round for them. The Raiders may have taken quarterback completely out of the picture for this entire year. Like there's some
the
things
Texans may have taken defensive tackle off the board. Sheldon Rankins.
Yeah. I don't feel like it's off the board yet. I feel like I'm still going to keep it there as a need.
Sheldon Rankins is back.
That's
all right.
right.
I don't mind Sheldon Rankins.
No, he's fine.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's like Mario Edwards.
Yeah.
Kind of some similarities in terms of getting up the field and attacking the pocket. You got a guy who can rush from the interior. That's fine. For him, it's always been about staying on the field.
Yeah. All right, we got to break it here. 713-780-3776.
Read a really cool article about Cam Smith. We're going to get to a little later today. This kid, reading about him, who wrote this article? Leah Van. She wrote this article. She's the one that got in big trouble because she's the one from Louisiana. What did she do? Remember when everyone got? Oh, because she's a Ranger fan.
Yeah, she's a Ranger fan,
and she, didn't like the Astros. They were cheaters or whatever. And then people found it.
Yeah.
And then she started writing for the Astros and culture, and they're like, oh my God.
For the Chronicle, right? She was
Yeah.
a Chronicle writer.
And she wrote a really sports culture reporter.
Oh, okay.
Because that's a thing now.
Oh.
But it's a really good article. You didn't see it, did you? On Cam Smith?
That's it.
This kid is like, he's really, really mature. And our boy Uncle Mike had some really favorable things to say.
All right, we'll talk about it on the other side. Right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But right now I'm talking about Brinkman. Brinkman Quality Roofing. BRINKMANN. You don't stay around for 50 years in the business unless you do it right. And I'm on the website looking at some of the pictures of the roofs that they do. Holy cow, man, they are really, really good. And it's not solar panels anymore. It's solar shingles. And that is really, really cool because the solar panels, the look on the house, I don't know. A lot of people might not be for or whatever. How about solar shingles? And if you're going to put a new roof on your home, how about it's a little bit more expensive. But when you think about the amount of money that you're going to save over the long haul, it's incredible. It is an incredible deal. I mean, it literally pays for itself. So if you have to re-roof, if you need to, redo your entire roof, think about the solar shingles because it is going to pay in the long run. Talk about improving the value of your home. Holy cow. When you look at when somebody's going to buy your house and they look at the energy savings from that roof and how nice it looks as opposed to the solar panels, a lot of people would be turned off by the solar panels. Residential tile roofing, residential roof repair, roof replacement, shingle installation, ventilation solution, skylight installation, anything they do, plus siding as well. You're looking for the best way to get that new roof, BrinkmanQuality.com, BRINKMANN, 844, a free consultation, 844-215-2841. It's BrinkmanQuality.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, so this Cam Smith article.
Yeah.
What is it about Cam Smith that we're supposed to like?
He's just he's so mature.
He is.
You read this, oh my gosh, it's unbelievable. You watch him. How much have you got to see him at the plate?
I've seen him bat about 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, kind of a quiet stroke. Like he's got a compact, quiet swing. Now remember, this is the guy who's a first-round pick just this last year. I mean, he's really moving up very, very quickly. He already looks like a big leaguer.
Mm-hmm.
Played at Florida State. On his 22nd birthday, he drew a couple walks in spring training games. Remember the Astros, blah, 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 blah. He's very disciplined and focused in his at-bats, is what this talks about. But it's his ability to play. This article talks about his ability to play in big stages. On the big stage is one of the reasons that the Astros, or that the Cubs drafted him where they did. He had 11 walks in 8 games during the postseason on their trip to the College World Series. And he talked about how he approaches the game. Now listen, does this sound like a 22-year-old? He said, I like to be chill. So before every game, I listen to Bob Marley and I meditate. He said, I take 10 minutes to meditate in my quiet room. In the 2023 in the Cape Cod League, that's how I found my routine before games. And in batting practice, slowing my heart rate down. Like, this is not something that a 22-year-old typically says. It's something that a veteran
It's
would
pretty
say.
cool.
She said, it's not just the music and meditation. Smith's batting practice is also simple and maybe even boring to the average observer, and it doesn't involve hitting home runs. He said, in batting practice, you're focusing on hitting low line drives. It turns into big things in the game. Think small and big things will happen. If you can control how far off the ground the ball gets off the bat in batting practice, I mean, you're money in the game. And I'm just like, who is, and all I could think of when I'm hearing this, I'm like, this sounds like something Michael Brantley would say. It sounds like something a professional hitter would say.
No. I just read that the other day, as a matter of fact. There was a great hitter that said that you don't hit home, you want to hit line drive. Barry Bonds.
Well, you hit down on
Barry Bonds. I think it was Barry. He said you just hit line drives in batting practice, and then and the ball will naturally lift itself. If you're trying to lift it in batting practice, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong.
And I read, my dad gave me a book called The Art of Hitting 300 back when I was a kid. It was Ted Williams. And it was really, really interesting read, even at that time, even though I'd probably get more out of it, when I was an adult. And then I used to just voraciously take in anything I could about Tony Gwynn, because Gwynn had a great mindset. Well, Michael Brantley weighed in, and he said he's a really polished kid from the mental side already. He talks well beyond his years, and it's very impressive. He looks good, very simple, clean swing, and I'm excited to see what the Astros have for him in the future. He played 34 games in the minor league, including 8 with AA Birmingham Barons, recording 1,004 OPS, 7 home runs, 5 doubles, and 4 triples. He said, I can't sit here and lie to you and say I'm not nervous every single at bat, because I am. I'm pretty much shaking. If you look closely, my hands are going to be probably shaking, because I love this game and I love the people around me. So I want to make everybody proud. We got one. I'm so glad we got rid of Kyle Tucker and got this guy. We upgraded our Kyle Tucker.
We had
a Kyle Tucker lease,
and
now we got a new car. And it may not, we may not see the results year one, but I think what we did is we just hit reset on our Kyle Tucker stats.
It's like installing solar shingles on your roof.
Okay.
It may not pay off right now, but in the long run, look at your bills. How low?
We gotta keep Kyle. Help! We're trying to win a World Series. How about getting a Cam Smith?
Yeah.
Would you like a Cam Smith that'll be a dude for the next? When
do we hit? We hope.
Well, he'll be a dude for the next.
By the way,
next 6 years.
By the way, Kyle Tucker, his first 20 at bats with the Cubs. You know how many hits he had?
0.
I
know.
He finally hit a home run yesterday.
I know.
He's terrible.
I don't wish bad things on him. Speaking of that, Garrett Cole looks like he has a Tommy John surgery coming.
Yeah.
But I don't wish. I hope he and Bregman do fine. That's fine. I got no ill will toward either one of those guys. But I was deeply in favor of moving Kyle Tucker, so you could find a guy like this. This is how you reset with a new core. Is if you do a good job of evaluating, and it looks like they hit a home run with Cam Smith. I mean, I know it's spring training, but just reading that article, I really felt some type of way about him. I just thought, man, this guy feels like Michael Brantley. He feels really mature. And then Michael Brantley saying that exact stuff and then talking about when Michael Brantley's talking about how clean your swing is and all that stuff. Oh, you can't get a better.
No,
you can't get a better approval.
No. That's the best endorsement you can get. Michael Brantley swing. Holy crap.
Well, Michael Brantley's saying that you've got
yes, that's a Brantley endorsement that your swing is sweet. Yes. Okay. Sweet. No, I can't wait for Cam Smith. That'll be fun. It's going to take a little while. Everybody's going to have to relax because I think they're going to, well, you know what? And they do, it pisses guys off. Yeah, I should be up at the big league level, but you'll get over it. You got 6 years to steam, 7 almost. So you got 6.5 years to steam. The organization can make up with you.
Well,
it does kind of piss you off.
They can give you money early,
I could start the regular season right now with the big team. Should start the regular season with the big team, but you're going to hold me back so that you get more time.
Let me ask you something. If this is going to be a key piece this year, let's think about this for a second. I mean, maybe if you're really serious about trying to compete for a championship, which, I think it's probably over, but you never know. It really depends a lot on the health of pitching staff and the bounce back of certain players. But is it crazy to think, well, let's just get him integrated into the lineup as quickly as possible. Let's just start him with the big league, the big team, instead of trying to weasel another extra year out of it on a technicality. Like maybe your best chance to win with Jose Altuve still here is to just go ahead and play him from the very beginning, because wins may be tougher to come by this year. You might not want to give anything away with a lesser lineup, because it looks like with Cam Smith, your line was better. I mean, it's just spring.
Yeah.
But the kid is bombed away in the minor leagues, just bombed away already. He has good size. He looks the part. He's got the mentality. I think Jim Crane and his staff should strongly consider saying, you know what, fans, we're with you. And we're gonna make this move because we think it makes the team better for the entire year. We're not gonna wait a certain time so we can try to save money with an extra year of arbitration. Basically, we're gonna get him up here now and give us the best chance to win this year. You say you're trying to win, you're making moves like you're trying to hang on. Then let's have our
starting his clock is not going to cost you, other than in the long run it'll cost you maybe a half a season.
Yeah, it costs you half a season.
But you also get the possibility that if he's rookie of the year, that you get another draft pick out of it. So
yeah,
there is that. But they're not going to do it. They're going to bring him.
You think so?
Yeah, I think they're going to wait.
Man, I would find any way I could to get him. I would try to figure out how you're going to get him into the lineup now.
Well, yeah. I mean,
the way is Paredes the second, Cam Smith third.
It's the baseball way. Even superstars, they wait till the Super 2.
Not always. The Gleyber Torres?
No.
Did Juan Soto?
It's rare. It's rare.
Well, no, rare. Young, like those 19. Some of those guys, other teams don't. The Astros do, though.
Yes,
so, and the Astros under Jim Crane have every single time.
Yeah.
Other than Carlos. No, yeah, Carlos did too.
Carlos did too.
He came up with the White Sox in the summer. That's right. In the White Sox game.
In 15, in the middle of the year.
Yep.
And
right.
they ended up in the playoffs.
Carlos was.
George was forever.
Bregman was, right, in 15? Or was Bregman directly with the team in 16? Was it 16? I think 16 was his first year.
And it was beginning of the season.
Started at the beginning of the season.
Because he was terrible. I think it was the beginning of the season. All right, 6:31 ESPN.
And he came from college. Well, so did George, but George was a matter of they weren't ready. Why waste his year?
No, right.
They weren't ready. But see, maybe he goes. I'm pretty sure you're right. I think Bregman was a full.
We got a break. Taquerias around us. We still got What Have You Learned This Weekend in One Sentence, brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. That'll come your way in about 13 minutes.
49 games.
He came in 49 games.
Well, he played 49 games that year. Was there an injury? I don't remember there being an injury. He only played 49 games his first year.
In 16?
Yeah.
Really? Wow. No, I don't think it was an injury. I think they brought him up late. Oh, time to talk about Taqueria Sarandis.
Yeah, and Taqueria Sarandis, their breakfast tacos. I had somebody reach out yesterday, said he went in and brought the whole, and this is exactly what I was talking about. He said he's in charge of bringing breakfast in for the meetings they have for the company. So he said he went and got 24 breakfast tacos. Like, you were in line. They were unbelievable. The chorizo was his favorite, and it's one of my favorites as well. But you can have them add bacon to it if you want to just do something a little funky. Chorizo is meat already, but you can have them add bacon. You can get it whatever way you like, but they've got breakfast tacos ready to roll. You order them, you come in, they're wrapped up in the foil, and they're ready to go. And they're not gigantic breakfast tacos, so you can have 2 or 3 different tacos, different flavors, and you're gonna be good for the morning. I promise you that. If you want to be the hero and bring those sack of breakfast tacos and potato, maybe you don't eat meat, you want potato and egg, they can do that for you as well. I can tell you this, though. You want to stop in for a breakfast, whether it's today or on the weekend or whenever. They've got big hearty breakfast that if you want to eat that big breakfast and then skip lunch and wait till dinner, you can definitely do that with some of their big hearty breakfasts they have, and they are delicious. The Huevos Divorciados, which has the green sauce on one egg and the red sauce on the other. Divorciados. That's what that means. That's one of my favorite breakfast dishes they have as well. So stop in for breakfast. I'm concentrating on breakfast right now, but don't forget, they are going to be a spot where you want to watch your March Madness or conference championship games if you're a big hoops fan. Because in their bars, they turn it into a sports bar where your games are going to be on TV. You get to tell them what you want to watch, and you post up with your boys and have beers and food and fun at any of the Taqueria Sarandis locations around Houston. Search for them online at taqueriasarandis.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. We still got in 8 minutes. We're playing What Did You Learn This Weekend in one sentence? 8 minutes. So this is going to be a quick segment. If you want to get in a hurry, let's go. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence is 8 minutes away. You get one sentence to tell us something that happened this weekend. It doesn't have to be about sports. It could be about anything. It could be about anything. And you got to tell us what it was in one sentence, okay? So we fly through them. If you're not on right away, don't worry. The phone lines will open up and you can get in. Chris is here. Let's get him in here. Chris, what's going on?
Hey, what's up, guys? I have 3 quick topics I wanted to address. One is thank you to Lance. Full disclosure, I collect baseball cards. Don't judge me, Lance. I know you used to as a kid. We send in the little thing and get the thing back years later, for one card that we wanted. But back in October, you talked about Ahmed Thompson, and so I started buying some Ahmed Thompson cards and hit the gold mine. And then about 2 weeks ago, you talked about Cam Smith. And I'm like, man, I don't really know who Cam Smith is. So I invested in some Cam Smith, and boy, it's taking dividends. So I wanted to thank you for that. That's part of my gambling addiction is baseball cards. But I did have a question, so Ime Udoka, John, I think it's kind of funny how you think that the bottom 5 guys on the bench are like YMCA, like Along Came Polly, where, those guys are on the court, like rushing each other up. But I wanted to see, is Ime going to address why he's playing Ahmed so late and why it's not Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd and those guys, or do you think it'll just be something he brushes under the rug? I didn't know if it's like Texans news conferences where those guys get to ask a lot of questions to the head coach. But D'Amico, is it that way with Ime? Do we get those kind of press conferences where we get sound?
This is friendly media.
And I'll hang up.
No one's going to ask something that they want to be friends with Ime.
No, I think that's a legitimate question. Why was he out there that late?
I think it's a legitimate question. I don't know that I'd be.
I don't
crazy
know.
about
I didn't
answering
see
it.
the whole press conference, but
I
would imagine it was addressed.
I don't know that I'd.
Do you regret playing him that late?
No, he's just going to say, no, it's basketball. That could happen at any point in the game.
Yeah, but
he's not going to say, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. You think he's going to say, I shouldn't have done that?
Well, I don't know if those words would come out of his mouth, but yeah, that kind of sucks. Maybe he shouldn't have been out there. Maybe.
Nah, there's no way he said that.
Probably wouldn't say that.
He won't say that.
Oh.
And I think the media will try to be friends with him. We got a pretty friendly little media here.
No, yeah, we
people
do.
Who ask questions,
and plus the guys that travel with him on the road, they got to see him every day and whatnot. Asking, but that's a legitimate question.
No, but John,
in a blowout,
when it used to just be newspapers, you would get those questions from Jonathan because they're they come from the school of journalism. That's a question you have to ask. Fans are talking about it. Michael Murphy might ask. That's way back in the day. But Jonathan Fagan, who just recently retired, he would ask a question like that. So yeah, I think
I would imagine somebody asked the question. I haven't seen the whole press conference, but I would imagine someone's asked, hey, why was he out there that late? I mean, not that way, but do you regret playing him in a blowout? Now, I mean, as he goes off the floor. Listen, this is not like we're inventing, we're reshaping water here. It's been a long time. When it's a blowout, you take your starters out. This has been going on a long time.
Yeah, well, you can't play Reed Shepherd because Reed Shepherd has a fracture in his right thumb. Is going to be out for a month.
Mm-hmm. Well, there you go.
So he can't play.
So somebody's got to play, right? I mean,
we got that.
There's guys named
the other day we had
Nate Williams and some guy named Dante on the floor, and yeah, you started them, but you won't play them in a blowout. Yeah. They started the other day against Oklahoma City, but you won't play them in a blowout. Okay. By the way, yeah, I went to the Oklahoma City game on Friday night.
Oh, that's got to be cool. So you got to see the MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, one of the best young bigs, one of the most dynamic young stretch fours in Chet Holmgren. This is wow, that's a pretty cool game.
Yeah, I didn't get to see either of them because the only game in my life that I've ever gone in Oklahoma City, they both sat. Load management.
Oh.
Load freaking management. This is Dell's thing.
I know Dell's been trying to promote.
All right. No. Listen, this era of player, they think it's okay to load man. Do you think Michael Jordan would have sat on a Friday night? I brought Charlie who's 2 years old.
Palillo?
My daughter,
Okay.
my
All right.
my
Okay.
granddaughter.
Yep.
And she's 2 years old. She's never seen. That's her first game. She's never seen
She's not
Shea.
going to get to see Shea.
She'd never seen Shea
She didn't
play.
see Shea.
She didn't get to see Shea. Her only game ever. And she didn't get to see
It's
Shea.
a real shame
was
she
like,
didn't get to see someone manipulate the rules to get to the foul line 15 times. It's a real shame.
You what?
It's a real shame she didn't get to see some guy manipulate the rules to get to the foul line 15 times. It's a real shame she didn't get to see that. That ain't real hoops.
That's hoops.
That ain't real hoops.
All right. So she didn't.
She's better off. She probably saw real hoops. I'm sure Case and Wallace put on a great performance.
I'll tell you who I was impressed with was Scoot.
Were you really?
Yeah. Scoot was balling on Friday night. Yeah. I was like, wow. I mean, they hung tough for 3 quarters and then they got blown out. But yeah, Scoot had himself a nice little night. Anyway, yeah, I'm just load management. This generation.
Sorry, they had to. They had a bigger game the next night.
Yeah, I know. Well,
they had to play the actually, I don't know. I think no, they played the Nuggets last night, so they just didn't want to play.
They just didn't feel like playing.
It's fine. It's the Blazers.
You
They
think
won.
Michael Jordan would ever do that?
I can't find
He would have gambled.
Yeah. He would
Drunk,
have had a bet on himself.
And been hungover and then played.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Breaking it here. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is where you get your testosterone on, and you get a whole lot more. Okay? So when we come back, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You get one sentence to tell us something that you learned. Right now, though, we got Zadok Jewelers.
Man, Zadok Jewelers is the solution to so many of your problems. If you're looking for, you want to find that perfect gift for your wife or your girlfriend, Zadok Jewelers, always going to be a hit. Always a hit. It could be a simple, as earrings, and where they want to give you one of the coolest sets of earrings that one of the hot types of trends or styles or designs. They'll give it to you. They'll understand it. You want to go big and go with a tennis bracelet? They've got that for you. You're looking for a diamond engagement ring. You want to get married? They are the spot. In the upstairs, they have 28,000 square feet of room, and the upstairs is dedicated completely to the bridal experience. So if you are one of those guys who you say, look, I'm not going to try to surprise my girl, I want to go in and have her pick out the ring that she likes, then take her to Zadok Jewelers, go upstairs, and they'll run through the whole process. If you don't want to bring her in, you want to surprise her, go to Zadok Jewelers, and they'll help you plan that whole setup so that you hit a home run with that big day. I mean, they do everything. Zadok is incredible. I love the owners over there. I love the Zadok family. And I think you're going to love shopping over there. If you love luxury watches, man, you're not going to find anything better than Zadok Jewelers. I promise you that. It is number one in the state. Zadok Jewelers, Zadok.com at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard at Zadok.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? 713. I forgot to give out the phone number. So some of you are sitting there going, well, who do I call? Well, it's 713-780-3776. There's one line open, and that'll be taken up. But as soon as somebody gets off, you call 713-780-3776 and get in here and tell us something that you learned this weekend. Here's what I learned this weekend. I learned this weekend that French women protests are this generation's National Geographic, only with white women.
Okay. I didn't see, but now I'm curious. I'll have to Google that because I know what that typically, when you talk about National Geographic, there's only one thing that means.
When we were kids, National Geographic is where you went. Right.
Some sneaky stuff.
Right. What's sneaky? Right. Well, you didn't see the protest, the French protest?
I'm going to Google it.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to Google it.
Yeah. And it's not the first time they've done this, but it's not great either. 713-780-3776. Let's go. What did you learn this weekend? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Apollo was first in. What's up, Apollo?
Sports, fellas, double ride. What I learned this weekend is while John was worried about National Geographic, the United States created a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Prepare accordingly.
Yep.
Oh, this is our Bitcoin guy.
Yeah, Bitcoin. Yeah. You can.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
Prepare accordingly.
It is interesting. It is interesting to see.
They don't really exist, but it kind of exists in your mind.
Right. Bitcoin is like Coke now. It's really crypto. It should be crypto, not. It's like Kleenex.
Right.
Kleenex is tissue, but it should be tissue, but everybody calls it Kleenex. 713-780-3776. Let's go. Get in here. Mito. What's up, Mito?
Hey, I learned if I stay over my ex-wife's house one weekend and her second baby daddy stays over the next weekend, your ex-father-in-law is going to be pissed at her. Oof.
The ex-father-in-law is going to be pissed at her. Okay.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's not complicated. It's not Mito's business.
It's Mito's dad.
The ex-father-in-law, the girl's dad, is
Oh.
mad at the girl.
Oh. I got you.
Or maybe Mito. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I know what happened. The father-in-law wasn't happy. The ex-wife's dad wasn't happy. That happens.
Yeah. The ex-dad. The new.
I learned that I would wake up to a text from Sebastian saying he was coming home at 12:30 p.m. from watching UFC, and he's
AM,
and he was struggling because he was having a hard time processing Alex Pereira's loss. He said he couldn't he was having a hard time processing.
That's why he was coming home at 12:30?
Processing his loss. Yeah.
That's why he was coming.
Nice try. He also called him and Mason dumb and dumber yesterday whenever we were playing games as a family, which always devolves in everyone yelling at each other.
Right.
I
played games with your family before.
We try to have fun. Yeah, you saw it, but it's gotten way worse. We try to have fun. It's game night.
It's not way worse than it was.
Yeah, it's worse. Marty's like, she starts screaming, Sebastian, you idiot. At the end, she said, you idiot. And he's screaming at her, and I'm like, and my wife's just sitting there. She just wants us so bad to be able to do things fun as a family. It's just not possible. It's just not in the cards.
All right. That's all. One sentence is all you were supposed to get. 713-780-3776. Larry, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health.
Since the year 2000, there have been 33 number one seeds that made the Final Four and 19 number two seeds that made the Final Four.
All right. He just learned that.
33 one seeds and 19 two seeds.
So it is much better to be a one.
A one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and generally you're a better team as a one.
Well, you are one of the top teams in the country if you're a one, right? Yeah. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Since when did he say that? What was the date?
I don't remember.
30.
Since 2000.
Since 2000.
Uh-huh.
33. So it's basically It's 1.33 a year.
Yeah.
Right around there.
That's about what I
Right
would have
in there.
thought. It's,
I guess so. Yeah.
he learned it, but that's like
Right.
the math checks out.
Daniel, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned that at the rodeo, if you have a game with a balloon that pops and sounds like a gunshot, it's probably not a good idea.
No.
Oh, wow.
Wow. A balloon I heard there was a fight at the rodeo. A big fight at the rodeo.
Really?
Yeah.
Not a surprise.
Yeah.
On senior skip day, I read that on senior skip day, kids went down to the beach and somebody started firing guns or something, and everyone flipped out. And
well, yeah, don't pop a balloon at an event. That's like yelling fire, isn't it?
But popping a balloon is like you've been doing that for every fair ever. You throw darts at a balloon and it pops.
That's true.
It's not like, but I guess we're a little more on edge now.
Well, but was it in the rodeo? Because you don't expect the balloon
fair.
darts. That's not in the rodeo.
Well, he means the games.
No, are you sure? No, I'm not sure. He said don't bring a balloon
in the rodeo.
In the rodeo.
Yeah,
he didn't say at the fair.
Okay, yeah, at the fair, maybe it's not a big deal. It's too loud anyway. And you're spending thousands of dollars on your games and funnel cakes or whatever.
713-780-3776. Hurry in here and get in. Let's go.
I'm working on Trilltown this week.
Oh, you are?
Getting us food, yeah.
Look, let's go.
Colin, I'm
Keith,
Colin.
what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned this weekend that after watching A Real Pain with Kieran Culkin, it was a wonderful movie, and Jennifer Grey from the original Dirty Dancing is in the movie.
Wait, what?
Wow.
Where was Jennifer Grey?
Was she had to be a mom of somebody. She had to be a mom or an aunt.
Hold on a second. Was she one of the ones who was in that?
I didn't see A Real Pain. I watched the first few minutes, but I'm going to watch it.
Oh, she wasn't. Well, she must have been one of the. Oh my gosh, I know who she is now. I didn't realize that was her.
Yeah. Well, I didn't realize.
She was hot. I mean, she was. Yeah. She was an older lady in this, but she's like.
I didn't realize Demi Moore was in Landman either until I thought I didn't know. That was Demi Moore for the longest time.
I have not seen Landman.
You haven't seen Landman?
People have said good things.
It's good. It's good.
I haven't seen. I saw 1923 has another season, and I like the first one.
1823.
Yeah, 18.
No,
it's
1923.
There's 1883.
1886.
1883
there's
has
two.
Another...
There's 1883, and then there's 1920 something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's the one that has the second season.
Which one? 1880.
I think the one with
Harrison Ford.
The one with Han Solo.
Or Harrison Ford.
Game Day Men's Health bringing you, what did you learn this week in one sentence? Let's get Isaac in here. Hey, Isaac.
Hey, what's up, fellas? I learned that Alex Pereira may have the greatest walk-in of all time.
I didn't see his walk-in. Did you?
I didn't get to see it. No, I didn't get to watch it. There were some streaming issues on ESPN Plus. There were some streaming issues. I didn't get to see it, but my sons watch it all the time. Somehow they're able to watch it.
But they're not going to come home till late because they're having to
because they had to process his loss.
Yeah.
Sebastian told me a terrible day striking. His worst day striking as a pro. Like, are you sure? He goes, yeah. I'm
Who
sure.
beat him?
Amagamev. I can't remember his first name, but
did Gaethje win?
Yeah, but he didn't knock him out, so no one cares.
Well, what do you mean he didn't care?
Because underdog, we needed a knockout.
Oh, you did?
We needed a finish, yeah.
Oh.
We needed a finish to hit number 3.
Well, that was a tough knockout, bro. I mean, that dude was the favorite.
I know. Justin Gaethje, though, hit him with, well, are you sure?
Yes.
I think it was close.
Yeah, no, I know he was. I was watching.
Justin knocked him down with did you see the shot where he knocked him down with an uppercut? I thought that would finish him, but apparently it didn't.
Right after the game that I was watching, I think it was Duke, North Carolina. They came on with the pregame, and it was and Gaethje was the underdog.
Oh wow, yeah. And Justin's tough.
Yeah. All right, that was. You guys were pretty weak today. I got to tell you that I wasn't very impressed with you. I got no Tom on a mobile.
Oh yeah. Is he okay?
I mean, we haven't had Irv. When was the last time? I might have hurt his feelings at the Christmas party.
You did go after him pretty good.
I mean, I might have
did go after him pretty good.
I might have hurt his feelings I might have hurt Jason's feelings at the golf tournament. I might have done that. When I said he needed like a lot more of the game day men's health.
Yeah. You really went over the top against some of these people who support your show.
It's all in fun.
Stand up. Look at him. Does this look like a guy who would ever be able to have sex with a woman? Whatever you say. It's like so out of pocket.
We're having fun. That's all. We haven't
I
heard.
didn't recognize Jennifer.
That's
Gray.
her?
She's in.
She had a little work done, but yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's Hollywood.
And she's older.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's in a real
No,
Pain.
that doesn't look like her.
Well, they've been saying that since Dirty Dancing when she had a nose job at like age 22.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
yeah, she was in. I didn't realize that was her in a Real Pain.
Okay, so
you know what I learned today?
What?
She was in a Real Pain. I learned it from Keith.
Oh yeah, I know. I learned that today too. I was this old when I learned that.
When I learned that too.
Yeah. So what are you doing April 24th through the 27th? I know what you're doing.
Stuff. Yeah.
No.
I'll be in LA.
Oh, you will be?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll be at the Chevron Championship.
Oh, are you going to be here?
I'm going to be here for the Chevron Championship. Yeah, I am. I was a starter a couple of years ago, but the Chevron Championship is cool. The Chevron Championship,
Did
guys.
you ask for do you have, can I see your tea time? Well, where the starter checks your receipts.
I didn't.
Did you check their receipts?
I didn't check their receipts.
Are you sitting in a cart?
I actually gave them their cards.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I was the one that gave them their cards that they have to give to each other. You don't keep your own score card. Someone else keeps it for you. One of the other players keeps it for you. So I was there. I was very impressed. I got to tell you, they can play. They're really, really good. They've got star power. Lilia Vu's coming back. Nelly Corda's going to be here. It's the first major of the year for the women, and it's right here in our fair. Well, it's in the Woodlands, so it's easy to get to. If you're looking for a great 4 days of entertainment, April 24th through the 27th, the Woodlands. The Nicholas course is beautiful. If you've never been out there, that's something to go see. And these women playing is something to go see. They are really, really good. And it's a lot closer to how we play, guys, than the men. It's a lot closer. Okay. They hit the ball about as far or even a little bit further than we do, but not stupid like the men. It is great entertainment, and it's right here. TheChevronChampionship.com. Tickets on sale now. TheChevronChampionship.com. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, along with Dell.
And Melissa.
Yeah, Melissa's hungover today. Holy crap. She went rodeo, and that'll ruin you.
I've noticed rodeos put the bees on people before.
Yeah.
Glenn had his birthday show on Friday. Solis went to it and told me a little bit about it. He said there were some people dressed inappropriately.
At where?
Full butts were out.
Where?
At the rodeo.
But they don't dress inappropriately at the rodeo.
He said, he goes, I know I sound old, but I think, and I said, yeah, sometime even when you were in your 20s, you would have probably thought, hey, I don't think you're supposed to do this in public.
Yeah.
But kids.
I don't know that I've ever said that when I was in my time.
Well, you didn't see what had those shorts on.
Well, I mean, I saw inappropriate stuff, but I never said I don't think you should do that.
What if you did this?
Well,
you like doing that?
Yeah.
When the shorts look like
I have said that. You shouldn't do this.
That's what I'm saying. Yes. He said there was more of it than he anticipated. Like,
Okay. Sheldon Rankins, 1 year, $7 million deal.
Yep.
Okay. Apparently, Shaq Mason gone. Okay. Going to be a June 1st casualty.
That time.
Yep. And and we had talked about that.
It was not a good signing. That's one that Nick made that I got it, totally got it. I was hoping for more. It didn't really pan out. I think it didn't work out as well as you had hoped.
Yeah.
He was not the factor you hoped he would be.
Well,
you can say that for the whole offensive line, I guess.
Well, I don't. Yeah. I mean, he drafted Titus. No.
I'm just said you could say that for the whole offensive line. It hasn't worked out the way that.
Yeah.
Not just Nick, everybody.
Yeah.
The offensive line.
I saw the argument.
Worked.
I saw the argument on there was a one-man argument on Twitter about Patterson versus Juice at center.
Uh-huh.
And his argument was, why are we even talking about this? Because Patterson was better than Juice was at center.
Yeah, but one guy's a second-round pick. I mean, what a miss that is.
Well, not as bad as the first-round pick that was a guard.
Patterson is a really limited player. If Patterson is the better player, then you have bombed on that Juice pick as a second-rounder.
Well,
because Patterson should not be. He's smaller than Juice. He's less athletic. Well, Juice isn't a great athlete either, but he's not as strong as Juice. And that person may be right. Patterson may be a better player than you just missed on Juice. And they may have missed on Juice. I think they missed on Shaq. Not bad. Not a bad miss, but if you give it a plus or minus, you probably give it a minus for his time here. So far, Juice was a minus. Can't even stay healthy. It's been a plus for Laramie Tunsil. For Titus Howard, it's like an even. I don't know that it's been a plus or a minus.
All right. As it stands right now, your offensive line is?
I think it's Howard left guard, right tackle Fisher, left tackle Tunsil, center Juice, right guard somebody is how I think it. Well, if it's right now, then it'd be
Patterson and Juice.
Patterson and Juice, yeah. If it's right now.
Right.
Yeah. But I think it's going to be Juice center and then somebody at guard.
So with Kaylee, is there a difference in so one center might be better at calling, protections and the mic, declaring the mic, but will that matter anymore because it looks like CJ's going to take it over?
It always matters from a protection standpoint because you want your first line of defense to do the recognition. And CJ can change it if he wants, but I think that declaring mic is okay. That's important, but because it sets up your protections, but also blocking guys is important. So whoever's best at blocking guys,
I would rather be able to block them than call them out.
And I'll be honest with you, Juice has not had the lateral quickness to cut off his gaps that I had expected in pass pro. Now he didn't come out as a great athlete. I thought he was a pretty average athlete coming out, but he was strong. He was physical. He was good in tight quarters. He never made sense for me in an outside zone scheme, but in a gap scheme, which is more helmet on helmet, you're not really moving in space. It's more downhill, double teams, climb, your blocker climbs up to the linebacker after making his first block, stuff like that. That's really more in line with what Juice does. to be honest with you. That's in college at Penn State. They did a lot of that. So I think it will benefit Juice if that's what if they're going to run more gap scheme as opposed to zone scheme. But every team runs a variation. Every team now runs. It's not like the old days where Gary Kubiak's offense was, it's all outside zone and some inside zone. They run gap, they run outside zone, they run inside zone. Some teams will get away from outside zone a little bit because you got to have a certain type of athlete. And some teams will run it more than other teams. But that nobody is exclusively one style of offense anymore. Run blocking. It's just, that doesn't happen anymore. It's everything is more diverse.
Yeah. 737803776 if you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Again, Sheldon Rankin's in here. I guess nothing else. Okay, so we talk. How about the Browns?
Okay, so it says the Texans right now, it says cap-wise they have $4 million in cap space.
Sweet.
So I don't know what they
can
done.
Get maybe a long snapper or a holder.
Let me see if that includes.
They got a long snapper now though, right?
See, I don't think that.
Do they need a holder? Because that's all you're going to get with $4 million. I don't know what you're going to get.
No, I think your punter is going to be Tommy Townsend. I think is your holder, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Either that or a backup quarterback.
Well, so they don't need. So then that's just an extra $4,000.
Actually, I say $4 million, but I'm not sure that. I don't think this includes Sheldon
Rankins.
Yeah.
No. Listen, we know they're strapped.
Oh yeah,
they're going to have to make more moves. They're going to have to do more
I
stuff.
saw people talking and making comments about, DK Metcalf would be good, but not at 30 million. I'm like, not at 30 million, not even at 3 million. You don't have money. You got no money. What do you mean 30 million? Guess what? If he went for 20 million, that's kind of a bargain for DK, not for the Texans.
So so they had all this money last offseason. They had all this money last offseason that they spent. And now they won 10 games. Okay.
Same as the year before.
And now they're strapped, right? And they can't make any moves to fix stuff that they really need to fix.
For now.
Was last offseason a fail?
Well, it hasn't. So I would argue that honestly, I don't think you got substantially more productive at the rush end with Danielle Hunter.
No.
Not substantially more, not for the price. Autry did not produce at the rate you hoped. Of course, a big part of that was being suspended, but he didn't produce at the rate you hoped. Mixon was a great deal, phenomenal deal. Stephon was a trade, so it's not, but you did take on more money for that year. We've already gone through that. That's not a free agent move. What was
even still, you traded for him and you spent that money.
Yeah, you spent the money. He's off the books now, though.
Yeah.
So it's not really having an effect.
He was at the rodeo last night, though.
Re-signing Jimmy, or was he re-signing Jimmy? I wonder who got. Nope.
Oh,
just stop.
Wow.
Azeez Al-Shaair, I would argue, was not a great signing.
Jimmy Ward.
He's not costing you a ton.
Jimmy Ward. They added a year, right?
Jimmy Ward was.
Azeez, they added a year last offseason, right?
Tim Settle was okay.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy Townsend was okay. Not as good as I had hoped. Let's see. Other free agents that Tommy Tagai was the season.
Yeah. I mean, you lost two guys to Minnesota that actually probably were better than the two guys you.
I mean, more productive. Yeah.
And they would have
in total
cheaper.
It's close. It's close, but they were cheaper.
Yeah.
They were cheaper. But I wouldn't change.
So, but
I definitely wouldn't change. So if if Blake Cashman wanted to go be closer to Minnesota where he went to college, there's nothing like whatever. But the other one, I wouldn't change that. I'd still take Hunter. In that one. I understand that Hunter's got a better at the time. Hunter has a history. He's got a profile where you had 1 year for the other guy. So I'm fine with that. I'm looking at the pre-June 1st cuts and the post-June 1st cuts. And, I mean, you're not doing Danielle Hunter. You're not doing Titus Howard. Although, like you could cut Titus Howard post-June 1st.
Yeah. Wow.
No, you couldn't.
Well,
cut pre.
Even still, I mean, cutting
cut post.
cutting Titus Howard.
So you would save $14 million if you cut
Yeah,
Titus
great,
Howard.
but who's going to block?
I know. Well, Blake Fisher.
Yeah, well, Blake Fisher's going to block anyway. I mean,
well, but if you, depending on what you do in free agency, like I'm just telling you, this is an interesting number. You got $14 million savings if you cut after June 1st, if you were to cut Titus Howard. And remember, there's going to be free agents who don't sign anywhere, who just wait until, because they're going to be like, I'm waiting until camp. I want to wait until after camp.
Yeah.
We get those veterans all the time, but he's an interesting.
Not only that, but money does open up after June 1st. Money does open up for teams.
It's going to be a $9.4 million savings when the Texans cut Shaq Mason. But, that's the problem, is you just don't really have the amount of people. You'd save $8.7 million on Autry, but you just don't have the amount of people available.
That's what I'm saying about Titus. That's great. You could cut Titus, but now who's going to play guard?
What about Jimmy?
You've been a big. I mean, Jimmy Ward is going to come in this studio and punch you right in the face.
Why?
Well, because you've been talking bad.
34 years old, and he can't stay on the field.
No, that is true.
He's a 34-year-old who can't stay healthy. Like, what does that do for us?
7:15. It's 8:15 right now on ESPN 97.5. I think we got to change that. 8:15 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, you got to talk about Allstate Siding Windows.
Well, Allstate Windows and Siding is they're a company who, I can tell you this much. Now's the perfect time. So the weather's changed. We're not going back. Today's your last day of cold for the year. So you're done. And so now's a good time to start getting those windows done, because we're going to have warm weather before you know it. Thursday is going to be close to 90 degrees. I think it's Thursday. It turns 90. So we were going to have an unusual March heat wave coming in. You'll have your air conditioners running. And the problem is, over the last 10 years, we have been running our air conditioner more and more and more. A study came out that showed it's been an increase of about 17 to 18% because of the changes in the heat cycle. And so you're running AC more. Well, guess what? You're going to run yours even more if you have a leaky window. And if you have a leaky window that's not built to standard, that's not correct, that's not fitted properly, let Allstate Windows and Siding come out there and measure your windows, cut them to the specs, and then install them so that you don't have any leakage, and you improve your energy efficiency. You can improve that like up to 60%. It's an incredible potential savings for you. The windows look great. They add safety. They lower the amount of noise getting in your home. And like I said, I mean, your house looks better and it's energy efficient. It's windows, and they're doing big discounts. If you're an ESPN 97.5 listener, you're already getting $250 off per window when you do 10 windows or more. Tell them you heard about it on ESPN 97.5, and you're going to get a discount on top of that. But you have to tell them you heard about it from me. That's allstatewindowsandsiding.com, allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So, what a shame. Bel Air High School loses to Duncanville by 2, looking for their first ever basketball championship title.
The 5-star kid is Sheldon Henderson. No, what's his name? Henderson. You know they've got like the top dude, one of the top dudes in the nation.
Shelton Henderson.
Shelton Henderson, yeah.
Duke.
I really wanted to see him. Yeah, he's going to Duke. He'll be there for about 3 months.
They had an open look to take the lead with 10 seconds left, and they missed. That kid, poor kid. But what a run. The coach has been there for 23 years. 23 years. He gets finally gets to the championship game with a chance to win it all. And they lose by 2 to Duncan. Duncanville is good at everything.
They're always good.
They're good at everything.
Duncanville's been
I'm sick of Duncanville.
I don't know, probably not consecutively, but Duncanville's it's been good since I was in high school. I mean, they've had dudes over there. They've had players.
Do they have shot clocks in Texas high school basketball?
Yeah, how about that? That team just sat there for the first
Wisconsin?
7 minutes?
Yeah, but here's what I don't understand. The other team was the favorite. So they're trying to shorten the game. So the other team just sat there in a zone.
Yeah.
If you didn't see this, is in Wisconsin. And that's what you're talking about, right, Del?
Yeah.
So these two teams in Wisconsin, and one team had been smashed by the other team twice, and now they're playing in their tournament. And so the team that was the favorite, there's video of them, and they're sitting in zone, and they're just sitting there doing it. The other team is holding the ball. The kid's holding the ball up by half court in the corner. And they eat up.
Start the game.
7.5 minutes. They only play the last 30 seconds of the first minute. So for 7.5 minutes, they did nothing. Then they play the last 30 minutes. And I think they were leading 1-0. I think they got fouled, made one free throw. So I think it was 1-0 after the first quarter. Now, the final was 36-30. So they did play after that. But they basically, the coach just said, we want to shorten the game. And the other team, I thought, and everyone's furious, like, we must have shot clock. Because, it's Twitter's everyone's business. None of these people would ever watch a Wisconsin high school basketball game. But everyone's got massive opinions like, this is terrible for the fans who have paid their money to go. Like, what are you talking about, Twitter guy? You're not going to these games. Why do you have to be in everyone's business? This is not your business. How about this? How about the fact that why didn't that defense extend? Go pick them up. If you don't want them sitting, if you don't want them doing that, get out of your zone and go pick them up.
Yeah.
And who cares? Well, that's what they want them to do, Lance. Good. Because the team that was getting out of their zone already beat their ass twice. They're the favorite. Why are you letting the team shorten the game on you when you're the better team? You want it to be as long as possible because good eventually overtakes
the
average.
Cream rises to the top.
What it is. And that coach made a terrible mistake by not going out, extending, and getting them out of their comfort zone. And he ended up paying the price for it. But, the shot clock stuff, like, why do I have an opinion? I'm not going to I'm not going to high school basketball games. It's been this way forever. Defenses all you have to do is go extend and get them out of it, and they're out of it. So all you have to do is start going and go trap at the front. Now, the four corners, we used to see that in college. Guy Lewis would do that with Phi Slamma Jamma. In fact, Guy Lewis did that against NC State.
Yeah.
Dumbest thing ever. You got the better team and you're limiting possessions.
Yeah.
Like Kevin Sumlin once told me, I said, why do y'all go so fast? Like, why are you doing it? He goes, because statistics tell you the more possessions you have, the more points you score. And that we have a point per possession number for every team. And so the numbers basically just say the more plays you get in, there's one team that's going to be better than the other team at points per play.
Yeah.
And if you're the good team, then you want to have more plays.
Well, and he had Case Keenum. Yeah. Running the offense too.
No, this is at A&M.
Oh, at A&M.
Yeah, this is at A&M.
Yeah.
Same thing. He had a good, but he was talking about the speed, and he said, you got two things. Number one,
Case there.
You keep good defenses like Alabama, you keep them tired, and you don't let them change. And then the second thing is, if you're good at points per, for like a Case Keenum, for University of Houston or whatever, if you have a more explosive offense, you want more plays. The more plays you get, theoretically, the more points you're going to score, obviously, and you score them at a higher rate than the other team. That's all you want to do. Well, in this situation, you got a high school team and another team tries to stall on you because Guy V. Lewis would go to the four corners. He called it locomotion, and it was terrible. You got Clyde Drexler. You got a team full of bad free throw shooters and great athletes, and you're stalling.
Yeah.
Like,
No, what are you doing?
It didn't make any sense.
No.
And he ran that against. He literally did that against North Carolina State in a championship game.
So I was thinking about that yesterday. And then an article came out in the Chronicle about Connor Wegman. Connor Wegman signed here, but the Cougs got a commit from Keyshawn Henderson, who's like the top quarterback in the country. And I'm like, I wonder if Keyshawn is going to still come, or if Connor Wegman is going to be like, hey, I don't know. Connor Wegman says he's healthy. It's going to be very interesting and in a good way for the Cougs this year, having Connor Wegman and Keyshawn Henderson.
Well, let's see if they keep him. Like, there's so many kids flipping now. My son Alec yesterday, we're sitting there playing games at the table. He goes, "Oh my God." I said, "What?" He goes, "Clemson did it again. They just flipped one of our 5-stars, offensive lineman, and they just got the guy who's number 3 on our board at guard. Like, somehow they're pulling in all these guys now."
Somehow.
Yeah. He said, well, I mean, it's always money, but, that's the one thing Dabo said. I ain't doing that stuff. We're not doing
but he is now.
You have to.
Yeah.
You're gone. You're done.
Yeah.
But he's pulling all these kids in. And Alec told me, he goes, "Oh my gosh, the amount of flips now, because you early commit, which means nothing, because you're going to still take OVs."
By the way,
visits.
Alec works for
my son
Alabama.
works at Alabama in the recruiting department, so he's really into it now. And it's funny. He was talking about how incredible their class is going to be. Then you fast forward 5 months and like everything changes.
Yep.
Because none of it really matters because kids flip so often now.
Right. Speaking of the Cougs, when we come back, we'll hear from Kelvin Sampson. An interesting comment. I watched that whole game, and I got to tell you, at the end, I had 2 things. I felt great for one kid, and I felt sorry for another. 827 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. I'm talking right now about Gulf Coast Windows. I'm talking about beauty, privacy, security, all of those things that are kind of a big deal. If you're going to change the windows in your home, if you're going to change the doors in your home, Gulf Coast Windows, go with the best. It's the best. The Pinnacle Award from the Better Business Bureau. It ain't easy getting it only ain't easy. It's you gotta be perfect because not everybody has, every single category gets a Pinnacle Award every year. If all of the companies suck at it, you ain't nobody getting a Pinnacle Award. But if you get the Pinnacle Award, man, you're really, really, really good. It means you were excellent, excellent, excellent. The best of the best. And that's what Jim Fiume has gotten. It matters about the product that you're selling. It matters about the service that the people get. It matters about the installation, and it matters about the price as well. So Jim Fiume, 5 stars across the board, and he's been doing this for going on 40 years now. I mean, that's just fantastic. So this is a company that you can trust. You don't stay around for that long. You don't get the Pinnacle Award unless you're great, and he is great. So let's go. Let's get to GulfCoastWindows.com. You want to replace those windows or you're building a new home or business? GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the Cougs win by 4. They were down at the half, just by 3, but actually they were down pretty good. I think by about 9 points in the first half. They battled back down 3 and came out in the third quarter. Came out in the second half and just took over the game. And it was in large part because Sharp started shooting well, Manuel Sharp. And Jaywan just said, I'm taking this over here too. In the first half, LJ Cryer was 6 for 6 from 3. Going back to Baylor, where he started his career, won a national championship. He got booed every time he touched the ball, and he hit 6 straight threes. And it was like,
maybe they won't do that next
How's
time.
this? How's this taste? But so it's getting towards the end of the game. And I don't know what Malik Wilson did, but holy crap, they went to a timeout with about 10 seconds left in the game, and he got an ass chewing like, oh my God. And it wouldn't stop. Even after the game, after they had won, Malik came up and you saw Kelvin look at him like this, giving him a look. He did something defensively that Kelvin was so pissed off. Oh my God. I hope I see Kelvin this offseason. I'm going to ask him, what did Malik do? Because, boy, he chewed him a new one. But then, okay, so there's like 4.3 seconds left.
Uh-huh.
And they just made a basket, and it's a 2-point game. Baylor just made a 3, and it's a 2-point game. And the Cougs are inbounding off of a timeout, and they foul J1 over near their own bench while the ball is being inbounded to Sharp, who's the best free throw shooter in the country.
Right.
And the ball is inbounded, and he's fouled right away, and the refs called a foul on the guy away from the ball, fouling J1. And I'm sorry. You can't do that.
Yeah, you can. It's a technicality.
Well, not if the ball hasn't been inbounded
but
yet.
I guarantee you, Baylor is saying we're doing this, so
right.
You have to alert the referee.
Well, Baylor ain't going to say
we're off the ball referee.
Yeah, but you don't tell them that you're fouling him while the ball still hasn't been inbounded. I mean,
yeah, you do. Hey, we plan on fouling him. You have to.
Oh no. But they fouled him before the ball was inbounded.
Well, isn't that a penalty?
Yes, but they didn't call it.
Yeah.
They just put J1 at the line. 2 shots, up 2 with 4 seconds left. He made both.
Yeah.
He made both.
That's why he makes Kelvin Sampson cry.
Well,
because he makes clutch free throws.
Well, and that is true. That is true. He's made some clutch free throws earlier this year as well. I believe in the win again. I forget which one, but he made a couple of clutch free throws. But there's a reason why. Here is Kelvin Sampson talking about that after the game.
You got to earn the right to be good. J1 has earned the right to make those 2 free throws. I saw how happy Scott was that he got fouled, and but Scott didn't know about those 150 free throws. Now, would I prefer LJ or we got the ball to LJ, and they went over there and tackled Juan. But good for Juan. Good for him. That's a good thing for a young man to accomplish that. Good for him. He stepped there and made 2 big free throws because he's been there in those moments against Alabama, against Duke, against Auburn, against Alabama at Alabama, when maybe if you make the 1-and-1, we win. But he's learned. I thought he was the toughest guy on the floor tonight.
So the 150 that he was referring to, he had talked about it just a little bit earlier. He said after the Duke game last year, he said 6 guys, you have to make 150 free throws every day. You don't leave until you make 150 free throws every day.
Yeah.
That's the 150. And J1 was one of them. he had to make 150 free throws every day. Now he's not a great free throw shooter, but in that instance, he stepped up, and they knew who they wanted on the line. They wanted J1 on the line, and J1 said, "Okay, watch this." But because he put in all of that time, all those 150 free throws every day, he was able to step up and get that done.
Get better with work. You're not stuck with being a terrible shooter forever. Like, you can improve. You may go from terrible to bad, whether it's 3-pointers or free throws or whatever, but you can improve as a shooter. It's like an improving a golf swing. It's no different. It's just changing muscle memory, changing technique, stuff like that. It's either in full or partially correctable. So yeah, that's good for him.
Yeah.
Because he's going to have to make some in tournament at some point.
Absolutely, he's going to have
They got them
because he's the guy that's got the ball down low at the end of the game.
Last year, as a matter of fact. They shot really poorly. Was it their elimination game when Shed was out? I have to remember what it was, but I mean, it's gotten the Cougs more times than once, and it's been getting the Rockets too. The Rockets right now, man, they have some games where they just shoot lousy from the free throw line. Alpi, Amen Thompson, who, if you missed it, he's going to be out a couple weeks with an ankle injury. A lot of people argue it cost Guy Lewis championships because his team couldn't shoot free throws. I think it's maybe a little bit more than that, but it does hurt. Not being able to shoot free throws hurts a lot. And for Houston, they've got some guys who can really shoot it. But if the officials, man, you almost want to take him off the floor, except for the fact that he made free throws.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I guess you can't just take J1 off the floor.
No,
he made free throws.
Well, right.
I mean, you could have.
You could have put good free throw shooters. By the way, it wasn't Elche that was inbounded to. It was Emmanuel Sharp and Emmanuel Sharp is a great free throw shooter. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are here. Big news. Well, Rockets won this weekend. They destroyed New Orleans Thursday and then Saturday. And Thursday actually was much tougher game. This was just a blowout from the get-go. And but unfortunately, Amen was in there at the end of the game trying to get a triple-double, and he landed awkwardly on somebody's foot, and he's out for a couple of weeks now, which sucks. But at the very least about that is this is about as easy a part of the schedule as you're going to see.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you got all these home games. You got 6 straight home games that you got. So that's the good news. A lot of NFL stuff. Anybody wants to talk about, you're more than welcome to get in here. It looks like Davante Adams is going to the Rams. Gino.
Well, here's all the moves.
Yeah.
I got a whole list. Myles Garrett signed. We hadn't talked about this.
Yeah, I said that earlier. Cleveland, how stupid.
Wants to win a championship. I want to win a championship.
Yeah.
I want to win. Okay. Hear us out. What if we gave you $40 million a year?
Right after Max Crosby's, and then Josh Allen said, how about this?
I think we can win here.
Right.
So Myles Garrett just said, you know what? Cleveland's always struck me as a winning organization. So now he signs the most lucrative contract ever given to a non-quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen gets a mega extension of over $55 million per year. DK Metcalf got traded to Seattle for a second round, from Seattle to Pittsburgh for a second round pick. Davante Adams, as you mentioned, 2-year deal with the Rams. I don't know how much he has left, but if he's got something left, that's a good move for them. Cooper Kupp is gone.
Yeah.
Like, they're basically telling you Cooper's not staying.
Puka on one side, Davante on the other.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
And then I don't know if they're keeping Higbee or not. I think he's a free agent this year. But all you need is a pass catching tight end, and you're good. You don't have to have 3 wide receivers. You just have to have 3 pass catchers. Ernest Jones signed a deal to remain with the Seahawks. Aaron Jones is staying with the Vikings.
Yep.
Harold Landry joined the Patriots. He got cut the other day, so you can sign right away as a free agent who's been cut as a veteran. He signed a 3-year deal with the Patriots. They needed rush, so they've taken care of one thing that they might have been looking at in the NFL draft potentially. Nick Bolton and the Chiefs agreed to a new deal. Buffalo released Von Miller, expected.
Yeah,
and then the Lions released Zadarius Smith.
That was bad money spent.
And the Lions releases Zadarius Smith. So also Geno Smith was traded to the Raiders. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means you now have your quarterback position taken care of. Now, do you want it to be short term and still look at a quarterback in the draft, or do you want to punt on quarterback and look at quarterback next year in the draft?
I could see him taking Shuck later, but not Shador.
I don't see Shador at 6 at all.
No.
I think they have, and this has been my point. Don't worry, I saved receipts on Colorado football too. Your little account, your little Colorado football Twitter account that came after me, I got receipts on you. We'll wait and see how draft day goes, because I'll be old tapes exposed. I'll be putting you.
Oh my God! You see how vengeful would a vengeful person do?
I'm a vengeful bitch.
They came after him.
I'm a petty little bitch on this.
He didn't attack them. He just gave his opinion, and they came after him.
It's true. And Alex goes, man,
he's not allowed his opinion, John.
All I said was, look, I think this, based on what I'm.
They're allowed their opinion about him too.
But it's just a prediction based on what I'm hearing.
Well, they can just, even if Shador doesn't go till the 6th round, they can still have their opinion on you.
Okay. What was
their
opinion?
Said I was going to be wrong about him.
No, they said
he was a top 3 pick.
They said ugly
and he
things.
still could be a top 3.
They said ugly things about you. I don't know that you were
wrong.
I
did. Al goes, man, you're getting cooked by Colorado's account. I'm like, what do I care? Those guys, Dion beat them into oblivion. They're just, Dion, please, can we suckle? Can we suckle from the teat, Dion? Guess what? The second Dion leaves your school, nobody cares anymore.
Well, Dion doesn't.
Your social media goes to hell. Everyone unfollows you. You're done.
Well, Dion doesn't really have a teat that can be suckled, so it must be something else.
Wow,
that's true. That's true. It's true. But Shiloh's gone.
Sledgehammer for
Shiloh's gone.
Take the sledgehammer.
Notice I didn't know you would have been like, oh, Dion, junk. See, I didn't do that. You would do that.
You did. You
no,
did exactly
I didn't.
that.
No, you.
There has to be something else. They suckle.
But at least he didn't say what it was.
Yeah, unlike you.
You were just sitting there like,
no. I mean, please.
Wiener.
Exactly.
You didn't have to say it. You didn't have to say it. We all knew. Yeah. So, Shador ain't going where people think he's going. I mean, I said it, I meant it, and I will represent it. Now, he could go. I mean, he could go Browns too. It could go quarterback. I just
There's
don't know.
No way the Browns take him.
Well, I mean, look, I remember writing up my very first draft, about 10th in the draft, 11th. I had Jameis Winston, and at the back end of the first, I had Marcus Mariota. Boom, boom, 1-2. Carson Wentz. Philly makes 2 trades to get up to get Carson Wentz 2, and Jared Goff goes 1. It happens all the time. Quarterbacks go 1-2. It happens all the time.
See, the Browns would have been. I mean, from
an analytics standpoint, Andrew Berry, you think he goes Shador Sanders from an analytics standpoint? I don't think he goes Cam Ward from an analytics standpoint. If you want to look at the data, I just don't think the data tells him that. Now, do you have a big need? Yes, you do. Yes, you do. But do you want to pass on Travis Hunter? Do you want to pass on Abdul Carter? Do you want to pass on these guys that you have higher grades?
What would you have gotten for Myles Garrett?
You would have got, it starts with 2 firsts.
So you get 2 firsts, and you get Abdul Carter to take his place.
I would have 100% traded him.
Yes.
They
and instead, they spent all of that money instead of getting 2 firsts and Abdul Carter.
You reload and give yourself a chance. Yes. And then you get a future first for when you want to go look at quarterback next year.
Yeah.
Or the year after. Like, what are you doing? Look for a Deshaun. Like, we want a second this year and then 2 firsts after that.
Right.
We want a first the next year and a first the year after that. So we'll let you keep your first this year, whoever we're trading you to, and they'll be like, "Oh, we keep our first this year." Yes, because we want a first when DJ Lagway and Arch Manning are coming out. We want to have first in those years to make it easier to move up if we want to. They're stupid. They should have 100% traded Kyle Tucker. That was their Kyle Tucker.
Yep.
And they should have traded him. They should have traded him and got picks. But now we got to keep our window open. What window? You're the Browns in the AFC North with the Ravens and the Bengals and the Steelers. You have no window. Your window doesn't exist. Deshaun is on your books next year for like 120 million, some kind of outrageous number that they got to pay out. I think it's 90 million is this cap figure next year because of what they did this year to restructure. They're so stupid. They're so stupid. Great. You've got an elite pass rusher. Congratulations. You're not good enough in most other places.
Yeah.
So dumb. They should have traded him.
And that money And, you're
And now
gonna
you can't trade him because
you got Deshaun money
now wait.
and Miles Garrett
I
money on
say
the
they
book.
should have traded him. They would have taken a big cap hit this year if they traded him. There was.
They're not winning anything this year.
Well, I know. I would have taken a hit.
Yeah.
I would have taken a hit for a chance to rebuild with first round picks.
They're not winning anything this year. Just do it. You gotta start thinking about maybe we gotta start a new plan for the future.
You guys don't
Get
understand
Deshaun out of
loyalty.
there. Get Miles Garrett out of there. Get picks. Save money. I mean,
You guys don't understand loyalty. They decided Miles Garrett, you're going to be a forever Brown, and you don't want to commend them for saying, "Hey, this is our guy. He's always going to be our
the
guy."
guy
no
who
matter
just
what
said
happens.
I want out of here
And
because
then-
you can't
and then you know
win.
what? And you know what? They came correct, and Miles like, you know what? I'll stay.
I
So
know.
look at it.
Because
Look
it
at
was all about championships for Miles.
until it wasn't. And you know what? He wants to be a Brown for life.
No,
There
he
you go.
yeah, because they're
He's gonna
paying
be
him.
let me tell you.
Yeah,
Deshaun
exactly.
Watson was going to be a Texan for life until he got his advance payment, and then that's when David Mulgeta goes, "All right, we got the signing bonus.
Let's go.
Let's start.
I would ask.
Let's start getting our thing going."
I'm not Miles Garrett's representative, but if I was or any other NFL player, could you not compare me to him ever, please? Could you not compare me to that guy ever? Don't make any Deshaun comps with any of my players, please. For reasons.
Well, it's about the money that your money spent.
I wouldn't use Deshaun as a comp mostly because of all the extracurriculars and say I can't predict what that guy would do about anything.
Cleveland made the Browns go down.
Yeah,
That's not how we do this.
Cleveland did make the
No,
Browns go down.
actually, Miles made the Browns go down.
Yeah, no. Deshaun made the Browns go down.
Yeah,
Well,
to be sure.
Miles got them to do exactly what he wanted them to do.
Oh,
I mean, for an extra $5 million a year, I would you got so much money. You're going to be so sad there by next year. You're going to think,
or he loves Ohio.
He's going to complain about getting traded next year, and they can't. Now it's impossible to trade him because of the money.
He can't cut. Well, I guess he could, but he knows now. I'm sure that, hey, Miles, look,
Well, you're stuck now.
There's
for
no
life.
way we can trade you. Just
You're stuck for life.
His agent will explain it to him. Hey, you're here.
I totally understood why he wanted to go. He spent all his career there since 16, I think it was, is when he was in there. He spent all that time. And okay, I want to win.
Joe Thomas
now
did the
you're
same
not
thing.
now you're the Joe Thomas of defense.
All
And
right.
guess what Joe Thomas does? He lives in Germany now, coaching football, and he's got a bone-on-bone left knee, and all for what? Nothing.
nothing. How much money did Joe Thomas make?
I'm talking about the winning.
Oh, who cares about that?
Well, because
He's got money.
So
that
what?
man has
Hold on.
money.
everyone has money.
Not everyone.
Everyone who plays
Not
for
Joe
high
Thomas
level.
money.
Yes, everyone who plays offensive line, that's good. See, that's the dirty little.
Well,
thing
that's
that no one
good.
talks
Yeah,
about.
but there's not a lot of them.
Oh, I got money because I played with Cleveland. You would have had money playing with the Bengals.
Yeah.
You get money playing with anybody.
All right. When we come back, ship talk. I mean, the people are clamoring. I got
clamoring.
I got
people are
zero
saying
people
stuff.
saying, "Hey, we're ship talk."
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. It's
So
just
we got to
sound.
get to it when we come back. But first, we got McGrath Pest Control. They kill pests, you know that, right? But right now, it's directed at termites and mosquitoes. Okay, so it's termite swarming season right now. They cause big problems. You got any wood laying around outside your home? Guess what's going to happen? Them termites going to try to get into your home, and they do. They succeed. If you're buying or selling a home, you have to have a termite inspection. Call McGrath Pest Control. Okay, we had to have one in LA. We're buying a house, and we had to have a termite inspection. Well, guess what? And listen, Scott McGrath has been doing this for years. He's excellent at it too. He actually did our house when we bought it. Scott McGrath came over and did the termite. He also installed a mosquito murdering system. So we're going to get warm. All right. I think we're going to have like a really, really warm week this week, but it's going to start to get hot. You can't spend any time outside because of the mosquitoes, right? Yes, you can if you get the mosquito murdering system. We got it at our house. Never had nothing in the back. It was all awesome. I can tell you this for sure. The McGrath Pest Control kills bugs, so you don't have to. McGrath Pest Control kills finds out if you have termites and then kills them, and they kill mosquitoes too. McGrathPestControl.com, McGrathPestControl.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back. Time for Ship Talk. Dell's got some stuff that happened over the weekend that he can fill us in on. Who's being petty? Who's out there being petty this weekend, Dell?
Well, we would have started with the ex-girlfriend of Alex Pereira, but for whatever reason, our internet is not, or at least Twitter might have crashed, at least from my perspective. So I can't play that. But we will go with a petty cornerback when we know those exist. We'll go with Yamador Lenore. This was before the DK Metcalf trade became official. He did not want DK to leave Seattle because he enjoys playing with him as a 49er, and mostly because he wanted to talk a little bit about Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Y'all cannot let DK leave. Y'all can't do that. Who am I have, how am I have fun out there? And the Jigba, he be crying all day. He cry, because all he do is cry. Ref, he holding, ref. Oh no, don't hurt me. Cry, baby. Bro, I'm not worried about JSN. I'm not. He'd know that. He'd know that. God, he'd know that. For sure.
This was an Instagram Live. He was talking to the people and decided to take his shots.
He wanted to go on just because he wanted to go out.
He wanted to get Jackson Smith.
He's been hanging in. He's been waiting for this opportunity.
Yep. Smith and Jigba. I can't wait for that matchup.
Well, who's going to throw him the football? What's he?
Nobody. He's on a horrible team.
He's on a terrible team.
He just lost Geno Smith, DK Metcalf, and Lockett.
Yeah. All of them gone. In the last what?
Well, he's the only guy to catch a ball now.
Shador.
Maybe Shador.
Actually, Shador to Seattle makes a lot of sense now.
Yeah.
We will see. I know we'll move to this. I was thinking of some movement, but we'll talk about that later. A rare daily double where we go to the same podcast for two different clips. First, we're going to hear the co-hosts of the Pat Bev podcast, Roan, do some research and take a shot at Daryl Morey.
This is what made me start doubting about the process. This picture. Describe what it is to the people out there.
I'm looking at a woman who's on top of snow, very little clothing on.
So that's Kesha. And the like photos is liked by Daryl Morey and others. Daryl Morey's out here just liking ass. Wow, this is happening to the Sixers. Sixers are 20 games under 500, and he's liking Kesha's ass. Focus up, Daryl. Focus the hell up. There's got to be better ass that he can like out there, first of all. Second of all, do it on a damn burner like every other Philly GM in history. You fucking pervert. Not while the Sixers are going through this. Paul George is at least stepping up being like, what can I do? I'll cancel my podcast. And Daryl Morey said, I can't even help myself from publicly liking Kesha's ass.
I mean...
I gotta go with Daryl on this one.
I know. What's the problem here?
He also took a shot at Kesha. He said he could be liking a better ass than that if he was going to do it.
Oh man!
I mean, it's fine. Why do we have to just pick sides?
Sides.
Why can't we just be okay with all women or all? Yeah, respect all women.
What?
Well, whatever. What is it? Something all.
Believe all women?
Yeah. Well, just like all women.
So you're in favor of liking all women's asses on Instagram?
No, it's just Daryl's just, what's Daryl do? I'd be more worried about him signing old ass players.
Well, this is what he said. What are you doing?
Liking Instagram.
No, what he's saying, you're too busy liking ass to build a roster.
Let that man cook.
Yeah.
I mean, because he can still sign old players anytime he wants. Anytime
he doesn't want him.
That's what he majors in.
He doesn't want him to sign old players.
He's got a degree in signing
He
old players.
is saying if you would stop liking pop stars,
Pat Bev is one of them.
Well, not
Pat Bev. I hope Pat Bev took up for him and said, "Hey,
he was saying chill.
Let's chill on
he
that."
Did say that
I could still end up back there.
Yes, there's a real possibility.
Did you see? I saw Pat Bev say. Do you have another clip for Pat Bev?
Yes, it's him talking about lames in the NBA.
Yeah,
and one in particular caught it, but it's a longer clip. But I cut it down. Here's Pat Bev and his co-host Roan talking about lame players in the NBA.
Let me see how this motherfucker used his cutlery. Why isn't his napkin on his lap? What was he raised? Lame as hell. They gave him the max. He don't even know how to use his cutlery. He don't even know how to put his fork back on the plate. Who was it?
I don't want to say.
Say. Well, you can say. I can't say. And I'll let you know if he lame or not.
Maybe it was Tim Hardaway or something like that.
Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah.
Yeah, I look at him different. We in Mykonos, Greece. Me, PG, Pat Patterson, Big Zoo. I see Tim Hardaway Jr. He go, yeah, man, trying to get out of Dallas. I go, why? That'd be the worst thing you've ever done. Why are you trying to leave Dallas? Yeah, man, I just want the ball more. You know, Luka got the ball more out. He should run your ass to the corner and shoot open threes all game. What do you mean? Are you fighting with Luka?
Yeah, Luka.
Man, man, I ain't feeling that. I said, okay. I told PG, his ass gonna be traded in the year. In 9 months, his ass is in Detroit. Lame. What you talking about? But it's cool though. It's cool. Ain't nothing wrong with being lame.
If you're like a star of the team, can you still be lame?
It actually hurts the team. Because now you thinking like, I'm a role player, but man, I got to listen to this lame ass motherfucker, man. This motherfucker, man. He get all this money, man. What is he talking about, dog? Like, he's lame as hell. A lot of lame rich motherfuckers.
Money can't unlame a lame.
Right.
Well, I mean,
He's right.
He is right.
Pat's going to say all that stuff. That was an easy target. Like, he wasn't going to say somebody else. It was not that he cares about the smoke at all. Because Pat Beverly does not care. It's interesting what he said. He cares about how you use your cutlery.
Where were you raised? Where were you born? How were you raised?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He considers
John,
that
you're
lame.
around.
Like other people consider you're lame. You're just staying in. You're not going out getting hosed, blah, blah, blah. Lame ass. He's like, man, do you even know which fork to use? Do you know that you're supposed to use the inside fork? Do you even know why they're different sizes?
You didn't learn that lesson?
Pat Bev thinks you're lame if you don't know
cutlery
etiquette.
Yeah.
If you don't know
yeah,
dinner
you
etiquette.
should know etiquette.
Yeah, dinner etiquette.
Okay.
John, you're
Pat's
around.
got some money. All right. He eats in nice places. He got to know.
Yeah, John, and you're around people who have money.
Yeah.
Can money unlame people? Can you still be a lame? The people.
Oh, you
don't
can
have
still
to
be a
name.
lame.
You don't have to name names, but
No, you absolutely. You can still be crude and coarse at the table, but you got money. So as long as you're picking up the tab, you can do whatever you want.
There's the rule.
There it is. Yeah,
There's the rule.
golden rule.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
That's it.
And are you lame if you pick up the bill, though? Can you be considered lame?
No.
No,
See,
he's
you're
gonna
a great
call you
guy.
that.
There it is, Dale.
Yeah.
Understood.
Everything can be lame until you pick up the bill, and then that goes away.
That goes away. Yeah. You can
Pat Bev can't say anything then.
Right.
Well,
He will.
He will because he may not be making as much money as Tim Hardaway Jr. over their career, but he has enough where
Why
he can
do I
still.
like Pat Bev more than I like? Maybe because he was a Rocket. I just like him way more than Draymond. They're cut from very similar cloths. The way they play, how sometimes their irritation factor, they prioritize it over what's good for the team. But they both say whatever they want to say. They both have podcasts now, of course. I just like Pat Beverly more than I like Draymond. Is it just because he played for the Rockets? Probably, I guess.
Maybe you get more of Draymond's nonsense too. Like Pat Bev hasn't been thrown in your face because he's never been on a championship team. It's been like he's been around a long time, but Draymond, because he's Steph Curry's backpack, has been around for a decade plus, and we've had Draymond in our face now for over a decade.
Yeah. Sick of Draymond.
Yeah. I mean, and Draymond's been on teams that have taken stuff from the Rockets too.
You just get sick of people.
Yeah.
Like Draymond is a guy I'm sick of.
Yeah.
I don't have to watch him anymore. I don't want to watch him. Was there anybody like that in baseball? You just like, man,
Pujols for different reasons.
Pujols?
Yeah.
I got kind of like
Not
oh,
like
this guy's
Draymond,
still-
no.
Yeah.
No, but
Draymond.
that's personality.
Well, but
driven.
it's got to be somebody who's lippy.
But also, like I
that's
said,
always.
Well, like Bryce Harper, but
I'm
he's still,
Joe Kelly.
well, yeah, but Bryce Harper's still good.
Yeah.
but Draymond was on a team who got in your way several times, so that doesn't hurt. That doesn't
it
help.
adds to it.
That doesn't help.
Yeah. No. Sick of Joe.
No, there's got to be somebody in baseball. It's going to be somebody in his
How about
mid-30s.
football?
Aaron Rodgers. And I
Uh,
used to love Aaron Rodgers, but I'm getting tired of Aaron Rodgers.
people are getting tired of Brady.
Yeah, but he's still playing at a high level. But yeah, I mean, maybe so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
maybe so. They
sick
wanted
of-
him to go, but I'm to the point now where I'm like, man, I thought Aaron Rodgers, the Jets, was going to be awesome, and now it's kind of like Favre. Favre was definitely like that for me. By the end, it's like, oh my god,
Yeah.
I just want him to go away. I just wanted Favre to leave, and
No.
I'm starting to get like that with Rodgers.
I think we're going to get like that with Shohei.
You do?
Yep.
It's going to be way
Sick
down the
of him.
road.
How
Sick of
so?
him. Sick of him.
I don't. Do we even know
I'm
if he
already
has a
sick of him.
personality?
What about Clayton Kershaw?
Oh, yeah.
It's usually people that you end up, they take up too much of your space. You're like, they're talked about nonstop. Are we getting there with Russell Wilson?
He might be starting for the Giants.
By the
I
way,
know.
Aaron Rodgers might be starting for the Steelers now. That's the latest.
There was
Will he
Sam
go
Darnold
there?
was rumored
He
to
won't
go
be a Colt.
someplace.
What?
Sam Darnold, was it the Steelers or someplace else? That's
Well, I've heard Sam Darnold to Seattle.
yeah,
Seattle.
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah,
Seattle.
And if they sign him to a long-term deal, then you don't put
You're
like a
not
3-year
drafting
deal. Then
Shedeur.
Shedor's not there either.
No,
So it's going to be like number 2. Who was it with the Jets that I saw?
oh, I don't know. I didn't see a Jets rumor.
Colorado. Y'all better hope your boy goes to the Jets. Because the Saints told us they're going, do you know Derek Carr will have made, KJ looked this up, it's like $250 million for his career. Derek Carr.
He deserves it.
The face of mediocrity.
He deserves it. I mean, what are you talking about, face of mediocrity? Derek Carr's been great for years.
Has he?
He was great for a year,
How many winning seasons has he been part of?
and then he broke an ankle, and then
Took him to the playoffs when they had one of the worst defenses. They had the worst red zone defense in the league, and they went to the playoffs.
That's great. I'm just asking you a question.
One, maybe.
How many winning seasons has he had?
He had about 4.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, it's about 4.
3 winning seasons.
It's about 4.
77 and 92.
906. ESPN.
112
77
touchdowns.
and 92.
No, I'm sorry. 257 touchdowns, 112 interceptions. Like
He takes care of
41,000
the
yards
ball.
passing. It sounds good. It's like, this is a good quarterback. He had 41,000 career. Wow, he had 4 straight 4,000 yard seasons. Like, this guy's
Are you going to pay respect him now?
But but I watch games. I'm like, he has no impact.
Yeah, don't.
He's
no.
a low-impact
Stats
quarterback.
don't lie. Your eyes lie to you all the time. I heard about that from Colorado. Time for you to talk about underdog fantasy right now.
Well, you know what else didn't lie yesterday?
And West Virginia, too.
Let me tell you. That's right. Let me tell you what doesn't lie. What doesn't lie is the lobby of underdog fantasy, because you go there and you find out, what are we going to have today? Yesterday, there was a 50% boost available. So I said, well, let's take a look at James Harden. I moved up his assists from 9.5 to 10.5. It raised his multiplier. Giannis Antetokounmpo, I said lower than 5.5 assists. That was actually the underdog. So it was a higher payout. Then I said Donovan Mitchell, lower than 4.5 first quarter points. They had 5.5. I lowered it to 4.5 because I wanted to get the maximum payoff. And there it is. 3 picks and you win. And there's a boost included. It's that simple. I did the same thing with their pick and roll, which they have every day, a 20% boost on players who score more than 19.5 points in a game. Had a 2 out of 3 winner with the UFC. Guys, you can play all these different sports: college basketball, pro basketball, UFC, PGA Tour. Everything is available to you. You just look at the statistics, find what you think is going to win, higher or lower, and then you pick it. And you can pick anywhere from as low as 2 up to like 7 players. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play. But these discounted statistics, they had a discounted stat the other day where Luka was like, it was like 0.5 total points, rebounds, and assists. All he had to do was play, and he got there. He played. It was an automatic winner. That's one of those free picks, discounted picks, free picks, profit boosters. So many ways for you to win, but you can't win if you don't play. And you're watching the games anyway, so play. Download the app, Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance. They're going to you got a chance to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash on your deposit and a free pick, but you got to use promo code Lance when you make that first deposit. And you must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
It's tax time. Sucks. Taxes suck. Property tax is even worse. You get, every year you got to pay your income tax. Okay. But you're taking out. This is just ridiculous how every year property taxes keep going up and up and up. Ownwell is who you got to call. Ownwell is where you have to go. You got until May 15th in most places, May 15th is the deadline. You want to save money on your property taxes? Go with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes and you can protest. Protest your tax. If you let it go, like the 3-year impact of not protesting in Texas, it just is ridiculous how many taxes that you don't have to pay, you end up paying. They win 86% of the time, okay? So you are probably 86% of their customers receive a reduction with an average saving of about $1,100. That's a lot of money year in and year out because it's never going down. It's just going up and up and up and up and up. Okay. They handle everything from start to finish. Takes about 3 minutes to sign up. Put the property tax money back in your pocket in just minutes. Hundreds of thousands of happy customers. You need to go to OWNWELL.com. Ownwell.com. Protest today. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's
where I had it, but I wasn't sure.
So they had an interesting question. And listen, Ja was hurting. Ja came back, and he said, man, he was in some pain when he came back, but he looks like he's okay. He hit 32. So I was liking that the Memphis would fall off without Ja. How bad are the Lakers going to fall off without LeBron?
Well, I mean, we're looking at a couple weeks, maybe. I don't know. This is what I mean. Luka should prevent that. He's a star. You've got some talent over there. It's not super deep, but you got some players who can play and score. Reeves can score. So Luka is a mega star. He should prevent a huge fall off.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not as hot. Maybe they lose a few more games, but it shouldn't be that bad with Luka there. If it is, then I mean, I guess you're already cooked. You've got to pay Luka whatever he wants.
I predict, though, that the Rockets, with this stretch of games, even without Amen, the Rockets will overtake the Lakers in the next couple of
You think so?
next couple of weeks. Yeah,
I hope so.
Yeah. Without Ja, they were bad.
Well, that means everyone overtakes the other teams.
They'd lost 7 of their 9 before Ja got back, and look who they beat. They beat the Mavericks and the Pelicans the last couple of games. So, but Ja is back, and so I mean, they're somebody that you got to watch out for, that you need to stay on top of. Here comes Golden State with Jimmy. So that's something that you gotta watch for. The Lakers now without LeBron. You want to be a top 4 seed. Absolutely want to be a top 4 seed. It sure would be nice if you're not 4, you want to be 3 or 6. I don't think you want Oklahoma City in the second round. You would much rather not. Would you rather play Denver in the second round or Oklahoma City in the second round?
I would rather play. I guess Denver. I mean, Oklahoma City is a rough battle for you, but I mean, you've beaten them, but you've beaten the Nuggets more. It just sounds so stupid to say you'd rather see. Jokic pulled a 30-20-20 over the weekend.
Yeah,
like Wilt Chamberlain numbers.
Yeah, that was stupid.
He went to 1 overtime, but 20 assists, 20 rebounds, and 30 points. His numbers. Jokic is inconvenient for most people because he doesn't look like what you're thinking he's supposed to look like. It's Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth had a big gut. Babe Ruth is one of baseball's greatest players of all time, and he looks like a lout. Just a big old swollen face. Like he looks like a big swollen face alcoholic that just can't, that's just puffy. And he was 100 times better than anybody that played with him. He had more home runs in a season than teams did.
Yeah.
He's inconvenient for the history of baseball, except it was so long ago. It's not like today. That's like taking Babe Ruth and putting him in today's basketball. That's what Jokic is. He's inconvenient for people because they don't want to admit it. Like it bothers them that he's got a chance to win 3 MVPs, up there with the greatest that have ever done it. Now it's different eras and he's playing with different players, but his numbers are all-time generational. They're truly generational numbers. It's like beyond Jordan's numbers. Points, rebounds, assists, 30, 20, 20. Good Lord. And he does things like this all the time. And he looks like he looks. Not a shred of definition in his body. Isn't fast, isn't quick, doesn't look the part. You don't want to give him his props because he doesn't look the way you want him to look. But I'm sorry. It's like it's all-time stuff. It's LeBron, it's Jordan, it's Wilt. It's like the craziest numbers you can come up with. This guy's there.
Yep.
I mean, now, it wasn't a great feeling when you had to put Russell Westbrook with Oscar Robertson. That didn't feel great as it went on because Crazy Russ would, hurt his team with bad stuff. But this guy's won a championship, so it makes it easier.
Actually, the first couple of years that Russ was the triple doubles, they were
pretty good.
They were good.
He's pretty
good.
good.
They were good.
But he's never had a positive impact
and
on
Oscar Robertson never won until he got with Lou Alcindor.
But he also played in the league.
And it was way late in his career.
He played in the league with 10 and 12 teams, though.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Like one team, once the Celtics had it on lockdown, the only team it shifted over to was the Lakers for a little bit. Yeah. And Oscar Robertson's sitting there like, what am I going to do?
Well, until he got Lou Alcindor. Boom. Win.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
It took that. But Jokic, people can, and I know people don't want to like him because he looks the way he looks, right? He doesn't look the way you wanted to. I don't care if it's his race. I don't care if it's his body type. I don't care if he's an international player. There's a lot of people who will never, if players had no names or faces and they were just results.
Their stats.
They were just, and wins, results on a page.
Yep.
You would never, ever talk down about Jokic. But he doesn't get to his shots the way you want him to. It's not athletic looking. It's inconvenient for what our narratives of the greatest of all times look like. And they should look like superheroes. They should they should do things that you can't imagine ever being able to do. His game, dude, there's dads around the country in driveways doing his moves. They're like, I've been doing that move forever. What is this? What's the big deal here? You don't want to believe that it's true, but like none of these guys can stop him. If Jordan played against plumbers and LeBron plays against all-time greats, then what is Jokic doing against all-time greats? And then the next thing is, and I hear this all the time. And look, I can make this argument. He's not playing against the greatest centers of all time. This isn't a great center.
No, it's not.
Era. However, okay, that's fine. But that doesn't stop him from getting 20 assists, from having high assist totals, high rebound totals, high point totals, and he doesn't jump. He can't jump. It doesn't, none of this makes sense that he should be this good. And yeah, I would, he's not having to guard Olajuwon and Robinson and all those guys, but still he has to step out on bigs who shoot. He has to play away from the basket. How's he grabbing all these boards when he has to play away from the basket? Offensively, he doesn't play in the post. His shots come at tougher angles. He doesn't get shots from 6 feet away. That's not his prime. Dream shots are going to be 12 feet and in.
Yeah.
Jokic starts off top of the key. He'll start off free throw line extended or at the elbow of the free throw line. It's incredible. A 30-20-20.
Yep.
And that was in one overtime. Now it's a high scoring game. Like 140 something or 140 something.
Well, it had to be with a 30-20-20.
And by the way, I heard Stephen A. Smith is going on Skip Bayless's radio show, I guess. I guess he has a radio show. I don't know if it's a podcast radio show. Who knows? But apparently the thought is that he's going to go on there because they now have a common enemy in LeBron.
Oh, really?
Yeah. What? I mean, how weak? Stephen A. Smith is kind of weak. Like,
hey, forget him. What about
you're good. You don't have to LeBron. So you don't have to have get back on LeBron. So you had a little confrontation. Whatever.
What about Chris Mannix? Chris Mannix says that the Rockets are all over. They've got to have Devin Booker, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with getting Devin Booker.
Let's see if were you okay with it if Amon's included?
Amon's not going to be included. Amon's
Are you okay
untouchable.
with it? Then it's not a move.
What do you mean?
I am not giving you
well,
Devin Booker unless you give me something I want.
Okay.
I'm not just we'll give you our first round picks. Well, you give you some of their first round picks.
You got 4 of their first round picks.
And I'm sure they'll want that. But they're also going to want players to match salary. So Jalen Green is automatically part of it.
Yep.
But I want to hurt you a little bit. I want Alperin or I want Amon Thompson.
No, you're not getting into them.
I would.
You don't get no Devin Booker.
You do.
No, you don't.
Yeah, you do.
No.
They suck.
So what?
They got to do something. They got to start over.
They don't have to give you Devin Booker.
They got to start over.
They can give it.
And it starts with getting their draft picks.
And the Rockets aren't the only team with picks or players. If you don't want to make it hurt, then we'll trade them to someplace else.
Yeah, we'll trade them someplace else. If you absolutely want him, if I'm Phoenix, if you absolutely want, Chris Mannix told me you absolutely want him.
Yep.
If you absolutely want him, then we want Jalen Green, Amen Thompson, and we'll take one of our first round picks.
Wow, I'm looking at this video. That's where Rachel Nichols went. No one knew.
Where?
I don't know. Open floor.
Sports Illustrated.
That's where Rachel Nichols went. Hey,
well,
Rachel.
I think it might be Chris Mannix's show, and he's interviewing Rachel
Nichols. Oh, he's interviewing Rachel? Well, where is she now?
I don't know.
I thought she was a co-host or something.
She might be. I just don't know. I just know that he's affiliated with Sports Illustrated.
No one knows where she is.
I mean, it's pretty simple to look up. The internet exists.
Yeah, I've never done that. Eric wants to get in here. What is this about? Eric, what's up?
Yeah, why is ABC's affiliate CW showing Texas Rangers games? This is H-Town. This ain't, New York want to be Dallas. And also, Bill, do you prefer thick Latinas or thick Asian chicks? I'll hang up and listen.
Thick Asian chicks.
Thick Asian. Does that exist?
Yeah, but it's not.
I'm sure in some
It
category.
would turn off during the break. We can talk about this.
Thick Asian.
But he asked me a question, so I have to go through this. He would normally save it for my show. Thick. I prefer women. I love women. Doesn't matter. Thick Asian, thick Latina. I mean, it doesn't really matter.
You're such a.
I'm a lover of women. They're great, right, guys?
Yeah, thick or thin.
I'm not even using that as a divider.
Yeah, I mean, you don't even care about body
thick
type.
Asian women is kind of a unicorn, isn't it?
Hold on.
I want Dell to come in here.
Okay, come in.
You don't care about thick or thin, right?
Not really. No.
So body type, like a Kate Upton. That's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't care about thick or thin, but some proportions I do prefer.
So it does sound like you have preference,
but not thick or thin. I mean, you could have a proportion on a thin woman as well.
Okay,
the right proportion.
Taylor Swift.
Nah, and not because of what you think. It's just.
It's because of what I think.
She got that bubble.
No, that's not it either.
Yeah,
it's not either. Look, I know. Not everyone is so overly attractive to tall, white, blonde women. It had nothing to do with her bubble. Had nothing to do with her bubble. I mean, Vanessa Kirby is one thing. Taylor Swift is another. You want to continue to play this game? I'm not sure how far you want to go.
So I bet I can come up with a thick girl and you like her.
You could come up with a thin girl and I would like her. That's my point.
And I bet I find something. Yeah. Okay.
I'm a fan of Natalie Portman, and I don't know that she's. I'm a fan of Natalie Portman. I'm not sure that she has the proportions that you're talking about.
With hair or without?
The thing about her is she's
could pull it off
damn attractive without the hair. It's pretty nuts that she can do that without the hair.
Yeah. Natalie Portman is like, this is a long prime.
Yeah,
she's running a long
Vendetta
prime now.
With the no
hair.
This
is a LeBron run.
Is she in Jessica Alba neighborhood for you? I mean, where Nicole has to worry?
Same. Well,
Natalie Portman.
No, I think she's married.
Her husband. No, Natalie Portman's husband cheated on her, so she's now divorced.
Yeah.
So maybe Nicole does have to worry.
No, because she already told me, go ahead, but you take the kids with you. Like, nah, it's not worth
it. You could become a blended family. She has a child as well.
Yeah, I'm not looking to add.
Wow.
I'm looking to subtract.
Subtract.
You're subtracting
I'm looking
kids?
at minus. I get a
How do you
minus one.
subtract kids?
I got a -1 in the fall.
They're still
I ain't trying to
still your
plus.
kid.
Yeah, college, beat it. But it's a whole separate problem, man.
Wait.
It's problems from afar.
But if you can,
One thing when it's close-up problems, it's another when it costs money.
He's going to get in?
He'll get into something.
But then Natalie can pay for his school.
That's great. My wife would say, "Good, hook up."
That's what I'm saying.
If
So
you
think
get
about
Natalie to pay
it.
for this.
You're not just
Think about
going
my
with a beautiful woman. You're going with the beautiful rich woman.
Right.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm not looking to plus. Yeah, but there is something
I
to be
think
said
your life
for,
would be a lot easier.
There is something to be said for
if you
wealthy
added
women. Yeah,
you added a kid,
There
but you
is.
but
added,
no, to his question, yeah, I think Natalie Portman's in that Jessica Alba territory. Yeah,
But if you added a kid, but you added millions of dollars along
man,
with it,
what are the kids like?
I mean, relatively
how old are
speaking,
they? What are they like?
With that money, I mean, you know.
you could deal with it, right?
Yeah. You can hire nannies.
And besides, you wouldn't really have to take care of the kid. I
Yeah.
mean, the husband, the ex-husband's still in the picture. They got nannies. You wouldn't really have to do much.
Yeah, but I'm married.
But if you weren't, that's the point.
Yeah, if I wasn't, then it's just I've been a dad for so long. I'm just looking to get out of that game.
And the kid's pretty young, from what I
What is
remember.
Gabori Side Bay?
Gabourey Sidibe. That's a Precious. That's what they're talking from that movie.
From
Precious from the movie.
Precious. He's trying to see if Dell loves Precious.
Look at John coming to the realization. Look at him.
Who sent you that?
Precious thick?
Yeah, that's
You like trying to ask if he likes
thick?
Precious.
That's what someone asked me, but no, that's not even really thick, to be honest with you. That's a different.
No,
That's a different
category
deal.
altogether.
That's
a whole different
Yeah,
world
so
right there.
but as
I bet they're not talking about this on Sean and Seth.
no, who knows?
I bet they're
I'm sure
not.
I'm sure they're counting down the hours till
sure.
the legal tampering period opens up.
I'm sure they're looking
Guys,
at
45 more minutes till legal tampering up. You like Precious? Would you hit Precious?
I mean, they're probably talking about a defensive lineman.
No,
that's
they're
a
talking
side.
about Sheldon Rankins' stats from
Yeah.
last year.
Yeah.
And we're sitting here like, what about Jessica Alba? What do you think about that?
What
Yeah. What if you
Natalie
weren't married
Portman with hair or without hair?
But to the original
But
point,
we're also in the Hall of Fame.
I'm a
so in
giant
way,
fan of women in general. You don't have to put them in a category
That's
for
a-
me.
First
Lance.
of
Yeah,
all,
you
we know what
kinda
a phony comment that is.
Tell- Name another woman then.
Not in
You're
general.
you're
Name
phony.
another
Right.
woman.
Haley Williams from Paramore.
Of course.
Yeah,
I love a
of course.
pop star. I love a singer. What are you talking about?
Ariana Grande.
A little small. Like little person. Like she's
She
a
is
small
little.
person.
She
Yeah.
is-
She's wee.
Yeah.
Well,
I
she's
mean,
just
her
really
arms are
skinny.
about-
Yeah.
Ugh.
She's short.
She's
I wouldn't go
gross.
hot like you. I didn't call her gross. She's short and thin. It's not my type.
gross. She's cute.
Yeah,
There's
I'm not
just a
saying she's
lot there.
gross.
There's a lot to take in over there.
No,
And
no.
she's been with Pete Davidson.
You're out on that?
Out on that.
All right.
All right, we got
You can
we got a break.
come up with your list in the break and see if you can throw me off.
Okay.
Okay.
When we come back, I'd rather hear from Dana Brown about Cam Smith. All right,
You better say something good.
he better he and Espada. What do you hear? What
I
Espada
don't
had
know.
to say
Dana
about
Brown
him?
sounded like he regretted the trade.
Okay,
He's like, I can't believe I made this trade.
Do you think he said that?
He may be saying one thing, but I'm hearing another.
Time to talk about Chastang Ford. You'll never regret buying a car from Chastang Ford. I'm telling you about these people. They are awesome. I love everything about Chastang Ford. It's truck month too at Chastang Ford. And when they're not playing games over there, $6,500 cash back on a 2024 F-150 on top of their Chastang discounts. Super Duty, $3,000 cash back plus even more savings from Chastang. No dealer add-ons, no hidden fees, no BS. Okay, the other guys are going to give you some BS. Okay, they're going to try to put in nitrogen or protection packages that don't protect anything. Is basically what they're doing. You're paying for it, yet you don't get the protection from anything. It is not a good thing. No dealer add-ons, no bogus fees, no gimmicks, just trucks priced the right way, the way that they should be priced. If you want to keep paying for worthless junk, go ahead. Go to another dealership. But they ain't doing that at Chastang Ford. You can buy a truck without getting screwed at Chastang Ford. That's right. I said it. You can buy a truck without getting screwed at Chastang Ford. You're going to love the car buying experience. I loved mine. I've loved all of mine. I bought my last truck from them. I bought an Explorer from them. I bought JT's truck from them. My daughter's Explorer. I mean, what? We love Chastang Ford. We'll continue to love Chastang Ford, and you will too. ChastangFord.com on 610 in Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We were talking about Cam Smith earlier. There's a nice big article about him and how he is, how his approach. And Dana Brown, and Joe Espada. Well, let's do Joe first, Del. Let's do Joe first, because speaking of his approach and how mature he is, we were talking about this a little bit earlier. I mean, it's incredible the way that he goes about it. He just wants to hit line drives during batting practice, and he listens to Bob Marley and wants to bring his heart rate down and all of these different things. Here is Joe Espada talking about this kid, Cam Smith.
You know what? I want to first talk about the human. Like, this kid is an incredible person. Is a man of faith, family values. He's super coachable. And then once you put that on the baseball field, his skill sets is off the chart. The power. He actually is a really good runner. Can play third. If you could put him in the outfield, I'm sure he's athletic enough to do it over there. We are excited about him. I'm excited about his future. And, he's close. He's close to being a big league player, very close.
How about that? That's pretty good. When they started talking about the person first, when he's been there for 2 weeks, he's been around him for 2 or 3 weeks, and he's talking about the person that he is. That's pretty good. That's pretty
just
good.
rake, man. I don't care about that.
I do.
Just rake.
I do.
Don't
I
care
want good people. I want to root for good people.
You're not going to care about that.
No, you go ahead.
Stop it. You're not going to care. You're not going to care when it matters most. Turn your mic on.
Sounds like we're getting young, powerful Michael Brantley.
Yeah.
I mean, different type of hitter, but professional hitter with a great mindset and a mature mindset.
I'm not looking for him to be a bad guy, clearly, but I don't care about that.
You go ahead. Just for Draymond.
Just rake.
They'll get him
go
on the
root
show
for Antonio Brown.
Just
We'll be rooting over here for Cam Smith. Okay.
Good. And if you don't win anything, I'll take the champion.
You go ahead. Root for Antonio Brown.
You rooted
See
for
how
a lot.
it works out for
rooted
you.
for a lot of good guys in the Rockets all those years. How'd that work out for you?
Dana Brown had this to say about him and possibly moving to right field.
He's getting some reps at third base, which is probably his main position for right now. But we're not opposed to seeing what it looks like in right field. I think that could be a potential possibility. But we're not leaving any stone unturned. Look, if the bat's ready, we'd love to have offense, and, we'll move them along as quickly as we could. And we're not afraid to go with young players. I mean, that's just, part of what we're going to do here. And so, we're excited about him. He's bringing a lot of energy there. Love the makeup. The kid's pretty special. He's got a nice combination of confidence and humility. And so he's developing nicely.
Yeah, that sounds like he's not coming out. He's super dude.
Yeah.
We'll bring him along as quickly as possible. As
soon as we possibly can.
But isn't it like, okay, so third base is a really important defensive position. It's very important. It might be. Short is probably the most important. Third's right there with it. You have split second to make, you screw up on third base, it can turn into doubles. You can keep doubles. Your runs saved can be very high with a good third baseman. The tough throw across, like Alex Bregman was money. I never was worried about Alex. The bare hand play, I've never seen anyone in baseball history handle bare hand plays as well as Alex Bregman. Coming forward, the ability to grab and throw quickly, accurately, he was incredible. So I don't want to trivialize, third base, because that position is going to get more action than right field. Right field's a big deal, though, because guys go from first to third on you in right field. If you need to have a right fielder that you fear a little bit, the arm that can keep people at bay just a little bit, or have a chance to throw some people out from who are trying to go first to third. Like, has Cam ever played outfield? We're just throwing guys in the outfield willy-nilly. I don't know if Cam's ever played there. Altuve's never played there. You could have an outfield that features two infielders playing outfield. That just seems so strange to me that a major league team would have that. I understand that offense trumps all now, because it's better than when the Astros only cared about glove first shortstops that had absolutely no bat. That was the most frustrating period of baseball for me. Like, they didn't care if the shortstop hit at all. Tim Bogard. Who is it? We went from Bogard to who was the other one?
We
Who
had
was the
Adam
other-
Everett.
Adam Everett.
Yeah.
Adam Everett, Tim Bogard. They drafted Giovanni Meyer, who couldn't hit, who ended up flopping
Well,
as a first rounder. Like
Giovanni Meyer's still around.
there's no way.
Yeah.
Is he at World Baseball Classic or something? There's no way Giovanni Meyer is still around. That's Giovanni Ribisi you're thinking of.
Giovanni Meyer. No. Giovanni Meyer. Well, I'm telling you, he was around. Not Giovanni Meyer, fall and minor league and fall baseball statistics.
Gio Meyer,
2018.
Oh, wait, is this a different dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, he never made. Yeah, the last time he played baseball was. Yeah, last time he played baseball was 2018.
2018.
If he's still around, it's because he's coaching somewhere.
Yeah, no, I saw him somewhere. I saw him.
All right.
I don't know
His
why.
career minor league average was 237.
That's
Well,
nice.
His guy
That's
was a
nice.
first round pick.
Oh yeah, did you hit through 237?
I could have.
No, you couldn't have.
If they gave me a shot, I could have.
You didn't even watch a minor league game. I remember Tim Purpura telling you that.
He grounded into 15 double plays.
How
one year.
many minor league games have you been at? Okay,
Thankfully,
Tim
none. If they
Purpura
involved
put you
Gio
in your
Meyer.
place.
Thankfully, none. If Gio Meyer was playing.
Okay.
Let me see what he's done. He's got to have something else going on. He was drafted, 21st pick overall by the Astros. Couldn't hit at all.
No.
Couldn't hit coming out, and that's what he was.
Yeah,
Man,
but you couldn't hit 237.
Purpura could ball.
Yeah.
Like nobody drafted better than Tim Purpura. No one was better.
So I got it. Okay, so I saw this. I learned this weekend, but it's too much.
Oh, he's currently the deputy of the Orange County Sheriff's Department.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's you know what? Thank you for your service. Look, the Medal of Valor.
Orange
You're
County,
trying to-
California.
Deputy Giovanni
You're denigrating
Meyer.
that man.
He won. Look at this. YouTube. This is actually a real thing. He won. Let me take my little thing off.
Is it Orange County, California?
Yeah.
Okay.
He won
He's
a medal of
protecting and serving me.
valor.
Maybe you
He
saw
won
him
a
at
medal
a
of
HEB.
valor for saving somebody's life in a.
Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you for your service.
in a jail.
And here you are just ripping him.
You sure you didn't see him in a Vons when you're shopping? Is that where you saw him out and about? That's like you're like, I saw him. You sure?
I might have seen him.
Did he pull you over?
Maybe. I was like, Giovanni Meyer, you couldn't hit. Give me that ticket.
Look at this guy jumping off. See, Giovanni Meyer he may not have been any good at baseball, but he's good at helping people as an Orange County deputy, though. See, he's right there. Giovanni Meyer just saving a guy's.
He's going to kill himself by jumping one floor down in a jail?
Well, he's just going to make things messy on himself.
Oh.
He was just probably going to break a leg.
Turn an ankle.
That's
Yeah.
all. That's all you're going to do.
Gio's like, everything's fine. Look, dude, I was a first
How does
round
he
pick.
save his life? He's
I don't
only
want to
one.
be here anymore. I know what you mean. I was in Greenville as a rookie. First round pick, 21st pick. I hit 235, 2 home runs. The radio show in Houston kept bashing me all the time. And they were making fun of me along with the other shortstops. Okay, you think that was a good time for me? And I basically stayed in minor leagues forever as a first round pick. I never made it up.
Yes, he
I
did.
played 9 years of minor league baseball, and then I played with the Tijuana Toros.
Giovanni made it up to the big leagues.
I
What are you
played with the
talking about?
Tijuana Toros, Mexican League Baseball before I made it here. I know things are tough, but they get better. You're going to get out of jail. You're going to do something incredible. Look at me. I'm about to win a Medal of Valor for what you're about to do, and I'm about to help you. Okay? It gets better after this.
I'm not sure it's going to get any better for him. Gio Meyer played for Texas, who, by the way, is going to be on CW 39. Why are Rangers games on CW 39? That's what I want to know. Well, he was with their
I
double
can't
A.
believe I just found out that
He's in
Giovanni
Mexico.
Meyer.
I can't find any major league stats for him. Oh well, never mind. So I saw this. Okay, we got a little bit of time. So there's
For
so
a
much
break?
talk. There's so much talk about.
Time for a break?
Yeah, I know. We're
fine.
We don't
No.
have that much news of the weird today. It's okay.
It's by the time we get back, it'll be 9:54 anyway.
So did you? Okay, so the women's track and field records in every event in track and field, women's track and field record.
Okay.
Like for the 100 meter, the world record is 10.49 for a woman.
Oh, that's fast.
and a 15-year-old boy broke that. The women's 200 meter, 21.34, a 14-year-old boy.
Are you though?
So this was amazing to me. Every single women's record in track and field has been broken by a 15-year-old or a 14-year-old boy. Remember that old argument about whether or not a WNBA team could beat a state?
Well, those are really fast. Yeah, but those are really fast. Those are fast times for women too.
Yeah.
That's faster than, like, I'm writing up draft prospects who are great high school sprinters, state champs, and they were running in a
women's world record ought to be up there with.
No, but a 10.6. That's an 18-year-old running a 10.6 who won a state championship. Like, I look at these track times all the time for these guys. They don't run into 10.4s is a really fast time for high school. 10.4 is a really fast time for high school. And you got 14 and 15-year-olds.
10.20, 15-year-old.
That's incredible.
Incredible fast. Incredibly fast. And I think it's a kid from Texas.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, what I was amazed at is that, yeah, I mean, there's this argument in this country that's it's gone way too far about whether or not boys should be playing in women's sports. But when 14-year-olds and 15-year-olds have broken every women's record, world record in track and field.
That's a sprint more than a skill, but I get what you're saying. No, I don't.
No. Every mile, 5,000, 400 meters, high jump, pole vault, long jump.
So I do
not
think
any record that a woman has.
We're not gonna. We've done this forever. But boys state championship basketball team, I think, would be the
WNBA team. Absolutely,
yeah, I think so.
Absolutely.
We've had that before, and I know that Joel's talked about the fact that they scrimmaged.
Yeah.
Against, like, Joel was on a team that scrimmaged, and some of the Rockets. The people who worked in the Rockets, they were against the Comets. And this is with 3 really good players, a multi-championship team. Now, I think WNBA basketball is better now than it was then because they were playing against.
Although Cynthia Cooper and Cheryl Swoops and
they were
Tina,
good, but they
could
played
play.
Against dental hygienists.
Yeah.
They didn't play against the good players.
No, but they were good.
Do we say, we can't say plumbers. We have to say, like, dental hygienists or something?
I don't know.
What do we say when we denigrate?
Stewardesses?
No, it's flight attendants.
Flight
not even
attendants, yeah.
stewardesses
How do we
anymore.
denigrate
air waitress?
Women's basketball from the past? Like,
well, I thought
they played against plumbers.
Well, generally in the past, guys like you would just say women's basketball, and that'd be denigration
No, but we
enough.
gotta say something like plumbers. Like, you played against seamstresses. Like, what do you say? I don't know what you say.
Seamstresses.
You
Then
say,
what do you say?
Seamstresses.
You say nurse techs?
Okay.
Nurse,
we can't say plumbers, right?
Nurses?
Lab techs?
Nurses.
No.
Lab techs?
Lab technicians.
I don't know how
men
we
are lab techs
well,
too.
we denigrate
For the most part, there are male nurses, but it's mostly women.
But you denigrate Jordan's era by saying you played against plumbers. You should be able to denigrate women's basketball as well. That's only fair.
Nurses.
That's only fair. But yes, he said they did pretty well.
Yeah.
Against the Comets.
But who's this argument for? Even the women in the sports don't say that they would win these matchups.
It's mainly just dudes.
Yeah, who
on
want to
social
take
media
shots at women's
and
sports.
having arguments. It's
No, but
just
I was
having arguments.
What was amazing to me
Where we
was
wanna
that
crap on
there's
women's
not
sports,
there's not a woman's record that a 15-year-old boy hasn't beaten. That to me, I would have thought that there's no
But
way.
I will say the women's world records are beating most high school state champions. In most states. Texas is different. Texas and California and Florida is kind of different. But I'll bet you if I go look at Ohio's, and that's I bet the Ohio State Championship, maybe a 10-3.
Well, okay, so the women's world record should
Ted
be
Ginn's
yes.
like, what do you mean Ohio? Isn't Ted Ginn from Ohio?
Yeah.
Ted Ginn's like, what are you talking about?
Right. I would say Dakota, north or south, one of them.
You're just looking for the white states. Just
That's
taking
right.
shots at your own people.
That's right. Yeah, find Whitey, and I'm going to tell you what, a woman the women world record holder could beat him.
Ohio's got some fast ass runners.
What are you talking about?
Eric Harrison ran a 10:02 with 3.1.
Charles Woodson's from Ohio.
Deshaun Marshall ran a 10:05. Who?
Charles Woodson's from Ohio. What are you just ripping Ohio for?
Well, no, it doesn't mean he has 100 meter speed.
I'm suggesting that they probably have pretty good athletes there.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, no, they do. They
got some big cities there.
Yeah.
Time to talk about Aqueduct
All right,
Plumbing.
let me look at Minnesota.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Go to Idaho. You're going to find their record. Their record is not going to.
Oh yeah, no, I find guys from like North Dakota, like he won state championship with an 11:01. Like 11:01, I could run 11:21.
Well,
probably
that's not true at all. We're going to have to fact check that one. Okay.
You don't
After the
know.
show, Lance is going to run 100.
I can't.
Can you walk a 100?
Got clothes on.
Can you
clothes on.
jog a 100?
Yeah, I could jog one.
I rode my bike here today, and I thought, oh, this is a little much.
It's a little chilly out there.
It was a little chilly out there, but it's time. You know what? Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I don't know. I have no transition there, but I do have. We were talking about the Brown going down earlier in the show, and that's because of Billy Brown and his people letting the Brown go down. Billy talked about, hey, listen, you guys have responded, and I want you to keep putting this number 281-488-6238. If you haven't put it in your phone yet, you need to put it in your phone. 281-488-6238, because that Aqueduct Plumbing Company is where you are going to, whenever you have any kind of an issue, you call Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and they're going to come to your home. They're going to give you a free consultation, and they're going to take care of the business. I don't know any other plumbers. I really don't. I've never needed a plumber before Billy, and then when I needed Billy, he was there for me and did an unbelievably great job. But you, unless you're related to a plumber, trust the people that you can trust, and that's Aqueduct Plumbing Company, 281-488-6238 or aqueductplumbingcompany.com. All right, news of the weird time here on ESPN 97.5. A man found missing 90% of his brain. Defies scientific understanding. Most of his skull was filled with water. And yet, he's been living a normal life. Do you think that all your kids have all their brains or not? I'm pretty sure mine don't all have all their brains.
Not the whole thing.
Not. Do you think 90% is water? Is there any chance that's why they're throwing pizza at each other's face?
They're not that like they actually have pretty good intelligence, but sometimes they do waterhead moves.
Yeah, like that. Oh, waterhead. That's not good.
I thought it was like your head's like a box of rocks.
Yeah,
but So water, you can survive. But what if they had 90% box of rocks in their head?
Well, no, people with no, they can't survive that.
Okay.
But 90%. But this is the first time they found a guy that had most of his brain missing and 90% water that he was normal. How about that?
How normal is normal?
I mean, they said like normal, living a normal life. Okay, he's
what's he do for a living?
He's a civil servant.
Okay.
Wait a minute. In whose administration?
I don't
Okay,
know.
I'm not going there. Whose administration is he in?
No idea.
The U.S. is making more seizures of illegal eggs than fentanyl and its Canadian and Mexican borders. Do you think that eggs are now more valuable on the open market than fentanyl?
I mean, I guess all these egg eaters. I hear about I'm sure the price of eggs. Everyone needs eggs, but I just really haven't had a lot of eggs lately.
You
I
haven't?
just don't crave. I don't really eat breakfast that much.
No, but I like eggs I
You
like
can eat eggs
for lunch
whenever.
all the time.
Yeah.
I eat a lot of eggs.
I don't remember the last time I bought eggs just to have them. I might have bought them for a specific recipe or something I need an egg or two for, but just to have them for like breakfast in the morning, years.
Really?
I don't buy eggs, no.
Oh, I've always got eggs at home. I'm always frying eggs. I love eggs. Every year, thousands of people descend upon Ashbourne, England, where they play a 2-day game of mass street football. One of the rules is no murder. Do you want to play in a mass street? Look, they're running through like giant, like rivers. Look at this football game. There's thousands of people, and they got a ball. And look at this.
Wait, but
you
they
just can't kill. The only rules is no murder.
Oh my God!
Look at this. It's crazy.
But they don't play football to them as soccer.
Yeah. Well,
What do they call this?
This might be rugby-ish.
Well, this is kill the man with the ball. Basically.
Yeah, this is basically.
It's not like you can really score.
Yeah. What was the old name of kill the guy with the ball?
I think it was hurt the person with the football.
No, it was smear. It was smear.
It's called
smear.
It was called schmear.
Schmear.
Don't bow down the fear, right?
Smear the fear.
No.
Something like
I don't know why.
My mom's made us say tackle the man with the ball.
So did mine.
Yeah.
Don't say that. My mom used to say that.
Good on your mom.
Mac Jones's
I
mom
know.
said
Good for
that
your mother.
earlier
I
on.
know. We got good moms.
Well, it depends. There was always one kid. You don't know. And one kid, the older kid in the neighborhood, would come down and start dropping bombs on everybody. Like, what? Can you say that? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah.
Like, don't worry about it. That's what it's called.
Well,
okay.
but
and then the mom would get a hold of him like, I don't like that kid.
No.
There's always one kid in the neighborhood who you may have
There
been
were a
you.
lot of kids in my
Yeah, that's
neighborhood.
what I was going to say. There's always this one kid in the neighborhood that the other
There
parents
were a lot of
didn't
kids
really
in
like.
my neighborhood. My mom did.
He always had a cool bike, but you always he had with mags on the wheels, but you always thought, there's a chance he stole it from somebody in the neighborhood too.
Well, that's good. I mean, that happens. Stuff happens. Kids lose stuff.
That's not losing. Someone stole that from me.
Yeah. Well,
I didn't lose my jacket. That guy took it off
literally
me.
In my neighborhood, white guys would have stolen bikes from Gilbert. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Well, because some people weren't allowed in the neighborhood.
Yeah. Everybody was allowed in my neighborhood.
Sure.
Everybody.
John wasn't
Hey,
in
my mom used to say, "Don't say that. Call it. Kill the guy with the
He
ball."
wasn't in Bed-Stuy in the 80s.
Yeah.
Don't say that, but hey, also let's take a look at our neighbors and make sure they're the right ones.
Don't say that word, but also
don't go over there.
I got a story about that.
I bet you do.
I do, but it was about me.
Well, I know
it was about my family.
I know you're bringing down the property value.
about
Yeah,
my family.
my neighbor was trying to sell his house. He came over, knocked on the door. Can you keep your kids inside?
Yeah, you're scaring people.
My mom was like,
I'm
"Wow."
trying to sell the house.
Can you keep your kids inside? All right, we got to go. You got to talk about John Daspit.
John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm is here for you. If you have an injury out on the roadway, out in the water, out at a business somewhere that has not done their job, they've been negligent, John Daspit is the name to know and the phone number to call, 713-CALL-NOW, 713-CALL-NOW. He and his lawyers are going to fight for you. He keeps one of the largest law staffs that you are going to find for a personal injury lawyer in the entire state. And the reason's simple. He wants everyone to get a fair amount of service from the lawyer. He wants the lawyer to get into your case and really treat you the way that you deserve to be treated. You are not a number with a Daspit Law Firm. But if you go with one of these other companies, there's a good chance that you are going to be just a settlement number that they want to clear in the month. He's not about clearing something in a month. If it takes a year, 2 years, whatever it takes, he's going to get you the best result possible, and he will make sure all your bills are covered, all your time from work is covered, and you're going to get a proper pain and settlement coverage as well. 713-CALL-NOW, 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
Welcome to the show. Hope everyone had a good weekend or whatever you needed to get out of it. Hopefully it went well for you. And Elon was in a bit of trouble at about 8:30 to about 9:15 on the eve of the opening of the legal tampering period. Twitter goes down. How was I going to get my reports from Pelissero and Schefter and Rappaport for when a backup defensive tackle signed someplace? It was almost blue sky time, but Elon got it together. We will have Twitter, and in less than an hour, the legal tampering period will begin for the signings that have been reported beforehand, or the trades don't become official until, I guess, March 12th, is it? But the signings that have happened already, those are ones where a player was released, so those can happen, like Sheldon Rankins back as a Texan. That news can be reported because he got released. So that's why Sheldon Rankins can come back and be a Texan. We heard people locally report that for several reporters for several days say this could be a thing, and it turns out it was. So he was here in 2023. He's back. We'll see what else the Texans have in store. They don't have a lot of cap space, so maybe they're not very active. They did restructure Azeez Al-Shaair. You expect more of that to come if they're going to be even a minimal player for agency just to add pieces. They've got their own guys that they have to give deals to that may not be at the front of their priorities, because those can be worked on as they get closer and closer to the year. But one guy who is going to look out on the landscape and go, you know what, I'm going to need, let's just say, say $5 million more than what he's getting, is Derek Stingley, because J.C. Horn gets a giant deal from the Carolina Panthers. And who is J.C. Horn represented by? Athletes First. And why that might be something to you, that is David Mulligetta's agency. And guess who, knowing this could be a thing for him, guess who hired David Mulligetta and Athletes First last offseason? Right before the start of the 2024 season was Derek Stingley. So he is represented by that agency. So he's already seen his agency go get a corner that we would all say is not as good of a player as Derek Stingley, get a giant deal. So Derek Stingley's next. Does it happen immediately? Maybe not, but just be on the lookout. So what's the going rate for a really good corner? It is 4 years, $100+ million, and $70 million of it guaranteed, I believe. I was crediting Elon for getting it back, and now it's gone again. So we will see. It might be blue sky time. We will see if the Schefters and the Rappaports of the world start posting on Blue Sky to get their news out. But yeah, it's about 4 years, $100 million and $70 million guaranteed for J.C. Horn. So if you're looking for a standard of a number and a hurdle that Stingley will look to clear, it'll be that. So if the Texans aren't very active, it's because of who they have to pay. It's the price of hitting on high draft picks at premium positions. Stingley, Will Anderson, and of course, C.J. Stroud. I don't think C.J. Stroud, no matter what he does, I can't say no matter what he does. He still has some years. But what Josh Allen got, whatever is relative at the time when C.J. Stroud's contract comes up, I don't think he's getting that unless he has an MVP under his belt. So I wouldn't use the record-setting numbers by Josh Allen for a couple reasons. The price will go up, and also we're talking about, if not number 2, then certainly a top 3 quarterback in the sport. We can only hope that CJ reaches that level when it's time to get paid, but he'll get his money as well. So that's kind of an opening in the free agency. And of course, if there's any Texans news between now and when the show is over, we'll let you know. We will be starting our second hour when the legal tampering period opens up. And of course, we'll get you news from everybody else as well. I mean, I'm sure there'll be big names coming off the board. I'm sure some team's going to spend a lot of money on some guard. Be very exciting to pay a guard $10 million. I'm sure that excites a fan base.
Can't wait to then see all the tweets about his PFF grade.
No, it's well worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, why we either shouldn't listen to the PFF grade or why it defends why he's the highest paid guard in NFL history.
That'll be the calculus or the mental Olympics that everyone's doing, no matter what the position is. Why I should listen to PFF, why I shouldn't. If your team, and if you're a big homer or you just love your team and you love free agency, if your team makes a free agent signing, you either discard the numbers that tell you that he's overpriced, or you will laud the numbers saying you got great value. It doesn't matter.
Especially O-line, because there's nothing like you can't just go to like their ESPN.com page and be like, what? He had 800 yards receiving with that quarterback. This guy's going to be awesome now.
Yeah.
With offensive line, it's like PFF grades kind of all you have other than being a real ball knower, which none of us, or very few of the people commenting on Twitter, but especially about like a guy who is on a different team's offensive line. Like if you want to be a fan and you have a pretty good idea of how your offensive line is performing.
For example, you asked me about Liam Eichenberg because we were talking about guards for the Texans.
Yes.
And my immediate response was, well, he falls down a lot, because I wouldn't know that about a Cardinals offensive lineman.
Yeah.
But I watch him fall down all the time while trying to block people, which isn't a good thing for a lineman.
No,
or really any football player to fall down all the time.
You prefer he stays.
Yeah, so you would have known that about him, but I would. So that's your point.
Yeah, is that we know a lot. I don't want to say intimately familiar, but we are intimately familiar with what Shaq Mason on your football team does, or Kenyon Green on your. We know the difference between Juice Scruggs and Jared Patterson. If you just get like any other fan base just walking down the street, a Vikings fan, well, maybe Vikings because they have 17 former Texans on their team.
Mm-hmm.
But if you get a Green Bay Packers fan, like they don't know who these guys are. So if they sign Shaq Mason, they're like, oh, sweet.
I remember him from the Patriots.
Yeah,
he was pretty good.
Awesome.
They're not going to know the last 2 years have been, particularly 2024 is a giant disappointment. They're not going to know, but we will.
We will.
We'll
judge.
I'm not going to search Packers Twitter.
No, I will.
Well,
be like, you don't know ball.
Let me take it back. I will search it, but I won't comment on their misconceptions about Shaq Mason. If whoever or whoever signs him, I will look into how people feel about him and go, just shake my head. I'm like, you don't know. You don't know what
fans,
I know.
You have no idea what's coming for you.
You
because they're a team with actually a bad offense.
Yeah, you got the Dolphins too, so I'm a little fearful.
Oh, he would love Miami.
Oh yeah. I'm sure he would. A lot of guys love Miami. It's a place to be, not to win, but it's a place to be. So I don't know where Shaq Mason will land. He's no longer our problem. We will see what the Texans do to fill a hole that was there when he played, but certainly now that he's gone, a hole in that offensive line. I mean,
they thought they had the whole field. To be fair,
but it was.
And then on Sunday, you're like,
yeah. I don't know what convinced them. Maybe Monday through Friday. It's pretty good. And then Sunday rolls around. Oh, we got a problem. So they're going to have to figure that out and do it with little to no money. Of course, the salary cap is real, but it isn't. You can always make a move here or there to free up some cash. The Texans have done that so far. They can do it again. So, like I said, tampering period begins at 11. Legal tampering period opens up. If they make a move, we'll let you know. And we'll talk about the NFL as a whole as well. Okay, we'll get to a camp update at some point today. A lot of words from Espada and Dana Brown on Cam Smith, including Jim Bowden's words that they kind of backed up, that he could possibly be playing in the outfield if he makes a roster. Even if it's not opening day, even if it's later in the year, there may be a spot for Cam Smith to play some outfield just to get that bat in the lineup. So we'll talk about that. We'll get into the Rockets news. Yeah, you smack around the Pelicans, but a couple major injuries, and there are reasons to like and dislike Ime Udoka if you're a giant Rocket fan, particularly if you're a stan of a player that's not getting a lot of minutes. But is this the real first, what the hell were you doing thing he's done? For the most part, it's been 2 years of glad you're not Steven Silas. Man, this team plays hard. We love how this team treats the game. They're always trying to win. And hell, if they want to get in a fight, we're good with that too. We're not used to a Rocket team being this ornery. It's generally been positive vibes for him beyond rotations. That everyone complains about that stuff. But this one may be due for an explanation. So we'll get into that as well. We're just getting started here on the show. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. Me, Sean, till noon. We will be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Just needs the rebound. Just shoot it off the backboard like Ricky Davis and go get it. Just to make sure it's your own backboard. Shout out Ricky Davis. That's my guy right there. And slow to get off. That is good for Murphy. Ben's limping a little bit. And he's going to walk off the floor. Triple double might not be that valuable. Yeah, it's less than ideal. Hopefully that's just fatigue right there. They got to call a timeout to attend to him. Should have moved the first over. And then Thompson going to go right back to the that's not good. Rockets locker room.
So with about 5:50 to go in a 36-point game, the Rockets are leading. Now, Amen wasn't the only rotation player in the game. Jabari Smith was there. Cam Whitmore is not really in the rotation. Landell was in there as well. I think Aaron Holiday too. So it wasn't as if it was the end of the bench. Some guys are just going to play no matter what the time and score is. But why your starting wing is in the game? You heard the guys talk about it. Craig Ackerman, that's from Space City Home Network. Craig Ackerman and Ryan Hollins discussing the triple-double and referencing the Ricky Davis play from, 15 years ago or so? I don't know how long ago that play was. Maybe a little less time than that.
25.
Yeah. I just couldn't remember it. It's been a long time, but it's still a play that lives in the lore of the NBA, him throwing the ball off his own backboard to try to get a rebound for a triple-double. The NBA said, no, you don't get that rebound. You don't get your triple-double. But Amen Thompson in the game, he goes up for a mid-range jumper. First mistake. We don't take those anymore in the NBA. And I don't know who is a Pelican big. No one knows who the Pelicans are, to be honest with you. The Pelican big slides under him. Amen lands on his foot, and he turns his ankle. Could not finish the game. You heard them say go right to the locker room. So the question is, if the announcers thought it was about the triple-double, is this strictly Ime saying, hey, you're pretty close. You need one more rebound? Let's go get it. It would go against what he's about, it feels like. That doesn't feel like an Ime Udoka thing to care about a triple-double in a blowout of the Pelicans. But you got to ask, if that was a thinking, if Amen lobbied you to get a triple-double in this meaningless game and situation, and you said, you know what, let's go do that. Let's go get you another triple-double. Now, he's only out for a couple weeks. Those things, allegedly, we'll see how he responds. I'm going to treat everyone in town like they're the Astros until proven otherwise with their injury reports. But that could have gone a different way. I've seen guys land on another guy's foot coming down, and it's a month. It's a month and a half, particularly if it's a awful sprain, which really at that point is closer to a tear and a break because there could be ligament damage depending on how you fall. I don't really call out Ime for anything. He's done a fine job. This one, if that's his reasoning, if we find out that he's like, you know what, Amen, let's go get you one against the Pelicans, I got a problem with it. There's no reason for it. It's not that important. Amen Thompson's not known as a triple-double king, and it's not breaking a record. It's a nice stat to have, but it was one of the soft triple-doubles. It was like 15, 11, and 9. Who cares?
It's also not his first career triple-double.
This is what I'm saying. Well, that's the other thing. He's not
Like
known
his
for
fifth?
getting them.
Yeah.
He has had them in the past, and it wasn't as if he was on like Jokic pace, like a 30, 20, and 20. This was like 15. It was going to be 15, 11, and 10 if he got the last rebound in a meaningless game. Well, not meaningless as far as the Rockets trying to climb the standings.
At this point,
it's meaningless. The game is over. I said it was 36 points. They're up with about 5:50 to go. It's a meaningless point in the game. It's a meaningless stat. It's not necessary. I'm not going to put that on him. That's the explanation. At least that's the reasoning people have. Because why would Amen Thompson be in the game at that point? And you heard the announcers talking about it. But why would Jabari Smith be in the game? He wasn't looking for a triple-double. Some guys with 5:50 to go have to play.
Yes.
And some guys are, even guys you care about and count on, are going to have to play at that point in the game.
Especially when you have a core 7.
And one of them, who we haven't even mentioned, will be out for like 4 weeks.
Well, I think that plays into this because I have just the clip up right now, right when he's turning his ankle, And on the court with them, like you said, it's Amin Thompson, Jabari Smith, Jock Landale, Cam Whitmore, and
Was it Aaron Holiday? Was
Nate Williams.
Okay, Nate Williams. Okay.
I do wonder if that ankle should have been Reed Shepherd's. If someone has to get hurt. Someone has to get hurt. Because when you play basketball, you get hurt.
Yes, it happens.
Every time. I think that's the Reed Shepherd effect with you. Because that team needs a point guard out there. I mean, you don't really need it, but you can't have Cam Whitmore dribble the ball up because
he won't pass it.
You want other people to have the ball.
Sure.
So you do need someone out there, Jayshawn Tate.
And
you need a guy out there. So it's not like the most indefensible.
And to your point, and I've heard Ime talk about Amin as the point guard stuff. It's not. I know we stopped talking about it because he doesn't play the position that much, and they have multiple guards who are point guards. Yeah. But that's not off the table for the Rockets. And this would be a time to get him opportunities to run a team, get on ball stuff where he's actually the initiator and see how he fares. And I guess you say, hey, this is turnovers. A couple doesn't really matter because this game's a blowout. So this is an opportunity for him to have the ball in his hands as the primary creator. So there is some value there. If that is the reason they're doing it, I have much less of a problem, if a problem at all, with him being in the game. But if it's stat hunting, then that's a different thing altogether.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, we can sit here and say, like, doesn't seem like a Ime Udoka or a coaching staff thing, but it's a possibility. But I think it's more likely that they needed someone to run the offense or to be like a point guard on the court and run the offense. And it makes sense that it would be Amin Thompson, like you said.
Who was drafted to be a point guard.
Yeah. So, especially because Jabari Smith's out there. If they wanted to, really put all the scrubs in there, or all the guys that Rockets fans wouldn't care if they
turn an ankle
and be out for 2 weeks. Jabari Smith wouldn't be out there. Jayshawn Tate would be out there.
Yeah, and you could have thrown Aaron Holiday, who although does get rotation minutes.
Aaron Holiday should have been lobbying for, hey, I can get 20 points in this game, which he eventually did because he got hurt.
Yeah, someone had to come in for him. So,
yeah, and he was like, finally, I get my 20-point game. That's what we do at the Houston Rockets.
All it did was cost Amin Thompson his ankle for a couple of weeks.
Oh, sounds like more 20-point games on the menu for Amin Thompson or for Aaron Holiday.
Does he have 5 more games against the Pelicans to play? Does he get the
pretty close?
It feels like it. We're in the same division.
The upcoming schedule. Well, no, and also the upcoming schedule.
Yeah, but the Pelicans are a real sort of bad. Like
they are a special kind of bad, but the 76ers are on the schedule.
The Sixers actually try. They're not good, but the Sixers do try.
How much longer are they actually? Look at their record and okay, I'm fine with them trying. I don't think they're that good. Also, I don't know how much longer they'll be trying.
Well, I think if we want to call it a problem, the issue would be is that the guys who you would expect to have a whole bunch of quit in them, 2 of them are already pretty much gone. Like Paul George is about done. The finger barely works. He's out there playing. He was out there playing for no reason. We know Embiid's gone, and they're going to shut down Maxey too. Then you're just going to see a lot of guys who just want to play, because they don't get minutes,
get buckets.
Yeah, so they will try it. I think
Gershon Yabusele will be like,
yeah, he's playing for a new contract.
Yabu time.
Yeah, we saw he got brought back from the NBA graveyard because of what he did in the Olympics. That guy's going to try. Of course, the Sixers have a tanking agenda. Surprisingly, they're back to that. It has been part of their recent past. So they don't want to win a lot of games because their pick is like top 6 protected or something like that.
And they're like right on the bubble.
Yeah, so they're right on the bubble. So Maxey eventually will be a guy you don't see, and maybe the Rockets don't see him.
What I'm saying is that until they play the Nuggets on March 23rd, they do not play a team with a winning record. And then they don't play another one until the last day of March when they play the Lakers, who let's see if LeBron's playing.
And this is less about them and their ability to rise up the standings and more about how many 20-point games Aaron Holiday might be able to get.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the winning is like a side effect of that. That's like, oh, hey, couple wins too.
Well, if they're blowing teams out, he's got more chances.
I will. Yes, I was gonna say I would like to see Aaron Holiday's 20-point games versus or the record when Aaron Holiday has 20-point games. I imagine it's good. They should do it every night.
We know it's a blowout one way or the other.
Yeah,
if he's getting 20-point games.
It's like when a team has a lot of rushing guards and they win. It's like, oh, okay. It's because they were up. They ran the ball.
Yes.
They're up. So Aaron Holiday got 20 points. Or actually, it might be Cam Whitmore. Honestly, if Cam Whitmore scores more than 16, that means he had to play
if he's not starting
20 minutes.
Yeah. If he's not starting because of injuries, if he's scoring more than 16, it's probably a blowout in some way, shape, or form. But I'm not going to lean into he was trying to get Amin Thompson triple-double. I think it was more partly your thought about they needed someone to run the offense, but also my belief that they want to get him point guard initiator reps and see what it looks like as he continues to grow.
If this is a court of law, you cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he was trying to stat hunt for Amin Thompson. I think he gets off. I just watched juror number 2.
At least in this courtroom, he does.
Yeah, I just watched
enough
juror
reasonable
number
doubt.
2.
How was it?
That was good. That was good. Good movie. Good flick. Clint Eastwood still got it.
Good to know. Good to know. Speaking of like legends, that Gene Hackman story gets weirder and weirder.
Yeah.
It's odd. It's a very odd thing to happen. If we haven't talked about it since we initially brought it up, but now she was, according to reports, she was dead maybe a week before he died.
Yes, and she was like his primary caregiver, giving him all the meds that he needs to take.
So her death eventually led to his death because there's no one to take care of him and no one to check in on them.
Which is wild.
Which is nuts.
Because
I don't know if he has kids or not.
Yeah.
No one calls dad. No, or I guess kids who are alive and kids who might care about him, I guess are the better questions.
I can't speak to that.
Yeah.
But I'm sure I can look up on Wikipedia.
I assume he has children. No one decided to check in on dear old dad to see what's up and not hearing from him. I imagine he's not calling in when he's 95, affirmed, all that stuff. But the caregiver, no one could get a hold of her. That might have been a clue.
Yeah.
But oh well.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace to
Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman, Betty. I don't want to get her name. Betsy. I try and get her last name right. Betsy Arakawa. And of course, the family dog died as well. Okay. We will get to some Astro stuff when we come back. We'll do our camp report. If you want to get in, you can. Willie PICU. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. Actually, before we do that, it's a question of dignity we're going to get to. If you're on a high school basketball team, would you be okay with holding the ball for 7 minutes because your coach thinks it's the best way to win a game? I don't know, man. I might have taken a shot. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Sean Mapes asked a very pertinent question. What does he have to do to get a hoop spot? 28-year-olds like to dunk too. I mean, Jeremy Branham and John always talking about kids like to dunk. What, some 28-year-old who's running a home doesn't want to put a hoops in front of his yard? Not that Sean is in that specific scenario.
I would love to live in that world, though.
Yeah.
Where I have a home with a drive yard.
Yeah.
And a adjustable hoop that goes down to 8 foot. And after work, I could just dunk.
Yeah. I've seen enough, like, guys who have homes, are roommates and rent a home together, whatever. I've seen those guys. They want a hoop where they can dunk on too. It's not just for kids. Hoops. Let Sean know.
You're missing out on the 28-year-old market.
Yeah, just saying. Just saying.
And some 28-year-olds, they'd have kids.
Yeah, exactly. And it won't. And there may be toddlers, but it'll be for the 28-year-old
until they're 5 or 6 or however.
Definitely, and the hoops goal will last long enough for those kids to be able to dunk.
But
until that point, the 28-year-old and then into his 30s will dunk on the hoops goal.
I think I just want a adjustable hoop.
It's very cool. That's right. Oh, you'd rather have them send it to you than speak for them?
I don't have a place to put it.
Put it at your parents' house. Just go over there and dunk the basketball.
I'd move.
Move back. just
San
for that.
Antonio.
That's how great hoops is. Willie P, speaking of basketball, he called in last week to talk about going to the Pelicans game. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning, Dale. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. Yeah, I went to the game on Saturday. You know, I was dressed as Workout Ken. My daughter was dressed as Workout Barbie. It's funny because it was supposed to be a Barbie game. Didn't have too many Barbie decorations, which my 5-year-old daughter was disappointed. She was like, there could have been more pink at the game. So we definitely stood out. People were taking pictures and congratulating me, being a great father, whatever. It was cool, great time. I am disappointed, though, that Zion decided to suck it up until the third quarter when they were down by 20. Like, dude, come on. One other thing, shout out to Fulham for beating Man U last week. To Brighton. Like, are you kidding me? That is
Brighton's better Brighton's better than Man U. What are you talking about? They are. Oh, okay. Now reality has hit. Welcome. Brighton's better than you. You can't call in and talk trash to me. You can't call in and talk trash when the team that beat my team is better than your team. That's not how it works.
You know what? It's the history. I'll let it go. You know, real quick. You know what's funny? My dad told me that being a Manchester United fan is like being a Yankees or Lakers or Cowboys fan because it's been so long since we had Sir Alex Ferguson and we won titles. He's like, that's all you guys live off of is those titles back in the 90s and early 2000s, which is kind of true. But no, the real reason I called because you guys were crapping on running point, and so I decided to binge it yesterday, and I watched the entire 10 episodes, the entire season. First off, love me some Kate Hudson, certified milkman right here. I ain't even gonna lie. I love me some Kate Hudson. I enjoyed the show. I get why they're coming back for a season 2. It was entertaining. I mean, it was also it's along the same lines as like Ted Lasso. So I think that's why I enjoyed it a lot. I really love Ted Lasso. I'm actually excited for that to come back as well. But yeah, man, you guys should actually just watch it. It's a feel good show, man. It's not bad. I recommend it. But anyways, you guys have a good day. Love the show. Keep doing what you're doing. Sean A. Mace, what do you do, baby?
Appreciate it, Willie P. So renewed for a season 2. We got it's a good show review from Willie P.
Willie P. stamp of approval. Great father, Willie P. stamp of approval.
I forgot that was part of the equation, that it was Barbie day at the Rockets. He went out. He said he went as Workout Kim. Michael Carroll, really on the ropes.
I know.
I mean, we got to he said he tried it and he couldn't deal with it. I don't know if he likes Ted Lasso. Maybe it's just that's not his bag.
Yeah, the kind of hopeful optimism type show
with sports.
Yeah, he's like, give me someone like the Penguin, right?
Do you like Ted Lasso? Yeah. Willie P just said running points like Ted Lasso, kind of a what Ted Lasso type show. No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Okay. I'm just saying you're on the ropes. We got a review from a listener that was positive and a season 2. Boo. He boos you, Willie P.
Booing.
And the American public who liked the show.
And booing women in power positions everywhere.
We've been saying that for years. I don't know if Kate Hudson has the milkman appeal. That's why she's getting a season 2. But I said it on Friday. The woman's been in the business for years, getting stuff made because because of her appeal. No surprise that Running Point got a season 2. Just didn't appear like a show I would watch. But you know what? Maybe I'll give it a try because Willie P called the show out, and more so Michael for his negative review. So we'll get to that. Before we get to a break here, question of dignity, as I said before we went to break. If you missed it, this became a story because of the uniqueness of the situation. A Illinois high school team was playing for a section title. They're playing a team who they had lost to 6 times in a row, including twice earlier this year. The team in question was Pecatonica. Almost said Pentatonics, which I believe is a musical group.
I was about to ask. Yeah.
Pecatonica. They are a high-scoring team, up-tempo, although they play zone, which is kind of counterintuitive. They don't get out and press, but they do score a lot of points when they have the ball. So the team in question, Eastland, decided, you know what? We can't beat you playing normal, so we're going to hold the ball and force you to come out and guard us. And if you don't, we'll just keep holding the ball. Why? Because there's no shot clock in Illinois State basketball, apparently. We found that out. So they held the ball for nearly 7 minutes in the first quarter, and the first quarter score was 1-0. They made a free throw. They made a free throw and missed one.
Somebody?
Yeah, and the final score was, I believe, 36-31. Eastland won, so their strategy paid off. They slowed down and likely frustrated the team. And there's a clip of a kid just standing there half court, holding the ball at his hip, and no one coming out to get him. Like, it was a battle of wills.
Yeah, see that's where Pentatonics has to hold some of this.
Pecatonica.
Whatever. They play in a league without a shot clock. I
Playing
don't have
state
to get
apparently
right.
without a shot clock.
At some point you have to force the issue on defense. At least make them.
If you're the better team, you have to go out there and force it.
At least make them have to like pass the ball around.
And are there 5-second counts in high school? Like if you put pressure on them,
sure.
I don't know.
They seem to be playing an ancient form of basketball, so who knows what rules they have and don't have. You might not be allowed to cross over. I don't know. It's Illinois State basketball.
You can only dribble with one hand. Pick one, left or right. That's all you can do.
Also, this can't be a whole statewide thing, right? You're telling me that like Anthony Davis played without a shot clock and teams weren't doing this? Because if I played against Anthony Davis in high school, this is what I would do. I'll hold the ball. I can't let a future number 1 pick beat
Derrick Rose.
Derrick Rose went to the same high school. So did Jabari Parker, but that's less impressive of a name in 2025.
But still, he was an
in
NBA.
High school. He was
a top 5 pick.
Certified problem. People forget Jabari Smith was a problem, or Jabari Parker was a problem.
It is quite amazing that we're still playing. Well, look, in college basketball, we're still playing with halves.
It's the
only
in the world.
Only thing in the world of that sport where they play halves.
Women's basketball. Women's college
women
basketball.
shifted to quarters. They all play quarters except for men's college basketball.
It's crazy.
It's nuts.
Yes. So if I'm Pecatonica.
Yes.
I'm pressing.
Go out and guard.
I'm pressing.
Put some pressure on them.
Even
a held ball, switch a possession. So you get the ball back. Look, if you do it several times, look, even if the team doesn't get baited into actually playing basketball, you force a couple held balls in a row, it's your ball again.
Well, no, because they did eventually play basketball.
Yeah, in the third. Yeah, eventually. But for the first 7 minutes of the game, you're just going to stand there?
I don't get it. If I was a high school basketball coach, also, I would just press all the time. You see how press works in like college? Now you're giving me kids that are even worse than that.
Yeah, you better get them in condition. Get them in condition.
They're gonna make a terrible decision.
You better get them in condition early because your guys will get blown out too as far as their conditioning. But yeah,
okay. Here's what I do. I hold the ball for 7 minutes to start every game.
Are you a better athlete? Do you have better athletes? Because you can press all you want but if your athletes stink.
Here's what I'm running the hell out of them. Conditioning is not going to be the problem.
Okay, maybe
we might not be able to
talent
make a jump
and athleticism.
Shot. Yeah, but we'll get fast break layups. That's all we'll do.
Maybe mid to slow break layups, depending on how fast your team is. But yeah, as far as dignity is concerned, if you were on a team who employed that strategy,
so I'm on offense, holding the ball.
You're Eastland.
Okay.
Would you feel good about winning a super sectional title that way? Look, you've lost to this team 6 times in a row, so they beat your head in. So you got to try.
Did we do this every time?
This is the first. I believe it's the first time you tried.
Okay, that helps. That in a weird way that helps. Where it's like, okay, we had a win's a win. so we had to do some asymmetric warfare to win. But I hate everything about this.
I hate it too.
I hate the message it sends to the kids. I hate that Pentatonics didn't press. I hate everything about this.
There wasn't enough effort by the favorite to take the game into their own hands. I don't like holding the basketball. I get it. They're better than you. There is no shot clock in all of Illinois State basketball, not just this section. This is across the entire
If I had the
state.
over, I'm pissed.
Well, if you're gambling on high school basketball, you got bigger problems, I would say, particularly a sectional final, whatever the hell it was. But yeah, I get it, Coach. You found a way. You go viral. Not that was your plan. You just wanted to win the game, and the kids execute the game plan to a T. But I'm taking a little off the top of this win, a little bit.
It also executed the game plan to a T. You mean held the ball at their hip for 7 minutes?
Yeah, no, I was saying,
congratulations, guys.
If it was me, I'm taking a shot.
Of course,
I'm taking. I don't know if I could hold the ball for 7 minutes.
But we don't.
If I'm just standing out there, like if you're one of the guys off ball, okay. But if I got the guy holding the ball for
the point
7
guard
minutes
for Eastland,
yeah, whoever is determined is the person who's capable of doing it and not screwing it up by dribbling, I guess. I'd be so
by
mad.
playing basketball.
Yeah, I'd be so mad. I'm here to play ball.
Yeah.
In my head, I know they beat us, but I think we can beat them playing our way.
The final score was in the 30s, so like they did play basketball at some point, which is why.
Well, after the first 7 minutes of the first quarter,
yeah,
it was 1-0.
But that's why, like, I'm like, okay, I can't crush them too hard because they did eventually go out there and play and earn it.
Well, the thing is, I don't know
if they won like 6-4.
Yeah, that's
then
true.
Then I'm like, this is BS.
I just don't know how the rest of the game went because I'm not looking into it. I won't dare. No. But it's 1-0 at the end of a quarter. So you were better than them over the course of the next 3 by 4. Maybe your way would have worked no matter what.
Like just playing
ball. Now, I'm not saying you gotta you gotta be the 7 seconds or less Suns.
That's the thing. There's a middle ground between not doing anything for 7 minutes because you're trying to slow down a fast-paced team, and which, by the way, should have pressed. But you can slow it down without having to throw it in park. You can be like, hey, yeah, whatever. The 4 passes before you take a shot. Like
something.
Just anything.
Don't embarrass the game.
It was embarrassing to the game and to Eastland.
Yes,
I hope they get smoked in the next round of their playoff.
True. I need whoever the other team is to do something that frustrates the hell out of Eastland. I don't know what it would be because apparently they have all the patience in the world. But something. I'm rooting against those. The kids, it's harsh. I'm rooting against the coach.
I'm rooting against the kids too.
No,
I'm rooting against the 16-year-old.
They took orders from a coach.
A lot of people are following orders, do bad things.
Well, it's basketball, Sean. It's not exactly what you're referring to.
A lot of people are just following orders.
It's not 1945 and before. It's just Illinois State basketball. No, it's not comparable. Trust me.
I mean, they're playing 1945 basketball.
Not even, because even Norman Dell said you could pass a basketball. Shout out to Gene Hackman, RIP. Even he wanted passes just before you shot.
I know. This actually bothers me. I think if they would have won like 6-4, it would have. It's like more Mickey Mouse, but at least they stay committed to it. They really were like, we just needed this to not be a 4-quarter game. We need it to be a 3-quarter game
because perhaps they couldn't run with those guys for 4 quarters, but 3 we got a real shot.
We got it.
And
Here
they won.
Eastland.
And they won. Like they say, it looks like a line drive in the box score, right, Sean? It looks like a regular ass low scoring game in the box score,
I was
right?
gonna say not really because it says 36-31.
Hey, can you not really explain what happened in the first quarter by stats? We're just not gonna mention that in the box score. That 1 point was scored through an entire first quarter of a sectional final. Okay. I don't want to win a title that way. That's all I'm saying.
And it's disgusting to Illinois basketball.
Yeah. I've never cared about Illinois basketball. Never will again.
No.
But this, embarrassing to the sport.
Yeah. What would Derrick Rose think? That's what I asked this coach.
Well, he would have stole that ball from that kid and dunked all over him. That's what he
walked over.
Yeah, he would have just removed that ball from that kid's hand and went down to the other end and
And
dunked on him.
Reverse double pump. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, that's what Derrick Rose would have done because he did it quite a bit in his high school career. Okay, we'll get the break here. But before I do that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's a place you go to because spring is coming. And what that means is you get employee savings on their Silverado 1500s. They are giving you the opportunity to pay what the employees pay on that car. You can check out the entire inventory at monumentchevrolet.com and then head on out there. It's in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And maybe you don't want a Silverado 1500. There are plenty of other cars you can take a look at, from the Blazers to the Tracks. They're all out there waiting for you to give a good look at. And once you get out there, you can understand this. The price doesn't change. The price is the price, whether you're getting those employee savings or not. They're going to get you in the car that's best suited to you. And I want to let you know that Sammy, who you might meet out there, is the employee of the week. He does a great job of understanding what type of buying experience you want, and he's going to make it easy and enjoyable for you. He's very friendly, very funny, and that's part of the deal when you go out there. There's no pressure. There are no high pressure tactics. All they want you to do is find the car for you, and they'll put you in that car. So check it out. Whether you are just going to check them out on the website at monumentchevrolet.com and then going out there and see all they have to offer on the lot. Whether it be Sammy or another great salesperson, the Monument Chevrolet people take care of you because they've been in a business for 50 years and they're going to treat you like family because that's what it's like when you're out there. You become part of their family. So monumentchevrolet.com, going out there, Pasadena and Beltway, off of Beltway 8 and 225. And remember, this is Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. And the legal tampering period has officially begun. Not that it helps you if you're on Twitter. Twitter is still down. So if you have not created a Blue Sky account, and if you want to be updated, now might be the time. I don't think Schefter has one. So maybe this is Rappaport's time to stake his claim to the Blue Sky news breaking field. Put that flag down. We will see if Schefter goes, I'm not gonna let Elon screw me again. Let me go make myself an account. But if, like I said, if anything comes up, we'll let you know.
I also think that I can, no offense, I can wait like 2 minutes and then the ESPN app will just give me a notification.
Yeah, I don't have that app because I don't know why. I just don't. I generally just use the Bird app to let me know what's up because I don't want the notification. I just go open it and take a look. But this is where we are. And as I said, Texans likely won't be that active unless we hear about some restructure. I'm not sure who of any real note they're going to be able to sign in the early hours, or excuse me, agree to sign in the early hours. And maybe it'll take 20 minutes before the first news comes down because we have to pretend like tampering hasn't begun.
Yeah, they had to make it seem like it's not they're agreeing in 1 minute of when they are legally allowed to tamper.
Well, we do know one potential big name that could be on the move. Jonathan Allen is available. He's meeting with the Vikings today. So Jonathan Allen could join a Minnesota team in the near future.
I have a question with these meetings.
Okay.
What are we
What
meeting
happens?
for? What are we meeting for?
Does he not know enough about Brian Flores' scheme? Does he need to get a tour of the facility to make sure he likes it?
Okay. I hope it's not an in-person meeting because that would be actually pointless.
He plans to visit the Vikings. He's visiting them in person.
Super pointless.
Maybe he wants a face-to-face with Kevin O'Connell. He's not sure what type of man he is. Maybe he doesn't know him. Maybe he wants to talk to him.
Okay. And then
and maybe it's the same for the Vikings.
Sure. But then all you need is one team to be like, hey, we super need a defensive tackle. We'll pay you $5 million more than the Vikings.
Well, you got to think about this, John. He is now leaving a team that for the first time really since he started as an NFL player had a good year. So he's likely not going to go a place where, I say this, don't know him, likely not going to go to a place where he's going to be bad again. He doesn't want to do that. So the Vikings, that makes sense as an option. Now, they don't have a real quarterback that's solidified. Does he want to?
They're good?
Does he want to lean into the thought of J.J. McCarthy being another Jaden Daniels? Does he believe 2 years in a row he's going to get that type of luck where the rookie quarterback's really good?
He's like, I saw the 2023 Michigan Wolverines. I saw him hand off a bunch. We're good.
When they
re-signed Aaron Jones.
They got Aaron Jones
Boom.
back. That defense, pretty much all the success, at least in my eyes, was scheme based for the most part. They didn't have a lot of talent. Grenard's pretty good. Blake Cashman, sure. Getting a big time defensive tackle would help their cause, help Brian Flores and that Vikings team take another step defensively. And Rappaport's reporting, I guess, is Twitter back? I guess it is. He's reporting that Hassan Reddick, who joined the Jets, kind of. He eventually got on the roster, is going to sign with the Bucks. So that might be the first
huge
post or tweet now that Twitter is back up. Do you think Twitter is back up, or did he put that on Blue Sky and then they just use the graphic because Twitter is?
I think he might have just typed out what to say because it's literally the same exact thing as what's on the bottom third of the NFL Network thing. So it could just be like they just throw the words up there and just put a little Twitter icon.
Yeah,
next
and
to it.
from what I can tell, Twitter's still down, so he did not put that on Twitter.
No, what he did is probably copy and paste it into a text with his producer, who then wrote it on the screen.
Made a graphic, and now it's up on the screen. So there it is. That's the first report I've seen since the legal tampering period has begun. So we're about 7 minutes in it. Rappaport already got the news and was able to tweet it. It only took the Bucks and Hassan Reddick 7 minutes,
6 minutes,
maybe 5,
and then 1 minute to craft the tweet for Ian Rappaport.
Yeah, depending on how fast the person is who can type. So there it is, Hassan Reddick, the first agreed deal under the legal tampering period. We'll see what comes after that. So some other deals that we have not mentioned. Myles Garrett said, you know what? Yeah, 40 mil a year. I'll stay in Cleveland. The Browns were like, you're not going anywhere, Myles. Maybe they made it pretty clear to him, hey, we're not trading you. I know you think we're kidding, but we're actually not trading you. And we're willing to give you money, because we heard reports that they weren't going to have an agreement on a contract extension, mostly because Myles Garrett didn't want to be there. They probably impressed on him that, hey, man, doesn't matter what you want and what you think, you're not going anywhere. So you could either take all this money we're willing to give you or get paid what you're getting paid and still be a Brown. And Jimmy Haslam, the owner, didn't want to meet with him. I guess Myles Garrett didn't need a meeting. I think Myles Garrett was trying to convince them, the owner, hey, man, I've been here. I'm a good soldier. Trade me. No, good soldier. Care about good soldier. Be a good soldier with 40 mil per year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold this money. And he's like, you know what? I actually don't need to meet the guy who's giving me $40 million.
Yeah. You know what? 40 million seems good. And I don't know if he has a Machiavellian approach to all this, but maybe Myles Garrett is thinking, I'll get this money now. And then I'll be like a year later, hey, trade me.
He's like, I've seen the NBA.
Yeah,
I know how to do this.
I saw the guy they traded for pull this. He got a lot of money in Houston and was like, you know what? I want out. That guy who's probably one of the reasons Myles Garrett wants out. Doesn't see a future there.
Not that guy.
Well, I didn't say mimic everything he does, but if you want out,
part of why he got traded.
You get your money, and then you say, you know what? Appreciate it. I'd gave it another year. This is not going to work. Whoever the quarterback is they have there. Oh, we got more news.
Bucks working hard. Chris Godwin back with the Bucks. 3 years, $66 million.
That's a lot of money, but all of it's a lot of money. That's
44 guaranteed.
I expected Chris Godwin back. I expected him back.
Yeah, and I guess after the Christian Kirk trade, the Chris Godwin Texans, huh?
And, sticking with that. A couple names that were mentioned by all those Texan aggregation accounts dying to acquire a wide receiver off the board. DK Metcalf didn't go for a first and a third. He went for a second, but he's a rich man in Pittsburgh. And
warm weather.
And a solid quarterback situation. He got all those contender, kind of. Maybe.
They'll win 9 games at least.
Maybe 10, depending on how well whatever quarterback is there plays. Although Aaron Rodgers has been mentioned for that spot. So maybe they would be a contender. Maybe it would be an improvement at quarterback. I'll say that. Even with Aaron Rodgers not playing well when it actually mattered for the Jets, he played better when the game stopped mattering. It's an improvement over Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So maybe he gets Aaron Rodgers to throw him the football. That would help. But he goes for a second and he gets $150 million. So Pittsburgh spending on receiver, they may spend on quarterback here before the day is up. And the other guy, Devontae Adams, he's a Ram. That was another guy people thought, hey, you know what? It'd be great to have him on the other side of Nico Collins. Well, you'll get Christian Kirk and like it. And maybe some lower price free agent. Maybe you like Akina Westbrook out of Tennessee. He's on the table. It won't cost you as much. So another big name wide receiver off the board. I do wonder, because of what happened in a game against the Jets, in a game that ceased to matter about halfway through the first quarter once the Broncos were putting it to the Chiefs, Tyreek Hill. He has backed off some of his talk about wanting to be out, but that's a guy who, if you're trying to change the way you're building moves, not acquiring him, but if you're the Dolphins, you go, hey, you quit on the team. That's not the example we want. Could he be a guy who gets traded before we get deep into free agency? He'd be a perfect Raider, to be honest with you. Put his ass on the Raiders with Geno Smith. I was thinking about spots for him if a trade were to happen. He did ask out, didn't decide it. Nah, I didn't mean I was just frustrated. But now it's still the Dolphins. They have the control if they do want to trade him. He feels like a perfect Raider.
I mean, yes. He hits a lot of boxes. He checks a lot of boxes that the Raiders are looking for, and some that they're probably not they wouldn't say that they're looking for, but normally they kind of get with receivers.
Sure.
This is a man who was arrested on his way to the stadium the first week of the season. That seems like a very Raiders thing.
Las Vegas, all fits.
Yes. So I do like the fit as a that feels about right. I don't know anything, past that if that's actually a thing that they're interested in, because I guess they're not paying too much at quarterback, so they probably could fit him in
If they wanted to.
they wanted
They did
to.
give Max Crosby a lot of money, and we're not the capologists. It's not that interesting to me. I just think putting him on the Raiders in Vegas is like perfect.
It says a lot about him and our thoughts about the rest of his career and the teams that we think, he'd be a perfect Raider. I also think he'd be a perfect Cowboy.
Definitely.
Which those two things combined, he might even be a perfect LA Charger too. Where
that's less for me because
I guess Harbaugh. I forgot pre-Harbaugh, he's a Charger too.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is that the Texans should not be even remotely interested in this guy.
This is what I'm saying.
I'm basically saying that he's washed up and going to get suspended.
I don't believe he's washed up. I just believe it's not the vibe they're looking for. I don't think, despite in his mic'd up stuff when he's playing, I'm a dog. If you're a dog, you'll play.
They like dogs over there.
They do like a dog. Well, if you're a dog, you don't quit on your team. Simple as that for me.
Oh, he's a Jet. I'm just naming bad teams and saying that.
Yeah.
Or not bad, just chronically disappointing.
Yes, which means he's a perfect fit for the Dolphins too. But I think if we're talking about new teams, Cowboys, Raiders, seems like just throw a star name on one of those teams. It feels like a perfect match.
He'll be top 5 in jersey sales for the month after he gets traded.
Yeah, a black and a silver and black Tyreek Hill number 10 jersey. And I think his name is so big that those Raider fans won't just like tape over the Garoppolo jerseys that they stupidly bought and then put his name on. They'll actually go get a new one. This is what I'm talking about. Go get yourself a Hill silver and black jersey in Vegas. It'd be perfect there. He enjoys time there, right? And of course, being on America's team, he'd love that too. So, if Tyreek Hill gets traded in our Dreamcast, if it happens and becomes reality, we'll talk about it and anything else. If you want to call in, you can 713-780-3776. But before we go to break, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, and it can't tell you yet if you could go more or less on. Actually, it might be able to go more or less on Tyreek Hill's receiving yards next season. I am looking. I do not see his receiving yards projections, but they do have NFL season-long projections. Maybe that's too far away. I would say it's probably too far away, considering they're just now able to legally tamper with these guys. We don't know where these guys are going to play, but they do have baseball season-long projections. If that's what you're into, do you think Altuve is going to have a big year at the plate? Do you think that Yordan Alvarez, really the question is, will he stay healthy to hit his projections? You can do that. Or if you want to make some money tonight, you can look on their college basketball, NBA, NHL tabs, MLB for spring training games. All that is on Prize Picks. You can download the Prize Picks app today. And if you want to witness and have a little bit money riding on the Jabari Smith revenge game that's happening tonight. That's right. The Orlando Magic passed up Jabari Smith, and so did the Oklahoma City Thunder, but we don't talk about that. He was the projected #1 pick, and the Magic decided, no, we're going with Paolo Banchero. So Jabari Smith, more than 18.5 points plus rebounds. Paolo Banchero, less than 36.5 points, rebounds, and assists. I'm also going to throw in Dylan Brooks to have more than 16.5 points and rebounds combined. And for Fred VanVleet, who I'm not sure why he's on here, but he's going to have less than 20.5 points, rebounds, and assists tonight. You can follow my picks if you have Prize Picks, or if you don't, download the Prize Picks app and make your own. Download the app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
I can't verify this on Twitter, and Adam Schefter doesn't have a blue sky, but according to that particular site app, the Texans have made a signing at wide receiver. It's not a big name, but he's been around a long time. He gets out of the AFC East. Braxton Berrios. I'm saying it that he has agreed to sign with the Texans.
There we go.
He is.
I want to make sure to give Berrios the horn. I mean, come on.
I appreciate that. He is a small, short-armed slot receiver.
Love it.
Coming off a major injury.
Love it.
Has some punt and kick return ability. Wasn't very effective with that with the Dolphins, and plus with the new kickoff rules, is less important now. But not a bad punt returner, but he's safe. He'll catch the ball. He won't drop it.
That's really all I want.
And that's
from
kind
a
of been
punt
his
returner.
goal. That's kind of been his thing recently. Less about production, more about making sure there isn't a bobble and a disaster. So
they got a special team player
who
can be the fourth receiver.
Yes, and I would say not even guaranteed to make the team. It all depends on what they signed him for. I don't even know if the money's guaranteed, but according to Adam Schefter, if I believe Blue Sky, Braxton Berrios, a new Texan. So you get yourself a fourth or fifth receiver, experienced, from all accounts, good guy on the roster.
1,300 receiving yards
over the course of how many years?
6 years.
Yeah.
In his 6-year career.
Yes.
So
he's been a core
a
special.
little over 200 per.
He was pretty much a special teams and returner up until he got to Miami, and even then they thought they were featuring more. Turns out maybe the cap at 5'8" receivers and smaller is 2 that can be productive in the same offense, because they have Waddle, who's probably more 5'10-ish, 5'9-ish, and of course Hill is probably more 5'7-ish, and then 5'8-ish. And Berrios is around that size too.
Yeah, although maybe this tips their hand, and later in the draft, maybe day 2, day 3, if they're lucky, maybe they're looking for Braxton Berrios to shepherd along Xavier Restrepo at some point.
Restrepo climbing up people's, at least boards, their own personal boards. I'm not sure about NFL boards, but he is another inside receiver who understands that position. He knows he's not going to get by on just straight physical gifts. He's fine. He's a 4-5 guy, but he's really good in the slot, understands body positioning, and kind of a hoover. He did have some fumble issues late in his Miami tenure. Had a big fumble against Syracuse that kind of flipped the script in that game. And it's a sad way for that guy to go out because of how good he's been as a player. But yeah, he's an all-time leader, I believe, in receptions, maybe even yards at Miami. So he had a great career there.
More than Michael Irvin. Better player than Michael Irvin.
No one's saying all that.
At Miami.
He played in a different time where the air raid was a thing. Michael Irvin in the pro styles was revolutionary back when he played.
Yeah, I know. They threw the ball so much.
Yeah. They
drop
back and pass. It's not the option. So Miami blowing everybody away with all their ingenuity. And so different times, but yes, I think he's the leader in all those big stats. And is he the next
Michael Irvin?
Mid-round Texans receiver? I don't know that. Probably would be a good fit.
Mechie plus.
They're different receivers. And if Christian Kirk is going to play the slot as opposed to being an outside receiver, I don't know where Berrios would fit in other than just being a backup receiver at this point.
Or Berrios or Restrepo. I mean, it goes for both.
If you're drafted, yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know that Berrios is a lock to be on the roster.
Yeah, I wish we had the
terms.
The terms, because I imagine it'll probably get reported as a 1-year deal, which means it's for very little money if it's a 1-year deal.
And we'll see if it's even
if it's a 1-year deal and they don't tell you how much money it is, just assume it's not a lot.
Yeah, it is 1 year, $2 million for Berrios.
There we go.
Yes. So that's a guy who is a name you might recognize in some way, but there's no guarantee he'll be there in week 1.
You recognize his name because his girlfriend.
Well, others might. Us real football heads know.
Yeah.
But a lot of you who don't know him, you may not have to learn his name.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Ask your girlfriend about him.
Well, depending on how old you are.
That too.
If you're in your 20s and you got a girl, she probably knows who Alex Earl is. And she's probably seen Braxton in a video or two. And now he's one of your Texans. For now. Let's get to Jerry. Jerry, what's up?
Good morning, guys. I got a comment and then a question. Comment number one, after putting myself in a 0-0 Dynamo game, I decided to watch Running Point since y'all were bashing it on Friday.
Okay.
The first 3 episodes, they were kind of rough to watch, but it got better. It got better. Even Kevin from Home Alone makes an appearance. It's a good show. I think y'all making fun of it. There's even a former Rocket player that makes an appearance. It's a pretty good show. And then my question is, I understand like schools transition from like conference to conference and they can play right away. But why do like D2 schools? I mean, I don't care who makes it from the Summit to the NCAA tournament. But like, I was watching Omaha versus St. Thomas. Why do they have to wait 3 years? Why can't they? And if they're not going to allow to play in the NCAA tournament, they should just quickly take them out of the tournament championship and then just promote every other school 1 seed higher. Anyways, thanks, guys.
So this happened to, I think, a school named Bella Marine.
Yes.
They
or I forgot
exactly
if it was that team or they
or the team they played.
Or they benefited from that. But
by the way, thanks, Jerry, for the call. I don't know why schools transitioning from higher to lower. Okay, this is ensuring they meet
reasoning.
D1 standards and have time to build their programs. So that's why they have to wait 4 years before postseason eligibility. But to your point, Jerry, they do allow them to play in the conference tournament. So a team could win a conference title, and then the team they beat goes to the NCAA tournament. For these smaller leagues where they're one-bid leagues, okay, it allows for maybe the best team in your league to go win a conference title, but then the team who finishes second goes and plays in the tournament. I guess you just don't want to exclude them when the only reason they can't play is because it's some kind of an arbitrary rule. And if they're in your tournament, if they're in your league, you want them to play in the tournament. And at least for your tournament in your league, a conference title means something. They can put that trophy in their trophy case. But going into the conference tournament final knowing you're in no matter what is an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't do it. That's why if I ran a conference, I'd be like, you're not playing in the conference title game.
You can win a regular season.
Or you're not playing the conference tournament.
Yeah, you can win a regular season title.
Yeah, and that, by the way, is way more impressive.
Yes, it's just that we highlight one, even though you might win 3 games over 3 days, 4 over 4. But winning over the course of a season
is like actually the harder thing.
Yeah,
to do.
it's the European soccer model.
Because like if you're the team that lost to, was it Omaha? Is that the one that's I forgot which one's the one that is actually ineligible. But if you lose to them in the semifinal, it's like cool. now because we're on this side of the bracket, it matters that we lost to them. Where if we lost to them in the final, it actually doesn't matter, and we're just in anyway.
Yeah.
So that's why it's just like it makes for a weird tournament with a weird set of I guess advantages where you just don't want to play them until the final, and then if you play them, you win. Like even if you lose, you win. I don't like this. It's the same thing. Was it last year? No, 2 years ago with James Madison in football, where they moved up from FCS. They look like they're gonna win the Sun Belt for a little while, and then or maybe it's Conference USA. I forgot which one they're in. But then they ended up losing a couple games anyway. But that was another situation where I think they said that even if they made even they qualified to make the conference title game, that they would it would be the second and third place team that'd play because they want to avoid their champion being postseason ineligible.
Yeah, I was trying to think back of the school I mentioned. I know I said Bellarmine. They might have been involved in that. There was a Merrimack at a time. There's been several schools who've been involved where they go win a title, or at least they get to the conference title game.
Yeah,
and it doesn't matter because they're not eligible to play in the tournament.
It's very dumb rule. I think it's to avoid like a bunch of teams
moving up and down.
Yes.
That's part of it as well. You need to be committed because you can move up, but you're sitting out of conference tournament, or excuse me, postseason tournament for 4 years. So if you want to do it, it's a bit of a grind before you enjoy whatever you think are the benefits of being at a higher level.
Yeah.
You don't get to play in those conference. I keep saying you don't get to play in the NCAA tournaments. No matter if it's Division II, you're moving up from Division III and Division II to Division I. So that's kind of what it is, Jerry. I would agree. It seems creating an odd dynamic in kind of your biggest moment of the year, the time where you actually get to play on ESPN. Like why have a team maybe even win the tournament who can't play in the NCAAs? Why are they involved? And the announcers have to explain every time someone tunes in. Remember.
Yeah.
Or they'll have like a little graphic pop up. Merrimack's not eligible to play in the NCAA tournament, even if they win.
And then the viewer at home is like,
"What?
Why am I watching this game
Meaningless
that I don't
game.
care about?
I don't care about these two teams, and this makes it meaningless."
These two teams that will be 16 seeds.
Yeah, except one of them only has the opportunity. The other one,
I was going to say,
doesn't.
Whoever wins this game will be a 16. Why am I watching?
Except in this case,
the team that loses will be
could
the 16.
be win or lose. That team is going to be the 16th seed. That's how it goes. So it is a weird rule. As far as running point, that's now the second person.
I know. People are loving this show.
He did make it a point, and he agrees with Michael, because Michael said he couldn't get past the first 2 episodes. Those were not great, and that's why he was off it. But Jerry plowed through it. I guess he's used to. If you're watching a lot of Dynamo soccer, you're used to plowing through stuff and hoping for the better side of things.
You're willing. I mean, how long is this? 25 minutes? Episodes?
It might be 25 minutes.
It's like less than a Dynamo game.
Yeah,
you watch 3 of them, and that's a Dynamo game.
By the end of the second episode of Running Point, he's asking for a sub. Get the subs in. That's what he does after 60 minutes watching the Dynamo play anyway. So Jerry may be uniquely positioned to get through 2 30-minute blocks of nonsense, and then it starts to pick up. But Michael, they're on your head today, Michael.
I might watch this show.
2 positive reviews. We were making fun of it because we're idiots and we haven't seen an episode. But off the recommendation of Michael, we trust him. He said no go. He may be speaking to his sensibilities, certainly, and ours as well. Jerry and Willie P make P or T? Willie P.
Willie P.
Willie P. They may think differently. They may feel differently about TV. Everyone has their opinion. Our opinion is ill-informed because we have not watched a minute.
Yeah.
But Sean may tonight.
Maybe not tonight. There's a Rockets game tonight. Probably won't watch.
Yeah, you got to advance your dynasty too.
Yeah, a Rockets game just like it's like, well, there's 2.5 hours. I can't watch Running Point. I don't think I can come in here tomorrow and be like, didn't really catch the game. Was watching Running Point on Netflix.
Look, I'm not gonna hold you to account. Who you answering to? You're not gonna be answering to Paul about it.
Answering to myself.
Respect.
As a professional. I can't be doing that.
I've known people who known people who've hosted shows that don't watch Astros baseball.
Okay, that's different.
How's it different? It's actually more egregious. Like you do a great job here, but there's not a giant responsibility on you to be locked in on a Orlando Magic Rockets game. It ain't the Texans on a Sunday.
Did you not hear it's a Jabari Smith revenge game?
I know you put that in Prize Picks.
I got to be seated for that.
Jabari's not starting. Well, he might start with Amen being out. You're right. It might be his time to go out Paolo Banchero. The Magic aren't good, but neither is the rest of the Southeastern Division. So they're the
7th seed.
7th seed, 4 games below 500.
That was the funniest part about me looking at the upcoming Rockets schedule was it's a lot of teams that are in the Eastern Conference play-in picture, and none of them are over 500.
Yeah, the Magic are 5 games below 500. Javon Kinlaw is a commander. Thanks to Ian Rappaport. There it is. They are 5 games below 500. The 8th seed, the Hawks, are 4 games below 500. The 7th seed, the Heat, are 5 games below 500, just percentage points behind the Magic in a race I'm sure everyone cares about. They're the 9th seed. Shout out to the Heat. They've led in 15 of their last 17 games, and they're 6-11 in the fourth quarter. Excuse me. They've led in 15 of their last 17 fourth quarter games, and they are 6-11 in those contests. They blow a lot of leads.
So the Rock, and the ironic part, or maybe not ironic, maybe sad part, is the Rockets had a lead against them in the fourth quarter, and it's one of the few games the Heat have actually come back and won. They're not a very good team. They're going to be on the Rocket schedule. It's not really the Amen Thompson revenge game because he got all of that one.
It'll be the Tyler Hero,
but he won't be available. Will Amen even be available for
Yeah.
that game?
Wait, when is this?
Will he rush back?
21. It's at March 21st. That's
Nah,
on the edge.
He's probably not going to play in that
Probably
game.
not.
Probably not going to play
With the Nuggets the next day.
So I guess TNT will dump that game.
It's a Friday game.
I know they didn't have it. I know they didn't.
It's a
have
Friday. A, it's a Friday game. B, I don't think ESPN would want that game either.
No, they didn't. They didn't want to highlight Amen versus Tyler. Not exactly the push you're looking for when you're the NBA. Okay, we got a couple more segments to go. We'll do our camp report. Dana Brown spoke about Cam Smith in glowing terms. So did Joe Espada. Well, there would be more sound, but I think Twitter's down, so we're not going to play that. We're not going to play the things I wanted to get to because there is a clip from Dana Brown talking about trading Kyle Tucker and how difficult that was. But with Twitter down, don't think we'll be able to get to it. But we'll get to the other things when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
The only good thing about Twitter being down is I haven't gotten any tweets about where's the John and Lance podcast. No intern today. I'm working on it. It'll be up shortly.
12:15 expected.
Hey, don't put a deadline on me.
12:30.
We're still working through some things. I mean,
okay.
Some details haven't been ironed out yet. We'll see what time that gets up, but it'll get up relatively soon.
Sources say they're nearing a
nearing.
a deal.
That's
to
right.
post these podcasts.
You can expect the podcast to go up unless some unforeseen thing breaks.
Speaking of breaking news, former 49ers running back Elijah Mitchell has signed with the Kansas City Chiefs.
I did see that. And also Drew Dahlman, center, is now a Bear. So we talk about the Texans' approach, and they are hampered by lack of money. But the Bears, after watching their quarterback get his ass kicked all year long, decided we're going to go get Jonah Jackson. We're going to get Joe Thuney. Those are two guards. And then we're going to go sign Drew Dahlman. We're going to give him a lot of money to be our center. So the Bears have decided 1 year was enough.
Yeah.
And they are paying in compensation as far as money and draft picks to shore up the interior. The Texans, is it going to be a Juice Patterson and Juice Scruggs? Excuse me. It's the same guy.
I think calling them Juice
Patterson is probably the
you're
better
talking
way.
about both guys. It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Yeah. Doesn't matter if I separate them or make them the same person.
It's better than Jared Scruggs.
Yes. Juice Patterson's better than Jared Scruggs. The Jared Patterson Juice Scruggs combo, otherwise known as Juice Patterson, is that good enough at center? And then, or is one of them playing guard? Is that good enough?
R&B duo, Juice Scruggs or Juice Patterson.
Yeah, Juice Patterson. I like that. As an R&B duo, not as a center guard
One's
combo.
wearing an all-white jumpsuit. One's wearing an all-black jumpsuit.
Whatever it takes to get those hits out. But I don't like that as a combo blocking, whether one of them is center, the other is the backup, or one of them's guard, the other's the center. So I won't say two different approaches because the Texans invested, but the Bears have decided we are going to pay some more for veteran offensive linemen.
Yeah, it's a little different with the Texans because they did invest. They have invested so much in the offensive line. It's just that those investments didn't work. Whether it's first-round pick for Kenyon Green, what'd they trade for Shaq Mason? They traded something for Shaq Mason, then paid him. The draft pick they used on Scruggs. I think Jared Patterson was like a 6th-round pick. That means less to me.
It was a 6th, but they got a 7th and Shaq Mason in return.
Okay. So not much.
Yeah, not much.
But then they did pay Shaq Mason after that.
Yes.
So they've invested money. Certainly, they invested a 1st-round pick in Kenyon Green. Not to mention the money that they've paid, not just Tunsil, which that's fine. Tunsil doesn't really count for this, but Titus Howard to now have to move him to guard with all the other moves they made. So I think that really the Texans are just kind of like, I don't know, 2 years ahead of where the Bears are. And when it comes to investing in offensive line, it's just those investments didn't work. The Bears are just trying for a better result. But I can't crush them too much because they did invest in these guys. It just
didn't work out.
It just didn't work out. Now, if I want to crush them for their ability to pick offensive linemen,
you can do that.
Yes, you can do that, especially if we're going to praise how they draft defensive backs and how they address the front 7 of this team, or the wide receivers, I guess. Drafting CJ Stroud was a good move. But the offensive line has been pretty mixed results, veering on. Actually, they've been probably below the Mendoza line when it comes to hits, when it comes to that position group.
Yeah, it's been the unfortunate part of it, considering who you have at quarterback, what you believe he can be. Missing there has become a problem, particularly when you can't compete for free agents. You just don't have the money to do it, because that not only is it allocated for players you've already paid, you also have to take into account who you are going to have to pay. And then you think about the draft picks you've spent. You maybe don't want to use more money to fix a problem that you created yourself. Just how it goes. And unfortunately, they do have a blind spot, or at least misses at that spot. we were going to do the camp update. We'll get to it when we come back. We got one more segment here to go before we wrap it up. If there's any more horn-worthy news, and even if it's not worthy, Sean may just hit it because it's fun.
If I just look up and see that someone has signed
That name you recognize?
Yes.
Well,
Elijah Mitchell. Hey, I remember when
I'm
he was
going to get
good
a name
fantasy
in
for 2 weeks.
I'm going to get one in before you. Jordan Lewis, former Cowboy. You can still hit horn. He is signed with the Jags. So the Jags,
Jordan with a U,
who we don't know. Actually, we do know they're not very good at free agent signings. Trent Baalke, shout out.
They're my go-to for bad free agent spending.
But they do bring in a nickel corner. He's now the highest paid nickel corner in football. So Jordan Lewis versus Christian Kirk. We'll see which trade/signing is better when they see each other twice a year. The Jags have their Christian Kirk stopper. Look at that. They already had that. It was Trevor Lawrence, but now that he's a Texan, they need to actually go sign a corner.
Hey,
What? Actually, broken collarbones were more likely his
actually stopped him.
That actually did stop him. Trevor Lawrence wasn't actively trying to stop Christian Kirk. He did his part. But the collarbone got in the way as well. But hey, are the Jags making moves to counteract the Texans? In a move they actually helped the Texans
I was going
make?
to say, the fact that they traded Kirk to the Texans
Makes it unlikely.
Makes it unlikely that they value him so much that they're going out of the way to build their team to stop.
Either way, you needed a good nickel corner, and they think they got one in the former Cowboy, Jordan Lewis. Okay, we'll wrap up the show when we come back. Gallant and George follow us. Actually, no, they don't. Just Paul Gallant. Just Paul Gallant follows us. Like, let me get accustomed to that being the new order of business here. And then the Killer Bees follow Paul. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
I've been pushing the camp report. Whatever. We don't have to do it. There's too much going on in the NFL that we can laugh at. It's not that funny, but Jimmy Garoppolo is back with the Rams. And in lesser quarterback news, Gary DeLocke, he would know. He's reports on the Steelers. He's reporting that Aaron Rodgers is getting close to a Steelers move. So that would be Pickens, Metcalf, and Rodgers. That's your in Friermuth. It's not a bad core of weapons, and of course you've got Warren in the backfield. So the Steelers finally doing the thing. It's like a super version of what the Colts have done before they drafted Anthony Richardson, whether it be Matt Ryan or Carson Wentz. Like, as underwhelming as Russell Wilson has been, he's better than Carson Wentz. And Aaron Rodgers, for all of his issues, was better than late stage Matt Ryan. So the Steelers are getting in on the, hey, we'll do 1-year deals with these quarterbacks who've accomplished something, and at least in the last 2 cases, if the Rodgers deal gets finalized, won Super Bowls, and we're going to give it a shot. The Metcalf trade is, I know the Steelers needed offensive help, but trading for Metcalf, I guess maybe, at least for me, one of the more surprising things this offseason that the Steelers would do that. I know they love a receiver, but they generally just trust themselves to draft one. They're pretty good at that. And they decided to go 150 for DK Metcalf plus a second-round pick. And now it looks like they're going to get Aaron Rodgers too. So beware. Beware of the Steelers. The jokes will fly because why not? Making fun of Aaron Rodgers. But they get him, and he's even just above average.
Yeah.
That's
better than they've had.
Yeah. They go from, oh, look at the Steelers going to win their 9 to 10 games to the dark horse talk on the networks. Can the Steelers win the Super Bowl? That's what's going to happen.
Yes, they definitely, or not definitely, because we'll have to see what their defense looks like. Normally, they figure out pretty well, but they are a defense that feels like a lot of years is kind of built on TJ Watt, and then when you take him out of the lineup, which he picks up injuries here and there, their defense tumbles. He's kind of like the crucial piece of the Jenga tower that is the Steelers defense. If he's healthy and they're a good defense, and you get last year's version of Aaron Rodgers, not even better, just like what he was last year, that is a playoff team with the possibility to maybe win their first playoff game since like 2016.
Are the Steelers strong enough to withstand all the, well, maybe it's more Tomlin's structure strong enough to withstand all the things that come with Aaron Rodgers being a part of your team?
Oh yeah, he's got that.
I think so. I think Aaron Rodgers will actually, I mean, I'm not saying he's going to listen to Tomlin, but I think he'll respect Tomlin. Like the solid things that, whatever.
Yeah.
What has this guy done?
Saleh
Whatever.
and
Ulbrich at the end.
Ulbrich, but no, the installing his own offensive coordinator, Nathaniel Hackett. There we go. That I think from the start is a little bit of like, all right. I'm running the show here.
The Jets were desperate. They gave him everything he wanted. The Steelers have proven they're just fine making the playoffs and not winning it and winning 9 to 10 games. They're just fine doing that. They're not as desperate as the Jets. So I think Arthur Smith will keep his job.
Yeah, I was gonna say if Arthur Smith gets fired,
then we know,
and it's Nathaniel Hackett time. Okay, I'm
know.
lowering my expectations, but for right now,
I think he will go there, play relatively well. The question is, will they have to structure an entire offense around him? It kind of makes sense to do what your quarterback likes, but will Arthur Smith at least keep some of the bones of what he likes to do, or will it be simply Aaron Rodgers in the shotgun four wide and letting him try to pick apart defense? Or because we remember Arthur Smith with a lesser quarterback, not just last year, but in Tennessee when they went on their runs when he was the OC, and even in Atlanta later, but less so then. It was run the ball with Derrick Henry, play action in breaking routes. Is Aaron Rodgers going to be down for turning his back to the defense as often as Ryan Tannehill would? Probably not, but maybe lean on other things besides your talent, because I don't know if just having Aaron Rodgers being Aaron Rodgers will be enough, despite the accumulation of talent they have now at wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, because hey, listen, I would try not to do a lot of Jets things from last year.
That makes some sense,
because you look at the Jets. Their problem wasn't having Aaron Rodgers and 2 good wide receivers. They had Aaron Rodgers and 2 very good wide receivers. Probably 2 receivers
that combined are better than the ones they have.
I would take over the duo that you have, and the Steelers duo is very good. But You just have to learn the lessons from what the Jets did, and that's not. Aaron Rodgers should not be a quarterback in this league. I think he's good enough to still be a quarterback somewhere. You just can't be the Aaron Rodgers show. And the Steelers are, I don't know, one of the 6 teams that I would expect would never actually turn the keys over to a quarterback like that. At least a veteran quarterback like that. If it's like Roethlisberger,
your franchise
after
future,
like you're 8 or 9, he's already won a Super Bowl. It's like, all right,
you can hand it over to Ben. This one, you're not going to rip apart all the things you've built for Aaron Rodgers for a year. You say, hey, this is a good spot for you. You got a chance to win. You come in. Maybe you don't conform, but you get with the program. We'll see what we got. So that looks like a likelihood. Aaron Rodgers with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Oh, great. The AFC gets tougher. That's cool. Cool. All right. We're done for the day. That's what that music means. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, Sean, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. If the Texans do anything between now and when we come back tomorrow, we'll let you know. We'll be back tomorrow.
Hello, and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Monday, March 10th of 2025. I am Paul Gallant. You're hearing Where Is My Mind by the Pixies coming into this show. The better question to ask would be, where is my voice? I don't know. Did TV yesterday on Channel 2 with Randy McIlvoy and Aaron Wilson talking about the Texans and free agency. And as I got closer and closer to TV time, I realized, damn, I now sound like a smoked out person who does nothing but drink Budweiser heavies and rip butts. I sound like I'm a dart guy. I sound like Mac's mom in Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that's a little bit of that.
That's right, Sean. I'm just not going to be sounding great. I hope that this all turns around, but see, as I really project, you could hear the raspy nature of it. It would be cool if this was because your boy just constantly smokes like a chimney. Sadly, it is just a ton of allergies, being around animals at the rodeo, and perhaps a beverage, but just one beverage. Because you guys know me. I would never imbibe.
Yeah. Wait, which animals do you think are the culprits? Because I know it's not the poultry.
It's all the livestock. It's all the livestock. So Saturday, we actually got to go behind the scenes and see like the real rodeo stuff, which was fun. I had never seen the actual cattleman activities where you're herding cows, actually riding on those horses that want to kill the person on top of them. It was very cool. First thing I saw was some guy who was probably too big to get on the horse. Absolutely ate it. Like the guy got thrown off the horse and he hit a wall and I thought he might be dead, but he got up like it was completely fine. I hope that the man doesn't have, nerve damage going forward, seeing as his neck hit an effing wall. But it's all sorts of animals that have been around. I've smelled so much mammal poop over the course of the last couple of days. I think that's a part of the allergies acting up. And of course, yeah, let's be honest. You guys know part of it is just me being a degenerate. But hey, the Houston Texans and the NFL are in the midst of free agency, which began about an hour ago officially, even though it actually began last week. I don't understand how it works, but everyone is throwing money out. Deals are happening. The Texans have made one move happen today. They got not what I want. They got Sheldon Rankins. We've seen Sheldon Rankin here before. Pretty good defensive tackle. Where are my offensive linemen? Where are my offensive linemen? Cool, Christian Kirk. Awesome. Where's my offensive lineman? Yesterday on Channel 2, I was asked, hey, what should the Texans get? Give me your, 4 biggest needs. And I said, offensive lineman, and offensive lineman. Because where are my offensive linemen? I'm not going to lie. I'm a little annoyed. I wanted to come in today hearing about some big old brute, some guy who the Texans could throw in the trenches. I've yet to see that person. Can Sheldon Rankins play on the offensive line? Honestly, he'd probably be better than some of those guys. I need my linemen. Paul, why are you banging the table? You're sounding a little bit aggressive today. I just want my offensive lineman. Just like the Joker wanted his phone call. I just want my phone call. I just want my offensive lineman. Where is my offensive lineman? What are you doing? You're messing around. We're an hour and 6 minutes into the tampering window for NFL free agency. I don't even care who it is. You could just say, hey, I'm trying to think of a generic offensive lineman. Sean, who's the most generic offensive lineman you could ever think of?
I don't know. Just Bill Smithington.
Bill Smithington. Yeah. He's 300 pounds and he's 6'3" or so.
From Wisconsin.
Yeah. Oh, of course he's from Wisconsin. That's where all the offensive linemen are from.
It's guard. Yeah.
It's a shame that Wisconsin never was able to do much with all those big ass offensive linemen that they had, right? I mean, got Ron Dane a Heisman Trophy, those offensive linemen. Ron Dane, who clearly wasn't very good. got a Heisman Trophy because of all those heifers, all those cattle. Oh, that's not cool. Don't talk about players that way. That Wisconsin produces. But they got a lot of big old bodies up there, and the Texans have yet to get one, and that's what's just driving me crazy right now. I know, Paul, you're overreacting. You're overstating it. Whatever. I just want my offensive lineman. Get an offensive lineman. What are you doing? Ronnie Stanley re-signed with the Ravens. I know that there were some people who were hoping that the Texans would go after him. They should have traded for Joe Thuney. I guess Joe Thuney wanted to go to Chicago. So that might have been a factor as far as them trading him. I don't care. Nick Caserio drafted him. 4th round pick. That's all it took. Oh, it's a little money. Whatever. You know who else is going to be a lot of money? CJ Stroud. Do you want him dead? Do you want him dead? Do you want him lying on the floor, dead, bleeding out of his mouth?
Like that guy who hit a wall.
Yeah, like that poor rodeo cowboy who probably has like nerve damage going forward, and his insurance is probably not going to pay for it because, God, if you're a rodeo guy and you have insurance,
I
good
can't
luck.
imagine.
I can't even imagine what the insurance premiums are. Whatever you make as a rodeo person, I heard it was about 70 to 80,000 if you're like actually pretty good. Like, imagine how much of that money you are sending back directly to insurance, because I doubt that you're getting it through the company. Like, it's got to be like $2,000 a month. It's something insane. It doesn't make any sense. It feels like you're probably on death row. Here's the thing, guys. I just need my offensive lineman. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. This is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, after all. Sean Martinez on YouTube says, Paul sounds like Lemmy from Motorhead. That is a reference that goes above my head. OTR Sean, meanwhile, says, lay off the heaters, Paul. Alas, if only I could. Let me tell you a story about the one time that I ripped a dart. I thought it was marijuana. I was at a frat called Crow at Syracuse University. It was my 20th birthday, and somebody told me, hey, man, this is marijuana. You want a little spliff?
Did they hold it like it was a
They did.
network TV show?
I ripped the biggest drag on that thing, and I coughed for a good minute. Then someone passed me a red Solo cup with beer in it. Do you know what was in this beer? A goldfish. I saw the goldfish. This is like one of the worst things I've ever seen. They tried to make me drink the beer too. I saw that, and I was like, are you serious? There's a goldfish in there. And some absolute barbarian just came up right next to me, took the Solo cup, pounded it, goldfish and all. R.I.P. to that goldfish. R.I.P. He became a part of the circle of life that day. I'm sure that he ended up in a toilet at some point, but he was probably dead and digested.
And
that wouldn't be good.
That person to Syracuse grew up to be
Joe Biden, who actually went to Syracuse, believe it or not. Derek Barnett is back with the Houston Texans. Some news from Adam Schefter right now. So they're bringing back defensive linemen that we've seen here before, Sheldon Rankins, Derek Barnett. But look, it's really about the offensive line. Their defense last year was good. I don't even think they need to add anything on defense. I think you get a linebacker. I think that would be okay. And sure, add defensive line depth. But the more I think about it, I mean, imagine if CJ Stroud doesn't get sacked 8 times by the Chiefs. Like, how about 4? How about just 4?
Once a quarter? Just once a quarter.
Just once a quarter. What happens? Are they in the AFC Championship game? Do they beat the Bills? Were they beat already that year? I know this is sounding weird, and I do feel like I've got a little bit too much of the battle red blood in my system, or the deep steel blue, But I was thinking about this yesterday, especially while I was on TV. I keep on flexing about that, but I did look awesome. You should have seen my suit. They are that close. It's just like a moderately better offensive line. That's it. It's moderately better. Don't get CJ Stroud sacked 8 times in a playoff game. And I've yet to see the Madden offensive lineman. And I'm telling you, and just like I brought it up with you guys last week, it's going to be really hard to bring in a guy via the draft who's actually going to contribute for you as an offensive lineman right away. You're just not going to find that guy. I get it. Like back in the first round, maybe there's somebody there and the Texans could stumble into their next Dwayne Brown or something like that. But I think we all got to be realistic. Drafting a guy is going to just make it really, really difficult for CJ Stroud already. And I mean, it's pretty damn difficult as it is. So I need my offensive lineman. And I hope that we get to talk about the Texans signing or trading for an offensive lineman in the next couple of hours. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. Damn it, mofos on Twitch asks, Paul, will you gargle lemon honey tea during the show for us? If I could find it, that'll be great. I would love some honey. Just give me some honey. I will pound it because my voice is gone due to allergies. HRW713 says Paul sounds kind of like Marge from The Simpsons. Do I sound like her?
Or Large Marge from Pee Wee.
Large Marge. I love Large Marge.
When
they pulled her out of the burning wreckage.
I did not like her when I saw that movie as a kid.
Did it scare you a little bit?
Yeah, of course. Scariest part of that movie.
I saw Pee Wee's Big Adventure as an adult. I never saw it as a child. And the Large Marge thing, which had been brought up to me by a friend of mine before I'd seen it, was as funny as my friend described it to me. I very much enjoyed that.
It is it's funny now, but as a kid, I wouldn't take that as a compliment. Being like, you know who you remind me of? Large Marge.
A Rare Candy says, word on the street is CJ can't shift protection well at all. He wasn't allowed to. That's the other weird part about this Bobby Slowick offense. Yeah, I'm a little optimistic about the Texans going into next year. You know what else I'm optimistic about? There is something that the Astros are considering. I did not think we would hear this already, but it should have you excited too. What is that? You'll hear on the other side. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
So NFL free agency is kind of underway. It's the legal tampering window. And as far as the Texans, they've made 2 moves. They signed defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins, and they also signed wide receiver Braxton Berrios. Braxton Berrios is your classic white wide receiver, just an absolute classic, a throwback. I mean, hell, he was even drafted by the Patriots. We're talking about the whitest of the white wide receivers. But here's the wrinkle on this guy. This guy is dating one of the influencers. No, I say the influencers from the perspective of Alex Earl is one of the most famous influencers. She is a very strong, powerful, independent woman. You might have noticed her in a Carl's Jr. commercial during the Super Bowl. She also, I think, hosts a Talking About the Sex podcast, and famously was on the same network as the Call Her Daddy gang. But guess what? She and the Call Her Daddy gang have split. This is a big deal. The Texans need some cool people in the house. So now, guess what? Alex Earl's going to be wearing Texans jerseys. That's pretty cool.
In her Wikipedia, there's the sentence very early on. She has been called TikTok's it girl.
That's right.
That is like an actual sentence.
That's right. And you know what? The Texans need cooler fans than the guy who's cosplaying as somebody with autism who also did gay porn. They just need to step up. Like, they're celebrity fans. Like, I'm sorry. You got to do better than Sketch, who apparently they're still cool with.
Yeah. Sketch is it's a first step into the influencer, Gen Z influencer world. But let's get some more Alex Earls. I compared her to Kate Upton when Justin Verlander got added, and the intern that I was talking to, female intern, said, no, this is way bigger than Kate Upton. I was like, I'm not sure if you'd remember how big Kate Upton was.
I don't think she knows who Kate Upton is.
Yes, but she said, no.
Kate Upton's very big.
She pointed to TikTok, and I was like, you know what?
TikTok's it, girl.
Yes, she has over 1 billion likes on TikTok, which seems like a lot.
That does seem like a lot.
7 million followers.
7 million? Okay. Probably doesn't think someone with 4.5 thousand is that cool, but hey, we'll work on it, okay? Welcome to Kirby Drive, Alex Earl. And of course, Braxton Berrios. Welcome to Kirby Drive. We need to raise the level of cool amongst the Texans fan base. And I like that we are going towards Alex Earl and away from Sketch. Although, something I literally heard yesterday, apparently, the pictures that some Texans players have taken with Sketch, they want to take them down. And
that's very funny.
Apparently, they're not allowed to. I would want to take them down too.
Wait, why are they not allowed? Because it's like sponsored or something?
Because it would be homophobic. That's what I heard. Anyway.
Just take them down.
Marinate on that. What a day. What a day. But Alex Earl, Texas Swarm. And also Braxton Berrios. But I'm more excited about Alex Earl.
It does say a lot about Braxton Berrios that we've been talking about his girlfriend for 5 minutes.
Yep.
Braxton Berrios, he of 0 yards receiving last year.
He had 0 yards receiving? Yeah. Damn. Well, that's probably racism. I mean, he's a white guy. He's a white guy playing wide receiver, you know? People don't think that we could play cornerback. Look at that. Super Bowl. Cooper DeJean's getting the pick 6. People don't think we can play wide receiver anymore. They're always keeping us down. You know who the Astros potentially could be keeping down for the entirety of this season to manipulate his service time? Cam Smith. But get this. I was stunned to see this because all of the talk about Cam Smith, let's be honest, it's wishful thinking. We want to see Cam Smith up with the Astros at some point this year. But we figured, well, how's he going to do it? Because the Astros are still sniffing around Nolan Arenado. They bring in Isaac Paredes. But I couldn't believe over the weekend that Jim Bowden, who is an MLB insider for The Athletic, said this. We're at Astros camp today. This was yesterday on X, 10/28. And one thing's for sure, both general manager Dana Brown and manager Joe Espada made it clear that Cam Smith will be given every opportunity to win the right field job? Whoa. I mean, I don't think we've seen him out in right field yet, but he's being given every opportunity to win the right field job. Okay, so does that mean he's not on the opening day roster but has a chance to win it during the regular season? I don't know. I love this, though. Be flexible. Give us a little hope. Give us a glimmer. It's not just Dana Brown, even Joe Espada's kind of co-signing this. I don't blame him. I mean, the guy was hitting going into this past weekend 700. I got to be honest. I don't really know what's going on in spring training anymore because Twitter broke and Brian McTaggart tweets are literally all I have to go off of when it comes to performances in spring training because Major League Baseball, for whatever reason, does not have the ability to televise all of the spring training games for their teams. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Cam Smith could be getting opportunities in right field, though. That's crazy. And I hope that we start seeing him playing in the right field spot because he's only played at third base to this point.
Yeah, I think this immediately becomes way more real the first time he plays outfield in spring training.
Because Dana Brown's a politician and promises a lot of things. He does. But if Joe Espada is also confirming it,
yeah, no, he definitely has I think now, like you can say he has a chance. Okay, you said he was batting 700. Weren't sure about what he did this weekend. Apparently, I don't know what. Maybe we put the cart before the horse with this guy because his average is down to 571 now.
Damn.
He's only
hitting 571.
Only slightly above.
Just send him back to minor league camp already. 571 still, like one night off. And he's still hitting 571.
1,800 OPS.
Oh, just 1,800? My God.
It was like 4.
Can we get rid of him already?
Yeah.
It was a fun couple of days. Yeah, that's insane. It's like that.
He's been insane, especially at the plate. But I just want to see him in the outfield because he's another guy who I don't think has played any outfield in his career.
Correct.
Maybe very, very small amounts of outfield. So you would be going into the season, say he makes the opening day roster, is a starter. Because if he gets called up, he should be a starter. You're going to start the season with a guy who's never played left field before and a guy who's never played right field before. That is just something you have to be comfortable with if you want Cam Smith on the opening day roster.
Defense wins championships.
That's what I've heard.
Per Joe Espada in baseball. I actually, for baseball, I don't agree with that. So screw it.
Yeah.
Screw it. Let's have some fun. No,
it's definitely fun. It's definitely
they're like a team of swingers now. They're just throwing people all over the place now. They're in Florida. That's what people in Florida do. It's swinging central. By the way, there's an article in the Houston Chronicle about what Cam Smith is, which is an aircraft carrier. And I was thankful that this article was put together because I'd never heard about baseball players as aircraft carriers until we heard it from Dana Brown back in February. And then Jeremy Booth, who came in, our front office insider, he came in and he explained it a little bit. And I was just like, wait, why? When did this become a thing? And how am I unaware of it until literally now? But there's an article in the Houston Chronicle about the idea of him as an aircraft carrier. So aircraft carrier is reserved for a player who can keep his teammates who are fighter jets, if we're going to keep this analogy going, writes the Chronicle, afloat if needed. But that player also needs to be a big physical human. The 6'3", 224-pound Smith certainly fits the bill. So you're a big guy and can physically carry the lineup because all the other players are like fighter jets.
I need Dana Brown to come out and say who in this lineup is a fighter jet. I just need him to. If you're gonna call one guy an aircraft carrier, that means there has to be fighter jets. Who is the fighter jets on the? And now I know the right answer. I know it's 2/3 of the outfield.
Yeah,
but I need if you're gonna only have the positive outlook on this weird baseball analogy that I had never heard of until 2025, you need to also tell me the downside of it.
Correct.
You need to tell me like, and listen, we got a couple fighter jets on this team, which sounds good when you say it, and then now we know, wait, that's actually a bad thing.
Yeah, it does. That is interesting when
This
you
guy's
frame
a
it like
fighter
that.
jet. You're like, oh, okay. That means he sucks. It needs to be carried by a guy who's never played AA.
Right. The most expensive things in our military. Oh yeah. Apparently that means that the guy's not that good. And
He's
I mean,
small and sucks.
yeah. Now I'm wondering. Okay, so what the hell are Chaz McCormick and Jake Myers? So they're like P-51 Mustangs, which are World War II planes that were, really big. They turned the tide of the war. For those who don't know, but they don't have jet engines.
Chaz McCormick made a big catch in the World Series.
That's true.
Going on 3 years now.
That is true.
So.
Anyway, guys, he is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. From the 409, I think your voice is less annoying like this. That's pretty funny. From the 713, someone's just being mean about the Texans not having cool fans. We have Alex Earl now. She's TikTok's it girl. Laughing my ass off. Y'all are the Texans. Sketch is probably as good as it'll get for you. Beyonce won't even rep y'all. That is true. I mean, Beyonce sang at the Christmas Day Texans-Ravens game, but then the Texans pooped their pants. And, of course, Beyonce's never going to associate with that team ever again after that. Like, I don't blame Beyonce.
I was going to say, they need to do some work to get up to Beyonce tier. The Texans need to improve to get – that's part of why they don't have celebrity fans, is that celebrities aren't exactly tripping themselves to be seen at a team that's going to lose in the divisional round every year.
Correct. But if they get some offensive linemen, which they haven't signed yet, that could potentially change. One text from the 936 is Eric the driver. Cam's played 3 games in left field, and in that time had a 100% fielding percentage. Clearly a Gold Glover. I'm with it. I'm with that. Again, we will continue to gaslight the Astros as best we can into just putting Cam Smith on the active roster. 713-780-3776 to call in or text into the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We had Cardi B, says Trill O'Reilly, towards the end of last season. We did? Not good enough? I don't know if we had that. And by the way, Stephon Diggs has apparently scrubbed everything from social media in the last 24 hours. Kind of difficult to keep tabs on that, given the issues that have been going on a certain app, X. I know no one cares about that, but
yeah, Elon Musk was like, "How about I scrub this entire thing?"
Yeah, but
there you go, Stephon Diggs.
Sean, I'm wondering what Stephon Diggs did. I know also he's not coming back to the Texans. Found that out yesterday from Aaron Wilson when we were doing the show on TV on Channel 2. But he is completely scrubbed from social media. So I don't know. Also, I don't know that he and Cardi B are official.
They definitely are.
Like they've been peeked out and about together. But I believe that whatever shaboinking theoretically is going on, it's not meant for everyone to know it's going on.
Yeah, she wasn't exactly in the luxury suite like Taylor Swift.
There's no soft launch going on here. And you're right. Yes, not in the luxury suite. Up next, everything that's been going on in free agency. It's been a very busy day to this point, and some concerns for the Houston Rockets going forward. They had a really rough weekend in terms of luck. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
NFL free agency is semi underway. It's not officially underway, but it's underway. The NFL just needs to stop with this tampering window. Everyone talks to each other. There's this set of rules in place, so teams are not allowed to talk to players until literally an hour and a half ago, but everyone does it. You know, what are you going to do? Like, figure out if texts have been happening illicitly. Supposedly, the Texans actually follow these rules more than other teams, but we've seen a lot of deals go down. The Texans, as far as moves they've made today, they're bringing back Derek Barnett. They signed defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins, who has been here before, and they also signed wide receiver / kick returner, punt returner, Braxton Berrios. Per Mike Silver, they are in the mix for 49ers linebacker Dre Greenlaw, who played under DeMeco Ryans when he was, of course, the defensive coordinator of the Houston Texans. There's some news for the Rockets that's a tad concerning, and I wanted to bring this up. So it's one thing that you don't have Fred VanVleet and you're trying to figure out what the hell's going on with him, as he re-aggravated the ankle injury that kept him out for a couple of weeks. His first game back. Supposedly, he is once again a game time decision for the Rockets next game. But in a game where the Rockets nearly scored 150 points on Saturday, we saw a very unfortunate happening. Amin Thompson, who had 15 points, 11 assists, and 9 rebounds, suffered an ankle injury. So he's going to be out 10 to 14 days. And then, making matters worse, Reed Shepherd fractured his right thumb. So we finally get to see the guy. He gets some minutes. He's going to be out 4+ weeks. So the Rockets, who have a very easy schedule over the next couple of games, are going to be without 2 of their primary ball handlers. And we don't know when the primary ball handler, Fred VanVleet, is going to be back. A little concerning. They should be able to take care of business against some of these scrub-ass teams they're about to play. But now we're about to see a lot of Aaron Holiday, I think. The Aaron Holiday show has begun, and all those people who might be frustrated that Raphael Stone did not get anybody at the trade deadline that can be a point guard, a handler of any sorts. Today is your day, I guess. Congratulations to you. Throw a parade for yourselves.
Yeah, also the people that are, I don't know if these people exist, but there's a lot of questions about why Amin Thompson was even in the game with about 6 minutes left.
Is that
when you're up 30?
I know what Jeremy Branham's going to be talking about.
I didn't see Branham specifically tweet about it, but I saw a lot of people wondering what Amin Thompson was out there doing with 6 minutes left, up 30 against the Pelicans. He was a rebound shy from a triple-double, and I think the broadcast was literally talking about him being a rebound shy from a triple-double 5 seconds before he got hurt.
Man.
So that a lot of people connected dots and thought, or thinking, they still think this probably, that Ime Udoka was leaving him out there to get a triple-double. As far as teams and coaches go that I think are less likely to do that, Ime Udoka's pretty high on the list of, I don't think he's out there trying to get guys' numbers.
I agree. That is not what I would think would be happening.
No, especially because this isn't like Amin Thompson's first triple-double. It's not like a milestone in any kind. He's not on a Russell Westbrook pace.
Right.
Like a few years ago.
Ime Udoka seems to me much like Bill Belichick, someone who would say stats are for losers. The final score is for winners. But at the same time, it is 2025. I can't see coaches letting guys out there say there is some sort of metric that if a player meets it,
trying to go for 50,
gives them some incentives. Yeah, and that too, for sure. I don't know that necessarily happened. I will never be somebody who says that a coach should pull a player from a game because the game is meaningless. However, I would make an exception for that game on Saturday.
Yeah, I think when you're up 30, you can
call out the dogs.
Yes. out there on the court with them was Jabari Smith Jr.
Yeah.
Not senior. Jabari Smith Jr. was out there. Jock Landale, Cam Whitmore, and Nate Williams.
Okay.
So it was a bench group. I guess Jabari Smith is a bench player now, but he wasn't alone as far as guys who, if they were to, roll their ankle, people would get upset about. Jabari Smith also could have taken a jump shot, landed on someone's foot, and rolled an ankle.
Correct.
So Amin Thompson looked like the point guard out there at that time. Maybe you want to give him some more reps, being the on-ball primary guy. Doing it when you're up 30 isn't the worst thing in the world, but you do run a risk of him landing on someone's shoe, and it looks like it's about 2 weeks is the injury,
which sucks.
It does suck. Good part of the schedule to get that.
Very good part.
They played 2 teams, count them, 2, with a winning record for the rest of the month, and one of them is March 31st against the Lakers. That they have a Nuggets game in there too. Everyone else below 500. So you should be able to withstand it. You should be able to. What the records that we said were like 9-4 over the next 13 games.
I'd settle for 8-5 or 7-6.
Yeah,
especially now. Now I'm like, well,
yeah, maybe I lower mine too.
I might be
mine
6
too.
and 7.
But that is the I guess that's the not upside, but that's the downside isn't as bad as it could be. You still have to win games to keep pace, because now everyone in the West is winning all of a sudden.
Yes.
So you will have to kind of keep your head above water.
Everyone's winning in the West except for the Lakers against the Celtics.
Yes, they are on a 1-game losing streak.
Hell yeah. Oh, that was awesome.
That was a close one though.
That was awesome. That was so awesome.
There was like a 32-6 run.
Oh, it was just absolute murder. And again, the Celtics are kind of what's wrong with basketball, and that they're one of those teams that just bombs threes. But when they hit him, oh my god,
it looks great. And the Lakers, kind of the secret to why their defense was good was that they were allowing threes against teams that aren't good at shooting threes.
Right? Yeah.
You can't allow threes to the Boston
Nope,
Celtics, because they'll take them, and on a night like Saturday, they'll make them.
They just bomb, and bomb some more. Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Cebu asks the question, is Mattress Mac a Texans fan? You know what? Because we were talking about celebrity Texans fans, cool ones. Because since the Texans signed Braxton Berrios, his significant other, Alex Earl, is, get this, guys, TikTok's it girl, whatever the hell that means. I don't know that I've ever seen Mattress Mac wearing Houston Texans gear or associating with the Houston Texans. I'm sure he's done commercials over at the flagship, but do you think he's ever made a bet on the Texans to win? I don't think he has. So I honestly think that Mattress Mac doesn't even count as a celebrity Texans fan.
Maybe in 2012 when they're like, whatever, 12-2 or whatever they started that
right,
season.
11-1.
Yeah. 11-1. Yeah. Maybe then he got in a Matt Schaub jersey and did a commercial where if they win the Super Bowl, everyone gets free furniture. But yeah, that goes back to what we were saying for a little bit, is that like they kind of need to improve to the level to get the celebrity fan. Bun B, celebrity fan.
Bun B was great, by the way, on Friday.
How? Yeah.
I wasn't going to go. I kind of feel bad that the coffee date I went on, it was good. It's a good date. She's cool. And as I got there, I thought to myself, I got to go in. I can't miss Bun B. I've never smelled that much marijuana. I've never smelled that much marijuana. And listen, hey guys, if you partake, you partake. But I mean, it was just brazen at NRG. I don't know if they made an exception, but it was
cracked the roof.
It was cool. Ludacris could not have loved the rodeo more. He was obsessed. I don't know if you guys saw his Instagram story. Ludacris was obsessed with the rodeo.
That's awesome.
So we might be able to get him back for his own thing next year. I am hoping that happens. The surprise was T.I. T.I. showing up unannounced was pretty awesome. I was like, oh yeah, I remember these songs from college.
Bring them out.
Yep. Yeah. And then you can have whatever you like. That was one of my college anthems. That was one of those anthems that would play whenever we snuck into a frat party by pretending to smoke weed outside, waiting until one of the freshmen would come in. So like, what are you guys doing? He was like, oh, do you want some? And then we'd come in, etc. Whenever I'm on the dance floor, that song, I feel like I just remember that song more than perhaps any other one. So they were good. It was fun. It was fun. Bun B's birthday party was I think, rousing success. Yeah.
All right.
There's some other guy who's on Saturday. I'm not sure what his name was. Was it Riley Patterson or something like that?
Oh, Riley Green, outfielder for the Detroit Tigers.
Not
But
him.
Also, no, there's a country guy named Riley Green.
Right. No, he all the girls swoon over that guy. Apparently he is everyone was like saying
Country music's it guy.
I've never heard women say more inappropriate things than they were about Riley Green. Like, goodness gracious, ladies, keep it in your pants. But there's another guy who was on Saturday, and I gotta say, the guy should not have. He took off his shirt, so he took off his shirt and he's wearing shorts. Okay, so I'm not trying to go full Sopranos here because you guys all know I love me a good pair of shorts. Okay, I'm not shaming a guy because they wear shorts, but in the mafia you're not allowed to wear it. But whoever was playing on Saturday, this guy clearly not jacked, not in great shape, thought it was a good idea to just take off his shirt. He was singing the whole time. I was like, bro, you are not man meat like Riley Green. You just ain't that. Put the shirt back on. This legitimately bothered me. Anyway, this is Paul talking about the rodeo. Cam Smith, is he actually going to get a chance in right field? And where are my offensive linemen for the Houston Texans? It's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. As far as the Texans, I need my offensive lineman. Free agency is basically underway. It's the legal tampering window. It started at about 11 a.m. this morning. Some moves have been made. They brought back Sheldon Rankins, who's a defensive tackle. They re-signed Derek Barnett, who's been a nice contributor as a pass rusher the last couple of years. Not one of your primary guys, but someone that you rotate in off of the bench. And they signed Braxton Berrios, who is probably your punt returner, assuming he makes the roster. I think they're moving away from the Steven Sims amongst other players era. I know that Robert Woods did it for a little bit of time too.
Current free agent, Robert
right. Woods is a free agent. Stephon Diggs is a free agent. They're not bringing Diggs back. So we'll see what else they do, but they need to get serious about the offensive line side of things. I'm sure Nick Caserio is making phone calls, whether it's to players or potentially seeking out a trade. As far as other things that have been going down, it has been a very, very busy opening to free agency. And let's just localize this for a bit. I know some people were hoping that the Texans would trade for DK Metcalf because, let's be honest, everyone who goes online, you want to see your favorite team trade for big names. It's just how it goes. I get it. It's annoying to me at times, but I get it. You want to have essentially a dream team because it is fun to have the idea going into your head of Nico Collins along with DK Metcalf next year. I mean, that's like the most imposing wide receiver tandem in the league. If you have those guys, DK Metcalf beats people up. Like, no, Sean's laughing, but like, DK Metcalf literally bullies corners. He's kind of a dick, like on the field, but he's a really good dude. Like I love DK. I truly do. He was so awesome when I was up in Seattle, but on the field, like kind of an a-hole.
No, he's good for one ejection a year where
yes,
it is a running play. It's a halfback dive. And then you hear the announcers go, whoa. And then they cut to, and he is just, it's normally the two guys just kind of like,
right.
Kind of I don't even know, like a hockey fight almost, where they're kind of grabbing each other. And then, that's what he just does. And then he's probably good for another like personal foul every month.
Yes. He corners hate him. Like they
one wide receiver that corners hate.
They really hate
him up all the time.
Because I mean, we've seen this guy get into some squabs before. We've seen Nico Collins do that too. Tyreek Stevenson idiot who screwed up the Bears Commanders game. I mean, Nico Collins just slapped him right in the face. What did the finger say to the face? Slap. DK Metcalf was traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers just for a second round pick. And the Steelers, who never sign people to deals like that, at least make him the highest paid receiver in the league, but they gave him a 4-year, $132 million extension. It's the biggest contract the Steelers have given out in their history, which is pretty crazy to think about too. So the Steelers are being very aggressive, but that's the biggest move that's gone down in free agency to this point. Also, the Seahawks traded Geno Smith, their quarterback, to the Las Vegas Raiders. So he's going to pair up with Pete Carroll in Vegas. They liked each other a lot. And I'm sure that, the familiarity that Pete has with Geno, et cetera, like that was a big factor in this. Other big news that have happened. Josh Allen is the league's highest paid player. The Bills quarterback got an extension from the Bills that's going to give him, I think, $330 million total. He gets a 4-year cash flow of $220 million, which is a record. I don't know what that means.
I feel like agents are just inventing new ways to say that their quarterback got a record deal.
Right. To kiss their own ass.
Yeah.
To,
cash flow.
To flex. 4 years, $220 million. Haley Steinfeld. He's doing pretty well for himself. Good for Josh Allen. Also, Myles Garrett. Hey, remember the trade request that he made and now Jimmy Haslam wasn't going to meet with him?
Yeah, where's he going?
Oh, he's staying with the Cleveland Browns. And he just happened to sign a massive extension to stay with the Cleveland Browns. That, if you want to localize it a bit, this could be the kind of deal that Will Anderson gets in a couple of years. Myles Garrett will be making $40 million a year. I mean, that's insane.
That's
insane. In fact, to the point of, I think I actually got that wrong. There's no way. There's no way,
No,
right?
I think it is 40.
Gosh.
I mean, that's like just taking the reported number and then dividing it by the number of years. But that is
it is 40 a year. Holy crap.
Yeah. I don't know how much funny money is in that. Probably not a lot.
Probably not
Considering
that
it's
much.
the Browns and they signed Deshaun Watson to a fully guaranteed contract.
I didn't do that.
But this is a classic move of, I want to play for a winner, and then you get on the phone and you're like, wait, $40 million? I don't mind playing for a loser. And so that's kind of what Garrett's going to be doing for the next, maybe not the next 4 years, but probably 2 or 3 of them.
Yes.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. I do think that this more than the Josh Allen deal with CJ Stroud eventually coming up, this I feel like affects the Texans more, because Garrett is 30, like he's starting his age 30 season this year. So you are paying for 30, 31, 32, 33 of a pass rusher. Whereas if you sign Will Anderson, when Will Anderson comes up, he's going to be what, 25, 26?
Yes.
You're paying for the pre-30 years as opposed to the post-30 years. That's what I think could get him to Garrett's number, despite him right now, and maybe in a couple years it's not this way, but right now not being the kind of pass rusher that Myles Garrett is.
He's close though. I mean,
he's very close.
He's been awesome to open
Again,
up.
maybe next year he is a defensive player of the year type guy.
Also, it's amazing that he's like this scary pass rusher, because he's like the sweetest person. Like, it's kind of funny how sweet he is. I mean, if you ask him questions about anything, he's always like, there's something about him. I love it. I love his vibe. I hope that he's able to keep it for the entirety of his life. I'm almost sitting like, what happens when you get beaten down by life? And apparently he's just constantly positive and happy all the time.
Well, I mean, he got beat down by 4 older sisters, right?
That's true.
Isn't that his
they
thing?
put him in a giraffe suit and they hung him against a door or something like that. And he's still traumatized by it. And now he takes it out on offensive on quarterbacks. The Browns put out a statement about Garrett too. The statement's really funny. Even as the Browns endured struggles during the 2024 season,
wow,
Garrett still found a high level of success on the field. Talks about some stats. Following a disappointing season in which the Browns finished with a 3-14 record, Garrett released a statement February 3rd in which he requested a trade. In that statement, he expressed a desire to win. He had conversations with Andrew Berry, their GM, during routine exit interviews following the season, which both sides expressed frustrations about the results of the season, as well as aspirations to win. Berry has reiterated his commitment to returning to winning and has believed Garrett plays an integral part in achieving that goal. With a new extension in place, continues this statement, Garrett is poised to lead the Browns to those wins and the defense to high levels of success for the foreseeable future. Okay, how did he convince them that they're going to win? How did that happen? And I love that they put the statement out. And in the statement, Sean, they said, like, even as the Browns endured struggles, a disappointing 3-14 season. Like, when was he convinced?
Yeah, you have the number 2 pick right now.
Yeah, and Deshaun Watson still there. Like, still there, eating up all that money.
At least another year. Yeah. This statement could have been shortened down to one sentence of we here at the Cleveland Browns, turns out, do negotiate with terrorists. We are willing to give them more money than they ever dreamed. If you're good enough and you come to us and you say, hey, I might not want to be a Cleveland Brown, like Myles Garrett did, like Deshaun Watson did when they were one of the 14th. Deshaun Watson did not want to play for the Browns. And then the Browns said, what if we gave you a stupid amount of money? And these guys are like, you know what? Cleveland doesn't sound that bad. Go to a lot of Cavs games. They're good.
River hasn't caught fire in a couple of years.
No.
Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Yeah. Yeah. Cleveland rocks.
Ohio State. It's in the same state.
Yeah. We're not Detroit, like that viral video.
That's true.
2006.
Detroit might be better now. Detroit's on the rise.
I mean, the Lions are definitely better. I don't know about the. I boots on the ground. I've never been to either of those cities.
I haven't either. But I hear Detroit's back. He's Sean. I'm Paul. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. From the 832. Congrats, Paul, on finally completing puberty. Finally got you a man voice. The crackling was annoying. Well, I hate to break it to you, but this is hopefully temporary. But maybe I need to lean into this. Does my voice sound better? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. NFL free agency is underway, and the Astros are thinking about some crazy things that I hope we get to see very, very soon. Stick around. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. NFL free agency's been underway for about 2 hours. Texans haven't done much. They did sign defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins, who's been here before. They brought back defensive end Derek Barnett, and they signed wide receiver Braxton Berrios. His claim to fame is that he dates the most famous TikToker that there is, a very strong, powerful, independent woman by the name of Alex Earl. But there's no offensive lineman yet. I hope that changes. Other moves that we've touched on, a couple of them. The Rams signed Devontae Adams. We were looking to see if the Texans were maybe going to bring him in. 2 years and $46 million, 26 of it's guaranteed. That does seem like a bargain for the Rams, considering what we believe Adams still is. Adams, unfortunately, was just, in a pretty rough situation the last couple of years, whether it was with the Jets this past season or the Raiders the year before. DK Metcalf is a Steeler. Myles Garrett's still in Cleveland. Geno Smith is a Las Vegas Raider. Outside of that, not a whole lot cooking on the free agency front, Sean.
Yeah. The Adams deal is interesting just because he of the receivers that we weren't, you and I weren't begging for a wide receiver.
Right.
But as far as the receivers that would have gotten us excited, I think Adams was probably the top of the list.
Yes.
Just given what you said, he's just had tough quarterback situations and he's kind of still had really good production despite that. Is getting up there, but he ended up signing a 2-year deal. I would have been fine with that going to the Texans. But replacing Cooper Kupp in that offense is something that's okay. The Rams might be a team to take seriously, not just to make the playoffs or to win the division, but to actually do something in the playoffs. They did give the Eagles their best game.
Yes.
This past playoffs. Also, the Geno Smith thing is interesting more so for the Seattle side of things. Just Seattle, what's the plan here?
Yeah,
Get rid
what
of
are you
your
doing?
offensive coordinator. Get rid of Lockett.
How do you get
Metcalf,
that next quarterback? Exactly. Yeah, they've done a lot of subtractions.
Yeah.
And okay, I mean, hey, you were what, a game away? I think it was strength of victory difference away,
like a tiebreaker to be a wild card,
because they were 10-7. I mean, they were close to making the playoffs last year. They didn't make it. So, what is your plan? And I'm still a little skeptical about.
Apparently, it's Sam Darnold.
Oof.
That was the when they make the trade, they trade away Geno Smith, and then the 5 minutes later, they're expected to be interested in Sam Darnold, which means despite it not being the legal tampering period, they've already talked to Sam Darnold.
I'd rather sign Aaron Rodgers. Not even kidding. Like, I deal with all that headache and all that crap. And
less commitment. Yeah.
The Steelers are apparently the ones that are most linked to Aaron Rodgers right now.
Yes, according to Schefter and a local Pittsburgh guy.
Yeah, it would be really funny to see Rodgers in Seattle because people in Seattle hate him. They hated him before all the Rogan appearances and stuff because Seattle's a beautiful place, but there's a lot of intolerant people there.
Was it a Green Bay?
They hated
Seattle
him.
Thing?
You know why they hate him, Sean?
Why?
They hate him because he's talked trash about Russell Wilson and basically called him corny. I'm not even kidding. It's legitimately that. There have been some like comments Rodgers has made that have been interpreted as shots against Russell Wilson.
Oh.
And I remember when I was up there, Seahawks fans hate Aaron Rodgers. They just hate him. So it would be really funny to see them bring him in. But it does seem like the Steelers are going to happen. And I think that would be a good move for Pittsburgh. Honestly, if you flush out whatever the hell happened this past season, where like it was weird. It was like you just had a quarterback situation where you're playing musical chairs with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, and you got George Pickett being a psychopath every game. Like that was the Steelers season this past year. What?
They still got Pickens.
I
mean, that's we talk about Amin Thompson and Tari Eason as the Terror Twins. The Pittsburgh Steelers might actually have the Terror Twins.
DK Metcalf and George Pickens. That's a lot.
No cornerback is safe, not just from they're both 1,000-yard receivers. Also, they might throw their body at you.
Yeah.
Like George Pickens doing wrestling moves on these guys.
Because they've got leather jackets and switchblades.
They're basically are a wrestling tag team.
For
They're
sure.
They're just gonna clothesline someone. They're gonna tabletop them.
The New World Order. They are The Rock and John Cena. The new villains, because John Cena, for those who don't know, he went heel. Is WrestleMania this weekend?
No, it's later this month.
Later this month? Okay. I wasn't 100% sure on that front. So there you go, guys. That's what's going on in NFL free agency. You also might hear that my voice not sounding so great. Allergies, guys. They're killer. Also, not taking care of yourself. Killer. From the 832, Paul, you sound like you've been coaching high school football for the last decade. I don't know if I sound like that. I definitely sound like I like cigarettes.
Well, it's a little bit of the Doc Rivers never has not a raspy voice. I think that's what they're going for, where it's like you've just yelled at your defensive backs for 15 straight minutes because hey, you got to be the last line defense, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Keep everything in front of you.
Stay on top.
Yeah.
Stay on top.
Now I'm just picturing you as like the Will Muschamp of high school football, like punching the whiteboard and stuff.
Yeah.
Stay on top.
Stay on top.
Grabbing kid by the face mask.
Sometimes you got to do it. All right. He's Sean. I'm Paul. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. Ryan Lost in Texas comments on our Twitch. Paul sounds like he smoked a pack of Parliaments last night and did a key bump out of each recessed filter before lighting up. No, that's illegal, sir. That is illegal. HTX Rhino says, allergies equals Sunday too much fun day. Well, what if it's both? Why not both? You want to weigh in on what the Texans aren't doing in free agency to this point, you can. Also, Cam Smith might be in right field in the near future for the Astros. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Smoked out Paul Gallant. Sounding smoked out Paul Gallant. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. If you want to get in, you know how you do it. I'm really excited about this Jim Bowden post on social media on an app called X, which apparently went under a cyber attack today, that per Elon Musk. So it's been a little bit difficult to navigate through the actual website. But per Jim Bowden, we're at Astros camp today, and one thing's for sure. Both GM Dana Brown and manager Joe Espada made it clear Cam Smith will be given every opportunity to win the right field job. Jose Altuve told Jim Bowden that he hopes Smith makes the team okay. I wonder if you're one of the Astros outfielders and you got Jose Altuve playing left field, and you got Altuve, who is basically having fun in left field, is hoping that Cam Smith makes the opening day roster to play right field. You got to feel really bad. You got to feel the way that my voice sounds right now. Bombed out and depleted. Because Jose Altuve is like, yeah, this kid who's 22 years old and has never played right field, I hope he makes the team and he plays.
He's also played 5 AA games. Like,
yes,
this guy has basically never been anywhere close to a major leaguer. Man, I hope he plays right field.
That's how little respect the Astros outfield currently gets. And it's kind of deserved. I mean, they did move on from Kyle Tucker. And who else are they putting out there? You know, it's Chas McCormick, who did do well the year before this past one. And then there's Jake Myers, who has a cartoonish play every single season defensively where it looks like he dies, much like the first person I saw at the rodeo on Saturday. And I do wish that man well. I hope he's okay. It seemed like he was too big to be riding a horse. Like maybe he needs to cut back on the sweets a little bit, you know. But so if you're an Astros outfielder right now, I'm sorry, but Jose Altuve clearly wants you replaced.
Yeah, and if you're Chas McCormick and you are 2 for 13 in spring training, good for
he's
2 for 13, 154 average. Meanwhile, the other guy is hitting almost 600.
Yeah, that's not good.
Maybe you can't like vocally be like, "Hey, what the hell, man?" Maybe you just kind of have to eat this one, just not bring it up. Oh, Jake Myers, 333. He'll take that all day. 3 for 18.
People are commenting on my voice, Sean. From
6 for 18. Sorry.
From the 409, Paul, you sound like Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah.
Really?
You don't actually sound like Kelvin Sampson, but it's like if you could have like a Kelvin Sampson filter that you talk through, where it's Paul Gallant through the Kelvin Sampson gruff filter. Yeah.
Quote, I love these kids. End quote. That's apparently what Kelvin Sampson says on a regular basis.
Yeah. Do you want to start crying about Juwan Roberts and what he's meant to this program?
He means so much to this program. I look at him like a son.
There we go.
So we have an update on who, I guess, crashed the most important app in the world for free speech. How do we feel about this name? A hacking group called, quote, Dark Storm Team, end quote, announced that they are behind taking down Twitter today. Dark Storm Team?
Trying too hard.
You're trying way too hard. What a bunch of dorks. This is very lame.
Also, are they just like claiming credit for it like terrorist groups will? Like where they just like claim credit for something they didn't do?
Yes.
I need some proof that you guys did it. Dark Storm Team.
How do you prove that you did the hacking other than just flexing, like plopping your schmenzer on the table and saying that?
Someone else presses charges, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, this is a crime.
It's 100% a crime.
You cost X some money.
You inconvenienced me this morning as I was prepping for the show.
The biggest crime of
Darkstorm
all.
team.
The biggest crime of all.
It really is the biggest crime of all. It was awful. I had to look at my phone and then on my computer.
Had to go to websites to find
Yeah.
NFL news.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
We also have a Cam Smith update. Struck out in his first at bat today, but then hit an opposite field single to right field.
There we go.
So he's 9 for 15 this season.
That did.
So he's
that
back
did-
to 600.
That actually lowers his.
Wait,
That lowers.
hang on.
his-
Let me do a little math here. I thought 9 for 15 is 600.
No, but he was above 600.
Got it.
So because going 1 for 2 would lower your average to 500.
Yeah. 9 for 15. Yeah, 9 for 15. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's in 600. Hell yeah, dude. So that's your Cam Smith update. I really, really hope that he makes it to the opening day roster. It's the best part about this for me would be just the baseball people insisting it couldn't happen and probably being correct in that it shouldn't happen. But those people, let's be honest, it is fun. Of all the people who cover sports, baseball's people are generally the ones with the least amount of personality, who are also like the most like Debbie Downer about everything, you know. And I like a lot of the guys who do it locally here in Houston. Brian McTaggart's always been good to me. Chandler, I have a man crush on Chandler Rome, but like, let's be honest, like this is one of those things where you've got a lot of lame people out there. So for them to potentially be wrong and Cam Smith making the opening day roster, it would delight me. It would delight me a little bit. I like it when the sport that they believe that they are the absolute authority on, like alpha and omega. I love it when they don't know it as well as they think they do. And some dumbass like me can come in and say like, yeah, he should have been in right field all along. I just like that. I like that.
Yeah. No, I do need to see him, and not to be.
I don't actually, Sean. I don't.
Nerd baseball writer getting a wedgie.
No, you're
by Cam Smith. But can he play right field in one of these spring training
Nah,
games?
it's fine.
Okay.
Just screw it.
Okay.
See what happens.
Because his outfield experience is very limited. It's also in left field, which I understand. Not the biggest difference in the world, but still.
Left, right. They're just directions.
Play him in center. Who cares?
Play him everywhere.
Point over. Stand there. Yeah. No. I mean, at some point, if Cam Smith does actually hit 500 for more than 20 plate appearances, if he does it for another 20 plate appearances,
well, if he does it for another 20 plate appearances, you know what we have to do? Got to put him out there. Got to put him out there.
It'd be a crime not to.
Todd the Show says baseball people are the told you so's of told you so's. Who is the told you so of told you so's, though? You know, because obviously we have it in the baseball side of things. There's certainly a lot of told you so's out there. You know what? Sorry to paint with a broad brush, but I would say very online liberal activists. That is the most told you so of told you so's for sure. Honestly, you could say the same thing about people leaning to the right. It's one of those things where you just see people like that, and they got to tell you what's on their mind and tell you how wrong you are for having any, I don't know, nuanced take that actually involves context, perspective, and, you know, like things that are important as far as having an opinion. So Cam Smith might be getting some work in right field. Very cool to see, but it's not happening yet. And it is really interesting to hear Dana Brown and Joe Espada talking about this without actually having done it. So maybe it is something that we don't see until he goes back to the minors for a couple of weeks, for a couple of months. I do think we will see Cam Smith at some point this year.
Yeah.
I think it's now likely. And I think, you know, not too long ago, we were asking, okay, does he make the opening day roster? I still think that the chances are pretty low of him making the opening day roster, even with him playing the way that he's playing right now, where he's, again, hitting 600, which is insane. It's only been 15 at bats. So, obviously, got to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt. But I feel like now, if we are putting it as a percentage, will Cam Smith make the opening day roster? If Jose Altuve is endorsing the idea of it, and if Espada and Dana Brown are talking about him potentially playing in the outfield, I think we're now at like 20 to 25%. instead of it at 5 to 10%, which is where we were last week.
Yeah.
I think it's actually getting likely.
I was thinking like 15 to 20. Just like it's doubled, I guess tripled. But it's moved up. It's moved up considerably. The possibility. I still would say it's not likely though. So yeah, I think it's in that range.
Yeah.
I think will Cam Smith be on the Astros in 2025? That's gone up dramatically. That's like we're before spring training. We're like, oh, maybe towards the end, we'll see injuries, that kind of thing. Now it's like, if he's not on the roster in 2025 and he plays not at this level, obviously, but if he plays like close to this level, if he's hitting super well in the minors, and he doesn't come up in 2025, that's when we can have the service time, like funny business conversation. But I think it's more than likely that he comes up probably before July. Like if he keeps up this, not the actual numbers, but this kind of level of play, I don't know what's stopping this guy. It's definitely not Chas McCormick stopping him from being the starting right fielder.
Chas McCormick in his pudding era, like if he goes back to, listen, in his pudding era, he was really good.
Yeah, I was gonna say he was good.
Like Chas
Banana
McCormick in his
pudding era, Chas was good.
Jake Myers ain't gonna do it, but Chas, I think there's like a theoretically a shot that like he plays well enough to make them think to themselves, well, maybe. But
and then Chas, if he's bounces back a little bit, you can put him in center and you'd be replacing Myers in right field.
From the 832, Paul, could you do a sensual reading with this new voice of yours? You could become the sexiest sounding host on the station, which would enable you to get a level up in the ladies department. That's from Huey and Spring. Well, here's the thing, guys. As it is very cool that I have this job, and it is fun to be a little bit of a celebrity where you get recognized maybe once when you're out and about. But here's the thing. On the ladies side of thing, don't do damn thing. Doesn't do a damn thing. I just have a lot. I have like men like me.
I was gonna say, I don't think you could pick a profession that is notable, that makes you somewhat of a public figure. And again, not a public figure, but kind of a public
figure. Exactly.
Where it impresses less women. Like it is.
Oh, there's nothing quite
you cannot think of anything else that impresses less women than being a sports talk radio.
The amount of times I've explained it, like, oh, so you don't podcast? And I'm like, no, the show has a podcast. Like, we do all of that. And they're like unimpressed by the radio side of it. And to me, that pisses me off. I'm like, wait a second. This is different than any Joe Schmo who has a podcast, Nothing against Joe Schmo.
Yeah.
But
this is the hard one.
Exactly. This it's hard to get into this. It's very hard. And they're like, oh, okay. Like, no, I've explained it to a couple of people, and I'm not even kidding. On Saturday, there's a girl in our committee. She's gorgeous. And she's sitting with me, and a bunch of guys are all like, oh, whoa, that's so cool. Like what I'm talking about the radio. And I'm like trying to be like humble, but I'm kind of trying to brag because of her too. She's like so unimpressed. And I was like, damn it. Because they were all asking, oh, you're on TV too for Drive. And I'm just looking over to my right, like, and she's like on her phone.
TV would help if you could.
I was on Channel 2 last night.
Yeah, if you could play up the TV side, maybe that'd help.
Maybe we will do a sensual reading with this voice at some point.
Yeah, we can look up a Lance Zierlein prospect.
Reading some scouting reports. That's true. Zach says I need to hear a "Go Cougs" in a smoker voice. Go Cougs! Rah rah rah. Sean's laughing.
It does change the route a little bit.
Does a little bit. There is a big move in the NFL involving one quarterback leaving one team for another and a whole lot of cheddar. You'll find out what that is next. It's the 10-minute drill. Stay put. Big news in the NFL. Sam Darnold is a $100 million quarterback. Isn't that nuts? You have 1 year and all those memories of you seeing ghosts in New York, they're out the window. Sam Darnold is now a Seattle Seahawk signing an outrageous deal to join the Hawks. I don't get this one. I really don't.
No, especially in concert with the other moves that they've made this season or this offseason, which is getting rid of DK Metcalf, cutting Tyler Lockett, trading away Geno Smith. It feels like you made a lot of moves to not get that much better at quarterback, if at all.
Yeah.
It really depends on what Sam Darnold you think you're getting, as opposed to, versus Geno Smith, who's been a little bit more consistent over a longer period of time. Also, now Sam Darnold won't have Jefferson and Addison to throw to. He'll have Jason and no one else.
3 years, $100.5 million, 55 guaranteed. I'd rather have Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Geno Smith's better.
At the prices, yeah.
Now, clearly things are moving in a weird direction in Seattle where it feels like they are trying to move on from everything that's related to the past in a very quick manner.
Yeah, and maybe this is something where we have to wait to see what the full picture is. Like what the end result of all this is, but right now, yeah, I have a tough time seeing how they improved at all. Not good when I think of Matt Flynn, the Matt Flynn signing the last time the Seahawks have made a big acquisition at quarterback. I was like, oh yeah, the guy who didn't play because they drafted someone in the third round. And if the Seahawks draft a quarterback, it's on the table that whoever they draft in the third round might just beat Sam Darnold in training camp.
Yeah, like Matt Flynn 2.0. I mean, they would love to stumble into Russell Wilson again. So
That would be a good problem to have.
That would be
Jalen
nice.
Milroe is just a borderline Hall of Famer. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Jalen Milroe is incredible.
He's also going to be
huge hands.
Maybe not available in the third round.
With the way that drafts seem to be going, yeah, there's going to be some really desperate looking picks where quarterbacks are getting taken early and a premium's traded to move up and make that pick too. And it's like, oh, Jalen Milroe's kind of a running back. Like he's kind of a running back. Anyway, other moves across the NFL. Speaking of those Seahawks, they also traded DK Metcalf for a second-round pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Less than what they were looking for. They wanted a first and a third, so they get a second. He signs a 4-year, $132 million extension with the Steelers. It's the biggest in franchise history. The Steelers are also supposedly interested in Aaron Rodgers. We'll see if the deal is made with him. Josh Allen, Bills quarterback, reigning MVP, just got a huge deal. He will be the NFL's highest paid player with a $300+ million contract that will pay him more than $60 million a year. I do not understand really what this means, but Josh Allen is going to get a 4-year cash flow of $220 million. And I guess that's a record. So that's fun. Good for Josh Allen.
Yeah, I mean, he also does he pass Watson with guaranteed money? It's not fully guaranteed, but Watson was 240 or 230, right? So.
It's nice to see someone who's actually deserving of it, who also hasn't, been accused by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, at least of sexual misconduct. It's nice to see somebody who doesn't have those also getting paid a ton of money and all of it's seemingly guaranteed. It's nice to see guys like that get paid.
Okay. So, yes, you're right.
But he does have problematic tweets in the past.
I'm looking at the record, the cash flow record that I didn't know was a thing until,
I didn't either, until just now.
So he set the record for 4-year cash flow at $220 million.
Yes.
He passes Cowboys quarterback Dak Prescott, whose 4-year cash flow under his latest deal is $219 million. So he has $1 million more of cash flow than Dak Prescott. This is such agent BS. This is agent BS to say this is a record-setting deal.
Most news that happens around now, you are right, Sean, are agents like kissing their hindquarters, their own hindquarters.
Having whoever broke this.
Yes.
Having Schefter, having Rappaport, having Pelissero.
Mm-hmm. Smoochy. Okay, more NFL news. Myles Garrett, he got extended. All that. Oh, never going to play you again. I want to go to a contender. All for naught. He's going to make $40 million a year now. Oh, the Browns are a contender, or are you paid? It's probably the latter. It is funny to see these contracts that seem like there's an impasse. Oh, he's demanded a trade. He's going to leave. It is funny to see these all like neatly cleaned up with just a raise.
I think football, more than the other two major sports, have the most of like, this is going to be a messy situation here in Cleveland. Like these two sides, they won't even meet with each other. Right. And it's like, actually now he's the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
Very, very easy. Devontae Adams is a Los Angeles Ram. 2 years and about $45 million. I think 26 of it's guaranteed. So definitely an element of prove it for Adams, who hasn't done so well the last couple of years. Geno Smith, quarterback of the Seahawks, traded to the Raiders. Seahawks just signed Sam Darnold, as we brought up a little bit ago. Von Miller, meanwhile, Aggie legend. He's going to be cut by the Buffalo Bills. And Joe Thuney, the guy that I wanted the Texans to trade for, traded to Chicago for a 4th-round pick. Apparently, he wanted to go to Chicago. I'm wondering if that was a part of the actual trade. Did they like honor Joe Thuney and say like, hey, we're not going to pay you. We'll send you somewhere you want to go? Because they didn't get much in return for him. So
yeah. And he is good enough to where it's not ridiculous. The idea that you do right by Joe Thuney. It's like, no, he's multiple time all pro, 2-time Super Bowl winner with you, right? 2-time?
Yes.
2-time. So
wait, 2 times.
It's not the most ridiculous thing in the world that he would have done that, or that they would have done that for Joe Thuney. Other breaking news in the quarterback realm. This is of the Sam Darnold variety. Justin Fields is signing with the Jets on a 2-year, $40 million, 30 guaranteed.
Jets, Jets.
Yeah.
Love it.
Pittsburgh's backup last year. He did start. I think they were like 4-2 in the games they started, but they did replace him with Russell Wilson.
Another running back. He's a running back. Fields is a running back. He's like not good at quarterbacking, but he's very good at running. He is very good at running. Some even think he's good enough to be a backup kick returner. Not even kidding, because that's apparently what the Steelers were doing with him for a little bit.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, Terrell Pryor. All right, so they got Terrell Pryor.
So there you go, guys. That's the 10-minute drill. NFL free agency's underway. We'll keep you posted on anything new that happens. 2 years, $40 million. Justin Fields signs with the Jets. Jeez. Quarterbacks get paid stupid money. Sam Darnold getting 3 years, $100 million. Oh, this does honestly depress me a little bit. Like I'm never gonna make $1 million over the course of my life. It feels like.
What's your 4-year cash flow?
Not that, Sean. Not that.
Not a record.
Possibly eviction notice in my future. Meanwhile, these guys are getting paid tons. I just end it all.
I guess Darnold, just because it's way more money.
Yeah,
but the Justin Fields $30 million guaranteed. That's also a lot of money. For Justin Fields. But Darnold 55, almost twice that for Darnold is.
I'm depressed,
crazy.
Man. I'm depressed. That is Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. We'll keep you posted on what's going on in the NFL free agency if the Texans make any moves. We did hear from the newest member of the Houston Texans over the weekend. You'll hear what he had to say next. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. NFL free agency is underway, and I got to say, I am depressed by this contract. I am depressed seeing this, and I will give this man his flowers. I will give his agent a lot of flowers. Remember Eric Murray? He was a safety for the Texans. He had a couple of good games. He was a solid player. Eric Murray just signed a 3-year, $22.5 million deal, $12 million guaranteed with the Jacksonville Jaguars. What in the F and F? Oh, I saw on Twitch, as Tony the Handsome says, I should have been a professional football player. Why did I pick business? That's how I feel. How? $22.5 million, 12 of it guaranteed. It's Eric Murray. No offense, Eric Murray. What the hell? How is he getting that? And we all have to live in the real world here. You know, eggs are $7,000 an egg. And here we are looking at Eric Murray. He'll never want for eggs again. He's fine. $22 million for Eric Murray. This pee pants new GM for the Jaguars, who looks like a pee pants. No offense, he just looks young. I would look like a pee pants too if I were in his position, but he looks like a pee pants. What do I mean by a pee pants? He just looks like someone who's way too young. Like, he looks like a boy king, someone who inherited something that he didn't deserve. This guy, that's your move. You traded Christian Kirk for a 7th-round pick. They've moved on from a lot of people this offseason. This is your big move. And I get it. They probably have a lot of cap space. This is your big move. Pee pants. You look like a pee pants. I'm sorry. Nothing against pee pants looking people, but he looks like one. And I mean, this is like pushover stuff. Did the agent bring a gun? Like, what are we doing?
Mask.
What are we doing? This is a robbery.
Yeah, no, that's a tough one for Tom and Baratheon over there.
Yeah, James Gladstone.
James Gladstone, aka, because Joffrey, not even Joffrey, Boy King, he got stuff done. Joffrey,
Yeah.
He didn't get pushed around.
No, Joffrey. I mean, Joffrey was a character.
Yes,
but James Gladstone. I mean, I guess credit to him. He's taken the heat off of Liam Cohen and Duval.
Yes, we haven't talked about that.
Yeah, we haven't, because this general manager looks like he's 5, and on top of that, he's giving Eric effing Murray, who played for the Texans last year and was good, but like $22 million good? No. What are we doing here? Again, good for Eric Murray.
Yes.
Good for his agent. Bad for all of us, because hey, and not bad for the Texans, I guess. I mean, if that's what he was looking for, I could see why Eric Murray left. He knows his worth, and he got it.
Yeah, you have to be, I'd say, more clearly an upgrade over Jimmy Ward to make $22 million. Jimmy Ward, who I don't think makes $22 million.
I think he might.
Oh, he did?
Jimmy Ward should make that, though. Jimmy Ward should make that kind of thing. 1 year, $10.5 million.
Okay, that's not too crazy. I mean, because the Murray thing is 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's about the same.
Man. No, that's nuts. Wow. Actually, Jimmy Ward makes a lot less than that. Jimmy Ward is a $5 million, $5.6 million salary cap. And Eric Murray's just getting paid. Now, Jimmy Ward doesn't play that much. So that's, and I imagine this might have been his last season in the league, just given all the injuries he's dealt with. Newest member of the Houston Texans is Christian Kirk. And guys, you should be excited about this one. You know why? Because Christian Kirk, who enjoyed his time in Jacksonville, is really excited to come here. Here is what he said of his time in Jacksonville, 2022, 84 catches for 1,108 yards and 8 touchdowns. I'll always be grateful to Duval for changing my life and my family's. Yeah, because remember that contract that they got? I mean, talk about another just ridiculous Jags overspend. 4 for 72 was a lot for Christian Kirk. No one thought he was that good. But hey, credit to him, credit to the agent. And I guess the Jacksonville Jaguars are who we all need to be making phone calls to and say, like, hey, can I get a job here? Oh, are you completely unqualified? Here's $8 million. They don't exactly seem like the best operation. Remember that one guy that worked for them who was like stealing money and gambling on it? Gambling with all the money he was stealing from them. He was like one of their front office executives, just stole $6 million. He's like, I'm a gambling addict. I can't help it. I'm just a gambling addict. So that's what they bring in. But anyway, more from Christian Kirk. My preparation for the upcoming season is already underway. And the only way from here is up, because he did break his collarbone. I'll be back stronger than ever, and I'm excited for this next chapter with the Texans. I promise it'll be my best one yet. End quote. Texans swarm. Hell yeah. Christian Kirk, let's go, guys. Let's go. It's very exciting.
Already preparing. No off season for Christian Kirk.
Mm-hmm. None. He's already preparing. Now, I don't know how you prepare with a broken collarbone. Breaking your collarbone sucks. I broke my collarbone.
Really?
I broke my collarbone on my 18th birthday. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I was playing a game of street hockey. And not even kidding, scored a goal. One of my friends love tapped me on the chest. And then I was like, oh, wow, that hurts. Oh, wow, that really hurts. Couldn't lift my arm. Tried to play a little bit longer. Could not.
Hockey tough. Oh.
Not that hockey tough. They had to cut my shirt off because I couldn't lift my arm. And they said, oh, yeah, this thing's broken.
Damn.
So on my birthday, I got some pain pills. And I had cake. It was awesome.
Okay.
But here's what sucked. After the first night where they gave me the pain pills, and then they gave me something so that like I had to wear a sling for like 2 weeks. My mom got rid of all of the pain pills. Like flushed them all immediately. She's like, nope, sorry. Suck it up. And understandable, obviously, given our, whole issues in America.
Mom, I could have sold those.
I know. I could have made a profit.
I'm in St. Pete.
Me, Paul the drug dealer at Shorecrest Preparatory Schools.
That's how
selling Percocet.
That's how you get Eric Murray. Not that Eric Murray did that, but that's if you're at that point, NFL probably not happening. The only other way to get $20 million,
selling drugs, like that snowboarder for Team Canada snowboarder. By the way, have you heard about this guy?
No, I did. I missed the story.
Oh my God. Okay. There is a snowboarder who is on the FBI's most wanted list. He's top 10. And his name is Ryan Wedding. He is one of the FBI's 10 most wanted for a role in a deadly drug ring. Transnational drug enterprise ordering several murders.
Whoa.
Ryan Wedding is wanted for allegedly running a drug trafficking network that routinely shipped hundreds of kilos of coke between Colombia, Mexico, the U.S., and Canada. He also allegedly orchestrated at least 4 murders, holy crap, related to the operation, including the 2023 murder of 2 members of an Ontario family in retaliation for a stolen drug shipment. The FBI is offering up to $10 million for anyone with information. I mean, I have information. This is the information. Me reading from this article, that's the information. FBI, I would like the $10 million now. Thank you very much. He was born in Thunder Bay, Ontario.
Cool name. Such a cool name.
Ryan Wedding?
No, Thunder Bay, Ontario.
Thunder Bay is a cool name. Finished 24th in parallel giant slalom at the 2002 Winter Olympics in Salt Lake City.
I can see why you sold drugs.
I'm about to read something. This is so cringe. This is a statement from the FBI. Wedding said Akil Davis, the assistant director in charge of the FBI's LA field office. Wedding went from shredding powder on the slopes at the Olympics to distributing powder cocaine on the streets of U.S. cities and in his native Canada. My God.
Okay, when you said it was cocaine, I was thinking about how to loop in skiing. I'm not gonna. Not gonna say I'm above that, but I was working for something. I was hoping for something better than that.
Can this guy save? Can Akil Davis, the assistant director in charge of the FBI's LA field office, can you save stuff like that for the New York Post? And I don't know, do your job, seeing as the FBI doesn't exactly like always do their job. Oh my God. Here's another statement. Why do these people get so corny? Another statement from Matthew Allen of the DEA in LA. These people are so LA.
I was gonna say,
clearly failed actors.
Is it because it's the like even other people are like, that's all the LA office does is try to think of CSI ways to describe these crimes.
Here we go. This is from Matthew Allen. Quote, Sean, buckle up. The former Canadian snowboarder unleashed an avalanche of death and destruction here and abroad.
I'm gonna say, you know what? If I'm one of the four people that got a murder ordered off of this guy, I think this is actually a little insensitive to be.
I agree.
To be saying it was an avalanche of murder and cocaine.
These people,
like, okay, people lost their lives. All right, let's save the bits for the New York Post,
yes,
or for a Weekend Update. All right,
yes.
If Colin Jost wants to get that off, okay, fine. We can't have an officer do this.
So that's Ryan Wedding, who's top 10 most wanted, former Canadian snowboarder, and apparently his name is El Jefe. And
all right, Ryan. No, you're Ryan. You're not El Jefe. You're Ryan.
So this statement would have worked. His face will be in the top 10 most wanted posters. He's unremitting, callous, and greed-driven. Today's announcement beams an even brighter searchlight on him. We ask that you help us find him. See, could have done that instead of saying like, oh, he's an avalanche of death and destruction. He went from shredding powder to distributing powder to the children. Like, relax, guys. Okay.
You know what's not gnarly?
Yeah.
Selling drugs, kids.
Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Again, what this guy's done is horrible. But the FBI, DEA, slow your roll a little bit with the descriptions of Ryan Wedding, who again, $10 million reward if you got any information. I feel like I've just provided a lot of it by reading an article. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text. And you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Damn it, Mofo's comments on the Twitch. Paul, you sound like a cross between Rachel Maddow and Gilbert Gottfried today. Oh, thank you. I think. I know I look like Rachel Maddow if I don't shave. Or if I shave, got that face. We'll keep you posted on everything going on in free agency. And Cam Smith watch continues. I can't believe what the Astros are thinking about doing with him. Stay put. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can join on the text line, 713-780-3776 to call to text. As you heard from Mr. Voice Guy himself right there on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. NFL free agency officially opened about 3 hours ago. I say officially opened in that it is now the legal tampering period where teams are allowed to talk with potential free agents about a deal. But that's been going on for a while. And over the weekend, you saw a bunch of deals happen. The most noteworthy over the weekend was DK Metcalf getting traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers for a second-round pick. Geno Smith getting traded to the Las Vegas Raiders over the weekend. And today we've seen some more deals. Devontae Adams signed a 2-year deal with the Los Angeles Rams. And then Sam Darnold signed a 3-year, nearly $100 million deal. Actually, over $100 million deal, $100.5 million with the Seattle Seahawks. So the Seahawks have been very active. The Texans, meanwhile, not so much. They traded for Christian Kirk. They cut Shaq Mason. They re-signed Derek Barnett. They signed Sheldon Rankin. And they also, as I said, traded for Christian Kirk. So they've made moves. I just need to see some offensive linemen. I need offensive linemen. The Texans need offensive linemen. Nothing new on that front as of yet. And I wonder if they are as aggressive as they need to be with that position. Because it's not just a coaching problem. It's not just Bobby Slowick. It's not just Chris Strausser. It's a whole thing. This is an offensive line that's got a lot of issues, and they need a talent infusion as quickly as possible.
Full renovation. They need everything. They just need at least 3 guys. I guess they need interior. 3 guys on the interior.
Yes.
Minimum of 2. I'm okay if you decide to bring back whether it's Titus Howard or to start one of Juice Scruggs, Jared Patterson. I'm fine if you choose to start one of those guys, but you need at least 2 new faces.
Yes.
Along with Laremy Tunsil and Blake Fisher, who's also kind of a question mark. But
yeah,
I know that you drafted him in the second round to start him in year 2. So I feel like he's pretty nailed in there. But everyone else in the interior, it's open competition.
100%. So get some guys in and make it a more open competition.
Yes. Has Will Fries signed anywhere?
I have not seen any Will Fries deal.
I'm just looking at the top
Colts offensive lineman, right?
Yes. I'm just looking at the top free agent lists and seeing how many of these offensive linemen have signed.
Mm-hmm.
That way to know, how many guys are available. Are they missing out on guys that are signing elsewhere, or has that market not really heated up in the same way that it looks like the quarterback market has, the defensive line market? There's stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Looks like Will Fry's still
a free agent, I think. Yes.
When I Googled his name, wasn't New Deal, didn't pop up immediately.
Yeah. What was the first thing that popped up? Franklin Delano Roosevelt? You said New Deal.
Oh, no.
Gotcha. We'll see what happens on that front again. We're just monitoring here. Cam Smith, meanwhile, Astros super prospect. He is continuing his torrid spring. And we heard from Jim Bowden of The Athletic, a baseball insider, that Cam Smith, per Joe Espada and Dana Brown, is going to have an opportunity to compete for right field this year, which is very weird because he hasn't played in right field yet. Meanwhile, Jose Altuve also would like to see Cam Smith in right field. That's a pretty significant update. I wonder what's the next step. Like, are you actually going to put Cam Smith in right field for one of these spring training games? We've seen already a lot of Jose Altuve in left. It does look like he will be the primary left fielder for the Astros this coming season. Could Cam Smith be your right fielder? Per McTaggart, Brian McTaggart, this is how we basically get all of our spring training updates because he's the one guy down there and he generally posts about what's going on in these games. Cam Smith struck out today in his first at-bat against Kevin Gausman, but then he had an opposite field single to right field his next at-bat. He is 9 for 15 this spring. And if he keeps hitting like this, it's going to be very difficult for the Astros to leave him off the opening day roster. I'm still skeptical it's going to happen. And also, if he's going to get to play in right field, I'd like to actually see him out there because he has only played at third base to this point. But Cam Smith is actually going to, I guess, get looked at in right field. I really hope that we end up seeing him in right field because I just do not see a lot coming out of this current outfield outside of Jose Altuve, who is not even really an outfielder.
Yeah, no, it definitely feels like, at the very least, the kind of spark that a team might need, and maybe you get more strategic with it, where it helps to get Cam Smith actually playing the position that you're going to put him in. Whoa,
yes,
whatever. But you start the season without Cam Smith, and you have McCormick and Myers, hopefully getting off to a hot start. If not, that's an easy improvement to make, to
100%.
slide in the number one prospect in your system, slide in a guy that your fan base is already kind of lusting after because of the spring he's had.
And he's an aircraft carrier.
He's an aircraft carrier.
Whatever that means.
I think
jets.
It's an easy way to, like, hey, 2-game losing streak in April. Boom. Cam Smith. Now you're number 7 hitter.
Hell yeah.
Let's ride. So they might get selective, or kind of I try to play that game a little bit. Again, it wouldn't all be a game because this guy has not played outfield. I would like him to play outfield, but I don't know if he can do that and still make the opening day roster because he's not doing it at third base.
Correct.
You're not beating out Paredes.
Nope. Not beating out Paredes. And it seems like the Astros are still interested in Nolan Arenado as well. So I don't know if the trade's going to happen.
You might never play third base for the Astros.
Yeah.
Cam Smith.
Some people I know brought up over on Friday because Christian Walker had the oblique injury, and it seems like he's going to be out a significant amount of time. Oh, does he play at first base? I mean, maybe he could. I don't know.
I think
right field, I'd rather him be out there.
I think we're just doing he's big and tall, so maybe he can play first base. Big target out there.
Don't you have to be left-handed to play first?
You don't have to, but it's preferred.
It seems like everyone likes the left-handed guy. Speaking of handed, Garrett Cole this year.
Yeah, right-handed.
Well, not anymore because he's going to have to get Tommy John surgery. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that he was getting second opinions. And normally when you get a second opinion, it's because you don't like what the first opinion was. And yeah, he had some elbow soreness in spring training, and they got it looked at, and it looks like it's going to require Tommy John. He was a guy who last year, and this is something maybe the Astros, or at least we need to keep in mind when the Astros are talking about pitcher injuries. Last season, he did miss time due to an elbow injury that they initially was feared that it was going to have to be Tommy John, and he rehabbed it enough to come back without getting surgery. And then now in spring training, he's going to need Tommy John surgery. So maybe when you need Tommy John surgery, it's better off just to get it over with. It's a little different with the Yankees because last year they did end up making the World Series. They had a very successful year, the most successful year the Yankees have had in over a decade.
Right.
But I think it's something where when you first hear elbow injury, worried about Tommy John, actually he won't need surgery. He can rehab it. Just have the thought in the back of your head that Tommy John might be around the corner anyway.
Yes, 100%. So Garrett Cole, Yankee season over already? Maybe.
Yeah. Did you hear Stan's injury? Stan had a very funny injury.
No, Giancarlo Stanton. What happened to him?
Giancarlo Stanton off injured. I did see a picture of him with a beard, so good for him.
Good for him.
He has 2 elbow injuries.
Oh, dang. How did he suffer them?
I have
sneezing?
I have no idea. But Giancarlo Stanton said that his elbow injuries are considered severe in both elbows.
Oh, dang.
He attributes it to bat adjustments from last season and is unsure when he'll be able to resume baseball activities. If surgery is needed, he said it would be season ending. So you have Stanton also staring down the barrel of season ending double elbow surgery. I think I would get one elbow at a time, but I'm not a doctor, nor am I someone with elbow injuries. But I would be like, give me one so I have one arm free to live my life, and then give me the other one.
Oof, that sucks though. What do you do? Like, if you rehab, are these both in slings? Like double slinged with double?
That's why I think you have to get one at a time.
Yeah, I think you have to. Dang, God, that would suck. That would absolutely.
Well, although Chris Middleton got double ankle surgery in the offseason, and I think he got both at the same time. But I guess ankles, you can just be in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
It's a little bit easier
with both, right? Yeah, or crutches. Although I guess that would.
No,
be
you can't really be in crutches.
Yeah, you have to have at least one foot to put weight on.
Two walking boots.
How? Yeah. Well, I mean, they're walking boots. I mean, you're allowed to walk in them. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
To a degree.
Yeah. No, you are.
That's the point. That's what they call it, a walking boot. We're doctors here, as you can tell. He's Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5. 92.5 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. NFL free agency's underway, and Cam Smith might be getting opportunities in right field in the near future. Keep you posted on all of that. Stick around.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
NFL free agency's underway, and the Texans have made a couple of minor moves today. Sheldon Rankins, a defensive tackle, they signed him. They brought back defensive end Derek Barnett. They traded for Christian Kirk, a 7th-round pick. They cut Shaq Mason. These are moves that we already knew about. We'll see if there's more moves that happen today. I'm still waiting for that offensive lineman. I need an offensive lineman. Also, Cam Smith, the Astros super prospect, who we've talked a whole lot about because he's been off to a great start, is apparently going to at least be considered to play right field for the Astros. I don't know when that is. I don't know if that means opening day. I don't know if that means at some point the early months of the year. But the fact that the manager and general manager of the Astros said, yeah, he could potentially play right field, and we haven't even seen him in that position yet in spring training, it's noteworthy. I feel like the Astros theoretically could sue a basketball team right now. Why do I say that? Does anyone know about Omaha University? It's a school. It's not related to Peyton Manning. They play in the Summit League. Do you know what they do to celebrate after wins? They bang trash cans. Not kidding. Just saw this in the commercial break. Omaha's chancellor popped out of a trash can with the AEW title belt to celebrate Omaha winning their conference. And they just go to town on these trash cans.
After the chancellor jumps out of it, I assume.
Right. Yes. Not in there. So they just find trash cans. And I'm not kidding.
On the run to the Summit League title, they're just, hey, we found a trash can in the other room.
Yes.
Now we beat it.
Yeah, so I'm watching the video right now. One of their players gets a towel and is like smacking it, like just like abusively smacking it. They just another guy jumped off the top of a cooler and elbowed the trash can.
Okay, so they're doing like wrestling moves.
They're doing wrestling moves to the trash can. I don't know why they started doing it, but
who cares? This is a good celebration.
Omaha, they find trash cans and they beat them up. And apparently, Omaha, per CBS Sports, was asked by the Summit League to not beat any trash cans after they won the Summit League tournament. So somebody brought a trash can for them to beat afterwards. And honestly, I feel like the Astros should think about suing them.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm watching it with the towel. Just whip it. That's very funny. I understand why you this is such a funny video. I understand why they want them to like, hey, don't use like I think you have to bring your own trash can. If you're gonna have guys jump off of tables to elbow it, which also maybe don't do that while you're in the middle of the season.
I agree, though. I agree. And honestly, the guy that jumped off the cooler to elbow it, it's a little crazy. So anyway, bring it up because the Astros, of course,
made trash cans famous.
They used to bang trash cans.
Yeah, and they won. They won a lot.
That's true.
Now here, the Omaha Mavericks. Hey, at least one Mavericks team is having a good time.
They're having a great time out.
Hey, the Omaha Mavericks. This is the run that might lead them. Are they in the NCAA tournament? They might lead them to the NCAA tournament.
They might get there. And then, yes, we're going to be banging some more trash cans. And I bet, honestly, knowing the NCAA will somehow step in here and say, you guys have to stop this.
Well, I think if they make they are making the they won the Summit League.
Right, they won the Summit League. So they're
okay. Yeah. So all this week, should the coach be focusing on who they might play in the first round? Who, whatever plays? No. This entire week is about acquiring the best trash can you can, maybe multiple trash cans, and thinking of inventive ways to have a viral video of you guys smacking the hell out of the trash can.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they might be a 16 seed.
I would imagine that they would be. because it seems like the Summit League isn't exactly the best.
In this
one.
article, it says Omaha should cheer for a couple upsets in the low major tournaments so they can get bumped up to a 15 seed. So they seem pretty nailed into. You know what? Maybe they're so low on the 16 line that they're playing the play-in game, the 16 seed play-in game. They can win that and destroy a trash can in Dayton. I'd be okay with that. I would allow that.
By the way, trash cans are surprisingly expensive.
These like gray industrial
The
ones.
gray industrial ones are like $40.
Wow.
I know I mean, it's not like it's super expensive,
Yeah,
but
I guess if you buy one, because these are the
these are the big ones. These aren't like waste baskets.
Yeah,
these are big containers.
the big gray ones that you'll see like at a school,
like
or
a
something.
brute trash can,
Yeah.
or Rubbermaid trash can,
In like the school cafeteria, like we had these kind of trash cans. That $40. I guess you only, unless you're planning to jump off a table and elbow it, they probably last you a long time.
Yeah.
I don't know. That $40 probably lasts you a couple years, but no, that is surprisingly expensive for a trash can. But now Omaha, I think Omaha University is the first America's team of the NCAA tournament.
I think so too.
And we have over a week until it starts.
That's true. I forgot. Gosh, with this rodeo stuff that I'm taking care of, I totally forgot that there's sports going on. There's just a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of basketball right around the corner.
Thursday and Friday next week. Buckle up.
Friday is the Journey concert as well.
Oh, wow.
I'm so excited.
Are you going to have to go?
I have to work at 6:30 a.m. the next day after the Journey concert. I know. That's
so early in that concert, you might have to go your separate ways.
Ooh, nice.
There we go.
That was a good
I know a Journey song.
Hell yeah, dude.
I know another Journey song other than the one everyone knows.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's Don't Stop Believing, but Faithfully might be their best song.
Okay.
I'm forever yours. I can't sing right now. My voice is gone.
No, normally you would sound just like Steve Perry.
Just like him.
But yeah, today, allergies.
This is a great text as we're talking about trash cans from the 832. You ever get mad that you have to buy garbage bags just to throw them away? Yeah. What a great point.
Yeah, I bought the biggest when I got my apartment in October. I just bought the biggest box of
Me too, Costco.
It's like 150 of them. And I was like, I can go through 3 a week and I will not have to buy a new one until next year.
By the way, garbage time, still at 2:45. Don't worry, but we just happen to be talking about trash cans because Omaha University, perhaps to pay tribute to our beloved Houston Astros, whenever they win a game, they beat up plastic trash cans. Like really, no, they beat it.
Yeah, now their mascot's getting into it.
It's like the typewriter in or not the typewriter. It's
copy machine,
the
or
copy
fax machine,
the fax
or whatever.
machine in Office Space. It's they're basically doing that. Anyway, you want to jump in 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. We'll keep you posted on what's going on in NFL free agency and the latest on Cam Smith, who might be a right fielder for the Astros this year. And an all-time airline story. Whoa. You think airlines are bad? This airline was the worst. It didn't crash, didn't blow up. Don't worry, but it definitely wasn't a great spot to be. You'll find out why next. Stay put.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Pretty slow day for the Houston Texans as far as free agency goes. Not as slow of a day across the NFL. Really, I'm just depressed looking at all these players that aren't that good that are getting a lot of money. I'm depressed. Congratulations to them. Congratulations to their agents. I get it. It's the most watched league in the United States of America. But Sam Darnold got $100.5 million after having a good year with the Vikings that ended poorly.
I was going to say, how much money do you think the last 2 games of the season cost him? Week 18 against the Lions.
$25 million.
Looked terrible.
So bad.
What was their playoff game? Oh, against the Rams. Looked even worse.
Yeah.
25. I think 25, yeah, especially like guaranteed money. Like he probably could have gotten 80 million guaranteed.
Sure.
And now he's
sure.
only making 55 million guaranteed for what? 15, 16 good games.
He's making 34 million a year basically.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kill me. Also, Justin Fields signed with the Jets. 2 years, $40 million. I mean, what the hell? Eric Murray, former Texan. 3 years, 22 and a half. 12 guaranteed. What?
Yeah, that at least quarterbacks, it's like, well, you know, you can talk yourself into why quarterbacks make a ton of money despite, you know, having only flashes of being NFL caliber.
But Eric Murray
is paying a safety $22 million where we're like not entirely sure how good he is.
I bet most Jaguars fans had no idea who the hell he was. And Murray had some good moments last year. He's pretty good in run support, but like
depends if he like made a big play in a Jags Texans game.
Yeah.
You know, like that or actually was he involved in the Azeez Al-Shaair fracas that in the middle of the second Jags Texans game? But yeah, no. This has to be a weird time for an NFL fan to have to kind of like pretend to be excited that like, oh, safety help, cool. And then you're like, it's more of like depth. It's like a signing that we were saying the Texans, the only signing the Texans need on defense is like depth guys. It's another linebacker, more bodies up front, which they got some of that with Sheldon Rankins coming back. But that is basically what the Jags paid $22 million for.
Yes.
Is a like maybe he can be a starting safety, but you feel better if he's the third safety.
Yeah, pretty much. Or maybe they're moving him to nickel or something like that.
Yeah, that's helped some guys. That I mean, we saw it with Petrie.
Right.
Maybe that's what Eric Murray does.
Tyrann Mathieu had helped him out too.
Yeah.
From the 832, all this NFL money getting thrown around, and I'm getting yelled at in a Teams meeting. LOL. Yeah, getting yelled at in a Teams meeting too.
Because you're listening to this. That's why they can hear us.
Yeah, that's probably it.
They can hear that you're listening to Sports Talk Radio. That's why you're getting yelled at.
I'm sorry, I'm so loud. I know my voice is raspy and kind of gravelly today, and I apologize for that. It's the allergies.
Why are you listening to a Doc Rivers podcast?
Doc Rivers podcast gets probably a ton of like Eric Murray money, despite not being probably all that good. Okay, you know what wasn't good? You know how airlines are a disaster these days? Considering we've had, you know, a tragedy in the air not too long ago, and of course that one plane that landed and flipped upside down, this is perhaps the worst plane that's ever existed. A flight from Chicago to India had to turn back. Why? Because after just 5 hours of the flight, while this thing was flying over Greenland, 11 out of 12 toilets were clogged. Yes. This flight had 11 of 12 toilets clogged. So, and this is an actual part of the statement, to avoid a, quote, fecal collapse, end quote, pilots turned around to return to the airport. The plane was cleaned for 2 days. One toilet for 300 people. They were nowhere close to India. Again, they were over Greenland. It had just been 4 hours. 11 of 12 toilets. What were these people eating? And this is flying from Chicago. So what are these people eating at the Chicago airport?
The bear? They're having some
yeah,
Italian meat.
This is insane. 11 of 12 clogged toilets.
11 out of 12 is crazy.
How bad did that smell?
That's over 90% of the. I actually think this has to be this. There has to be something we're missing with the toilets not being prepared, or like there's something wrong with the toilets, because there's no way 11 different passengers. Because I'm assuming it takes one person to clog one toilet. Although I guess I could be wrong, but you need at least one different person for each toilet that's clogged.
Yeah.
And to do that in 4 hours, to clog 11 out of the 12.
Yeah.
That just means someone didn't use the 12th toilet yet. That's what it tells me, is that all these toilets were not prepared for whatever the hell was going on in those passengers' lower intestines.
God, that's brutal. This airline.
What airline?
I would definitely sue if I were on Air India.
Okay.
Is it not definitely? Listen, guys, don't make jokes. Okay, don't make jokes. It's like this. This could have been any American airline. It could have been any.
Yes, you could have told me this was Delta, and I'd believe you. JetBlue, I wouldn't.
Can I say this? I don't think I can say this. I do think certain countries, there are different rules for how you go to the bathroom.
Yes, tourists from different. There's a certain type of tourist when they go to other places. They have to be told the cultural differences.
India is a little bit different. Headline, BBC. Why do millions of Indians defecate in the open? They just poop different there. So maybe this is.
But they made it to the toilet.
They did make it to the toilets. India uses squat toilets, so they just go about it a little bit differently.
That is more natural, apparently.
And sometimes you will see signs at the gym that say like, "Hey, don't go on the floor," because it's just different. But yeah, this is literally like an India thing. So I think it's possible the Air India flight, there might be some cultural differences that led to the clogging.
But would the cultural differences be like we didn't reinforce the toilets enough to handle Chicago poops?
For sure.
Because normally people are going on the floor. Like, it would be one thing if they said like there's too much poop on the floor.
Oh.
And so they had to turn the plane around. But no, the poop was in the toilet, enough to clog it.
Yeah. Oh, just a bunch of people are texting in. Who goes number 2 on a plane? Yeah, that's a psycho move.
I mean, yes.
But sometimes you got to go.
Although, well, no, never mind.
I have not joined the Mile High Club yet, though.
I was going to say it's a long flight, but you said it was within the first 4 hours of the flight they turned around. So it wasn't that long of a flight.
Everyone was.
It wasn't that long. Or at that point, it had not been long enough to where I would have been like, hey, listen, I don't know what Chicago to India is. I assume it's like 20 hours.
Yeah, I would think so.
I would understand why you need to go at some point.
Yeah.
But not in the first 4 hours.
One bathroom for 300 people.
That was not going to work.
That was not gonna
great decision making by whoever made the decision to turn the thing around.
As someone who like I have a small bladder and I normally I have to go a lot generally when I'm on the plane. I would not want to be on this airline. I think I'd rather the plane flip upside down. It's at least I get a lawsuit out of this. I don't think you can sue anything here. You know, you just turned around and lost your time.
I would be so pissed. Like, this is beyond this situation, just in any situation, because we hear about this a lot,
right?
Where something weird happens on a plane or something crazy happens, and they have to turn around at some point. I think that's what would get me most upset if I'm just like going about my business.
Yes.
And like they have to turn around a plane, not because of this. If it's only one toilet on a plane full of 300 people, I get it. But if it's some of the other stuff that we hear where there's like a rowdy passenger or something and they have to turn around, I'd be like, come on.
I know.
Just handcuff this person to a seat and let's get
just
on our way.
It is funny though. Yeah, you got to turn around because one person's a pain in the ass.
And you're like going on vacation. You're like, oh, cool. Those MFers aren't real lady is freaking out on a plane. Now we have to turn around.
That dumb. I hate that lady. Oh, she's so hot. She's like a Dallas 6. Can we relax here? The Big 12 has announced their basketball awards. The Phillips 66 Big 12. They're sponsored.
I know the conference tournament sponsored by them.
Texas Tech's JT Toppin, the guy who got kicked out of the game against the Cougs, is the Big 12 Player of the Year and Newcomer of the Year. But Joseph Tugler for the Cougs won Defensive Player of the Year. LJ Cryer won Scholar Athlete of the Year. And Kelvin Sampson won League's Best Coach. Cougs, of course, went 19-1 in conference this regular season. The conference's first team is LJ Cryer, along with Curtis Jones from Iowa State, Richie Saunders from BYU. So weird that BYU is in the Big 12. JT Toppin and Caleb Love all made first team. I think Juwan Roberts also made first team, which is weird because I guess first team all Big 12 features 10 players. Not sure how that works, but yes.
That has to be first team and second team.
It says conference's first team was Cryer, Jones, Saunders, Toppin, Caleb Love, Norshad Umier, Juwan Roberts, Hunter Dickinson, Darian Williams, and Javon Small. Doesn't add up.
I will say congratulations to those young men, although some of them might not. Like, I know Hunter Dickinson. Like, I should not be calling him a young man. He is very close in age to me. But congratulations to them all. I don't think we need 10 guys on first.
You don't think so?
Nah, I don't. I think we could go 5-5. I think I'd be cool with that. Maybe a 6 because there's a tie in the votes or something. And yeah, sure, they tie and they're 6 guys. 10?
10's a lot.
That's like
too much.
I don't think U of H plays 10 guys on their team on a normal game. Like they have like an 8 or 9 man rotation. like 10 is so many guys.
It's a lot. That's a lot. I don't know how that's going to work, but hey, shout out to our beloved Cougs. That time it worked.
Our beloved Cougs.
Wow, my normal voice.
I was gonna say your voice sounds way different.
My voice does sound very different compared to that today. It's the allergies, I tell you. It's the allergies. All right. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Slow day for the Texans in free agency with it kicking off today. Plus, the Astros might move Cam Smith to right field. You want to weigh in on anything before we get out of here and do some garbage time? You can. 713-780-3776 to call the text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last Chance to Dance. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on YouTube, at ESPN Houston on Twitch, at ESPN 975. Was fun to hear this in person on Friday. If you went to Bun B's birthday spectacular, got to see a little T.I., Ludacris, who loves the rodeo, and you smelled a whole lot of ganja. No one cared. I'm kind of stunned by just how little people cared about blazing up at inside NRG Stadium. Seriously, it felt like I was at and Cam Smith. I don't know that he smokes, but Cam Smith, big reggae guy. I felt like I was at a Bob Marley concert. It was a lot. There was a lot going on. No one cared. Everyone had a good time. But yeah, guys, it was a good time. Bun B, shout out to him. The birthday special. It's once again delivered. T.I. as the surprise guest was very cool. I like a surprise guest or two where you're like, oh yeah, that person.
I think if you're gonna do what Bun B does, where it's a group of people, I think you have to you announce a couple of the guests.
Like Ludacris.
Like Ludacris was announced.
That's the headline.
Some of the local guys were announced. But I do think you got to keep one in the back pocket for like, boom, surprise.
Gotta have.
Here's T.I. And T.I.'s about at that level where you'd be excited that he's out. But also, he can't be too famous or else, like, you should probably just tell us that this super famous guy. If he brought out Jay-Z, you're like, oh, you probably should just tell us that Jay-Z is going to be here.
For sure,
But
right.
T.I.'s the right amount of like, hey, everyone will be like, oh, bleep, it's T.I.
Not kidding. When they started playing You Could Have Whatever You Like, everyone that I was standing around lost their collective minds. It was great. It was one of those people were running like down the hallways of NRG Stadium with like their hand in their face, like an actual meme. It was funny.
No disrespect to T.I. That's a lot.
That's
a big reaction.
I think people were just goofing around, being over the top about it.
It's nostalgia.
Or they might have been just, in the cloud, if you will. From the 832, I smoked 2 blunts at the Bun B concert. Cops don't care. And we got one to hit it. Shut up.
No way.
Did you just narc on a cop?
No way.
Did you just narc on a man? That's not cool. Our Houston police, they would never do that. What do you guys? That's not cool.
No, that's what the LA FBI office does.
Yeah,
when they're not coming up with puns about snowboarder crimes.
Right, of old Ryan Wedding, who's top 10 on the FBI's most wanted list. He's a Canadian snowboarder turned drug kingpin, also known as El Jefe. So there you go, guys. Big day in free agency for other teams, so specifically the Seahawks, who signed Sam Darnold to a $100.5 million contract over 3 years. They had traded DK Metcalf over the weekend. Also, Devontae Adams signed with the Rams. Texans, rather quiet on the free agency front, specifically on the offensive line. They got to get somebody. I need veterans. I do not want an offensive line that's loaded with young guys where you're hoping that they can figure it out at the NFL level. It's just asking too much. All right, it is 2:51 here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Let's do a little garbage time before we get out of here. Daryl Morey, remember him? Used to be the Rockets general manager. Now he's the Philadelphia 76ers general manager. The Sixers are clearly having a disastrous year. Joel Embiid, done for the season. Paul George, podcasting a lot. He was the big acquisition this offseason. He's hurt too. It's been a mess. Daryl Morey had this to say about Philadelphia 76er fans. Anger is the only thing that drives them. This is a team that's only been to the conference finals once since 1983. And Daryl Morey says that the fan base is driven by anger. I would be too, Daryl. I would be too.
He's definitely right.
For sure. I'm not disagreeing with him, but you need to point out.
Oh, yeah.
Philadelphia sports fans are angry and are driven by anger. What?
Like, you even see it with, like, the Eagles, where because you have to go to the Eagles for, like, success in Philadelphia. Like you said, won conference finals in, 40 years? I feel like Eagles fans are more in their element when they're pissed off at Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts and their entire team, more so than like at the parade. Like, I think them celebrating a Super Bowl is actually like not what they want.
No, they're hateful. They're hateful people. Again, I'm part Philly by blood. I have a little bit of that disease. An example of this, something went viral over the weekend as we continue garbage time. Dak Prescott was on a tropical vacation. I forget the location, but a bachelorette party of Eagles fans saw Dak Prescott walking by, and one of these banshees started screaming the Eagles chant. E-A-G-L-E-S, Eagles, as he walked by. You know what? Not letting Dak Prescott enjoy his vacation. Nope. Eagles fans just got to rub it in everyone's face because that's who they are. And listen, we wouldn't have it any other way, but it is pretty funny that Daryl Morey thought that would be a smart thing to say. Like, yeah, the only thing that drives Sixers fans is anger. Yes, because they've got nothing.
They're dirty, filthy people.
They went through the process. And by the way, now the process is like officially over.
I think hot take. I think the Sixers fans actually want to go through the process again. I think they're hungry. And it's just there is some truth to it where it is way less painful when you're just like, hey, this team's gonna suck.
Yeah,
we're just gonna accept it. Like the expectations of this is the year we signed Paul George. This is the year that we brought back Tobias Harris and re-signed Ben Simmons. Like we're going all like for the last since 2019, 2018, they've been top 4 kind of contender preseason in not every year, but they've been top 4 preseason. Like, watch out, these guys might make a finals run out of the East. And every year they lose in the second round or first round, or like this year, not make the playoff. Like, I understand why they're like, the process wasn't so bad. We got to no one really paid attention to us. We just kind of got to love our little second round picks and be underdogs. Like actually having to like depend on Joel Embiid in the playoffs, like that's a tough life.
Yeah, it is.
And Ben Simmons.
Oh God,
Ben Simmons, the bigger failure.
The worst possible place for Ben Simmons to not care.
They had a number 1 pick, Markelle Fultz, who forgot how to shoot a basketball.
Forgot about that. Yeah, and they got that number 1 pick because they made a trade with the Celtics.
Yes, who drafted who they wanted to anyway.
Yep. Oh man, it is funny. I love the Sixers and Knicks are just absolute disasters. And
it's crazy.
Just consistently beat that. Buffalo Bills wide receiver Keon Coleman on a podcast revealed that during interviews at the NFL Combine, teams were upset with Coleman for eating the snacks that were in a bowl. They got mad at Keon Coleman because he was eating snacks. Rooms have bowls of snacks. Coleman helped himself to some. Said Coleman, teams are mad at me eating snacks. I'm like, I'm hungry. I'm listening. Can I grab little fruit snacks every now and then? Y'all got all the snacks in here. That's just for show. If you ain't going to draft me over some fruit snacks, that's crazy.
That is crazy. You're right, Keon Coleman.
It's bizarre. Like, why would you get mad at the guy for eating snacks? Like, oh, he's a young, growing boy.
6'5" wide receiver.
Yeah.
If he was talking while eating the fruit snacks.
With his mouth open.
Yeah, some manners while you're talking to, I don't know, Sean McDermott.
He gets taken off the big board entirely because of that.
He wasn't taken off the Bills' big board. But yeah, if Nick Caserio's like, all right, dude, enough with the fruit snacks. Let's talk about your route tree.
Route tree. Less best fruit snacks, by the way, Gushers, but I don't think they're actually fruit snacks.
The 0%.
0%
fruit.
And on that note, guys, it's been real. It's been fun. Gravel and all. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass, to our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and everyone else who listened. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
What was that?
Do we have the real
Breaking
breaking
news.
news sound effect too instead of Lance?
You don't
with
like
a
the
hernia?
Lance breaking news
Oh,
sound?
that was Lance?
That's the Lance with a hernia, Minnesota
Yeah,
Vikings.
that's the Lance
All
breaking
right, we
news.
don't have time for all this. Laramie Tunsil has been traded. The Texans have traded Laramie Tunsil. Joe
Hello.
George couldn't contain himself. Was running down the hall, kind of like Rich Eisen running the 40.
I don't know
Run's
about
a
run.
loose term.
He was doing this thing. His fists were above his head.
It was kind of like Tiger Woods celebration
Joe.
with Joe in motion.
The real Adam Schefter has tweeted, the Texans are trading 5-time Pro Bowl offensive tackle Laramie Tunsil to the Washington Commanders for a package of picks, sources tell ESPN.
So that's all that we know right now. Like what the picks are, well, I'm sure that will come out here in a moment. But what is your reaction to Laramie Tunsil being traded by the Houston Texans?
Shocked right off the top, just shocked because of the fact that I thought that no matter what he did or didn't do or how much I was critical of him, especially even last season, that I didn't think he was going anywhere. I thought that, that the most people's consensus was he's still a top 10 left tackle in this league, if not top 5. And with the contract and the money that he's making, that he was solidified as being a Houston Texan. This is a massive move for the Texans. And regardless of whatever they get back, the biggest thing to me now is, okay, now we really need to see some movement on the offensive line. We need to figure out what you're trying to figure out, and please kind of clear it up for us a little bit as to what the plan is going forward, because they haven't done anything on the offensive line yet. And now, yeah, you got a couple guys internally that could do some things, but my goodness, this is crazy.
We have the terms. Would you like to hear the terms? Before?
No, real quick.
Okay.
My feeling on this is that they don't love his attitude because he was still a really good football player. But like we always hear a lot of times that, the offensive line's about cohesion. It's about 5 guys connecting as one. It's about the fist, not the fingers. He was a really good football player. This to me reads as that they don't love his attitude. They don't think he's a dog. They don't love his leadership in that room. And that's the reason that they didn't play as a great offensive line, despite him playing really well. Plus, he doesn't help his quarterback off the ground after he gives up a sack. Or they were just blown away with the trade offer that the Washington Commanders sent them. So let us hear it.
That the terms, the TLDR, they get a second and a third. But the terms in full are a second and a 4th rounder next year, plus a 3rd rounder this year. Texans send a 4th rounder along with Laramie to Washington.
4th rounder this year?
4th rounder doesn't say which year it is. Just says a 4th rounder.
So they get a second and a third.
Yeah, because they swap fours,
right.
and it's a second. So it's a second and third, but you get a second next year and a third this year. Is essentially what the Texans get.
Well, and you escape from all that money, right?
Yeah, the biggest thing was obviously we know what their salary cap situation has been. So, and then obviously the leadership thing also plays into a huge factor into it. But a second and a third.
Yeah, I think that, and I think it goes back to, and again, kind of like with Slowick and everything that we saw with the offensive line, it goes back to even early in the season when between the penalties, the false starts, and then the kind of deflection of he didn't really want to take ownership on it first. And he was, like Jeremy said, he was into it. This is the continuity of all of us and things like that. And there's obviously several other times where we were like, come on, man.
What's the ownership thing, though? Like that kind of raise an eyebrow to that. What do you mean he didn't take ownership to the false starts? Like he had like 5 straight weeks of not having false starts after he had
because right after it happened, when he had 8 penalties in a game, he didn't want to own it himself. He wanted his first comments were about it's easy to blame it on one person, but it's really about the continuity of the entire line. And I thought he was deflecting it.
Well, I mean, he got really good at avoiding them for a long stretch after that.
Okay.
I don't like the accountability thing. I don't know if that's true. We don't even know if like the leadership thing is true. Now we know that the Texans are trading him whenever he was a really good football player last year. This is a far cry for what they gave up for him too, by the way. Not that should be used against Caserio in any way. Like I feel like players don't get traded for nearly as much as they used to because general managers have kind of wisened up on, one, it costs a lot to acquire the player. And then secondly, you have to pay them, which obviously impacts your cap space and stuff like that. But the Texans traded 2 firsts for Laramie Tunsil. And now you're getting a second and third for him. What is it, 6-7 years later?
2 firsts and a second.
Yeah, and this is what, 6-7 years later, you get a second and a third. So, like, you still got a lot of good play there in the meantime while you had him, because he was a good left tackle. Like, we could all have our opinions on why we don't like Laramie Tunsil. Nonchalant, very chill. Maybe he wasn't a dog. Maybe he didn't take accountability. Maybe he's not a good leader. Maybe he didn't help his quarterback off the ground whenever he gave up a sack. Maybe he tried to get me fired once upon a time late last year whenever he was in my mentions. He was a really good football player. Like, there's no doubt about that, in my opinion, that Laramie Tunsil was really good. Easily a top 10 left tackle in the NFL. Arguably top 5-ish left tackle in the NFL. And for a team that is desperate for offensive line help and improving the offensive line, to trade your best performer is startling. It's alarming. That, to me, tells me a lot about what they feel about him as a leader, as a dog. The cap savings too, that is significant. That is a significant thing here because they're saving nearly $14 million by trading Laramie Tunsil. Just looking at over the cap, I think it's $14 million. It says that they trade on pre-June 1st. The cap savings $13.8 million. So they're going to save about $14 million, which maybe that allows you to sign another offensive lineman. This is shocking. I didn't see this coming. Like we kicked this around like trading Tunsil like early in the year, maybe even towards the end of the year. I didn't, in my wildest imagination, expect them to trade Laramie Tunsil. I thought they would try to build around Laramie Tunsil.
And exactly, that's what I was thinking. He's still your best offensive lineman, and we talked about how many changes do we think we were going to see on the offensive line. I don't think any of the three of us thought that one of the changes we would see is that Laramie Tunsil would no longer be a Texan. And I think that, again, kind of like we were kind of led to believe with Bobby, that's why I was saying what I was saying, kind of like we were led to believe with Bobby and everything on the offensive side of the coaching staff. It was like, you're protecting them and you're moving on and you're staying positive, and it didn't seem like it was in that big of a dire straight situation. And then they fired him and they cleared house. Strausser as well. This one seems to me like, look, that early in the season and with everything with Tunsil, they're not going to sit there and throw him under the bus, and they're going to deal with it for the rest of the season. But maybe you're right. Maybe at the end of the year they were like, hey, come on, man, we're not going to do this for another year, and we're going to do things a different way.
I'm pretty shocked.
It was surprising, to say the least.
I'm pretty shocked. Like, you would think that you would build around Laramie Tunsil for an offensive line that was towards the bottom of the NFL.
Yeah, but now to your point, what I was going to throw back at you just to see what you think, but there is depreciation, right? Like, from what you gave up to get him, he's a different football player than he was back then. Back then, when you got him, he was arguably one of the top two left tackles, two or three left tackles in the league.
I don't feel like there's been a whole lot of slippage from whenever you got him.
He's obviously older.
Like, I think whenever you got him, he was still kind of blocked. Like, I feel like he wasn't quite living to his potential yet. And I feel like he kind of hit his peak. I haven't seen a whole lot of slippage though from him. Like, I still think he's pretty similar to the player that you acquired.
Yeah, he's older. You don't know how much more he's got left.
He's only 30.
Okay.
The offensive linemen don't age as quickly as wide receivers or running backs. He could be Pro Bowl level for whatever that's worth for another 3-4 years. I don't think that's. How long did Andrew Whitworth play? I mean, obviously different players, but same position. Guy played
Joe Thomas. There's a lot of guys.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys.
You're right. No, you guys are right on that. I'm just saying, we don't know what we don't know again. But this seems like, hey, and from the flip side of it, Washington's in straight go for it mode. I mean, everything that they're doing right now is they're putting all their chips in the middle of the table while they have a quarterback on a rookie deal, because they have been active in free agency and trades. They're doing whatever they can. They got Debo. This seems like they're going for it all out. Don't care about any, they'll figure everything out as they go. And the Texans seem like, between the cap savings and whatever we don't know, that they're going to totally reconstruct this offensive line.
It's startling. Like, who's your left tackle right now? Assuming that you don't bring in a new left tackle.
It's either Fisher or
Howard. Yeah, I think it's got to be.
Are those your two tackles going into next year?
Let's hope not.
Titus Howard and Blake Fisher, your two tackles. And
as of now,
that's an improvement to what your offensive line was last year.
I wonder if this.
Let's hope not. As of now, you're right, but let's hope that this opens the door for them to find another left tackle as well as whatever they're looking for.
We're obviously kind of spitballing what happened because we're reacting, minutes after it happened. But this either strikes me as they decided they love someone in the draft and they're willing to go ahead and take the cap savings and take the picks they get for him and move up to get them, which I don't think that's it. If that feels like a bit of a risky move to go immediately to a rookie there.
Yeah, and you can't guarantee.
And you can't guarantee you get the guy. Or I don't think he's dropped off a lot, but maybe they're looking at this, and this is probably a crazy idea, but maybe they're looking at this and thinking, well, we had a terrible offensive line with them. Why are we putting up with his nonsense if we're terrible with them? Let's go ahead and take a step back, save the cap money, get some picks, and rework this entire offensive line with someone who fits maybe our swarm mentality more than Laramie Tunsil does.
It's kind of the old adage: we lost 100 games with him, we can lose 100 games without him. I forget the player that was quoted to.
To me, the whole thing, when you look at it, is like, what. I heard your scenarios, Brian. I don't want to think about a rookie going to left tackle to protect CJ.
I don't think it would as of now.
Yeah, that's cringeworthy.
It'd be Fisher or Howard.
If there's a veteran out there, whether it be trade wise or otherwise, free agency, I would hope that there's a veteran to play left tackle or you trust one of your guys. but I don't want a rookie at left tackle.
Yeah, I think that to me that the first scenario is very unlikely. Like Casario's talked openly about that too. Like we can't go into the draft expecting to get a certain player, especially now, especially whenever they have the 25th pick. Like whenever you were drafting number 2 or number 3, you had a pretty good idea of the player that was going to be there or the cost associated with going up in the draft. I don't think Casario loves some tackles so much in the draft that he's trading Laramie Tunsil. I think this is more about. I think your second part is a good one. It was Ralph Kiner too. I think Branch Rickey did it. Branch Rickey, where did we finish? Last. I replied, well, Rickey said we can finish last without you. So the Houston Texans have a bottom 3 offensive line in the NFL with a very good left tackle in Laramie Tunsil. Well, if we can do it with you, we can do it without you. I think this is more of a we need our 5 to be really solid as opposed to 1 being really good. Now, it does kind of scare you about who's going to play left tackle because your 2 options are Titus Howard and Blake Fisher. Both of them, like, there's a pretty good chance that they're both your starting tackles next year, right? Like, there's probably greater than a 50% chance that Titus Howard and Blake Fisher are your starting tackles.
Yeah, because I think the guard market, as far as free agency goes, is full right guard. So, I mean, yeah, unless you want a rookie tackle playing, then it's probably Fisher and Howard, and then you're filling out your guard positions.
Especially, like, you're not going to sign a free agent, I don't think, at big
not a
money.
tackle, I don't think so.
Yeah,
No.
like,
tackles are expensive in free agency.
It might be closer to a 75% chance that your starting tackles next year are Titus Howard and Blake Fisher.
Quickly, there is an update from Schefter on the terms here. So the Texans' 4th round pick they're sending to Washington is in 2025. The 4th rounder they're getting back is in 2026, and they're also apparently getting a 7th round pick in this year, 2025.
So they're so the 2nd and 3rd rounder are both this year, or the 3rd round is next year?
The 3rd rounder they get is this year. 2nd rounder's next year. 4th
so
rounder.
they don't even add a 2nd rounder this year? That's a 2026 pick?
Yeah, the 2nd rounder is 2026.
What do you think of the return?
The only thing they get back this year is a 3rd and a 7th, and then 26 they get a 2nd and a 4th. But they send out a 4th
this year.
The return kind of tells me that it was a dump out.
I wouldn't. That's too far. A dump out, I think, is too far.
Well, but
they don't get much this year, though. They move up basically from the 4th round to the 3rd round.
Weak draft. Better draft next year.
Yeah, but I also think that it just seems like, do you think that they were shopping him, or this was just like more like, hey,
I hope that they were shopping him.
I hope so.
Like if you're a general manager and you're committed to trading a player and you only call one team, then you're an awful general manager.
I mean, so
Tunsil's too good not to shop.
Yeah, if the Commanders called them and they're like, hey, this is what we're getting, and then Casario didn't talk to anybody else, Nick Casario is a moron. I don't believe that happened.
What do you think they could have gotten a 1?
Clearly not.
I guess not.
I'm pretty confident that every general manager calls every team.
The only way I would say maybe they could have gotten a 1 is if, I mean, we always hear, I don't know how much Casario cares about this, but the scenario of like, I don't want to trade him in the conference. I don't want to trade him in the division.
Yeah.
I could see a scenario where maybe someone offered you to 1, but it's the Jaguars or the Titans, and you said, screw that.
That's a good point. Which I'm never a big proponent for that, but I do understand that people think along those lines. I think the return's pretty meh. I wouldn't call it, would you call it a dump out? Because like it's not a salary dump. Like you get a 2nd round pick. 2nd round picks are valuable.
But you're dumping out of all that salary. So, and we knew that they had to do something financially to clear some space.
Yeah.
So as part of being able to do that, and Washington being able to accommodate, and they get the tackle that they want, that you don't get as much.
Yeah, I think that this is the best they could have gotten, unless somebody in division like had a better offer. I don't think that. I don't think Nick Casario took the first bid. I really don't believe that. I'm not over the moon about the return. Like I'm not a huge Laramie Tunsil guy. You get a 2nd and a 3rd for a top 7 left tackle in football that are in high demand, and your offensive line was bad.
Yeah.
Like it's a pretty meh return. I am very interested to see what Nick Casario does with the cap savings, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, and he was trying to restructure more than just Nico, and he was trying to get creative to do a lot of things to get some money to play with. Well, you got more money to play with now, but now you really got to get creative with it, because now almost more than likely you're going to get 2 new faces on that offensive line this year.
Like, if he uses the cap savings and is able to get a starting interior offensive lineman that's really good, okay, I feel a little bit better about the trade, because now you trade a starter for a starter. I mean, obviously a great left tackle for who knows how good of an interior offensive lineman. You then, like, because we were talking about Titus Howard and Blake Fisher both starting on this offensive line anyways, like Titus Howard at left guard, Blake Fisher at right tackle. So if you could use the savings and then bring in a starting offensive lineman, and then on top of that, you added a third rounder this year, a second rounder next year, okay, it looks a little bit better. But the return, I don't think is fantastic. I think it's
I don't
pretty
either.
meh.
And with everything
No.
that you just said, my biggest concern is the most important position on the offensive line to protect your quarterback is left tackle.
Yeah.
And I don't know who's playing it, and I don't know how good I feel about the guys they have in house to play it.
I think this is pretty telling on how they feel about Laramie Tunsil in the locker room. Not that he's like a cancer, but that he's not like this leader, this alpha, this dog of a football player. I think it's pretty telling on that.
I think
front.
it's the body of work too since he's been here, because remember, and Lance had the reports and he had talked about the fact that, when he had essentially a hangnail, but he had a thumb issue and he wanted to sit out the rest of the season. He wanted to sit out like 10 games, and they had to basically bribe him and coerce him to coming back to play because they weren't going to be a playoff team. That's kind of telling in terms of what you're talking about. A leader in the locker room, a veteran that everybody's looking up to, that's going to set the example. He's never seemed to come across as that kind of guy.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. A lot of the Hive wants to weigh in on this. We'll get your reaction. Laramie Tunsil has been traded by the Houston Texans. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Kind of Bush League.
He's not here anymore. What's he going to do?
I like it.
And actually, I don't care if he smoked weed.
Yeah, I like it.
It should be legalized anyway.
A lot of NFLers say that's the key to recovery.
Maybe he should have smoked more.
I don't think he has a problem with that.
Who in Houston sports should smoke more weed? 713s. Lance McCullers, obviously.
John Singleton.
Yeah.
Oh no. Jeez.
This is Bush League.
I'm going to stand by it.
It's just Bush League 713-780.
I like it.
I think it's pretty good. Twitcher asked us, who would you rather see at left tackle, Titus Howard or Blake Fisher?
From an experience standpoint, I would probably say Titus Howard.
Yeah, I'd probably go Howard at left tackle, Fisher at right. Did I say that right? Howard at left tackle,
Yes.
Fisher at right tackle.
Now, both of them
So
have played right tackle their whole career.
No, I think Howard was more of a left tackle coming into the league.
Smaller school left tackle.
Yeah, I also played quarterback in high school. He wouldn't, he tells everybody that. I guess leave it up to Popovich, right? Popovich, whatever you think's your best offensive line. Roll out with that. Yep, we better see something with his offensive line now because this isn't what I was expecting. There's also been some good offensive linemen signed today. So, if you're trying to bring in a really good free agent starter, how many of those are still available? I wouldn't imagine there's a ton. Now, maybe Casario's cooking up another trade,
Yeah, I don't think if there's a big move in the offensive line, I don't think it's tackle. I think, maybe they draft a guy. Maybe Kelvin Banks is the guy like Lance had in his last mock draft. But as far as free agency, I think you could see a big name at guard, and that makes you feel better because Titus Howard and Blake Fisher are hypothetically going to be starting anyway, as you guys talked about last segment, and now you're just kind of rearranging the spots they were starting at. But I don't think that big signing comes at tackle at this point.
Yeah. Spend too much time in the gas mask as a texture. We're not reading that stuff. 713-780-3776. Bye-bye false starts, says a texter. We should be adding to the O-line, not subtracting. That goes back to the off the field stuff. This to me feels like a trade where the Texans feel like they are adding by subtracting. You always hear the phrase addition by subtraction. Mm-hmm. And I know Laremy Tunsil was really good on the field. I don't think that you're making this trade when the Texans had a bottom 3 offensive line last year if you don't feel like this is addition by subtraction. And where is that addition by subtraction coming from? It's not during the 60 minutes of the game. There's no way you can convince me of that. He was a good player. Yes, he had some penalties. Yes, that would have hurt the Texans on some drives. He had a Pro Football Focus score last year in the 80s. It's been consistently one of the best top 10 left tackles in the NFL for nearly a decade now. So I think it's addition by subtraction is their thought, but they're thinking more off the field. And to me, they're also signaling that Laremy Tunsil was part of the issues last year on the offensive line.
I think that's right. I think that it's a combination, and the combination platter said to them, hey, look, we always hear about them preaching everything from culture to, I would think coachability. And I think that you're right. I think just straight on ability alone, as much as I was annoyed by him a lot of times and I questioned kind of the desire or the ability, even the stuff that you got into it with him on. I look at it and go, that's at a guy making top money at his position and at a certain status level in the NFL, you'd expect more. But maybe this is just hey, we took a lot of lumps last year. We're not doing that again next year.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. False start king is gone. It's crazy to me how divisive the fan base is on Laremy Tunsil. A lot of people really like Laremy Tunsil. They see the Pro Football Focus score. They see the guy who doesn't allow any hurries, any pressures, doesn't allow many sacks. And then you have the other half-ish of the fan base that sees 20 penalties, false starts that are killing drives, a left tackle that doesn't help his quarterback up. Still remember the gas mask. They see kind of a nonchalant, chill left tackle, and they want more of an alpha, a dog who's always on his toes, not his heels. I don't want to use the word surprise, but I do notice that from the fan base and just the hype today. Love the trade. Titus to left tackle. Getting rid of Tunsil means we're going to get serious about our offensive line. Let's face it. You aren't getting anywhere near for him what the Dolphins got from the Texans for him. Yeah, I don't think you should use what Bill O'Brien traded to Laremy Tunsil as the barometer of how you find a best trade. I think that's fair.
Yeah, but I agree. And you look at it and you say, look, at a certain point, was he playing? And I understand what the ratings and everything say, but with all the things that we were talking about, and I factor in what Lance said because I believe he's correct, and I heard it from more than one person that there was, at practice and everything else, it was like you had to really try to force him to participate in a lot of situations. That's not what you want, especially when you're building a line that has a lot of young talent on it. When you're using Patterson and Juice and Fisher are young guys and they're impressionable as well, and you're trying to build that continuity. And who knows how much he was playing involved in that too. But look, we'll see how it all plays out. It's going to be really interesting now because that's the one guy I did not expect them to move.
Our team is now worse. Fact. So there's a pro Laramie. I'm having
For the moment.
I'm having Bill O'Brien type PTSD right now. That's pro Laramie. 409 Josh, I thought Houston should trade Tunsil, but I didn't think they would. I looked at it as selling high to try to get younger and fill multiple positions. I thought a first would have been included, though. With how far we were saying the Commanders are, I don't know what that means. I don't really see how they could have gotten a first, especially given he is only 30 years old. I'm sure Nick Caserio wasn't like, hey, we're good for the second and third. I'm sure he asked for the first, and they're like, no.
He's
I'm
a
sure he
wheeling
called
dealing son of a
around.
gun. I'm sure he asked for
Nick
it.
Caserio dials up the phones.
Do you think it was 50-50 in terms of people pro and against him?
I think it's about 50-50.
Yeah, I think because I definitely think there's at least 50% of this fan base that was getting pretty tired of Laramie Tunsil.
And I think that's partly a product because of how much he makes. Like, people are willing to deal with aloofness if a guy doesn't matter to your team, but when he's reset the left tackle market twice, I mean, fair or not, they expect you not to be aloof. And the other thing that kind of sticks out is, how far into the season did they go where they were still not handling stunts and twists, and we had to hear about, well, it's a communication issue. It's a communication issue. Fair or not, people expect, your veteran, your 30-year-old left tackle, the guy that's reset the market twice, to be able to step up and help solve some of that communication. And clearly it persisted far too long into the season.
Yeah, and I think when you look at it too, a lot of the casuals or the fans that aren't that dive into it as deeply as we do and a lot of people do, all they do is remember the guy had 8 penalties in the game. They remember the fact that he, early in the season, all the focus when we were talking offensive line started with him, and you weren't expecting that. And I think that people have a hard time forgetting that, regardless of, to Jeremy's point, how much he improved after that. But we were constantly talking about the fact that now it was one thing leading to another. Yeah, it could be continuity too, but everybody's being put on notice. They got to play better. And for his money, he probably should have been playing better.
Speak for yourself. I don't do the deep dive. I do the bare minimum.
No, you don't. You go do that all 22.
713-780 ESPN. Thoughts on Tunsil being traded? Where do the Texans go from here on their offensive line? Still some free agents out there, but the top ones have been signed up. And the guard money that's been thrown out there for some of these dudes, like, it is up there. Like, what the Texans are saving in Tunsil isn't enough to get an offensive lineman, like a good offensive lineman. It looks like they're going to kind of be bargain bin shopping, but maybe they find a scheme fit. 713-780 ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Brian's really enjoying himself today.
Very much so.
He's piling on.
Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, I was telling Joel in the break, I'm kind of petty at times. And
Tom Petty, as it's.
There's the part of the joke. Part of the joke,
He liked the joke, too. What did you like more, the song choice or the joke?
Song.
All right. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you like Laramie Tunsil?
6.
7.
6.5.
You just
Split
want
the
to make me
difference?
highest.
People think I didn't like Laramie Tunsil. People think that. They didn't think I liked
because
Laramie
he
Tunsil.
tried to get you fired.
He tried to get me fired. Now, I did like Tunsil. I was more pro Tunsil than anti Tunsil. Like I defended Tunsil a lot for the penalties.
I think that of the two of us, you liked him more than I did.
I think
for
so.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
I think so.
absolutely.
There was the time where he didn't help up C.J. Stroud after he gave up a sack, and all of the other offensive linemen did, and I pointed it out, and they didn't like it. They didn't like that I pointed it out. And I said it at the time. I want my offensive linemen to help up their quarterbacks whenever he gets knocked on his butt. You know how I think that's important? Because the other 4 offensive linemen did.
Maybe you're what brought this to the attention of the Texans. Maybe you're what got Laramie Tunsil traded.
It's culture. Like a lot of Texans are saying, we think this is a culture move.
That's what I said. Yeah,
I think it's a culture move. Like
I think it's part of it.
I like how many teams that are well connected. And look, maybe this doesn't mean a hill of beans. How many teams that are well connected run over and help their teammates up? How many?
Offensive lineman, it feels like 100%.
Almost
other
all
than
of them.
Tunsil.
Because they know that their livelihood is how they treat their quarterback.
Hey, look, I went and I found the post and how do we feel about Laramie being the only offensive lineman that doesn't come to Stroud's defense? And everybody was like mad at me. Oh, I can't believe you're calling him out. The other 4 offensive linemen went to pick him up. There's only Laramie's in the minority. He's one of 5 that's not helping Stroud. The other 4 are helping Stroud, and they're running 20 yards back to go get him. Like, they're up the field block, and they're running 20 yards back to help him up. Laramie's just, hanging out. I'm thinking about his next doobie.
Speaking of Stroud, I can't imagine this trade gets made without Stroud going, okay.
I don't think they checked with him.
You don't think they checked with him at all? Well, the only reason I say that is Stroud at different points of the season has talked about, I lean on this guy as the leader. I lean on this guy as the leader. He brings up Joe Mixon. He brings up all these other guys. One guy he consistently never brings up when he talks about the leaders he leans on is Laramie Tunsil. I think there's a chance that there's maybe at least a passing conversation, maybe not like a permission thing, not that, but just a passing conversation of what do you think if we made a move, maybe move with Tunsil, and Stroud said, okay.
I think this is a conversation internally with Nick, D'Amico, Kaylee, and Popovich, and basically knowing what we know about how they have to completely retool the offensive line and kind of looking at it in the totality of the big picture, including everything that we've talked about on and off the field, and saying, could we live without Laramie Tunsil? And I think the decision was yes. I don't think CJ was involved in this.
Yeah, I don't know, because I'm usually pro don't ask the player, help your team. There is a difference when it's the quarterback. I'm willing to concede that. D'Amico was also talking whenever they hired the offensive actually it was kind of alluding to when they fired Slowick, that he met with some offensive players. So it's like, how much are they involved with team moves? How much are they involved with player movement? Like, Nick Caserio does have a pretty good relationship with players.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's one of his strong suits. I am very curious if he was involved or not.
I
or knew,
understand
at least.
with what you just said. I understand it as it relates to the entire offense, right? Because schematically, play calling, everything, you want to hear from, I think, a lot of your skill position players more so than anything else. And I think from a quarterback, if this was going out and trying to get another wide receiver, if this was getting another weapon offensively, then I think CJ's definitely in a conversation.
Yeah.
I think as it relates to the offensive line, I just don't think they consulted with him.
I would say, the most, and we've talked about, all 3 of us have talked about, the most important thing this year was to find a way to protect CJ. I can't imagine they make a move this big and CJ has no idea it's happening. And again, I don't think necessarily they went and asked CJ for his permission, but maybe as simple as having a conversation of hey, if we traded Tunsil, do you think Fisher and Titus can get the job done? Do you like how big of a hit is it to our operation without
I think if anything, it would have been, hey, don't lose your bleep. We're about to trade Tunsil, but
Maybe.
we're not done yet.
I don't want to ask his opinion.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't want to get into the business of where I'm asking a player their opinion before I make every single move. Like that needs to be the GM's job. And like maybe if Stroud is an MVP, Super Bowl winner in 10 years, then hey, CJ, what do you think about this? I will go, and like Duke, I think sums it up pretty good on YouTube. CJ was not involved, but told first. That's what I think. I do think that he needs to find out the news before Adam Schefter tweets.
Yeah, you don't read it on the bottom line.
Yeah,
right. I agree with
so
that.
I do hope that happened. I don't want the general manager really asking any player about moves for the team. I do want the quarterback to be told about stuff that's happening with the team.
Yeah.
I think there's a big difference.
There is. And I don't think, I agree with you. I don't want to form, I don't want to put it in Jeopardy style. I don't want anything in the form of a question. I just want him to know, hey, before you hear it from anybody else, we're moving on from Laramie, but don't lose your bleep because we're not done by any stretch of the imagination, and we're going to give you a good offensive line, but it's just getting started. Trust the process. Something like that.
Yeah.
But that's where I leave it.
Same. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Lamont, you're in the Hive. What's up, Lamont?
One of the happiest days of my life. Hey, fellas, how's it going? One of the happiest days of my life. I've been calling for this for a while. We don't need that bomb here, and I know that you guys may think that I'm, dancing on his grave right now because he's gone. He was a freaking captain, man, and it permeated throughout that line, and we all seen it with our own eyes. They was laissez-faire, like they didn't even care anything, man. And he was the captain. He was the captain getting paid a lot of money. That was the only thing he cared about was money. And I don't got any problem with money. I love money, but he went out of his way to show how much he cared about the money. I'm glad that he's gone. He was a captain. I keep saying that over and over again. My last point is, fellas, not my last point, but do you think that this is signifying something that the offensive coordinator is doing different with the offense, with CJ Stroud, showing his wheels? I'm just throwing this out there. They're getting ready to go like a whole different direction. With CJ Stroud, and the last thing, also with CJ Stroud, with this younger generation, anytime they lose a teammate or a player or something like that, you would see something like on Facebook or IG or Twitter saying, wow, some kind of expression. We haven't seen any of that from CJ Stroud right now. I think he's okay with it. That's all I have, fellas, and I'll land.
Appreciate it, Lamont. I think I think the first point first in terms of like from a scheme standpoint. I think Kaylee's definitely involved in this conversation. I think Kaylee knows what he wants to run and who the type of players that he wants and needs to run it from an offensive line perspective. Popovich as well. And I think that also, there were conversations about before he got here. And so I think that's where the culture stuff comes in as well. But I think this was a group effort, and I think this was a team decision with those guys in the room. And I think that now we do have to kind of trust Nick and everybody to kind of how they move on from it. But that I definitely think Kaylee, this has something to do with Kaylee and what he wants to run.
I don't know. I don't like if you're not involving Stroud in the decision, you're involving the offensive coordinator.
Oh, for sure.
Kaylee wouldn't be involved?
I don't think so. I think that you're trying to find the proper players that fit the Kaylee scheme, but Laramie Tunsil, a really good left tackle, doesn't fit the Kaylee scheme.
Okay, on that I agree. I wouldn't trade him because he's quote unquote not a scheme fit. That doesn't make sense.
I think that the general manager is working with his coaching staff to understand scheme, to understand philosophy, to have a good feel of what players are going to excel in the specific coach's scheme. I don't think Nick Caserio is calling up Nick Kaylee. Yes, they're boys. I don't think he's calling up Nick Kaylee and be like, hey, should we make this trade where we trade away Laramie Tunsil?
No, I think that this is more or less since all the dust settled and Kaylee got in, I think that they're having offensive meetings where I think that between Kaylee, Popovich, D'Amico's in the room obviously as well with Nick. I think they're talking about, hey, moving forward as an offense, not necessarily like Laramie specifically, but I think a discussion probably happened about we need to retool the offensive line.
Yeah. Yeah, but is trading your best offensive lineman the way you go about it?
But
Like
that's where I think
that's the mystery to
But
me.
you're right. I think, but in the course of those conversations, I think some hard conversations, some hard topics came up, like the bigger picture of not just Laramie Tunsil, the football player at left tackle.
See, I think that you can get better from a culture point of view. And I think that's critical. I think that is very big. I think that matters a lot in football, and I think it matters a lot with a cohesive unit like the offensive line. There's no way the offensive line's more talented next year. No chance.
No, but at the same time, when you're talking about the fact it's a young room in a lot of ways, and also the fact that whatever the disconnect was last year with the offensive line, you don't want to go through that again. So whether Kaylee was involved deeply or not, what you do know coming into that conversation is that D'Amico and Nick know exactly what happened last year. And so that's where I think it lends itself to the culture point of view of, hey, look, we're going to need better communication across this offensive line. We're going to need a lot.
It's just funny. Like, and look, I don't think this is a bad trade. Like, I'm still kind of like gathering my my thoughts here. I don't mind that they traded Laramie Tunsil. I like the fact that they get cap savings. I like the idea that they get future picks. Do I think it's the best return? No, I don't think it's the best return. If you would have told me that Laramie Tunsil, like if I woke up today and you told me Laramie Tunsil gets traded, what do you think the appropriate return would be? I would say a first. Now, they're not too far away from a first. You get a second and a third. You could probably trade into, like, if it was an early second, early third, maybe some sweeteners you can trade into like the back end of the first round. So I don't think you're crazy far from like getting a late first round pick. But if you asked me, what are your expectations if Laramie Tunsil gets traded, what the return would be? I would say a first. So I'm not over the moon about the return.
Sure. I mean,
am I heartbroken that Laramie Tunsil's gone? Of course not. It makes some sense, but I'm not over the moon about the return.
Yeah, I mean, Lance has talked about it. I used it in a Who Said It clip, I think 2 weeks ago, about the idea of signing Ronnie Stanley, which obviously flew out the door, and then trading Laramie for a first. So I think most people would have set the expectation at a first.
I think part of it is the fact that you get out from under a big financial commitment.
Yeah. And the culture thing.
But
I
is
think
that
the culture
enough to
thing
say you go
arguably
from a
might be
first to
one.
a second?
It's not a crazy financial commitment when you look at it from just this year coming up, though. Like, he was only under contract through 2026. So that, like, you hit a cap number of 21 this year and 21 the year after that. That's not crazy from a top 10 left tackle figure. It just hit me. I wonder if Laramie's asking for another contract.
It's possible.
I think it's definitely
because he has
it's
2
on the
years
table.
left. He has 2 years left.
He doesn't have to call his agent.
Yeah. I
There's
wonder.
no doubt it's
if
on
that
his
played
mind
a
at this
part.
point.
I mean, he's still his own agent, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
wonder if that played a part, though. Like,
I don't see how it couldn't. I mean,
think
there's no way he's not asking for it.
I don't think he'd have any qualms right now, but before this trade happened, about going to Nick in the offseason and saying, hey, I'm looking for an extension.
because you can't look at his cap number from like the Texans and what they have to spend. Because he had a 21 cap number this year. He has a 21 cap number next year, and he's a free agent after the end of 2026. By trading him, well, they do trade. They saved the whole number. They saved
Was
the
this
whole
guaranteed
number.
money done?
Looks like it.
So they say $42 million?
Look, that's what. Oh, they already have it switched to Washington. I don't know. When I looked earlier, it said 13.
Here's the other thing. Remember this? We were talking about the other big contracts on this roster if they needed to free up some space by renegotiating and restructuring contracts. Just like we said that, hey, Daniil Hunter is looking for an extension as well, that you would be able to do something with Daniil Hunter. You got to believe that if they went to Tunsil and said, we're looking to restructure your contract, he's like, well, then throw some years on there.
Yeah.
So
Well,
and
I mean,
maybe and they
restructures
probably
are
didn't want to
weird.
do it.
Restructures are weird. Like, you can NFL teams can restructure a contract without the
Without
players
extending it.
Yeah, without the player's permission. Like, you can restructure it because it gives them more money up front.
Yeah, and
so they don't even have to agree to a restructure. Like, the team can just do it.
So I found the numbers you're looking for, Jeremy. It's 13.8 on the cap this year,
Yeah.
but overall cash, it's the 42.7.
The cash doesn't matter though, right?
Yeah, but
because it's what they have under the salary cap. that
yeah,
matters, cap space.
this is from Texans cap 43 minutes ago, and he's assuming no adjustments are made. But yeah, it says 13.8 for the cap this year.
I think I'm pretty sure it's next year too.
Maybe
26.
so. Yeah, he doesn't have that detail in it. It's just 13.8
Yeah,
this
so,
year,
like,
and then
that's-
42 in cash.
That's
overall.
not a lot of cap savings. You say $14 million by this trade. What player are you signing for $14 million?
You can get one pretty good guard.
I don't even know if I would. I think it would be one undervalued guard.
Yeah, okay. I might be.
Let's look at some of the interior offensive linemen that signed today,
Okay.
and play with the money whenever we come back. Also, there's irony in this trade, I think. We'll discuss that next. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, it's March, it's spring, and it is time for you to save some money with the spring savings at Monument Chevrolet. Get over to the dealership, 225 and Beltway 8. Check out their massive inventory. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer that you can trust. Transparent, no hassle pricing. Get your car shopping done fast. Employee pricing going on right now with their Silverado 1500. Speaking of employees, their salesperson of the week, give Sammy a shout out. Sammy's super popular with customers, friendly, funny, and his priority is to make the car buying experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. We were just talking about culture. Monument Chevrolet has fantastic culture. It's been in the business for 50 years. They hire good people, friendly people, and it's why they've been so successful for 5 decades. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families just keep coming back because they trust the fine people at Monument Chevrolet. One of those perks at Monument Chevrolet, best service departments in the game, and they also service all makes and models, even commercial and big rig trucks, trusted by school districts, law enforcement, county and city officials, and large corporations. Get a fair deal, a fast, easy transaction without wasting your time in those aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or better yet, just visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8, Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Just another drug song?
Mary Jane by Rick James.
Should have just waited
Rick
a little
James,
bit longer.
right?
Yeah, he just said that.
I didn't hear him say that. But I also know that most people say his name and then have another word after that.
Yeah, you're right. I learned that from Dave Chappelle.
Yep.
Don't mess up your couch, man.
Cebu, CJ lost Tunsil, Diggs, Tank, and Bobby this offseason. Hope that isn't too much change around them. Hopefully it's a good change.
Yeah.
Chattanooga. So this microphone's awful today. It's It's like Laramie Tunsil's protecting it. Chattanooga, I blame Cody's toots on the mistake we did for losing Tunsil. What did he do? You gotta let us know,
I
Chattanooga.
was reading some of that too. Like, what's the long-standing Stoots thing, or is there something there that I'm missing?
I'm not sure. Pistol, this is a net positive for the O-line. Laramie is not a culture fit here. Steve, for the love of goodness, please get us an offensive lineman, Nick. We should have sent Cody's toots to Washington on the Tunsil trade.
What are we missing?
Chattanooga, why are you trying to get rid of Cody's toots? He's great on the Houston beat.
Give us the backstory.
It's
What's
the best
going on there?
$9.99 you can find Houston Texans coverage.
Did it go
Chattanooga.
up? Inflation?
I thought it was always $9.99.
I thought it was $7.99.
You might be right. Christopher, what did Cody's toots do to you? That's what I want to know. Rocky, Kevin Zietler, better be wearing a Texans jersey soon. Mr. Carlos, who the heck is going to protect Stroud? Their O-line was horrible last year, going to be worse this year. Way to make a big splash in free agency. Yeah, they made a big splash in trade, that's for sure. Here's some offensive linemen that have signed today. Because, we're sitting here talking about Laramie Tunsil is going to save the Texans $13 million. So what can that get them on the open market right now? And look, maybe it's not the first wave of offensive linemen. Maybe you get a little bit of value in the second wave of interior offensive linemen. But there's been some names that have been signed today. Have you ever heard of Aaron Banks?
Not until today.
Aaron Banks signed by
the
Green Bay.
Packers guy from the Niners.
He got 4 years, $77 million. That's nearly $20 million a year. I've never heard of Aaron Banks who's nearly getting $20 million a year. Texans saved how much with Laramie Tunsil? 13. So they can't even sign a guy we've never heard of for the savings that they had for Laramie Tunsil. They didn't have the cap. He doesn't have the deal for Aduga, who signed with Jacksonville. A lot of these figures haven't come out on some of this interior offensive lineman. Doesn't make it great for what we're doing here. Who was the guy who signed with the Bears?
Well, Tooney was traded there, and they took
signed,
on that salary. And
they
then
signed the Arizona guy.
Yeah. Oh man, because the Bears have done a lot of work today in the trenches.
Yeah, I'm very jealous of what the Bears have been doing.
They got Jarrett on the defensive side. They got the
Patriots signed Morgan Moses today. That was a 3-year, $24 million deal. So you could have afforded Morgan Moses at $8 million a year. Have you ever heard of Morgan Moses?
He's a tackle, though, I thought. Did he get converted to guard?
It says OT.
Oh, yeah, so OT, offensive tackle. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, we're talking about signing guards,
right, I'm just looking at offensive linemen.
Okay.
Dan Moore Jr., 4-year, $82 million deal. Left tackle, but another offensive lineman. That's over $20 million a year for Dan Moore Jr., who signed with Tennessee today. Other offensive linemen that have signed today in the first day of legal tampering.
Bears signed the number one center, right?
Dahlman. That's who I was thinking of. Drew Dahlman went to Chicago today. $42 million on a 3-year deal. 42.
Yeah.
3-year deal. So, who are the
more than-
Texans
yeah.
getting for the savings?
I mean, the name that has come up on the text line, I talked about it on
$14 million
Saturday.
a year.
It's Kevin Zeitler. Like the projection I saw now, maybe these numbers indicate a market that's going to blow his projected dollar amount out of the water. But the projection I saw in Kevin Zeitler coming into this process was 1 year, $9 million, and that would be a guy that not only is he's a veteran. He's obviously played really well. Was with the Lions the last couple of years. But you can afford him with this 13.8 that you saved from trading Laramie Tunsil.
Pro Football Focus loves Zeitler. He's an old guy.
He is an old guy.
35
That's why
years
I think
old.
The projection,
Probably looking for 2 years.
Well,
Maybe.
yeah, maybe so. Like I said, the projection that we saw on Saturday was 1 year, $9 million.
I would
That
love
be,
Zeitler. That would be great. That'd be awesome.
even if it's 2 years, like 2 years, and there's some sort of team option on the second year,
For 18?
yeah, something like that. I mean, kind of what Joe Mixon did, where they signed it for 2 years or 2 years extension, but they didn't guarantee all of it.
The Chiefs signed Jalen Moore today. 2 years, $30 million. Left tackle, who's kind of been a backup, but they expect him to start there. That's $15 million a year. That's
He was with San Francisco as well, right?
I believe so.
Yeah.
That's more than what the Houston Texans are saving with Laramie Tunsil being traded. The Buccaneers re-signed Ben Bredesen. 3-year, $22 million deal. Now, that would be less, of course, than what the Texans are saving with the trade of Laramie Tunsil. But it gives you an idea of, there's big money on these offensive linemen, and I'm not sure that the Texans are going to be able to afford a good starting offensive lineman. Now, Zeitler's a little different, but he's 35.
So, but to the conversation we were having earlier about how fast do you think this was consummated? And how many teams were they talking to? Because you would think that you would want this done so that you could kick off free agency and be in on whoever you might want to be in on the guys you mentioned. But instead, because of when it took place, a lot of the top names are gone.
Yeah, but I don't think the Texans would have had the money to sign those names anyways. Like, even with this $13 million in savings, like, these guys are going for way more than $13 million a year for anybody that they would want.
But you know as well as I do, they can still restructure.
And
other guys,
but they also
if they
have
had
to. But they also have to do that before they can sign those players.
Yeah.
I nitpick the timing a little bit. I mean, we found out about it just before 3:00, but this is something that the Texans in the room would have already known at least by this morning, and they could have made calls to agents and say, "Hey, look, I know it doesn't look like we have cap space right now, but if you're interested, we're going to have room here in a few hours."
I'm just throwing it out there because of the fact that you would think that they have a plan as to once you move on from Tunsil, like what are you going to do to replace him?
Yeah.
I think they do. I just think it might not be what we had hoped for with the big splashing move.
I think it might be Titus Howard. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Willie, what's up, Willie?
Hey, how's it going? Hey, last week when Lance said that they should trade Laramie, I thought he had lost his mind, but because I didn't think that they would break something that wasn't broke. That what was broke was the three interior offensive linemen. Now you done broke another position, and you're talking about putting one of the other two tackles in there. They wasn't even top 15 at right tackle.
Yeah.
Now left tackle is the hardest position to fill on the offensive line, and you had a top 7, I think, and you just broke that, and they had to give up 2 first-round picks just to get him because they didn't have a decent left tackle after they traded the big guy from Virginia Tech to Seattle.
Dwayne Brown.
I don't like the move. Thank you.
There you go.
Thanks,
Willie's against it. I think he makes great points. I really do. I think Willie makes really good points there.
Yeah, I mean, I like I said, I hope that they have a plan B. We just don't know what it is, but that plan B is going to make this offensive line better because it goes back to what you said about, you could be one of the best left tackles in the game, but your offensive line as a whole was one of the worst 3 offensive lines in the game.
Right. But what Willie's saying is that it was the left tackle that was the best of those spots, which
I
is
think
true.
we all agree
true.
that he was the best lineman on the line last
Like,
year.
if we're sitting here, why was the offensive line so bad last year? We would point to the 3 interior offensive linemen, and the Texans still have the interior offensive
hasn't
line.
changed yet.
It's still the exact same. And then of a bad offensive line, the one that you've gotten rid of was the one who was the best on the field. But perhaps this speaks to the
Culture.
off the field. Maybe it speaks to the culture, which they value more than, the talent, which I think is fine. I concede that. I think culture a lot of times is more important than talent, especially on the offensive line, because I think that cohesion matters a lot there. Does it matter as much at wide receiver? Probably not. Offensive line, you bet, because they got to play together. Defensive line, you bet. Wide receiver, just go catch passes. It's much different. All right, 713-780-3776. The irony of this, the Hive's thoughts, so much more. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
What's the group chat saying here? Good trade. We better replace them with some absolute dogs. Bad vibes and false starts. D'Amico's made comments about toughness in the offseason, specifically talking about offensive line. 713-780-ESPN. Saying Tunsil's the best offensive line Texans is like saying you're the tallest. You're not allowed to say that last word.
Easy, yeah.
You're the tallest. You're the tallest little person. I think that's the word that they like, or words that they like. See, I think Tunsil's getting some bad. I've never loved Tunsil, but I feel like Tunsil's getting a little bit too much criticism on the way out. And I feel like I was getting a little too much criticism whenever I criticized Laramie Tunsil in the past. This doesn't add up here.
But
everybody's criticizing Laramie now, and they criticize me for criticizing Laramie in the past. That doesn't add up.
No, but you know that the minute they're out the door, they like to kick him in the ass on the way out and blame him for everything.
It's a big one too.
Yeah, and
It's a
most
lot.
people realize that once they're out of town, they're not out of sight or mind by the fan base that saw him leave. They're going to actually put him in the crosshairs.
It's a lot of behind.
Fat shaming Branham.
I'm not fat. I'm just saying he's a big man. 6'5", 313. I'm not wrong.
Big man.
It's a big man, Laramie Tunsil. It's a big man that's going to go protect Jaden Daniels. Here's the irony I find in this trade, is that C.J. Stroud 2 seasons ago was the best rookie quarterback in the NFL. Jaden Daniels last year was the best rookie quarterback in the NFL. And one team is saying, we don't want that guy to protect our young franchise quarterback. And the other team is saying, we really want that guy to protect our young franchise quarterback. That don't make sense of that to me. That's ironic, I find.
There's a lot of parallels for sure. I mean, there already were a lot of parallels between Washington and Houston, but you add to that, like, what did Houston do in going to CJ Stroud's second year? They added a ton of pieces. Looks like the Commanders are obviously doing that. They already had the trade for Debo. Now they trade for Laramie Tunsil. So I guess look out, Jaden Daniels. if we're going to continue the comparison,
Yeah,
your
if we're going
blocking's about to
parallel
get really
paths,
bad.
sophomore slump is coming, and the left tackle is going to be a part of it.
And the Texans would benefit greatly if that happens, because they now own Washington's second-round pick next year. So
That's
we're
right.
going to be rooting against the Washington Commanders next season. We're going to be like, look, they were right about Laramie Tunsil. He's a bum that only cares about himself. Jaden Daniels having a sophomore slump as they go 5-12, and all of a sudden the Texans traded for a top 40 pick. I don't really see that.
I don't either, but
because the
it's fun
second
to
rounder,
speculate.
Texans got a second rounder next draft, 2026. They got a third rounder this year. They get a seventh rounder this year.
Yes.
And then they swap fourths.
Swap force, yeah.
And the Texans gave up their fourth this year for the fourth next year.
In 2026, yes.
I kind of like that aspect of it, because this draft is like not as good as most drafts. So like you're getting a better draft pick there, although you have to wait a year for it. Also think it lines up better with the Texans like roster that they have right now. Because I mean, they're returning pretty much everybody, although they're not returning Laramie Tunsil anymore. I think my main takeaway here is I don't mind that Laramie Tunsil is gone. I'm just underwhelmed by the return, and I'm also underwhelmed with the financial savings of this. They're only saving $13 million. It's not a huge savings for a left tackle.
Well, my biggest concern is the fact that we know that we saw a drop-off in C.J. Stroud, and was at least in part kind of due to the fact that your offensive line was less than. And now the most important position on your offensive line to protect said quarterback that is so important to you is up in the air. And I don't know that I feel very confident right now with the guys on the roster that anybody's going to do a capable job at left tackle to fill in and take over for Laramie Tunsil. And I don't know that I feel confident that going into the draft to get one is the answer either.
What would and look, the Texans have moves to make, but we asked this last week whenever they released Shaq Mason. If you had to announce your starting 5 offensive line today with what is currently on the roster, what would your starting offensive line be?
Oh man,
I would go
crapshoot.
I would go Titus at left tackle.
Agreed.
I would go Blake Fisher at right tackle. Kind of
Agreed.
reverse engineering this.
Yep.
I guess Jarrett Patterson's your center.
Yep.
Juice Scruggs your right guard, and
Yep.
Kenyon Green's your left guard.
Ooh, boy. Ugh.
I think that's it.
So
That's a whole lot of ugh.
oh, you're right.
That's a pray for rain scenario, to use a baseball analogy.
God, that's not good.
But they traded Laramie Tunsil today, and most people seem happy.
Did you? So
Well,
essentially,
that just speaks like Joel was talking about, like how bad was your offensive line in the drop off. I think that just speaks volumes to how bad of a culture fit they believed he was at this point,
which is crazy.
I mean, the offensive line drops massively off. The only good part of it was your left tackle. He's not old. You're not saving a ton of money, and you're still willing to move his ass
like
out.
performance alone, he's the one guy that none of us thought was going to be the one moved.
And they're still
or
sending
that they
him
would
out.
move on from. Because we also had the conversation a while back. How many different guys are we going to see change? How many new guys are going to be on this offensive line when all is said and done? I thought 2. You guys were more in the lines of 1, and none of us thought one of them was Laramie Tunsil.
It's fascinating. Like, your offensive line was bottom 3 in the NFL. You have a franchise quarterback who you desperately need to protect because he was not protected last year. You have a top 10-ish left tackle. The rest of your offensive line was dreadful. Your projected starting line with what's currently on the roster is Titus Howard, Kenyon Green, Jared Patterson, Juice Scruggs, and Blake Fisher. And the city is mostly 55-60 is mostly in favor of trading Laramie Tunsil. And what a wild time to be alive.
For the time being, if you might not have thought it was possible, but you actually moved down in terms of how good your offensive line is as it relates to the rest of the league.
Talent,
you might have the worst offensive line right now on paper before anything else is done in the entire league.
You're putting a lot of faith. You're putting a lot of faith in Popovich and Kaylee. And you're putting a lot of faith in what you
Nick
find in
Caserio.
the draft. Yeah,
Yeah.
Caserio to make moves. Yeah.
Well, Caserio, if you add. If you don't add anything,
Well, they're
it'd
going to
be-
add.
They
They're gonna
have
add.
for sure. So yes, and yes. But if if this offensive line performs at an above average level next year, Nick Cayley's going to be a head coach.
Yeah,
Like,
probably.
Popovich might be an offensive coordinator somewhere.
Maybe here.
If those guys are making chicken salad out of what is left on this chicken offensive line, that is a heck of a coaching job.
Yeah, this is where Nick is going to have to use everything in his bag. The trades, the free agency, the draft. But you damn well better do a lot to improve this offensive line, because right now, as it stands, you have the worst offensive line in the entire league.
Talent level for sure.
Yeah.
713-780
But they all will get along now.
There are some
They might have better culture.
There's some reporters that are taking that opinion and saying that's not accurate. There are some reporters in Houston, one of our friends, DJ Bieneme, who is actually counterpointing the whole Laramie Tunsil locker room fit thing. Now let's discuss that. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Am I missing something here?
Sublime, smoke 2 joints.
How many more you got in your back pocket today?
I could go the rest of the show if I wanted to. I probably won't, though.
I think it's a challenge.
I've never heard this song.
Really? I believe it was originally Bob Marley, but Sublime covered it way back in the 90s.
Sublime has one of my wife's favorite all-time songs.
Really? Yeah, makes sense. California. Yeah.
That song?
No, the
She smokes 2 joints in the morning?
No, the real popular.
How do you think she makes it through all those daily newscasts?
What I got?
It's not. Yeah. No. Is it
Santeria.
Santeria. There you go. Yep.
That's a good song.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about this song. I'd like to hear the
2 joints, then we'll see how you feel.
I'd like to hear the Marley version. Because
Well,
certainly
we
this
got- we
part's
got-
not
we got
the
a few
Marley
more
version,
segments.
right? I like me some Bob Marley. Figgy Fig just tweeted this out. Someone posted on IG Laramie Tunsil being traded to the Commanders. Fifth Ward Crenshaw, who had that Texas anthem, said bro should have been gone 2 years ago. Joe Mixon replied to him and said, hell no. We had a texter saying that Joe Mixon could have been alluding to this with his cryptic tweets the other day. It doesn't sound like it, though, after this comment.
No, I wouldn't say that. I have seen people reposting or screen capping and reposting the IG posts from Laramie Tunsil right after they lost 31-2 on Christmas Day. Because Laramie apparently got his cleats autographed by Beyonce, and right after they lost 31-2, posted on Instagram the cleat he got autographed by Beyonce. And there's a lot of that going around on Texans Twitter. Like, I don't think the Texans forgot this.
Here are a few of the Texans. See, the motive is always what fascinates me, right? Like, there's a motive for everything, right? Like, why do we come to work every day? Well, we want to get paid. That's our motive to come to work. As much as it is that I want to entertain you, well, I do that at a very mediocre level. That's not my motive. My motive is to make a little bit of money. So what is the Texans' motive behind this? What was their drive to trade Laramie Tunsil? Like, we're thinking culture. We're thinking addition by subtraction, even though he was their best offensive lineman. Those are some of the things that have been said. Big Sarge he just tweeted out, contrary to what is being said about Tunsil, he was a leader in the locker room that the players looked up to. He did not talk to the media often, but would definitely talk a lot of football. The media's locker. The last part to me feels like a flex. Like, no one really cares that he talks to the media about football. But he was a leader in the locker room, and he was voted captain. Like, we lose sight of that. He was voted captain by the Houston Texans.
Oh, you're right. But let's think about other guys that have been voted captain in the past where we were like, that's kind of almost like to try and appease certain players.
But who's appeasing them? The team?
Yeah.
The players voted.
But what's the receiver that went to Dallas? That was Jack
Brandon
Easterby's
Cooks.
boy, Cooks. Cooks was a captain, but he was a captain, I think, only because they were hoping.
But I don't think you can use Brandon Cooks as an example to this because that was previous regime. Like, to me, it's totally different.
I get that, but I don't think it's just something that only that regime would have done. I think teams sometimes try to do little things to try to appease their players to make it turn into big things that help the team out. But yeah, I guess he was a captain, but that could happen a multitude of ways. The coaches can push for that, even though the players vote.
No, I don't think so. Like,
I thought D'Amico pushed in the past.
I think that he does that at times after the initial vote. Like, he'll name guys captain after the fact. Like, I think he did with Steven Nelson. I don't think Steven Nelson was a player's vote. I think that they made Steven Nelson a captain after the player's vote. But Laramie Tunsil was a team-appointed captain on their vote. So, that's kind of telling. The team's voting for him to be the captain. Now, a lot of times are the players just voting the best players to be captain. There's probably a good chunk
and the
of
veteran
that.
players, right?
Yeah, but they did vote him captain as opposed to not voting him captain. DJ Bienemy quote tweeted that, said, yeah, Texan players rocked with Laramie. The idea that he was bad for the locker room isn't accurate. Moving him is mainly about the contracts coming down the pipe. Can't pay everyone, but a loss gone, onward. I think it's mostly money motivated because the final year of his deal was after 2026. We know that Laramie Tunsil is super proactive with his contract extensions. We know that Laramie Tunsil not once but twice negotiated the top left tackle contract in all of football. I think there's a very good chance that Laramie Tunsil called up Nick Caserio and be like, hey, it's time to talk about a new contract. And Nick Caserio was like, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I definitely think the financials were a big part of it because we've been talking for the better part of a week to 2 weeks about the fact that they got to get creative to try and create the amount of money just to sign their own and get ready for the draft to have enough money for that. But if they were going to be players at all and trying to upgrade the line and receiver, they were going to need money.
See, I think it's more about the future money, though.
Stingley, Will
Yeah.
Anderson Jr.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, Stroud's going to get half
Because,
a billion.
Like, can they repurpose the $13 million in savings this season and find a quality player? Yeah, they can, but it's not that impactful. Can they use the savings to sign Kevin Zeitler? Is it Zeitler or Zeitler?
I think it's Zeitler.
They can.
There we go.
I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm purely
consensus, we
guessing.
don't know.
Kevin Z. They can repurpose that money, and I think they may be able to get Kevin Z for $13 million a year. So now you get Laramie Tunsil, the savings, you get the future picks, you get Kevin Z, who you're placing on the interior offensive line. That's a clear upgrade there. I think it's more about the future money. Hey, Laramie calls up Nick. I want another big left tackle contract extension that pays me from 27 to 2030. And Nick Caserio is like, well, you know, Derek Stingley's about to be the highest paid corner in the entire NFL. We got Will Anderson, who we traded all those picks for. He has to stay around. We just saw Myles Garrett get $40 million a year. CJ Stroud, he's going to have to be paid top quarterback money here pretty soon, or near the top of quarterback money. Do you want to re-sign Jalen Petrie? I actually think Petrie's going to be a casualty. So, like, there are a lot of guys that are coming down the pike that you're going to have to pay big money to, and you don't want to commit that to a Laramie Tunsil who's going to be into his, early to mid-30s. That was 1/5 of one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL in a position where they feel like it's the collection of all its parts type of deal.
You're right, but at the same time, when you look at it, yes, that money, that 13 can get you Kevin Z, but at the same time, what's on top of that, right? Because that's not the only, now you're just kind of replacing a guy that you already had factored into being on the offensive line. There's more work to be done, whether it's one or two. You have to try and improve your interior offensive line. And right now, you don't have the finances to do that if you go out and get another left tackle.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's surprising. I think this is more about the future than it is specifically about the 2025 season.
I think that's probably true, because we were already talking about, hey, look, if everything stays status quo with Laramie Tunsil, they're probably looking at left guard, center, and we knew Shaq was probably going to go, but then they were probably going to move Juice over. But now the fact that you're looking for money to replace your left tackle, and you still have to address center and either guard position or both, which I don't think they're going to do both, the challenge is on Nick's shoulders firmly in terms of get as creative as possible, because you got a lot of work to do.
And you do have, like, even though I think it's more of a future move, it does. I don't think you're better on the field by trading Tunsil. But if you can repurpose the $13 million into a Kevin Z, and you had a third rounder this year, and then you get the second rounder next year, there are some immediate returns as well. I don't think that they're even, but
more flexibility financially too.
Yeah.
Both short-term and long-term.
And look, Nick Caserio's a Will and Dillon son of a gun. Maybe there's a surprise trade for a starting left tackle that's out there. Who knows? But definitely the first domino of the Texans offseason falling. I'll tell you this. You never know what's going to happen with Nick Caserio. Nick Caserio might be the most entertaining general manager in Houston history. Jeff Luhnow is pretty dang good. Like, I'm talking straight
entertaining. Daryl's up there.
I'm talking straight entertainment. Like, I'm not talking about best. Daryl's up there.
Daryl swung big for huge stars.
Not only that,
times?
but he was constantly.
But how often did he pull it off?
He constantly had diarrhea of the mouth.
He pulled off the trade for Harden, for Dwight
Westbrook.
Howard, for Chris Paul, for Russell Westbrook. And he's bringing in big, sexy names over and over again.
And then on top of that, he was constantly getting fined, and he couldn't keep his mouth shut, and he had diarrhea of the mouth all the time.
Nick Caserio blasted the NFL last year for the Aziz suspension.
He did.
Like, Daryl was pretty entertaining for sure. Luhnow was kind of quirky, but always had that big move right away. Nick Caserio, look, he traded up for Will Anderson. Like, a bravado trade, needs massive cojones to make that trade. He brings in Daniil Hunter, Stephon Diggs. Who else? There was a big move last year. I guess Diggs.
Mixon, Diggs,
Mixon,
Daniil Hunter,
and then this year already,
and
the first day of legal,
Autry,
the first day of legal tampering, he trades Laramie Tunsil. Like, you never know what's going to happen with Nick Caserio. You always have to be on your toes with Nick Caserio. Anything can happen with Nick Caserio.
For a veteran, you can't really feel comfortable either.
No,
at any time you could be gone.
This is crazy. Isn't the real issue now that we have to trust Nick with offensive line in the draft, unless he shores it up in free agency or
Or
trade.
trade. Yeah. I mean, I think that, again, now you really have to have trust in Nick and faith going, hey, look, we know what we know about the draft, and you're not wrong about Nick and his drafting of offensive linemen. So let's hope that he either trades or signs in free agents or both other ways to get creative to improve this offensive line.
Aren't you one savvy move in the craft of this being an elite trade, hit on a guard or tackle, and this is a moot point, Eric? I think you're undervaluing the difficulty of doing that, of hitting on a guard or tackle, because the Texans have taken some swings right under Nick Caserio. They drafted Kenyon Green in the first round. Was that a hit? So, like,
no, Juice wasn't exactly a hit.
Yeah.
Versatility, yes, but like ability,
Yeah, so I think you're underselling, Eric, the ability of hitting on a guard or tackle. Now, if you do that, does it make this a moot point? I guess, but I think that's challenging to do. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. The Hive has some thoughts on this Tunsil trade. We'll hear yours as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
How long do you think Brian's been waiting for Laramie Tunsil to get traded?
I don't know, but
I had these at the ready.
He's going deep into the archives of the annals of the music library.
So you like the Bob Marley version better than Sublime?
Why is it always two? Oh, it's the same song. Yeah. I do. He's better, so much better.
Yeah, no, I mean, no doubt he's better. Yeah,
the wife.
I do like Sublime though.
Fan. I'm not.
You've had those days, right, Jeremy?
What's that?
No, I was listening to the lyrics. I thought you could relate. Those long road trips to Arizona, out in Sedona.
I do like Sedona a lot. I could turn into Bill Walton or Phil Jackson in Sedona real quick.
I chuckled. There was some reality show or something. I was flipping channels, and the girl had a Sedona sweatshirt, and I immediately thought, "Oh, I know Jeremy loves it there."
I love Sedona. I really do. I know it sounds pretentious, but that place is awesome. Brian hopped in our ear just before we got back from break. Eagles are trading Kenny Pickett to the Cleveland Browns for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. It's like trading a penny for a penny.
2 gloves.
Yeah, that helps nobody.
DTR.
There is a 5th-round pick involved. It'd be funny if they drafted a bad quarterback with that pick. That's crazy, though. I mean, Browns, though, got a Super Bowl winner. Super Bowl winning quarterback, Cleveland Browns.
Facts.
That'll help
Just like
that
David
quarterback
Carr.
room. You got
Super Bowl
Deshaun
winner.
Watson, the pervert. You got Kenny Pickett, a Super Bowl winner. It balances out.
A Super Bowl, a ring balances out pervert.
They promised Myles Garrett, whenever they gave him $40 million a year, that we're going to bring you a Super Bowl level quarterback.
DTR's got a better chance of succeeding than Kenny Pickett as
but
it looks right now.
he doesn't have a ring. Kenny Pickett has a ring. Kenny
got-
Pickett has a ring on that. And you know what's
on
really
that glove?
What's really impressive about the ring
Those
that Kenny
tiny
Pickett's
hands.
going to get is that it's really going to stand out. It's really going to shine on the hand of Kenny Pickett. There's no doubt about that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Tyler and Conroe, the future money is exactly the point of the trade. Also wonder if this gives some insight into Nick Caley's offense. Tunsil was graded out middle of the pack in the terms of run blocking. The run blocking element is interesting because Tunsil is known for more of a pass blocker. I don't think he's a bad run blocker. Like, he's not as good as his pass blocking, but I don't think he's a bad run blocker.
I mean, you don't get the overall grade that he gets without being decent at run blocking. I don't think. I think that this was more or less the fact that I think as much as everybody's trying to cover for it now, I think this is a lot about off the field as much as it is on the field.
Pro Football Focus, Laramie Tunsil, pass block grade last year was 88.6, run block 73.6. So, like, way better at pass blocking, but run block still pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, your 73.6, that ain't bad. That's good. That grades out as good. But the Nick Caley element of that, I do think that Nick Caley's going to want to run the ball more and have a lot more formations that look like run, like 12 personnel, 2 tight end sets. Obviously, I think that we see a lot of. I don't think he's going to like sit there and spread them out and go a lot of 4 wide. I'm not sure how much 3 wide we see with Nick Caley. I also don't know which Nick Caley we're going to get. Are we getting Sean McVay, LA Ram Nick Caley, or are we getting Bill Belichick, New England Patriot Nick Caley?
Well, and then if you're saying that and he's leaning towards being, run focused, does that mean that Kenyon Green's got another shot at starting?
I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah. I mean, if Kenyon Green's strength is run blocking, then that's a scary thought, but I think it's a possibility. It's on the table.
Yeah, and I mean, how many general managers are so willing to give up on first rounders?
They're not.
They're
going to give you every last chance to succeed to make them look good too until the bitter end.
And if you think that they were really poorly coached, like how much does that sway how good the player can be? I wouldn't rule it out. I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't rule it out completely. More text on this. Little Sarge is a straight up clown. Take anything he says with a grain of salt. He holds water for certain players, and Tunsil is one of them. Jeez, Tyler. Why don't you tell us how you really feel? Addition by subtraction, good in pass pro, awful in run blocking. He's not awful in run blocking. Making a lot of money, was a captain, but wasn't leading the unit whatsoever. I know from firsthand knowledge that he has to be told what to do each play. Limits pre-snap adjustments.
Firsthand knowledge, huh?
I mean, it could be right.
No, I'm not saying I doubt it. I mean, I'm just wondering who's the first hand. So-and-so's my neighbor.
I think it's Juice Scruggs. I think Juice Scruggs is giving the texter the information that Laramie Tunsil has to be told. Bad Fish is a good Sublime song. There you go. Omega Man kind of sounds like they think Tunsil tampered with Green's progression and wanted to get him out before he messed with any future draft pick. I would trash that.
Yeah, I don't think that's
I don't think they're looking at Laramie Tunsil as the reason some guys didn't perform well and like stunted the development of other players. I think that's going too far.
I think you have to look at it at a certain point. your coaching staff, and especially when you're taking all these young guys in the draft and you're expecting them to develop. I mean, they need help from somebody, and we all know that veterans are, for the most part, are going to tell you, or not for the most part, but a lot of veterans tell you, especially at the quarterback position, it's not my job to mentor. So I think that Laramie Tunsil, being a top 7-ish offensive left guard left tackle in this league, he's doing his job. He doesn't have to mentor if he doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, but I think they would want him to.
Oh, I'm sure they want him
in a perfect
to.
world, they would want him to.
But we know that some guys' personalities and their attitude is that they're doing their job by doing their job. They don't have to do anything else.
Yeah, but then that would also throw in like the caveat too of, okay, well, if you don't want to do that, then we're not going to pay you top left tackle money again. So like I think that could be baked in.
It can be, but
I don't think he's stunning the growth though. Like I think that's way too.
Yeah,
far.
I don't think he's stunting the growth at all. But I think that if he continues to do his job and protect the backside of his quarterback, that most teams would live with the fact that he doesn't want to mentor young players.
I believe this is the right move. I believe in D'Amico Caserio and Kaylee. Do a Twitter poll. I'm good. I think it's the right move too. Like if I were to grade the trade scale of 1 to 10, I think it's a 6. I don't think the Texans would be as good in 2025, though, if they were just to keep Laramie. I think they take a little bit of a hit next season. Like the rest of the offseason, if you would have kept Laramie, I think you have a better product next year. Now, 26 going forward is where I think the Texans get the advantage, where I think that they get the gain. But in 2025, I do think they take a minor hit with today's trade.
Yeah, I think this was with the big picture in mind, but also knowing that they had to free up some finances to be able to be competitive with free agency, the draft, and everything that they've got potentially going on this offseason. And that the combination probably led to maybe a slightly less return, but at the same time, it kind of freed up flexibility for the long term.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. A few more text on this. The explanation is simple. This is from Jasper. The explanation is simple. We live in a divided world. Almost every opinion will have 50% supporters and 50% haters, and people are always more vocal with disagreement. That was deep, Jasper.
Wow, that was.
I need you to be my therapist. I bet Tunsil didn't want to restructure. Plus, folks are forgetting his penalties. Google Laramie Tunsil and see penalties pop up. His penalties were very high. There's no doubt about that.
I'm telling you, that's
a
what
player
people don't
doesn't
forget.
have to agree to a restructure. The NFL teams can restructure a contract whenever they want. Now, redo a deal is much different. I think that's what comes into play
But,
here.
any player that gets the majority of his money up front is not going to turn that down because you can make more money on it if you get the money up front.
You think that Ryans just didn't like that he was kind of lazy? He was known for being a hard worker and motivated, and Tunsil wasn't. I think it makes them better. I think that could play a part.
But in order to say that it makes them better, we got to see who they take the field with next season at left tackle.
I meant the lazy part. Yeah. The better part, I think they're slightly worse next year. The lazy part, I could see D'Amico having that attitude because it's all about swarm. So what does the swarm mean again? Smart, work ethic, which is a compound word, and relentless mindset. Swarm.
I didn't really realize it was an acronym.
It's
like
an
that.
acronym.
Yeah, I just thought it was the mentality. I didn't realize that it was an acronym.
A lot of people think it's misspelled and that it should be swarm, S-W-E-A-R-M. S-W-E-A-R-M.
Yeah, work ethic is one word.
It's not an
E-arm.
arm. I keep screwing that up. Work ethic is one word.
Say Diana.
Diana.
Hey, look at there. You did better
Work
than the
ethic
other
is
day.
one. It's a compound word.
Yeah.
So it's one word.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it's swarm.
I know. I'm agreeing with you.
A lot of people think it's swirm.
No,
you sound like the
Swedish.
You sound like the Swedish chef.
Darn
Yeah.
You've
never seen people on the internet do that? S-W-E-R-M?
No, I haven't seen anyone do that.
Because they think that work ethic should be 2 letters in the acronym because they don't realize that work ethic is a compound word.
Well, they're not Texans worthy then.
I think I'm making MLA Paul very happy right now.
Wow.
This is this type of radio.
Doing the work for us.
Compound word. Work ethic.
I'll make sure to timestamp this in the podcast description so MLA Paul can.
Compound words are
listen to
words
it.
that are made up of 2 or more words that are combined to form a new word or phrase. Because work ethic isn't work. Work ethic is not ethic. Work ethic is work ethic.
Agreed.
So that's why it's swarm. Yeah, acronym.
Hyphen in there.
What's that?
There's a hyphen in there.
There's a hyphen.
Yeah,
there's
work
a
hyphen
work
ethic. Yeah.
Worthy of our weekend show, Brian.
Yeah. I'm making MLA Paul happy. I'm making him a happy papa. We haven't heard from MLA Paul.
Not since, because I think he took it
he got
pretty hard.
shamed.
I think we might have lost him.
Yeah, I think we drove him. Yeah, he caught a lot.
We can't lose him. What's he going to listen to? The Baytown Baddie?
That's a good point.
He can't listen to that show.
Boy, especially
can't
when,
listen to that
especially
show
when
if
he comes in with the
Oh,
mindset.
yeah.
Yeah,
Ain't
there's no way
there's
MLA
no
Paul
way.
can listen to the
Because
Baytown
you're
Baddie.
talking about grammar.
Yeah, exactly. If he
Yeah.
cares about grammar, he's going to listen to Sterner.
Wex has
No
good.
chance.
Wex has good grammar though.
Oh,
Yes, he
Wex
does,
does,
for
yeah.
sure.
Clan, I'm not so sure about.
Okay.
It comes and goes. Yeah, we
Does
know
he-
how Joel feels about that.
Yeah, we do.
He's got. I mean, Wex of all the afternoon hosts
Wex
in
has
this
the best
city,
grammar.
Wex by far has the best
Easily.
grammar.
I think that's probably correct.
Like if we were to grade 1 to 10 on the afternoon host in this city, their grammar, Wex is probably a 10.
Yeah.
10.
Clan's probably what, like a 6 or 7.
Yeah, he's better than average, but not
Well, he tweets
super
a lot.
high.
Blank's probably like a 7 or an 8. I'm like at a 4 or 5. My grammar stinks because I'm ESL. Baytown Baddie's at a 1.
Yeah, if that.
I haven't heard much of the show. Couldn't tell you.
Oh, you mean the guy at the show? Yeah.
That's his nickname, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
guess. so,
well, he dropped the show for a while.
Did he?
Yeah, I don't know what the deal with that is because I don't follow close enough to understand.
Yeah,
but
give the 1 to 10 grammar for all the afternoon hosts in the city of Houston. Mine's
Emily
very
Paul
low.
better call in.
Yeah, Baytown Baddie has to be a 1, but that's part of his charm. It's part of his charm.
That's one way to put it.
I haven't heard any of the show. Nick has to be cooking up something right now. He has to be getting all these picks to trade up in the draft to get a cornerstone tackle. See, I would rule. I'm not going to rule anything out with Nick Caserio because the dude's nuts. He is bona fide lunatic. So he could definitely make a trade. There's no doubt about that. I don't know how equipped they are to be able to trade into the top 5 and get a cornerstone tackle, though. Did he just do it?
The Texans have made a signing. Let's see if we actually know who this guy is.
No.
According to Ian Rappaport 50 seconds ago, the Texans are signing pass rusher Daryl Taylor. He gets a 1-year, $5.25 million deal.
Kind of a lot.
Yeah, I don't know who this guy is, but he got $5 million from the Texans.
All right, let's talk about the other Texans move that they made today because they have made a series of other moves. Laramie Tunsil obviously took the first hour and 43 of the conversation, but they made some other moves today. We'll break down this move too. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
So the Texans signed guy from Chicago, Darrell Taylor. $5 million, $5.25.
Yeah, 5.25.
Look, I've never seen him play. 60 overall grade on Pro Football Focus, but he's a pass rushing specialist. 70 pass rush grade, 50 run grade.
Outside
so
guy?
it seems like he's defensive end. So he seems like a third down defensive end, but it's kind of weird.
Yeah, like, don't
Like,
they
I
have a
wonder-
surplus of that? They
Well, I
brought
was just-
Barnett back.
I was just about to say, what does that mean? Because
255.
we saw rumors all offseason
right?
about Autry. Like,
Yeah.
what does that mean for Autry?
I wonder if this is the Autry
It could be.
supplement. It wouldn't shock me if they get rid of Autry now.
That's exactly what I thought.
Because he's 6'4", 255. Like,
Don't they save like 10 mil if they get rid of Autry?
it's like 9, I think.
Yeah.
So yeah, very close. So this would save $5 million. Basically, trade Autry for Taylor, and then get $5 million roughly, or $4 million roughly. That seems to be it. Because like, if this guy's a situational defensive lineman, maybe he plays inside on a third and long situation, pass rushing down. What's weird though is they also signed Derek Barnett today. They re-signed him $5 million 1 year. The Texans have spent $10 million on backup defensive ends.
Yeah,
today.
that's what I said. Well,
Like-
once they already signed Barnett, like, what are we doing unless you are getting rid of Autry?
They're kind of weird on how they D'Amico talks about all the time how they sub in a lot and they play a lot of defensive linemen. They signed Sheldon Rankins today too, by the way.
They did, yeah.
$9 million, or no, it was 7.
Seven,
He
I
signed
think,
for.
yeah.
They offered him 9 last year and rejected it, and signed with Cincy for 10. They get him for $7 million. But the Texans are weird. Like, they'll play a lot of defensive linemen, but then they also like prioritize top defensive ends. Traded up for Will Anderson. Signed Daniil Hunter last offseason. So like, they want to play a lot of guys on the defensive line. They're willing to spend money on depth pieces on the defensive line. And you would think if they had that attitude, they wouldn't be like shopping at the top of the market for defensive ends, but they do. So it shows you the value that D'Amico Ryans has on the defensive line.
And he loves the depth on the internal defensive line spots. Because
Yeah.
he, we thought that they were pretty good 2 years ago, and he was like, we got to improve there. And then lo and behold, bringing in guys like Edwards and Foley and guys like that where it's settled. We're like, huh?
I thought they did pretty good
They
last year
did.
too.
They played their tails
And then
off.
D'Amico was like, yeah, we could be better there. So it's like, oh, okay. Like, D'Amico didn't like the way the interior defensive line played. Yeah, they look pretty good. 2 years ago, they looked pretty good. He got rid of everybody, although they did try to bring Rankins back. It makes me think that he's really good at coaching up the defensive line. Like, if he doesn't like what he's getting from his players, yet the product is good, that tells me that he's really good at coaching those dudes up.
There's no doubt. And there's no doubt that he knows exactly the type of player that he's looking for mentally, physically, at everything. And he's spot on when he goes and gets what he wants.
Texans traded Laramie Tunsil so they could use the savings on Darrell Taylor. Just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm trolling.
It does eat kind of close to half of their savings up, though.
Almost, yeah.
Nearly half.
There's probably I think you might be onto something with Autry. I like Autry, but as a rotational defensive end, as a guy who's playing inside on third and longs, is that worth $9 million?
Yeah, I don't think you re-sign Barnett and make this
you spent
move
over $10 million.
and keep Autry.
And Rankins.
Yeah, you don't make all those signings and keep Autry. You're not playing nine defensive linemen.
But let's also
He'll
remember that Autry is looking for an extension. There have been rumors out there since the season ended that he'd like an extension. And if he's trying to get an extension and he's trying to get paid, he's probably more productive on the outside anyway. And the Texans aren't going to play him out there very much.
Yeah, that's an interesting signing. The Texans today have spent over they spent over $17 million on defensive line guys. Between Sheldon Rankins, Derek Barnett, and Darrell Taylor, they have spent over $17 million.
Or from something that was already a strength.
And it's one
Yeah,
starter.
and we haven't addressed the
Yeah.
biggest need that's a massive need for this team.
I don't think I like that allocation of financial resources that you spend $17 million
Not
on
unless you get rid of
defensive line.
Autry.
Even then,
But you get rid of Autry and then what? Daniil Hunter restructures? Or you restructure Daniil Hunter?
I think ultimately they want to re-sign him.
Yeah.
They want to give him an extension.
Yeah.
And you could space some money out that way, lower the AAV.
That's kind of interesting though, because even if you release Autry and you save $9 million, then you're still adding $8 million in salary. for one starter and 2 depth guys.
Another mediocre Texans signing. Texans, according to Ian Rappaport, signing wide receiver formerly of the Chiefs, Justin Watson. So
why?
They signed 2 wide receivers.
2 wide receivers today.
What are they doing?
Yeah, that'll fix it. Justin Watson
and Berrios.
Yeah, and Berrios.
Who sent that?
That's Rappaport.
That's
from
an
his
interesting signing.
official rap sheet. Yeah.
Are they giving guaranteed money?
I was
to
gonna say,
him?
is it guaranteed?
It doesn't list money. It just says Houston is adding Chiefs free agent wide receiver Justin Watson. Sources say as the Penn graduate and former Bucks wide receiver lands in a new home. That's the only thing.
What
the
does
tweet
that
says.
say about Mechie and Hutchinson, or is it just a body?
This could be. I mean, I know it's a free agent signing and not a trade, but this could be Skoranek 2.0. Someone they just take a look at and then maybe doesn't even make the team coming out of camp.
Or it could be Noah Brown, where we dedicate money to a
Same
guy
thing.
that you're
Didn't
going to
make the
pay
team out of
guaranteed
camp.
money to,
Yeah,
and then let him
exactly.
go away.
Trying to collect my thoughts.
I thought Berrios was our Noah Brown, but now maybe there's another one.
I don't know if this means Hutchinson and Mechie need to be on watch or if this means nothing at all. I can't really tell Caserio because he's made these. Like, he's traded for Skoranek. He gave Noah Brown $5 million, and neither one of them made the team. So it could mean absolutely nothing.
Was Skoranek, did he have guaranteed money last year?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't remember. I just remember they gave up like a 6 or something for him.
I thought it was 6 or 7.
6
I thought
or
it was 7.
I mean, you're going to bring in more than 7 receivers into camp, and there's a really good chance that you probably leave camp with an injury or 2 to your wide receiver room. Hopefully there's not guaranteed money attached to Justin Watson.
Still going to draft one, I think.
See, whenever they signed Braxton Berrios today, which how many catches did you have in the NFL last year, Blankers?
0.
That's the same amount of Braxton Berrios last year.
He
Braxton
didn't have a
Berri-
single
he
catch
didn't
last
have,
year?
He was hurt most of the year, but didn't have a single catch last year.
boy.
And look, it was $2 million one year, like whatever. Maybe there wasn't even guaranteed money attached to that.
Noah Brown.
Do you know who drafted Braxton Berrios?
Nick Caserio.
Mm-hmm. He was drafted by the Patriots 2018 draft in the 6th round. Now, Berrios was an all-pro in 2021
as a special
As a
teamer.
special
as a
teamer,
returner.
yeah.
So I think that Berrios was signed to be the Texans kick return, punt return guy.
Get rid of Sims,
And
basically.
he's he's
Yeah.
your Sims replacement.
like-
He's your 6th receiver. So I think Berrios was more of a special team signage than a wide receiver sign. But are you keeping 7 receivers? Probably not. So if you draft a rookie, you're looking at Nico Collins as your number 1 receiver, Christian Kirk at number 2, rookie receiver at number 3. Then you have Hutchinson 4, Mechie 5, Justin Watson 6, Braxton Berrios 7.
You're not keeping 7.
No, you might keep 6.
Well, one of them's
going to
be a return guy.
Now they did. They actually kept 7 last year,
Oh,
which
because
was
of Sims.
because of Sims. But I
Right.
didn't love that.
But
And
one
it's
of them's-
very rare.
But Berrios will be a return guy, right?
Yeah, but are you reserving 1 spot for return guy and then still keeping 6 receivers?
Yeah, because like to hear Dell talk about him, our resident Dolphin expert, he was like short arms, not a great receiver, doesn't do much like in the receiving game, but he's a really, really reliable return guy.
I think he's your Steven Sims.
Yep.
I think he's just anything he gives you in the receiving game is a bonus, and that you signed him for like specific. And we know
that's
that
true.
Nick Caserio values special teams. Like he signed the Tremont Smith guy today too. Tremont Smith is like an excellent special teams player. He's a depth piece at corner. You hope you don't see him on the field defensively, but really good special teams player.
He only played like 19 snaps defensively
Smith?
last year. Yeah.
Which is like I mean you're rooting for that,
Yeah,
right?
so
'Cause-
all he is you're right, depth and a return guy.
Yeah, so I think Berrios is your return guy. Like Tremont Smith, who they signed, is like your special teams, like coverage guy, all that stuff. Justin Watson is that's weird to me. It's a weird signing.
I mean,
a lot of weird signings already.
We're sitting kind of a weird moment because it hasn't felt like the Texans have done obviously anything that really excites us. But I do want to say like this kind of is where we were about this time last year.
Yeah.
Like I remember going into like this show last year and all the big moves were happening and like right at the end of the show. I think actually just after we went off air was when the Azeez Al-Shaair signing hit, and then over the next day when we came back. Daniil Hunter, Danico Autry, like all the wave of the big moves started happening. So
Kind of
I
like
mean,
get the overpaid,
this
big time guys
obviously,
out of the way first.
There's so much more left that we could obviously think about it differently in 48 hours.
The big difference between this year and last year, though.
I know because of the cap room. You're right.
Because the finances. Because I look thinking people are expecting, and I'm wondering, like last year they were looking for splashy moves, and they got them. They got the number 1 defensive player on the board basically when they got Daniil Hunter. But when you look at it this year, I think people are just looking at offensive line. They were thinking that the first guys that the Texans were going to put their name to, that they were going to ink, were going to be guys on the offensive line. And now, since they haven't brought in a single offensive lineman and got rid of one, people are really scratching their heads.
Yeah, it's probably, I think Watson's kind of, not that he's similar to Skoranek, but it's probably the same idea. Like, we're going to have 7 or 8 receivers in camp. We hope that, they all stay healthy, and then we have a decision to make at the end of camp. Because last year they all kind of stayed healthy. Because I wanted Noah Brown to start the season on IR, and he was like healthy, and they couldn't do that. And then everybody else was healthy, and they had to cut Skoranek. So it's probably just a depth piece. It wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't make the team, Justin Watson. But I did not expect to see the Houston Texans adding Justin Watson today, especially after they already added Braxton Berrios earlier today.
Yeah, wide receiver was already fixed. Jeez, Nick.
Fixed with Berrios. What'd you think of Rankins? 1 year, $7 million.
Look, I liked him 2 years ago, so I don't mind bringing him back. But I think it probably says a lot about the fact that whether Foley's gone because he's a free agent, or they're going to move on from Edwards, though Edwards played really good for you when he was playing and he wasn't suspended or hurt. I think that means that he's another depth piece backing up the fact that one of those two guys is not going to be back.
I think he's going to start. Rankins will.
Yeah.
They've wanted him 2 off seasons in a row. So, like, in D'Amico, I trust here. They wanted him last year. They fell $1 million shy of Cincinnati because Cincinnati gave him 10. They were offering 9. So they wanted Rankins last year. Didn't get him. As soon as he's on the market, they want him again. So it tells you that they really want Sheldon Rankins. So you get him at 1 year, $7 million. Last year, you're giving him $9 million a year. I'm good with it. He didn't have a great year in Cincinnati, but he was hurt. So yeah, I'm good with Sheldon Rankins. And it seems like a value, $7 million.
I think you're right, but I think it's interesting because D'Amico said we got to upgrade both those positions. So they moved on from the 2 guys, including Rankins, but now they're bringing Rankins back $2 million less.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, hopefully D'Amico realizes he did a pretty good job when he was here 2 years ago.
Rocky says, can we all agree that Casario is a decent drafter, but terrible at free agency? I mean, Daniil Hunter and Stephon Diggs and Aziz Al-Shire were pretty good
I don't
last
think
year.
he's terrible at free agency. And I think that you can say he's a decent drafter, except for offensive line.
Yeah, I couldn't give that one either. Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESP. Let's get some Mailbag Monday. Mailbag Monday with the B, 713-780-3776. What do you want to ask Blankers and I? It is the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Yeah, I like it. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776.
Let's go. Ocho
says if a felon can be president of the U.S., then why is it relevant on job applications? Well, they want to see if you have a little dog in you. Maybe some places that are hiring want you to be a felon.
Maybe.
Show that you're, willing to do whatever.
The DAWG. You got an acronym for that?
DAWG?
Like swarm?
Let me think of one. Dumb,
or swarm?
Aggressive, witty.
Generous.
There you go.
Covers the whole
Makes
gambit.
no sense.
Gangsta?
Have you ever, it could be. Yeah, I need to workshop that one. Have you ever worked with someone that you knew was under the influence on the regular?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, 100%.
Yep.
Regularly?
Yep.
Jeremy, you know this person.
Who was it?
The person I used to do the wrestling show with at the network.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What influence?
The one that we've been playing bumps for.
That's not bad.
Well, we didn't specify what it was. I'm not saying it was a problem. I didn't mind doing shows when he was in the Bob Marley Vision, shall we say? Yeah, no, he was on the reg, on the air.
I mean,
a little toked up.
That's interesting. I don't think I've ever worked with somebody that did it regularly. Like I've worked with somebody who's under the influence, but not regularly.
Our shows were better when he was high.
Defined regularly, because I mean, from some of the regimes that I've been through, even here,
like over half the time, I would think. Right?
Yeah. No, like
I think you have to be over half the time to be considered regular.
We did, I think, 8 of those pay-per-view shows. I would say 6 of them.
Yeah, so I think regularly would have to be at least half the time.
Oh yeah, it was for sure.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think I have it. I don't think I ever have.
I'll tell you guys in the break.
That's boring. Just tell us now.
You don't have to say the name. Just say what happened.
I think there was someone here that was regularly, definitely over the last since I've been at ESPN.
Okay.
You want to say what influence?
Do you want to give his initials?
No, I don't. I really don't.
Was it the Red Weasel?
No, that's the polar opposite.
He's way too pure to
I
do that.
know. I kid.
713-780-3776. Somebody accidentally sent me a picture with him in it today, just now.
Really?
He sent it to you too. Dustin did. Dustin said the Billy O stank is finally officially gone after the Larry Tunsil trade, and he sent that picture to us of Tunsil or of O'Brien, where he's doing a kind of like gassed look, like said something funny, and he's like, I'm Bill O'Brien, and I'm real smart. And
Doesn't matter, Brian.
And shakes in the back, right there, half his face.
Sure is.
Yeah, we actually got Jake in our mentions today. A picture
Great.
of Jake.
Can't wait.
Thanks to Dustin.
Didn't miss that face.
Tell us how you really feel, Joel.
I pretty much am. I normally do.
713-780-3776. What are your questions for the Killer Bees? Eric the driver, if y'all could bring back one former Houston athlete to replay their career with the modern team, who would you choose?
Oh boy. With a modern team.
Replay their entire career?
I mean, why wouldn't we say Akeem?
I was just going to say Dream is the easy answer,
one?
right?
Eric said, i.e. Dream playing 17 years
Yeah,
without
I mean,
Jalen and him. That's the answer.
That's the one that jumps out
I
to
mean,
me.
Dream with the rule changes, the way you can't really touch anybody, and with how his athleticism and finesse.
I got a different answer.
Go.
I'm still going to go Dream. I'm going to go
you
with
could
the
say
University
Cougs?
of Houston, baby. Give me 3 years of the Dream under Kelvin Sampson. Oh, he'd be 3-time Player of the Year. Give me Dream at U of H, baby.
Yeah.
I'll take Dream.
Will he block? Will he block out though when a shot goes up at the end?
Don't talk the rest of the show. How dare you say
You're
that?
going to put that on him?
How dare
For
you
an
say
air
that?
Alive.
Yeah, but I've lived it many times since. How dare you say that,
Can you
especially
live
in
hold on.
March?
You can't
of
live
all the months.
You can't live something if you weren't alive for it.
Might be semantics here.
I don't think
We're big on that here.
Yeah, we kind of are big on semantics.
We are.
I've watched that moment all the time. I watch that moment in March every year.
You know how difficult it is to like put that on a guy boxing out and then it's an air ball?
I'm mostly 90% kidding, but he didn't block out on that play.
No, he didn't. 713-780-3776. What are your questions for the Bees?
Okay.
Would you rather have – I know y'all's answer. I think I'd rather have Dream for 3 years at U of H than 15 years with the Rockets.
I'm taking
I'll
for
take
15 years with
15
the
greater
Rockets.
I know y'all
3.
would, but I'm
Yeah.
selfish, and I'm more,
I get it.
I'm more of a
All
U of
right.
H fan than a Rocket fan.
So if Dream's the obvious answer, like what's the runner-up? Like what if we had to pick Astros or Texans? I'm not even sure. I mean, Texans is hard because it's a younger franchise. But,
See, I wonder if your entire career you can only, like, if you went Randy Johnson, you only get 3 months of Randy Johnson. I'm
well,
probably
Nolan
good there.
Ryan. I mean, I guess we could say Nolan Ryan. You got 8 years of him here.
Yeah, it was never won a Cy Young in those 8 years.
No, but
never won a Cy Young in his career.
Yeah, but he was. I mean, overall numbers, he was great.
I'd probably go. This is tough. Bagwell would be kind of fun.
You do need a second baseman right now.
Well, Bagwell didn't play second.
No, I know Biggio.
Biggio would be fun.
Well, I know. See, if you had prime Carlos Beltran in center field.
Yeah, but if you only
You,
get
you only get him
months.
for like 4 months though.
Oh,
Yeah, like their entire Houston career.
that's true.
I'm going to go Elijah 1 U of H, Elijah 1 Rockets. If I had to pick an Astro guy, it's between Biggio and Bagwell.
It's not Tony Eusebio.
Loved me some Tony. Remember he had that 26-game hitting
Yeah, I
streak over
do.
like a
I do.
60-day span because he didn't play every day. Man, it's hard to turn down Bagwell's power numbers, but I do think that they need a second baseman more than they need a first baseman. So I'd probably go Biggio. Roy Oswalt wouldn't be bad.
No, that'd be great. That's a good call.
That's a good
That's
call.
my
And he
favorite
played-
Astro.
yeah.
And then if I had to pick a Texan, Andre.
Yeah, it'd definitely be Andre.
With a better
Andre.
quarterback.
I was
Andre
initially
with
thinking
CJ.
Arian, but you know,
It's just too short.
Yeah, I
of
was
a
thinking
shelf,
JJ as well.
Too short. JJ wouldn't be bad, but you have the Nil and Will right
yeah,
now.
you're already
Right.
really good there.
But if you're getting him the first year of his career, then Daniil Hunter's going to be gone here pretty soon, and then you have JJ and Will. That'd be nasty.
That'd be sick. That'd be what you'd hoped JJ and Clowney was.
Watt's not a wrong answer, but I would lean Andre. I would lean on Andre.
Can you imagine Dre with a really good quarterback?
Opposite
for
of
years?
Nico?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he never had one.
Man,
Entire Hall of Fame
Matt
career.
Schaub had some good years with him.
Yeah, not really good. He was.
I disagree. He had at least one really good year.
There was 1 year he led the league in passing, made the Pro Bowl, but I don't know. I guess it's marred by what I know came after that,
Yeah.
but it's hard for me to say he was really good.
Give me Damon Thames for Rice. College baseball player of the year.
Lance Berkman for
Damon
Rice.
Thames and Lance Berkman are on the
Yeah,
same
you go
team.
Berkman or the
No, you go Damon Thames.
the no-show at third base that for the Angels.
Rendon.
Anthony Rendon.
He was really good in college.
He was.
Anthony Rendon hit the furthest home run I've ever seen in my life. In person.
At Rice?
It was at U of H.
Oh.
He one-hopped the McDonald's.
I was going to say the
And
Burger
left.
King, but is it?
It was the old aluminum bat, so it was kind of cheating, but unreal how far that ball went.
I saw him play plenty of games at Rice where he was unbelievable in college.
And then give me Brian Ching for the Dynamo.
Back-to-back champions.
Yeah.
Soccer matters.
Not tonight, though. Huh?
No, Tuesday,
you're
Wednesday
gonna
this
get
week.
bossy.
This guy said, what about Earl Campbell? That's interesting because I thought only Texans. But if you wanted to add Oilers in there, give me Ray Childress. Give me Bruce Matthews. With this
You're
offensive
just saying
line,
Ray
give me Bruce
Matthews.
Matthews.
Slam dunk.
Oh, yeah, Bruce Matthews. At first, I thought you were just saying Ray Childress because of the car commercials, but yeah, it's Bruce Matthews.
Why would I say Ray Childress because of the car?
You don't remember his
I
car
remember his, yeah, but it's
commercials?
gone.
Lawrence Morris.
Exactly. Joel remembers. Yep.
What is the single most important position on the Texans roster to fill?
Cool. Oh,
to fill.
Okay.
Left tackle.
Left tackle.
Yeah, right now it is.
Warren Moon in his prime. Yeah, but then you have to bench Stroud.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, you don't really. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer. You improve, but I'd rather improve someone that's a position that's weaker than what Stroud is.
Yeah, I wouldn't go quarterback. I would go, if I could go Oilers, I'd give me Bruce Matthews. If I had to stick with the Texans, I'd lean Andre over Watt. Neither one's a wrong answer. That'd be pretty fun. Just start with Altuve all over again at second base. I'm down for that.
It's not bad.
Lima was a 20-game winner. Yeah, 1 year
It was a
in the
short-
in the cavernous Astrodome.
It was a short prime.
And then he went to Enron and was a tomato can.
10-run field.
Rest in peace. Earl Campbell count. Would you go Earl or Arian?
Today's NFL,
man.
I think I might go Arian.
I would probably go Earl, but
I'm going Earl.
I think it's closer than a bunch of old timers would think.
What? I mean, I guess the modern day comparison would be Derrick Henry, right?
I mean, he was just
Probably.
the ultimate power and speed and everything. I don't think he was ever a receiver out of the backfield.
That's
but
why I
with
say,
as
like,
good as
modern.
he was, I don't care.
Hey, answer's Earl.
Yeah, I think it's just probably Earl.
Earl was all pro his first 3 years in the league.
Yeah, that 34s in this town, and with him, he earned every bit of it.
He just got old fast, man. He got
Plus,
worn down.
he was the victim too of not a lot of medical technology that probably could have fixed a lot of it a lot easier if he was playing in today's NFL.
His first 6 years were unbelievable, and then that was it.
Yeah, when he went to the Saints, he fell off a cliff.
Mark said Cesar Cedeno.
It would be Earl. It'd be Earl. Cesar Cedeno was a stud.
Yeah, good center fielder.
He was really good.
And
Very underrated
hit
Astro.
very well.
And very
Stole
underrated
a lot of
Astro.
bait. Yeah.
Big fan of Cesar Cedeno. 713-780-3776. Aaron says Nolan Ryan. Cam Caminetti for the Astros. He wasn't great as an Astro. His best years were in San Diego. He was good, not great. Somebody said Brian Cushing. Is he on roids or is he not on roids? Is what
I'll
I
take
need to know.
Rookie of the Year version of Brian Cushing that was a little juiced up.
I need juiced up. Allegedly. Actually, not alleged.
No, it's it's not alleged. He got
It wasn't
popped
his
for
first year, though, right?
No, he went full Rookie of the Year clean. He got popped going into year 2 or 3.
Simone Biles, center field. That's messed
She
up.
might be as tall as Altuve.
She'll get the twisties out there. My bad. Wild Justine Texans traded for Tunsil. What have y'all said about this trade?
Nothing.
I think we're
a lot.
I think
podcast page.
Yeah, we talked about it for the first hour 43. Yeah, hour 43. Rewind it a little bit. Texans Dwayne Brown. Oh, that's an interesting answer.
Right now, that seemed pretty good.
Biggio replay his career in left. Berkman saves the center field position. Best House Hills catch ever.
Yeah.
Someone said Wagner. Wagner would be awesome, but just doesn't pitch enough to pick him over
That you already have
Bagwell or
Hader.
Biggio.
You got Hader on the
You already
roster.
have Hader.
Moon over Stroud 8 days a week. No doubt Bruce Matthews if you get the Oilers. Somebody said David Carr. You're trolling. Moises Alou. Probably too short of a time with the Astros.
What was he here? 3 years?
But his time with
4
the
years?
Astros was great.
Yeah, he was
Moises Alou,
elite.
underrated
Toughest
Astro.
hands in the business.
You peed all over him.
No doubt.
J.R. Richards. J.R. Richards was very, very good, but you're not getting him that long.
Mike Scott,
very good, but didn't have that long of a peak.
That's why I think that it's probably Roy if you're going to go pitcher.
Yeah, Roy or Nolan.
Or Verlander.
Okay. Yeah.
I can hear it.
I'd probably go.
You got what, 6 years?
See, I'd probably go
of
Roy
JV?
because you get him longer.
That's what I'm saying. For just the whole Astros career alone, I would say Roy is the guy.
What about Trash Can Marwin? Wouldn't be bad.
The problem is there was only 1 year where he was good.
Yeah, I know. JD Martinez, if it's only his Astros tenure, that's not a good JD Martinez.
Yeah, he wasn't good.
Jeff Luno's worst move. Second worst move. That Brewers trade for
Carlos Gomez and
Mark Fires. And that was probably his worst move. Do you prefer your master bedroom to be, it's primary now. Do you prefer your primary bedroom to be in the front or the back of the house?
Back of the house.
I don't think I've ever put any thought into this.
I had the same when this went on our Google. As your microphone hits the floor again. Well, I saw this got put on our Google Doc. It's the same as you, Jeremy. I never thought about it before, but I think it's very obvious what Joel said. I think it's back.
Yeah, I agree completely. I don't think I've ever lived in a house where it wasn't in the back.
I want to say I thought I might have, but I just think from a noise perspective, and then also if you're in a 2-story house, I prefer it in the upstairs and in the back.
I agree. Like I don't want someone to walk into my house.
Sure.
Oh, I'm downstairs for sure.
No,
I'm upstairs.
If someone breaks in or you got problems,
yeah, but you want your primary upstairs and the kids downstairs. If somebody breaks in,
the kids can be upstairs too.
So all your rooms are upstairs.
Yeah.
What's downstairs?
Living room,
dining
kitchen.
room, kitchen.
What do you
den,
live in? An
office.
SUV? Or it's top heavy?
Maybe. I mean, you
Depends
could
on
have
the size of the living room and the kitchen.
an office and or a den, but you can. Yeah, all the bedrooms are upstairs.
I want the primary downstairs. I would go back down. I don't want it up.
Definitely not front.
I also do not. I live in a 2-story house.
Brag.
I am pretty fair. I am pretty convinced I will never buy another 2-story house in my life.
Oh, I love them. I don't like 1-story houses.
I prefer them.
Yeah, if you give me a 1-story house, there's some of these I see in like the New Caney area where they're just really long instead of being, the 2-story. I think I'd prefer that.
Yeah, I think I'm out on 2-story again.
I don't like that at all.
I didn't want a 2-story whenever we got this one.
I like and again, I've been through where we had a break-in, and it gives me a chance to keep the family protected on the upstairs, and gives me a chance to kind of plan, knowing the layout of the house, how to kind of combat the break-in.
Let's get a dog.
Oh, I got plenty of those.
I know.
Yeah.
Do you think the Texans will sign Stephon Diggs?
No.
He
gone.
I think he's gone. It'd be interesting who signs him.
And especially
And
the
how
money
quickly.
he gets. Because now
Yeah.
they're saying that it's a very strong market for receivers to get paid. and we're looking at guys like Slayton that are going to get more money than you could have imagined going into free agency. I think that coming off an injury, it's going to be interesting if he gets to 20.
Yeah. I don't know. Be interesting.
Because I don't know
when
that
he
he
signs,
won't be ready for the start of the regular season, right?
I think he could be.
It'll be close
I think he
with the
could
way
be.
ACL surgeries go now.
He was at the rodeo the other day.
Okay, that's not exactly running routes and taking hits.
Oh, Rocky says that the S in swarm is special, not smart. I thought it was smart.
I didn't know it was an acronym.
I'm pretty sure it's smart. I think the text was wrong.
Ooh, don't tell Rocky he's wrong.
We'll
He'll
have
come
to-
back at you pretty hard,
We'll
man.
have to figure that out. He also told us Garrett Cole's out for the year. That seemed
He's
inevitable.
getting a second opinion.
No, there's an update from Passon. He's having Tommy John.
Okay.
I feel like he could have had Tommy John last year.
Yeah, because he had elbow issues last
What a
year, but the
dog.
rehab was
Pitched through
enough to
that.
get him back. But they got to a World Series with him last year.
Yeah, it also is probably going to mean that he does not live up to that contract.
Nope.
No,
Even though
because
he's
it's
been
not
good.
just this season. It's probably half of next year, too.
Even though he's been good. Texas says McGrady. His time, it wasn't long in Houston, though. Nolan or Jimmy Wynn. Jimmy Wynn was underrated. Jose Lima for the social media antics. That'd be
What about
funny.
Yao?
He didn't play that long.
Well, the foot, but he's still, well,
I mean, you're not going Yao over.
not
Akeem.
over Akeem, no, but I'm saying Yao was here for at least 8 years, right?
Do the Astros win the first World Series without JV? You're not. I mean, it's just Dreams is so much better.
Yeah.
Do the Astros win the first World Series without JV on the team? I go no.
Nope.
Texture
No, I
says
don't
you
think
can't
so.
say master bedroom anymore. You're right. It's primary bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
Never buy another 2-story home again, says Texter. Vontae Leach. Fullback's dead, man. Ed
Good dude,
Reed.
smart
Come
guy
on.
too.
As someone who lives in a neighborhood with a bunch of shootings, the back of the house is the best place for the primary bedroom.
Yep.
Maybe get out of the neighborhood.
Backing upstairs though.
Cole having Tommy John. So many people want us to talk about Garrett Cole having Tommy John.
I think because they want to gloat in it.
Yeah, I think they want to dunk on Garrett
They
Cole.
do.
I mean, dude won a Cy Young and got to a World Series, so it's hard to dunk on him.
I guess it does increase the Astros' chances of winning the American League.
Sure.
Oh yeah,
That part
absolutely.
of it's true.
So I guess it's fair to be happy about it.
Well, because the Yankees lost Heel, they lost Cole, they
Lost who?
Heel,
Luis Heel.
Luis Heel.
Oh yeah, I will
Yeah,
never
you
think
always
it's
say
Gil.
Gil.
It's not Gil,
I know.
but
It's Gil to me.
Yeah.
You don't put a G there and say Hill.
I think they lost at least one other pitcher, and then LeMahieu and Stanton.
Well, they lost
Stanton's
Severino
got-
to
Stan-
Sacramento.
Stanton's got double. Severino wasn't there last year.
Oh, that's
He was with
right.
the
That's
Mets.
right. I forgot he was.
Stanton
yeah.
has double tennis elbow, and if he needs surgery, his season's over. But they're thinking he might not be ready till like middle of the summer. They're taking, and then Soto left, so there's
Who would you rather win the AL West or the AL East this year? The Yankees or the Red Sox?
Oh,
the
that's
Blue
tough.
Jays.
Yeah.
That's
None
what
of
an
the
option.
above.
The Orioles.
None of
What
the
an option.
above.
Yeah.
Agree and agree, but not an option.
Yankees because you can still beat them, and then you don't have to deal
I
with
think you can
Bregman.
beat the Red Sox.
I don't want to root for Bregman. I'm going
I don't
Yankees.
You got Crochet now too. Don't forget that.
Yeah,
he's
that's
pretty
true.
good.
Crochet. I mean, the Astros got to him at least once last year.
Well, they've seen Fried before too. I'd take the Yankees. I'd rather have the Yankees win it and then destroy the Yankees again.
Yeah, I guess Yankees.
I don't want to see Bregman get there.
713-780 ESPN. Amin Thompson, sprained ankle. Should he have been in the game? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
A few texters on the primary bedroom. Primary bedroom should be downstairs. Don't want to wake the kids. That's a good point. What the heck you mean you can't say master bedroom no more? Master is kind of a reference to how things used to be in the South.
There's an implication there.
Yeah. So a lot of people are going to primary, dropping that M word. Fighting stairs daily to go to bed. Primary stairs for sure. I think that's the biggest reason why I went a one story.
Well, I guess it depends on your age.
Yeah, I don't mind the stairs.
Or your laziness.
Yeah, it's just
or
like
your effort.
It's not a problem at 41.
Yeah, you climb up the stairs 10 times a day. Gets old after a while.
It's good.
It gets old. Hollering baby at 6 a.m. You got to climb up the stairs. You'd much rather not climb
Not
up
if
the
you're like
stairs.
Joel and me, and our bedrooms are all upstairs.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, fair point. Min Thompson sprained his ankle. 10 to 14 days. Should he have been in the basketball game?
Yeah, no, I don't think he did. I don't think he should have. And I think if this was his first triple-double, even still, I think it would be a little bit up for discussion. But look, this is, to me, this came up when Kyrie Irving's injury happened. The fact that Kyrie Irving was, I think, essentially leading the league in minutes played. And Amen Thompson was right there next to him. They've been exhausting Amen Thompson throughout the season. And his minutes were huge anyway. But when you're up 30 points, like all those guys should be sitting down because there's bigger fish to fry. And you realize that he's already had triple doubles previously. And because a lot of these guys are logging a lot of minutes and you got a lot of games you got to win down the stretch. I didn't like it. I understand it if you're trying to, get the individual accolade for him, but he's done it before. And because of how many minutes he's been playing on a regular basis, it was concerning to me. And I don't like taking those chances.
Yeah, I think this was really bad. I'm always we over me. And you're in this stretch where you're trying to make the playoffs for the first time in a long time. I don't know if they had a Min Thompson triple-double chasing. There's some people that are out there. Sarge said that wasn't the case. Do I believe it? I don't know. I don't know whether it's true or whether it's not, but the perception of it is not good.
I don't care what Sarge says, and I know Sarge is all about building those relationships. The big thing is that having personal experience, there's no doubt they knew, and there's no doubt that the message got through to where Ime knew that when he made the decision to leave him in the game. I'm just going to let you know from personal experience.
Yeah. Do you think Ime left him in the game to get the triple-double?
I think yes.
Yeah,
I think that's the only reason why he's still in the game.
I would lean yes. I can't say that definitively. I can't tell you 100%. Yeah, you can. You can unless you're on the really on the floor,
right?
Or maybe
on the bench.
Yeah, maybe only Ime. Maybe Ime didn't tell anybody else. Maybe Ime just had it in his mind.
But you know how it works, Jeremy. That one of the guys behind the bench, one of the guys on the staff is because they're constantly feeding him the running box score and all the things they need to know. And someone, no doubt, from his staff said, "Hey, he's 1 or 2 rebounds away from a triple-double."
Right. But there's no way, unless Ime's having communication on the bench, which he might be, that anyone else was privy to his decision. Could they have told them that? Absolutely. Did they probably tell them that? Absolutely. Did Ime say, "Amen, stay in the game so you can get your triple-double"? I couldn't answer that.
I mean, but he's the only one that's making the decision on what lineup is out there.
But
right?
what do you think I feel like I'm kind of arguing this, even though I don't believe it, because I do think he was on the floor triple-double chasing.
No doubt.
I'm saying that it's possible that Ime was the only one that kept him on the floor for that. Do I think Amin was aware of his numbers? Yeah, they get box scores every single
so
time.
big, and all the stats are sitting right there.
Yeah, and I know very well when players are chasing numbers that there's people in their ear. Hey, you're a rebound away from triple-double. Hey, you're an assist away from a triple-double. Look how many times somebody goes up for a rebound and his teammate takes it away and they bicker at each other.
Was it Tony Allen that threw the ball up off the glass to himself so that he could get the triple-double?
Yes, and they're usually very aware of how close they are to milestone games.
Yep.
So do I believe that he was in the game to chase the triple-double? I absolutely do. Sarge spoke with a source about the idea that Amin Thompson was still in the game while Houston had a big lead over New Orleans so he could get a triple-double. Quote, he wasn't chasing a triple-double. He was just hooping. He didn't know what his stats were. I don't believe that.
Let me just tell you something, Sarge. I know that people are going to say, but people are also going to cover their bosses and cover the people that they work with when situations like this arise. And I know that you think you're getting the utmost inside information, but the facts are the facts that they're going to protect whoever it was that they think is going to face scrutiny for a men being on the floor and being in the game. And that's why they're going to tell you what they tell you.
Why are you so mad at Sarge?
I just get tired of this sometimes because it's all about, I'm in the know, and these are, the guys are telling me this and that and the other thing. Great. We've had plenty of guys over the years that are going to tell anyone in the media on, off the record, or indifferently exactly the message that they want to deliver. That's just a fact.
That's probably what happened. I believe that Amin Thompson was triple-double chasing. I will
They
not
knew,
be
they
convinced
firmly
otherwise.
knew about it, and someone made more than, if not just one person, people made the decision to keep him in the game.
And there's no reason. Look, if the Rockets were, a 20-win team, if they had no chance to make the playoffs, leave them in the game. I don't care. Like, I don't care if Amin Thompson's in the game whenever if they're not in the playoff race. If they were sitting here in 12th place, would I care if Amin Thompson was triple-double chasing in a 30-point game? No, I wouldn't care. But whenever you have playoff aspirations, when you're in this stretch drive where you're pretty close to the end of your year, where Fred VanVleet is still nursing an ankle injury that's kept him out of a few games after he came back, none of your starters should be in the game up by 33.
And this kid alone.
I killed D'Amico anytime that they had the lead in hand and he kept starters in the game. Same thing for Ime. Ime Udoka cannot have key players in the game with 5.5 to play up by 30. It is moronic.
And then look at the minutes he's been logging. He has been playing a boatload of minutes. He has been inundated with minutes, and with the injuries and guys in and out constantly, and you mentioned Fred and Tari and other people, he's been picking up, and Jabari before that, he has been logging so many minutes. And if there's one guy that really needed the rest, him and Jalen, because Jalen has been the war horse too that's not sitting any games out. But these two guys are the guys that needed to rest the most. So I'm sorry, #interesting. I'm going to let you know right now that he was on the floor to get that triple-double.
Yeah, he shouldn't have been in the game. I completely agree. I am a big, what's the opposite of advocate? I'm a big opposite of advocate for leaving players in the game when the game's in hand.
Not a detriment. You're
a deterrent? I don't know if that's used properly, but you get my point. Whenever you're up big and the game is already determined and you're a playoff caliber team, you have to think bigger picture in those moments, and you need to pull your starters. There's no reason Amin Thompson should be in that game.
That's a we before me.
I'm very we over me.
Yeah, for all they're saying about sometimes you, sometimes me, always about we.
Yeah.
Well, if you're always about we, then Amin shouldn't have been on the floor.
Should not have been on the floor. And again, if they were out of the playoff race, I don't care, but you're in the playoff race. What is your goal? What is the primary goal for the Rockets? To make the playoffs. Are you achieving any sort of progress to that goal when you're up by 33, 5.5 to play, and he's on the floor? I don't believe that you are. I thought it was a very bad decision by Ime Udoka. Now, I do think they got a bit lucky. He's going to be out 2 weeks, they say. That's fortunate. That's not the worst thing in the world. But it should have never happened. It shouldn't be out at all. And also, something to note, remember his injuries last year? They're ankle injuries.
Yeah.
There are ankle injuries with Amin Thompson. So that's something to kind of monitor with him going forward. Is that ankle going to be something that bothers him a lot? Kind of how it bothers Will Anderson a lot. Texture, if you don't get it before garbage time, it shouldn't count. I like that. Bob Sura did that once, the rebound to yourself. I don't remember Sura doing it. I believe you, but I just don't remember.
Ricky Davis. Ricky Davis was the guy that got caught by everybody when he did it to his own hoop.
That was the one to his own hoop?
Yeah, he was in the backcourt and threw it off his own backboard to get the rebound, and then they went back after the fact, and I think they took it away from him.
I remember that. I couldn't have told you the player's name. So it was Ricky Davis?
Yep.
Yeah, I remember that very clearly. I just didn't remember the name. I feel like maybe they were giving him some more time at point guard to get acclimated if they're going to need them down the stretch at point guard. Well, he's had 6 weeks of no Fred VanVleet to get acclimated at point guard. He didn't need 5.5 in a 30-point game. Not that there's not validity to that text, but I just don't really understand the rationale. A texture, very easy to see that he was chasing stats. I do believe that. I do believe that. Why else are you in the game up by 33 with 5.5 to play? Not smart. Not smart. That's what happened with Tank Dell. Remember Tank Dell got hurt in week 2 or whatever? Got concussed and had to miss a game because he was in the game when they were up by 24. Remember whenever CJ Stroud was in the game down 27 against Minnesota and I crushed him?
Yep.
Ime.
I didn't remember until you brought it up
Same thing.
right now.
What are you doing?
And that's right. You were harping on it pretty
You're
strongly.
up 30 and you're arguably your best players in the game? Come on,
Yeah,
man.
it's just a bad looking decision.
You know what? You know what? Ime just made the list. We're going to put that on Bad Take Boulevard. Ime made the list. All right, 713-780-ESPN. It's been a busy day in the NFL. The quarterback market is heating up. Other big moves in the NFL today. Let's get to all of what has happened. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Quarterback carousel popping off. Zach Wilson has reached an agreement with the Miami Dolphins. 1 year, $6 million. Can get up to $10 million with incentives. How about that? $6 million 1 year to be Zach Wilson.
You think Dale's excited?
No.
No. When
No.
is he? But no.
Dale doesn't strike me as one who likes BYU quarterbacks.
What are you trying to say?
I don't think he likes BYU quarterbacks. I thought I was pretty clear with what I said.
Is this a
Let
Mormon
that
thing?
soak in. Could be the $10 million to grow. Like, I wonder if that's like, I wonder what kind of incentives. Like, is it games played, or is you think
with
it's
the ability to earn up to 10?
Yeah. So I mean, obviously it's incentive laden, but I wonder what the incentives are.
He's
I
going
wonder
to be
if
the
it's-
number one backup if Tua goes down again?
I mean, you're not paying him $10 million
No,
or
but it
$6
sounds
million.
risky, doesn't it?
I mean, he's
Didn't you
better than
find
what they
better?
had. I don't know. I mean, how many guys are you getting that are better than Zach Wilson?
Are we
to be
sure
a
he's
backup?
better? Tyler Huntley made a Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
I said tongue in cheek.
Yeah, I know.
He did make a Pro Bowl. That is true. I hate the Pro Bowl. I hate whenever they do that sort of stuff. Yeah, this guy made 4 Pro Bowls. He's a Hall of Fame candidate. Rocky says what Adam Schefter said, the Rams reporting that they're cutting Cooper Kupp by Wednesday if he's not traded. It is very interesting that the Rams, look, I think Devontae Adams is a better player than Cooper Kupp, but kind of like the devil you know thing. Like, it's weird to me that they're so willing to move on from Cooper Kupp, yet they bring in Devontae Adams for $46 million over 2 years.
I'm so totally with you. When that deal went down, and I was curious, and we can't find the money anywhere, but I don't think that Devontae is the kind of guy that's going to take a substantial pay cut. So you got to believe he probably got about what Cooper Kupp was making.
Well, it said 46 for 2.
So we got more than what Cooper Kupp was left.
Yeah,
what
was Cooper like?
About
20?
19.
Yeah.
He was getting about 19 and change.
Yeah. So, like, whenever the Rams were, like, getting rid of Kupp, I thought it was cost-cutting. Like, I didn't think that there was any way that they could bring in a receiver for $23 a year. Yeah, Devontae Adams going to L.A.
That's just bizarre to
stunned
me. That's the first thing that hit me was like, you want to dump out on Cooper Kupp, but you're going to pay Devontae Adams, and I thought similar money, but now more?
Yeah, I was surprised that he went to L.A. because I thought the Rams wouldn't be in the market for a receiver that costly. And then I was surprised that he's breaking up with Aaron Rodgers because Rodgers didn't go into L.A.
I guess the only thing is he's more durable than Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, I mean, he is. I think he's better than Cooper Kupp. I think
Not by
Devontae. I think it's pretty significant.
Do you?
I mean, very different profiles of player, but yeah, I think Devontae Adams is more.
Devontae doesn't like to get hit, and Cooper Kupp takes a lot of hits.
But that could also be a detriment
for the injuries. Yeah,
maybe that's why. But look, kind of a weird move there. DK Metcalf traded to Pittsburgh. It's funny, like these reports are never true because we saw like an hour before DK Metcalf was traded that he wanted to go to a winter in someplace warm. He goes to Pittsburgh. That does win, but certainly not warm. Second rounder, and then he signs a 4-year, $132 million deal. That's reported. That's the rumor. 4 years, $132 for DK Metcalf.
I'm gonna tell you something. The one thing that irks me about all this is the second rounder, because evidently the early discussions, Green Bay was willing to give up their first this year, and one of the receivers on their roster was the sticking point. If you could give up a 2 and add DK Metcalf to that roster in Green Bay.
So you're talking about from a Green Bay perspective.
Yeah, from a Green Bay perspective, I'm like, why the hell were you not re-engaged with Seattle to say, yeah, we can win at a high level and we can win more if we had DK Metcalf for a second-round pick?
Yeah, I hear you on that. I wouldn't want him with the Texans, though. Like,
no.
DK at that much whenever you already have Nico. The second rounder, I'm not like,
I think it's
hung up
more of
about.
a conversation of, is DK a true one? I don't think he's better than Nico.
I think Nico is slightly better. I think DK Metcalf can be a number 1, though. That's a pretty good receiver room.
If they
DK Metcalf
keep
and
George Pickens.
You think they're not going to?
I mean, he constantly
He is a problem.
He's a problem on and off the field, and he's constantly wanting his money.
You hear who the Steelers are liking at quarterback?
Aaron Rodgers.
That'd be interesting.
Well, especially since Fields moved on.
I would, if I'm Pittsburgh, I'd rather have Rodgers than Russell Wilson. I think Russell Wilson has a higher floor, but I feel like Aaron Rodgers has a higher ceiling. I'd be willing to roll the dice.
I think the one thing they got to do is they got to strengthen their offensive line. But if you give them that many, you got Freiermuth, and you've got Pickens, and you've got DK.
Freiermuth moves the needle for you.
I mean, as a tight end, he ain't bad.
No, he's not bad.
I mean, if you can protect Rodgers and let him throw to all those targets, that's a pretty good scenario. I think he's a better passer of the football right now than Russ is.
Yeah, I think his ceiling's higher. I think you have a better chance, a better chance to go further than you would with Russ.
Mm-hmm.
I think you have a better chance of losing more games too. I think Rodgers is more volatile. Russ is like
That's probably
safer.
true.
But what's safe with Russ? Like 9 wins, like 10 wins at best. I think Rodgers gives you a better chance to be a threat in the playoffs. Although I think the Jets' weapons last year better than Pittsburgh's weapons this year. Garrett Wilson, Devontae Adams, Breece Hall. I take that over what Pittsburgh has.
Well, Breece Hall was dinged up a majority of the year coming off injury.
Okay, still better than Najee Harris.
And then they didn't get Devontae till later in the
Warren.
year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, then I thought you meant this coming year. If you put Pickens and
I would take the Jets offense skill position guys over the Steelers skill position guys.
Wow, I think this year's Steelers, depending on what they do at running back, the tight end and wide receivers, I would take Pittsburgh.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up, Gary?
No way do I take Aaron Rodgers. In a league where the defensive ends and all the defensive players are getting much, much faster, I still would take my chances with Russell, who throws a great deep ball, or the other guy they didn't even start. It's time to put a fork in Aaron, and we're talking about just pure passing.
Yeah,
that's fine, but he can't escape. And we're at that age to where you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube, dude. I mean, if you can't move around, your glory days are past you now.
You don't think Russ's glory days are past him?
No, I mean, on third and 8, he can get you 8. Whatchamacallit, he's going to pass it or throw it out of bounds. So let's look at it like this. Both of them can pass. We're not talking about how much of a difference in accuracy. Third down and 8. Both of them can pass and may complete the ball, may interception, or may get a first down. The next step, if everybody's covered, let's go to the next step. Who's got the propensity or who has the better opportunity to escape? And that's Russell. Then fourth, who has the better rapport with a receiver or two? Okay. We can't keep out. That's why Aaron Rodgers keeps bringing Devontae Adams with them. Yeah. The same applies here, guys.
Appreciate it, Gary. Respect your opinion.
I just look. I think as much as there's some truth to what Gary said, I also think Rodgers coming off that Achilles. They normally say it takes a year. We'll see if because he used to have the escapability until the Achilles. But I think that the short to intermediate routes is where I think Rodgers is a better passer than Russ. There's no doubt that Russ throws a good deep ball, but Rodgers does too.
Yeah. I think Rodgers has more of an upside than Russ.
I would agree,
but respectfully disagree there with Gary. Speaking of the quarterback market, Sam Darnold gets 3 years, $100 million to go to Seattle. They traded Geno Smith obviously to Vegas. There's rumors that Geno wants $40 million a year. Would you rather have Darnold at 33 or Geno at 40?
Ooh, I've never been a Geno fan, but I mean, it's easy to see why people soured on Darnold because of the way he finished the season, but he had a hell of a year. I mean, to me, man, I can't say a wash. I guess I would lean Darnold.
I do. I think they're in the same tier, Darnold and Geno. One could be better one year. Geno could be better the other year. I think Geno's slightly better than Darnold, but you pay him less and you get a third rounder. Like they got a third rounder for Geno and they get the same caliber of quarterback. I thought Seattle did pretty well there. And Justin Fields going to the Jets, 2 years, $40 million. I thought this was good for Fields. Get out of Pittsburgh. Like Pittsburgh wanted him, but they also stripped him of his starting job. And then they wouldn't go back to him after Russ fell into some struggles late in the year. Fields gets his chance to again be a starting quarterback for 2 years. I thought it was a good decision by Fields. And I'm also interested to see what Fields looks like with all that skill around him.
And is Kubiak the OC there?
No, Kubiak's the OC. I'm pretty sure in Seattle.
Okay. I'm just looking at this from the fresh start perspective from Fields' perspective. The first thing that I want to do is I want to go where I'm wanted. And I was wanted until I got benched where I didn't do anything wrong. And I got benched for Russell Wilson. I understand him not forgetting that. And if he wants to go with a completely fresh start with, a totally new coaching staff, and he gets the reins and basically unequivocally is told it's your team, I think that's the place I want to be because who's to say Tomlin wouldn't bench him again?
Exactly. I thought it was a good decision by Fields. The Jets OC's Tanner Engstrand.
No clue.
Kubiak is in
Swedish
Seattle.
chef.
All right, 713-780-3776. I forgot the number there for a second. 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Everybody's car wreck usually, whenever they're having to deal with taxes each year, is overpaying on property taxes. We hate it. We do not like it. Being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility and cost, and Ownwell is here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but also, most importantly, save you money. Who doesn't like the sound of that? A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and this should not be you. Head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes to get their experts fighting for you. Their cutting-edge technology can start saving you money right now with no upfront cost. That's right, nothing upfront. Put your property tax savings back in your pocket. Reinvest it. Take the family on vacation. Buy your spouse a nice dinner. Buy your producer a nice little drink. Ownwell handles it all from the start to finish and delivers top results. No upfront cost. Only pay if you save. You can't beat that. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax. In fact, 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. Put that money back in your pocket. Deadline to protest May 15th. Do not run out of time. Save money on your property taxes with Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start your protest today at ownwell.com. That's OWNWELL.com. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Mine's a microphone.
It's awful.
Yeah, you beat me to the nomination. That was definitely going to be one of mine today.
Who's the new sponsor for that Granado speaks for?
A microphone?
No,
You're asking
it's
the
not
wrong
the
guy.
low T's. It's but you need something that.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't know the name. What's your car wreck of the day, Blankers?
I got several, but the first one was the fact that Twitter went down or X went down as free agency started. People were losing their mind. Like they didn't know where to go to get the information and what to do. Adam Schefter even went on ESPN, and in between breaking news, he wanted to remind everybody that you can go to the ESPN app to get the news you can't get at Twitter.
I mean, I was lost for a second.
I was too.
Multiple outages today. I didn't like it at all. I'm way too dependent on Twitter, I learned this morning. What else you got?
The Golden State Warriors had a fire alarm after the first quarter of their game the other night, and they told everybody on the scoreboard to leave, and then realized that it was a false alarm, and were trying to tell people that they didn't have to leave.
That's rough.
The winner's going to be Jeremy's microphone. We're all
That's the second time this segment.
We're all competing for second place.
New Era hats. Do you see these?
I did.
New Era MLB hats. You just know that they're very ugly. They're a lot like your Triple G hat from the other day, actually, now that I think about
Which
it.
Glenn Davis loved, by the way, so I'll take his side.
Glenn Davis is nice.
No, he said he loved it.
He's a nice fan. You think Glenn would ever wear that hat?
I think Glenn is the most fashionable amongst, if you include him, the four of us.
You didn't answer the question. Do you think Glenn Davis would ever wear that hat?
Never.
I think so. Well, he's not a hat guy.
Never.
He would never wear that hat.
He could.
What are you nominating, Brian?
The report from Ian Rappaport. There's been too many of these from NFL reporters using big terms for guys to get signed as the microphone hits the ground again. But he referred to the 49ers signing tight end Luke Farrell from the Jaguars, a big signing when the dude has 36 catches in 4 years.
Yeah, it's sensationalism at its finest.
And it's having the back of the agents who give you the news, yeah.
Todd, the show, wants to nominate Ime Thibodeauka for leaving Amin Thompson into the game. Texter Carrick of the day trading Tunsil for Jack Badword, and another one, Chattanooga, whatever his name is, for criticizing Cody's Toots, secret Tennessee Titan fan. What's winning?
Your mic.
Definitely your mic.
Microphone stand wins. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He is Blank. I am Brandon. Talk to you tomorrow. Boston the Gloss coming up next on ESPN 97.5.